by Various. Fantasy, fairies and ghosts. Cross purposes. Once upon a time, the Queen of Fairyland, finding her own subjects far too well behaved to be amusing, took a sudden longing to have a mortal or two at her court. So after looking about her for some time, she fixed upon two to bring to Fairyland. But how were they to be brought? "Please, your Majesty," said at last the daughter of the Prime Minister, "I will bring the girl." The speaker, whose name was Peas Blossom after her great-great-grandmother, looked so graceful and hung her head so apologetically that the Queen said at once, "How will you manage it, Peas Blossom? I will open the road before her and close it behind her." "I have heard that you have pretty ways of doing things, so you may try." The court happened to be held in an open forest glade of smooth turf, upon which there was just one mole heap. As soon as the Queen had given her permission to Peas Blossom, up through the mole heap came the head of a goblin, which cried out, "Please, your Majesty, I will bring the boy." "You!" exclaimed the Queen. "How will you do it?" The goblin began to wriggle himself out of the earth as if he had been a snake, and the whole whirled his skin, till the court was convulsed with laughter. As soon as he got free, he began to roll over and over in every possible manner, rotatory and cylindrical, all at once, until he reached the wood. The courtiers followed, holding their sides, so that the Queen was left sitting upon her throne in solitary state. When they reached the wood, the goblin, whose name was Toadstool, was nowhere to be seen. While they were looking for him, out popped his head from the mole heap again, with the words, "So, your Majesty?" "You have taken your own time to answer," said the Queen, laughing. "And my own way too, eh, your Majesty?" rejoined Toadstool, grinning. "No doubt. Well, you may try." And the goblin, making as much of a bow as he could with only half his neck above ground, disappeared under it. No mortal, or fairy either, can tell where Fairyland begins and where it ends. But somewhere on the borders of Fairyland there was a nice country village, in which lived some nice country people. Alice was the daughter of the squire, a pretty, good-natured girl, whom her friends called fairy-like and others called silly. One rosy summer evening, when the wall opposite her bed was flaked all over with rosiness, she threw herself down on her bed and lay gazing at the wall. The rose colour sank through her eyes and dyed her brain, and she began to feel as if she were reading a storybook. She thought she was looking at a western sea, with the waves all red with sunset. But when the colour died out, Alice gave a sigh to see how commonplace the wall grew. "I wish it was always sunset," she said, half aloud. "I don't like grey things." "I will take you where the sun is always setting if you like, Alice," said a sweet tiny voice near her. She looked down on the coverlet of the bed, and there, looking up at her, stood a lovely little creature. It seemed quite natural that the little lady should be there, for many things we never could believe have only to happen, and then there is nothing strange about them. She was dressed in white, with a cloak of sunset red, the colours of the sweetest of sweet peas. On her head was a crown of twisted tendrils, with a little gold beetle in front. "Are you a fairy?" said Alice. "Yes. Will you go with me to the sunset?" "Yes, I will." When Alice proceeded to rise, she found that she was no bigger than the fairy, and when she stood up on the counterpane, the bed looked like a great hall with a painted ceiling. As she walked towards Peas Blossom, she stumbled several times over the tufts that made the pattern, but the fairy took her by the hand and led her towards the foot of the bed. Long before they reached it, however, Alice saw that the fairy was a tall, slender lady, and that she herself was quite her own size. What she had taken for tufts on the counterpane were really bushes of furze and broom and heather on the side of a slope. "Where are we?" asked Alice. "Going on," answered the fairy. Alice, not liking the reply, said, "I want to go home." "Goodbye, then," answered the fairy. Alice looked round. A wide hilly country lay all about them. She could not even tell from what quarter they had come. "I must go with you, I see," she said. Before they reached the bottom, they were walking over the loveliest meadow grass. A little stream went cantering down beside them, without channel or bank, sometimes running between the blades, sometimes sweeping the grass all one way under it. And it made a great babbling for such a little stream, and such a smooth course. Gradually the slope grew gentler, and the stream flowed more softly and spread out wider. At length they came to a wood of long straight poplars growing out of the water, for the stream ran into the wood, and there stretched out into a lake. Alice thought they could go no further, but Peaseblossom led her straight on, and they walked through. It was now dark, but everything under the water gave out a pale, quiet light. There were deep pools here and there, but there was no mud or frogs or water lizards or eels. All the bottom was pure, lovely grass, brilliantly green. Down the banks of the pools she saw, all under water, primroses and violets and pimpernels. Any flower she wished to see, she had only to look for, and she was sure to find it. When a pool came in their way, the fairy swam, and Alice swam by her, and when they got out they were quite dry, though the water was as delightfully wet as water should be. Besides the trees, tall, splendid lilies grew out of it, and hollyhocks and irises and sword plants, and many other long-stemmed flowers. From every leaf and petal of these, from every branch tip and tendril, dropped bright water. It gathered slowly at each point, but the points were so many that there was a constant musical plashing of diamond rain upon the still surface of the lake. As they went on, the moon rose and threw a pale mist of light over the whole, and the diamond drops turned to half-liquid pearls, and round every tree-top was a halo of moonlight, and the water went to sleep, and the flowers began to dream. "Look," said the fairy, "those lilies are just dreaming themselves into a child's sleep. I can see them smiling. This is the place out of which go the things that appear to children every night." "Is this dreamland, then?" asked Alice. "If you like," answered the fairy. "How far am I from home?" "The farther you go, the nearer home you are." Then the fairy lady gathered a bundle of poppies and gave it to Alice. The next deep pool that they came to, she told her to throw it in. Alice did so, and following it, laid her head upon it. That moment she began to sink. Down and down she went, till at last she felt herself lying on the long, thick grass at the bottom of the pool, with the poppies under her head and the clear water high over it. Up through it she saw the moon, whose bright face looked sleepy too, disturbed only by the little ripples of the rain from the tall flowers on the edges of the pool. She fell fast asleep, and all night dreamed about home. Richard, which is name enough for a fairy story, was the son of a widow in Alice's village. He was so poor that he did not find himself generally welcome, so he hardly went anywhere, but read books at home and waited upon his mother. His manners, therefore, were shy and sufficiently awkward to give an unfavourable impression to those who looked at outsides. Alice would have despised him, but he never came near enough for that. Now Richard had been saving up his few pence in order to buy an umbrella for his mother, for the winter would come, and the one she had was almost torn to ribbons. One bright summer evening, when he thought umbrellas must be cheap, he was walking across the marketplace to buy one. There, in the middle of it, stood an odd-looking little man, actually selling umbrellas. Here was a chance for him. When he drew nearer, he found that the little man, while vaunting his umbrellas to the skies, was asking such absurdly small prices for them that no one would venture to buy one. He had opened and laid them all out at full stretch on the marketplace, about 25 of them, stick downwards, like little tents, and he stood beside haranguing the people. But he would not allow one of the crowd to touch his umbrellas. As soon as his eye fell upon Richard, he changed his tone and said, "Well, as nobody seems inclined to buy, I think, my dear umbrellas, we had better be going home." Whereupon the umbrellas got up, with some difficulty, and began hobbling away. The people stared at each other with open mouths, for they saw that what they had taken for a lot of umbrellas was in reality a flock of black geese. A great turkey cock went gobbling behind them, driving them all down a lane towards the forest. Richard thought with himself, "There is more in this than I can account for, but an umbrella that could lay eggs would be a very jolly umbrella." So by the time the people were beginning to laugh at each other, Richard was halfway down the lanes at the heels of the geese. There he stooped and caught one of them, but instead of a goose, he had a huge hedgehog in his hands, which he dropped in dismay. Whereupon it waddled away, a goose as before, and the whole of them began cackling and hissing in a way that he could not mistake. For the turkey cock he gobbled and gabbled and choked himself, and got right again in the most ridiculous manner. In fact, he seemed sometimes to forget that he was a turkey, and laughed like a fool. All at once, with a simultaneous long-necked hiss, they flew into the wood, and the turkey after them. But Richard soon got up with them again, and found them all hanging by their feet from the trees, in 2 rows, one on each side of the path, while the turkey was walking on. Him Richard followed, but the moment he reached the middle of the suspended geese, from every side arose the most frightful hisses, and their necks grew longer and longer, till there were nearly 30 broad bills close to his head, blowing in his face, in his ears, and at the back of his neck. But the turkey, looking round, and seeing what was going on, turned and walked back. When he reached the place, he looked up at the first and gobbled at him in the wildest manner. That goose grew silent and dropped from the tree. Then he went to the next, and so on, till he had gobbled them all off the trees, one after another. But when Richard expected to see them go after the turkey, there was nothing there but a flock of huge mushrooms and puffballs. "I have had enough of this," thought Richard. "I will go home again." "Go home, Richard," said a voice close to him. Looking down, he saw, instead of the turkey, the most comical-looking little man he had ever seen. "Go home, Master Richard," repeated he, grinning. "Not for your bidding," answered Richard. "Come on then, Master Richard." "Nor that either, without a good reason." "I will give you such an umbrella for your mother." "I don't take presents from strangers." "Bless you, I'm no stranger here. Oh no, not at all." And he set off in the manner usual with him, rolling every way at once. Richard could not help laughing and following. At length, Toadstool plumped into a great hole full of water. Served him right, thought Richard, "Served him right," bawled the goblin, crawling out again and shaking the water from him like a spaniel. "This is the very place I wanted, only I rolled too fast." However, he went on rolling again faster than before, though it was now uphill, till he came to the top of a considerable height, on which grew a number of palm trees. "Have you a knife, Richard?" said the goblin, stopping all at once, as if he had been walking quietly along, just like other people. Richard pulled out a pocket-knife and gave it to the creature, who instantly cut a deep gash in one of the trees. Then he bounded to another and did the same, and so on till he had gashed them all. Richard, following him, saw that a little stream, clearer than the clearest water, began to flow from each, increasing in size the longer it flowed. Before he had reached the last, there was quite a tinkling and rustling of the little rills that ran down the stems of the palms. This grew and grew, till Richard saw that a full rivulet was flowing down the side of the hill. "Here is your knife, Richard," said the goblin, but by the time he had put it in his pocket, the rivulet had grown to a small torrent. "Now, Richard, come along," said Toadstool, and threw himself into the torrent. "I would rather have a boat," returned Richard. "Oh, you stupid!" cried Toadstool, crawling up the side of the hill, down which the stream had already carried him some distance. With every contortion that labour and difficulty could suggest, yet with incredible rapidity, he crawled to the very top of one of the trees and tore down a huge leaf, which he threw on the ground, and himself after it, rebounding like a ball. He then laid the leaf on the water, held it by the stem, and told Richard to get upon it. He did so. It went down deep in the middle with his weight. Toadstool let it go, and it shot down the stream like an arrow. This began the strangest and most delightful voyage. The stream rushed careering and curveting down the hillside, bright as a diamond, and soon reached a meadow plain. The goblin rolled alongside of the boat like a bundle of weeds, but Richard rode in triumph through the low grassy country upon the back of his watery steed. It went straight as an arrow, and, strange to tell, was heaped up on the ground, like a ridge of water or a wave, only rushing on endways. It needed no channel, and turned aside for no opposition. It flowed over everything that crossed its path, like a great serpent of water, with folds fitting into all the ups and downs of the way. If a wall came in its course, it flowed against it, heaping itself up on itself till it reached the top, whence it plunged to the foot of the other side, and flowed on. Soon he found that it was running gently up a grassy hill. The waves kept curling back as if the wind blew them, or as if they could hardly keep from running down again. But still the stream mounted and flowed, and the waves with it. It found it difficult, but it could do it. When they reached the top, it bore them across a heathy country, rolling over purple heather and blue harebells and delicate ferns, and tall foxgloves crowded with bells, purple and white. All the time the palm leaf curled its edges away from the water, and made a delightful boat for Richard, while Toadstool tumbled along in the stream like a porpoise. At length the water began to run very fast, and went faster and faster, till suddenly it plunged them into a deep lake with a great splash, and stopped there. Toadstool went out of sight, and came up gasping and grinning, while Richard's boat tossed and heaved like a vessel in a storm at sea, but not a drop of water came in. Then the goblin began to swim, and pushed and tugged the boat along, but the lake was so still, and the motion so pleasant, that Richard fell fast asleep. When he woke, he found himself still afloat upon the broad palm leaf. He was alone in the middle of a lake, with flowers and trees growing in and out of it everywhere. The sun was just over the treetops. A drip of water from the flowers greeted him with music. The mists were dissolving away, and where the sunlight fell on the lake, the water was clear as glass. Casting his eyes downward, he saw, just beneath him, far down at the bottom, Alice drowned, as he thought. He was in the act of plunging in when he saw her eyes open, and at the same moment begin to float up. He held out his hand, but she repelled it with disdain, and swimming to a tree, sat down on a low branch, wondering how ever the poor widow's son could have found his way into fairyland. She did not like it. It was an invasion of privilege. "How did you come here, young Richard?" she asked from 6 yards off. "A goblin brought me." "Ah, I thought so. A fairy brought me." "Where is your fairy?" "Here I am," said Peaseblossom, rising slowly to the surface, just by the tree on which Alice was seated. "Where is your goblin?" retorted Alice. "Here I am," bawled Toadstool, rushing out of the water like a salmon, and casting a somersault in the air before he fell in again with a tremendous splash. His head rose again close beside Peaseblossom, who, being used to such creatures, only laughed. "Isn't he handsome?" he grinned. "Yes, very. He wants polishing, though. You could do that for yourself, you know. Shall we change?" "I don't mind. You'll find her rather silly." "That's nothing. The boy's too sensible for me." He dived and rose at Alice's feet. She shrieked with terror. The fairy floated away like a water lily towards Richard. "What a lovely creature," thought he. But hearing Alice shriek again, he said, "Don't leave Alice. She's frightened at that queer creature. I don't think there's any harm in him, though, Alice." "Oh, no, he won't hurt her," said Peaseblossom. "I'm tired of her. He's going to take her to the court, and I will take you." "I don't want to go." "But you must. You can't go home again. You don't know the way." "Richard, Richard!" cried Alice in an agony. Richard sprang from his boat and was by her side in a moment. "He pinched me!" cried Alice. Richard hit the goblin a terrible blow on the head, but it took no more effect upon him than if his head had been a round ball of India rubber. He gave Richard a furious look, however, and bawling out, "You'll repent that, Dick," vanished under the water. "Come along, Richard, make haste. He will murder you," cried the fairy. "It's all your fault," said Richard. "I won't leave Alice." Then the fairy saw it was all over with her and Toadstool, for they can do nothing with mortals against their will. So she floated away across the water in Richard's boat, holding her robe for a sail, and vanished, leaving the two alone in the lake. "You have driven away my fairy," cried Alice. "I shall never get home now. It is all your fault, you naughty young man." "I drove away the goblin," remonstrated Richard. "Will you please to sit on the other side of the tree? I wonder what my papa would say if he saw me talking to you." "Will you come to the next tree, Alice?" said Richard after a pause. Alice, who had been crying all the time that Richard was thinking, said, "I won't." Richard therefore plunged into the water without her and swam for the tree. Before he had got halfway, however, he heard Alice crying, "Richard, Richard!" This was just what he wanted, so he turned back and Alice threw herself into the water. With Richard's help she swam pretty well, and they reached the tree. "Now for the next," said Richard, and they swam to the next and then to the third. Every tree they reached was larger than the last, and every tree before them was larger still. So they swam from tree to tree, till they came to one that was so large that they could not see round it. What was to be done? Clearly to climb this tree. It was a dreadful prospect for Alice, but Richard proceeded to climb, and by putting her feet where he put his, and now and then getting hold of his ankle, she managed to make her way up. There were a great many stumps where branches had withered off, and the bark was nearly as rough as a hillside, so there was plenty of foothold for them. When they had climbed a long time, and were getting very tired indeed, Alice cried out, "Richard, I shall drop, I shall. Why did you come this way?" And she began once more to cry. But at that moment Richard caught hold of a branch above his head, and reaching down his other hand, got hold of Alice, and held her till she had recovered a little. In a few moments more they reached the fork of the tree, and there they sat and rested. "This is capital," said Richard cheerily. "What is?" asked Alice sulkily. "Why, we have room to rest, and there's no hurry for a minute or two. I'm tired." "You selfish creature," said Alice. "If you are tired, what must I be?" "Tired too," answered Richard, "but we've got on bravely, and look, what's that?" By this time the day was gone, and the night so near, that in the shadows of the tree all was dusky and dim, but there was still light enough to discover that in a niche of the tree sat a huge horned owl, with green spectacles on his beak, and a book in one foot. He took no heed of the intruders, but kept muttering to himself, and what do you think the owl was saying? I will tell you. He was talking about the book that he held upside down in his foot. "Stupid book this! Nothing in it at all, everything upside down. Stupid ass! Says owls can't read. I can read backwards." "I think that is the goblin again," said Richard in a whisper. "However, if you ask a plain question, he must give you a plain answer, for they are not allowed to tell downright lies in fairyland." "Don't ask him, Richard. You know you gave him a dreadful blow." "I gave him what he deserved, and he owes me the same. Hello! Which is the way out?" He wouldn't say "if you please," because then it would not have been a plain question. "Downstairs," hissed the owl, without ever lifting his eyes from the book, which all the time he read upside down, so learned was he. "On your honour as a respectable old owl?" asked Richard. "No," hissed the owl, and Richard was almost sure that he was not really an owl. So he stood staring at him for a few moments, when all at once, without lifting his eyes from the book, the owl said, "I will sing a song," and began. "Nobody knows the world but me. When they're all in bed, I sit up to see. I'm a better student than students all, for I never read till the darkness fall. And I never read without my glasses, and that is how my wisdom passes. Howl, owl, wool, hool, wool, ool. I can see the wind. Now who can do that? I see the dreams that he has in his hat. I see him snorting them out as he goes, out at his stupid old trumpet nose. 10,000 things that you couldn't think, I write them down with pen and ink. Howl, owl, hool, ool, wit, tit, tit, that's wit. You may call it learning, 'tis mother wit. No one else sees the Lady Moon sit on the sea, her nest all night but the owl, hatching the boats and the long-legged fowl. When the oysters gape to sing by rote, she crams a pearl down each stupid throat. Howl, owl, wit, it, that's wit, there's a fowl. And so singing, he threw the book in Richard's face, spread out his great silent soft wings, and sped away into the depths of the tree. When the book struck Richard, he found that it was only a lump of wet moss. While talking to the owl, he had spied a hollow behind one of the branches. Judging this to be the way the owl meant, he went to see, and found a rude, ill-defined staircase going down into the very heart of the trunk. But so large was the tree that this could not have hurt it in the least. Down this stair then Richard scrambled as best he could, followed by Alice, not of her own will. She gave him clearly to understand, but because she could do no better. Down, down they went, slipping and falling sometimes, but never very far, because the stair went round and round. It caught Richard when he slipped, and he caught Alice when she did. They had begun to fear that there was no end to the stair. It went round and round so steadily, when creeping through a crack, they found themselves in a great hall, supported by thousands of pillars of grey stone. Where the little light came from they could not tell. This hall they began to cross in a straight line, hoping to reach one side, and intending to walk along it till they came to some opening. They kept straight by going from pillar to pillar, as they had done before by the trees. Any honest plan will do in fairyland, if you only stick to it, and no plan will do if you do not stick to it. It was very silent, and Alice disliked the silence more than the dimness, so much indeed that she longed to hear Richard's voice. But she had always been so cross to him when he had spoken that he thought it better to let her speak first, and she was too proud to do that. She would not even let him walk alongside of her, but always went slower when he wanted to wait for her, so that at last he strode on alone, and Alice followed. But by degrees the horror of silence grew upon her, and she felt at last as if there were no one in the universe but herself. The hall went on widening around her. Their footsteps made no noise. The silence grew so intense that it seemed on the point of taking shape. At last she could bear it no longer. She ran after Richard, got up with him, and laid hold of his arm. He had been thinking for some time what an obstinate, disagreeable girl Alice was, and wishing he had her safe home to be rid of her, when, feeling a hand and looking round, he saw that it was the disagreeable girl. She soon began to be companionable after a fashion, for she began to think, putting everything together, that Richard must have been several times in fairyland before now. "It is very strange," she said to herself, "for he is quite a poor boy. I am sure of that. His arms stick out beyond his jacket like the ribs of his mother's umbrella. And to think of me wandering about fairyland with him!" The moment she touched his arm, they saw an arch of blackness before them. They had walked straight to a door, not a very inviting one, for it opened upon an utterly dark passage. Where there was only one door, however, there was no difficulty about choosing. Richard walked straight through it, and from the greater fear of being left behind, Alice faced the lesser fear of going on. In a moment they were in total darkness. Alice clung to Richard's arm and murmured, almost against her will, "Dear Richard." It was strange that fear should speak like love, but it was in fairyland. It was strange, too, that as soon as she spoke thus, Richard should fall in love with her all at once. But what was more curious still was that, at the same moment, Richard saw her face. In spite of her fear, which had made her pale, she looked very lovely. "Dear Alice," said Richard, "how pale you look." "How can you tell that, Richard, when all is as black as pitch?" "I can see your face. It gives out light. Now I see your hands. Now I can see your feet. Yes, I can see every spot where you are going to— No, don't put your foot there. There is an ugly toad just there." The fact was that the moment he began to love Alice, his eyes began to send forth light. What he thought came from Alice's face really came from his eyes. All about her and her path he could see, and every minute saw better. But to his own path he was blind. He could not see his hand when he held it straight before his face, so dark was it. But he could see Alice, and that was better than seeing the way, ever so much. At length Alice too began to see a face dawning through the darkness. It was Richard's face, but it was far handsomer than when she saw it last. Her eyes had begun to give light too, and she said to herself, "Can it be that I love the poor widow's son?" "I suppose that must be it," she answered herself with a smile, for she was not disgusted with herself at all. Richard saw the smile and was glad. Her paleness had gone, and a sweet rosiness had taken its place, and now she saw Richard's path as he saw hers, and between the two sights they got on well. They were now walking on a path betwixt two deep waters which never moved, shining as black as ebony where the eye-light fell. But they saw ere long that this path kept growing narrower and narrower. At last, to Alice's dismay, the black waters met in front of them. "What is to be done now, Richard?" she said. When they fixed their eyes on the water before them, they saw that it was swarming with lizards and frogs and black snakes and all kinds of strange and ugly creatures, especially some that had neither heads nor tails, nor legs nor fins nor feelers, being, in fact, only living lumps. These kept jumping out and in and sprawling upon the path. Richard thought for a few moments before replying to Alice's question, as indeed well he might. But he came to the conclusion that the path could not have gone on for the sake of stopping there, and that it must be a kind of finger that pointed on where it was not allowed to go itself. So he caught up Alice in his strong arms and jumped into the middle of the horrid swarm. And just as minnows vanish if you throw anything amongst them, just so these wretched creatures vanished, right and left and every way. He found the water broader than he had expected, and before he got over, he found Alice heavier than he could have believed. But upon a firm, rocky bottom, Richard waded through in safety. When he reached the other side, he found that the bank was a lofty, smooth, perpendicular rock, with some rough steps cut in it. By and by the steps led them right into the rock, and they were in a narrow passage once more, but this time leading up. It wound round and round like the thread of a great screw. At last Richard knocked his head against something and could go no further. The place was close and hot. He put up his hands and pushed what felt like a warm stone. It moved a little. "Go down, you brutes!" growled a voice above, quivering with anger. "You'll upset my pot and my cat and my temper too if you push that way. Go down!" Richard knocked very gently and said, "Please let us out." "Oh, yes, I dare say, very fine and soft-spoken. Go down, you goblin brutes. I've had enough of you. I'll scald the hair off your ugly heads if you do that again. Go down, I say." Seeing fair speech was of no avail, Richard told Alice to go down a little, out of the way, and setting his shoulders to one end of the stone, heaved it up, whereupon down came the other end, with a pot and a fire, and a cat which had been asleep beside it. She frightened Alice dreadfully as she rushed past her, showing nothing but her green lamping eyes. Richard, peeping up, found that he had turned a hearthstone upside down. On the edge of the hole stood a little crooked old man, brandishing a mop-stick in a tremendous rage, and hesitating only where to strike him. But Richard put him out of his difficulty by springing up and taking the stick from him. Then, having lifted Alice out, he returned it with a bow, and heedless of the maledictions of the old man, proceeded to get the stone and the pot up again. For Puss, she got out herself. Then the old man became a little more friendly and said, "I beg your pardon, I thought you were goblins. They never will let me alone, but you must allow it was rather an unusual way of paying a morning call." And the creature bowed conciliatingly. "It was indeed," answered Richard. "I wish you had turned the door to us instead of the hearthstone." For he did not trust the old man. "But," he added, "I hope you will forgive us." "Oh, certainly, certainly, my dear young people. Use your freedom. But such young people have no business to be out alone. It is against the rules." "But what is one to do? I mean two to do when they can't help it?" "Yes, yes, of course, but now you know, I must take charge of you. So you sit there, young gentleman, and you sit there, young lady." He put a chair for one at one side of the hearth, and for the other at the other side, and then drew his chair between them. The cat got upon his hump and then set up her own. So here was a wall that would let through no moonshine. But although both Richard and Alice were very much amused, they did not like to be parted in this peremptory manner. Still, they thought it better not to anger the old man any more, in his own house too. But he had been once angered, and that was once too often, for he had made it a rule never to forgive without taking it out in humiliation. It was so disagreeable to have him sitting there between them that they felt as if they were far asunder. In order to get the better of the fancy, they wanted to hold each other's hand behind the dwarf's back. But the moment their hands began to approach, the back of the cat began to grow long, and its hump to grow high, and in a moment more Richard found himself crawling wearily up a steep hill, whose ridge rose against the stars, while a cold wind blew drearily over it. Not a habitation was in sight, and Alice had vanished from his eyes. He felt, however, that she must be somewhere on the other side, and so climbed and climbed to get over the brow of the hill and down to where he thought she must be. But the longer he climbed, the farther off the top of the hill seemed, till at last he sank, quite exhausted, and, must I confess it, very nearly began to cry. To think of being separated from Alice all at once, and in such a disagreeable way! But he fell a-thinking instead, and soon said to himself, "This must be some trick of that wretched old man. Either this mountain is a cat, or it is not. If it is a mountain, this won't hurt it. If it is a cat, I hope it will." With that, he pulled out his pocket-knife, and feeling for a soft place, drove it at one blow up to the handle in the side of the mountain. A terrific shriek was the first result, and the second that Alice and he sat looking at each other across the old man's hump, from which the cat-a-mountain had vanished. Their host sat staring at the blank fireplace without ever turning round, pretending to know nothing of what had taken place. "Come along, Alice," said Richard, rising. "This won't do. We won't stop here." Alice rose at once and put her hand in his. They walked towards the door. The old man took no notice of them. The moon was shining brightly through the window, but instead of stepping out into the moonlight when they opened the door, they stepped into a great beautiful hall, through the high Gothic windows of which the same moon was shining. Out of this hall they could find no way, except by a staircase of stone which led upwards. They ascended it together. At the top Alice let go Richard's hand to peep into a little room, which looked all the colours of the rainbow, just like the inside of a diamond. Richard went a step or two along a corridor, but finding she had left him, turned and looked into the chamber. He could see her nowhere. The room was full of doors, and she must have mistaken the door. He heard her voice calling him, and hurried in direction of the sound, but he could see nothing of her. More tricks, he said to himself. It is of no use to stab this one. I must wait till I see what can be done. Still he heard Alice calling him, and still he followed, as well as he could. At length he came to a doorway, open to the air, through which the moonlight fell. But when he reached it, he found that it was high up in the side of a tower, the wall of which went straight down from his feet, without stair or descent of any kind. Again he heard Alice call him, and lifting his eyes saw her across a wide castle court, standing at another door just like the one he was at, with the moon shining full upon her. "All right, Alice," he cried. "Can you hear me?" "Yes," answered she. "Then listen. This is all a trick. It is all a lie of that old wretch in the kitchen. Just reach out your hand, Alice dear." Alice did as Richard asked her, and although they saw each other many yards off across the court, their hands met. "There, I thought so," exclaimed Richard triumphantly. "Now, Alice, I don't believe it is more than a foot or two down to the court below, though it looks like 100 feet. Keep fast hold of my hand and jump when I count 3. But Alice drew her hand from him in sudden dismay, whereupon Richard said, "Well, I will try first," and jumped. The same moment his cheery laugh came to Alice's ears, and she saw him standing safe on the ground far below. "Jump, dear Alice, and I will catch you," said he. "I can't. I'm afraid," answered she. "The old man is somewhere near you. You had better jump," said Richard. Alice sprang from the wall in terror, and only fell a foot or two into Richard's arms. The moment she touched the ground, they found themselves outside the door of a little cottage, which they knew very well, for it was only just within the wood that bordered on their village. Hand in hand they ran home as fast as they could. When they reached a little gate that led into her father's grounds, Richard bade Alice good-bye. The tears came in her eyes. Richard and she seemed to have grown quite man and woman in Fairyland, and they did not want to part now, but they felt that they must. So Alice ran in the back way and reached her own room before anyone had missed her. Indeed, the last of the red had not quite faded from the west. As Richard crossed the market-place on his way home, he saw an umbrella man just selling the last of his umbrellas. He thought the man gave him a queer look as he passed, and felt very much inclined to punch his head. But remembering how useless it had been to punch the goblin's head, he thought it better not. In reward of their courage, the Fairy Queen sent them permission to visit Fairyland as often as they pleased, and no goblin or fairy was allowed to interfere with them. For Peaseblossom and Toadstool, they were both banished from court and compelled to live together for 7 years in an old tree that had just one green leaf upon it. Toadstool did not mind it much, but Peaseblossom did. The Carasoyn. Once upon a time there lived in a valley in Scotland a boy about 12 years of age, the son of a shepherd. His mother was dead, and he had no sister or brother. His father was out all day on the hills with his sheep, but when he came home at night, he was as sure of finding the cottage neat and clean, the floor swept, a bright fire, and his supper waiting for him, as if he had had a wife and daughter to look after his household, instead of only a boy. Therefore, although Colin could only read and write, he knew nothing of figures. He was 10 times wiser and more capable of learning anything than if he had been at school all his days. He was never at a loss when anything had to be done. Somehow he always blundered into the straight road to his end, while another would be putting on his shoes to look for it. And yet all the time that he was busiest working, he was busiest building castles in the air. I think the two ought always to go together. And so Colin was never overworked, but had plenty of time to himself. In winter, he spent it in reading by the fireside, or carving pieces of wood with his pocket-knife, and in summer he always went out for a ramble. His great delight was in a little stream which ran down the valley from the mountains above. Up this burn he would wander every afternoon with his hands in his pockets. He never got far, however, he was so absorbed in watching its antics. Sometimes he would sit on a rock, staring at the water as it hurried through the stones, scolding, expostulating, muttering, and always having its own way. Sometimes he would stop by a deep pool and watch the crimson-spotted trouts darting about as if their thoughts and not their tails sent them where they wanted to go. And when he stopped at the little cascade, tumbling smooth and shining over a hollowed rock, he seldom got beyond it. But there was one thing which always troubled him. It was that when the stream came near the cottage, it could find no other way than through the little yard where stood the cow-house and the pigsty, and there, not finding a suitable channel, spread abroad in a disconsolate manner, becoming rather a puddle than a brook, all defiled with the treading of the cloven feet of the cow and the pigs. In fact, it looked quite lost and ruined, so that even after it had, with much labour, got out of the yard again, it took a long time to gather itself together, and not quite succeeding, slipped away as if ashamed, with spent forces and poverty-stricken speed, till at length, meeting the friendly help of a rivulet coming straight from the hills, it gathered heart and bounded on afresh. "It can't be all that the cow drinks that makes the difference," said Colin to himself. "The pigs don't care about it. I do believe it's affronted at being dashed about. The cow isn't dirty, but she's rather stupid and inconsiderate. The pigs are dirty. Something must be done. Let me see." He reconnoitred the whole ground. Upon the other side of the house all was rock, through which he could not cut, and he was forced to the conclusion that the only other course for the stream to take lay right through the cottage. To most engineers this would have appeared the one course to be avoided, but Colin's heart danced at the thought of having his dear burn running right through the house. How cool it would be all the summer, how convenient for cooking, and how handy at meals, and then the music of it. How it would tell him stories and sing him to sleep at night. What a companion it would be when his father was away, and then he could bathe in it when he liked. In winter, to be sure, but winter was a long way off. The very next day his father went to the fair, so Colin set to work at once. It was not such a very difficult undertaking, for the walls of the cottage, and the floor as well, were of clay, the former nearly sun-dried into a brick, and the latter trampled hard, but still both assailable by pickaxe and spade. He cut through the walls and dug a channel along the floor, letting in stones in the bottom and sides. After it got out of the cottage and through the small garden in front, it should find its own way to the channel below, for here the hill was very steep. The same evening his father came home. "What have you been about, Colin?" he asked in great surprise, when he saw the trench in the floor. "Wait a minute, father," said Colin. till I have got your supper, and then I'll tell you." So when his father was seated at the table, Colin darted out, and hurrying up to the stream, broke through the bank just in the place whence a natural hollow led straight to the cottage. The stream dashed out like a wild creature from a cage, faster than he could follow, and shot through the wall of the cottage. His father gave a shout, and when Colin went in, he found him sitting with his spoon halfway to his mouth, and his eyes fixed on the muddy water which rushed foaming through his floor. "It will soon be clean, father," said Colin, "and then it will be so nice." His father made no answer, but continued staring. Colin went on with a long list of the advantages of having a brook running through your house. At length his father smiled and said, "You are a curious creature, Colin, but why shouldn't you have your fancies as well as older people? We'll try it a while, and then we'll see about it." The fact was, Colin's father had often thought what a lonely life the boy's was, and it seemed hard to take from him any pleasure he could have. So out rushed Colin at the front to see how the brook would take the shortest way headlong down the hill to its old channel. And to see it go tumbling down that hill was a sight worth living for. "It is a mercy," said Colin. "It has no neck to break, or it would break 20 times in a minute. It flings itself from rock to rock right down, just as I should like to do if it weren't for my neck." All that evening he was out and in without a moment's rest, now up to the beginning of the cut, now following the stream down to the cottage, then through the cottage and out again at the front door to see it dart across the garden and dash itself down the hill. At length his father told him he must go to bed. He took one more peep at the water, which was running quite clear now, and obeyed. His father followed him presently. The bed was about a couple of yards from the edge of the brook, and as Colin was always first up in the morning, he slept at the front of the bed. So he lay for some time, gazing at the faint glimmer of the water in the dull red light from the sod-covered fire, and listening to its sweet music as it hurried through to the night again, till its murmur changed into a lullaby and sung him fast asleep. Soon he found that he was coming awake again. He was lying listening to the sound of the busy stream, but it had gathered more sounds since he went to sleep amongst the rest, one of the boards knocking together, and a tiny chattering and sweet laughter, like the tinkling of heather bells. He opened his eyes. The moon was shining along the brook, lighting the smoky rafters above with its reflection from the water, which had been dammed back at its outlet from the cottage, so that it lay bank full and level with the floor. But its surface was hardly to be seen, save by an occasional glimmer, for the crowded boats of a fairy fleet which had just arrived. The sailors were as busy as sailors could be, mooring along the banks or running their boats high and dry on the shore. Some had little sails which glimmered white in the moonshine, half lowered, or blowing out in the light breeze that crept down the course of the stream. Some were pulling about through the rest, oars flashing, tiny voices calling, tiny feet running, tiny hands hauling at ropes that ran through blocks of shining ivory. On the shore stood groups of fairy ladies in all colours of the rainbow, green predominating, waited upon by gentlemen all in green, but with red and yellow feathers in their caps. The Queen had landed on the side next to Colin, and in a few minutes 20 dances were going at once along the shores of the fairy river, and there lay great Colin's face, just above the bedclothes, glowering at them like an ogre. At last, after a few dances, he heard a clear, sweet, ringing voice say, "I've had enough of this, I'm tired of doing like the big people. Let's have a game of hey cockalorum jig." That instant every group sprang asunder, and every fairy began a frolic on his own account. They scattered all over the cottage, and Colin lost sight of most of them. While he lay watching the antics of two of those near him, who behaved more like clowns at a fair than the gentlemen they had been a little while before, he heard a voice close to his ear, but though he looked everywhere about his pillow, he could see nothing. The voice stopped the moment he began to look, but began again as soon as he gave it up. "You can't see me. I'm talking to you through a hole in the head of your bed." "Don't look," said the voice. "If the Queen sees me, I shall be pinched. Oh, please don't." The voice sounded as if its owner would cry presently, so Colin took great care not to look. It went on. "Please, I am a little girl, not a fairy. The Queen stole me the minute I was born, 7 years ago, and I can't get away. I don't like the fairies. They are so silly, and they never grow any wiser. I grow wiser every year. I want to get back to my own people. They won't let me. They make me play at being somebody else all night long and sleep all day. That's what they do themselves, and I should so like to be myself. The Queen says that's not the way to be happy at all, but I do want very much to be a little girl. Do take me." "How am I to get you?" asked Colin in a whisper, which sounded, after the sweet voice of the changeling, like the wind in a field of dry beans. "The Queen is so pleased with you that she is sure to offer you something. Choose me. Here she comes." Immediately he heard another voice, shriller and stronger, in front of him, and looking about, saw standing on the edge of the bed a lovely little creature, with a crown glittering with jewels, and a rush for a sceptre in her hand, the blossom of which shone like a bunch of garnets. "You great staring creature," she said, "your eyes are much too big to see with. What clumsy hobgoblins you thick folk are." So saying, she laid her wand across Colin's eyes. "Now then, stupid," she said, and that instant Colin saw the room like a huge barn, full of creatures about 2 feet high. The beams overhead were crowded with fairies, playing all imaginable tricks, scrambling everywhere, knocking each other over, throwing dust and soot in each other's faces, grinning from behind corners, dropping on each other's necks and tripping up each other's heels. 2 had got hold of an empty eggshell, and coming behind one sitting on the edge of the table and laughing at someone on the floor, tumbled it right over him so that he was lost in the cavernous hollow. But the lady fairies mingled in none of these rough pranks. Their tricks were always graceful, and they had more to say than to do. But the moment the Queen had laid her wand across his eyes, she went on. "Know, son of a human mortal, that thou hast pleased a queen of the fairies. Lady as I am over the elements, I cannot have everything I desire. One thing thou hast given me. Years have I longed for a path down this rivulet to the ocean below. Your horrid farmyard, ever since your great-grandfather built this cottage, was the one obstacle. For we fairies hate dirt, not only in houses but in fields and woods as well, and above all in running streams. But I can't talk like this any longer. I tell you what, you are a dear good boy, and you shall have what you please. Ask me for anything you like." "May it please your Majesty," said Colin very deliberately, "I want a little girl that you carried away some 7 years ago the moment she was born. May it please your Majesty, I want her." "It does not please my Majesty," cried the Queen, whose face had been growing very black. "Ask for something else." "Then whether it pleases your Majesty or not," said Colin bravely, "I hold your Majesty to your word. I want that little girl, and that little girl I will have, and nothing else." "You dare to talk so to me, you thick?" "Yes, your Majesty." "Then you shan't have her." "Then I'll turn the brook right through the dunghill," said Colin. "Do you think I'll let you come into my cottage to play at high-jinks when you please, if you behave to me like this?" And Colin sat up in bed and looked the Queen in the face. And as he did so he caught sight of the loveliest little creature peeping round the corner at the foot of the bed. And he knew she was the little girl because she was quiet and looked frightened and was sucking her thumb. Then the Queen, seeing with whom she had to deal, and knowing that queens in Fairyland are bound by their word, began to try another plan with him. She put on her sweetest manner and looks, and as she did so, the little face at the foot of the bed grew more troubled, and the little head shook itself, and the little thumb dropped out of the little mouth. "Dear Colin," said the Queen, "you shall have the girl, but you must do something for me first." The little girl shook her head as fast as ever she could, but Colin was taken up with the Queen. "To be sure I will. What is it?" he said. And so he was bound by a new bargain, and was in the Queen's power. "You must fetch me a bottle of Carasoyn," said she. "What is that?" asked Colin. "A kind of wine that makes people happy." "Why, are you not happy already?" "No, Colin," answered the Queen with a sigh. "You have everything you want." "Except the Carasoyn," returned the Queen. "You do whatever you like and go wherever you please." "That's just it. I want something that I neither like nor please, that I don't know anything about. I want a bottle of Carasoyn." And here she cried like a spoilt child, not like a sorrowful woman. "But how am I to get it?" "I don't know. You must find out." "Oh, that's not fair," cried Colin. But the Queen burst into a fit of laughter that sounded like the bells of 100 frolicking sheep, and bounding away to the side of the river, jumped on board of her boat, and like a swarm of bees gathered the courtiers and sailors, 2 creeping out of the bellows, 1 at the nozzle and the other at the valve, 3 out of the basket hilt of the broadsword on the wall, 6 all white out of the meal tub, and so from all parts of the cottage to the riverside. And amongst them Colin spied the little girl creeping on board the Queen's boat, with her pinafore to her eyes, and the Queen was shaking her fist at her. In 5 minutes more they had all scrambled into the boats, and the whole fleet was in motion down the stream. In another moment the cottage was empty, and everything had returned to its usual size. "They'll be all dashed to pieces on the rocks," cried Colin, jumping up and running into the garden. When he reached the fall, there was nothing to be seen but the swift plunge and rush of the broken water in the moonlight. He thought he heard cries and shouts coming up from below, and fancied he could distinguish the sobs of the little maiden whom he had so foolishly lost. But the sounds might be only those of the water, for to the different voices of a running stream there is no end. He followed its course all the way to its old channel, but saw nothing to indicate any disaster. Then he crept back to his bed, where he lay thinking what a fool he had been, till he cried himself to sleep over the little girl who would never grow into a woman. In the morning, however, his courage had returned, for the word Carasoyn was always saying itself in his brain. People in fairy stories, he said, always find what they want. Why should not I find this Carasoyn? It does not seem likely, but the world doesn't go round by likely, so I will try. But how was he to begin? When Colin did not know what to do, he always did something. So as soon as his father was gone to the hill, he wandered up the stream down which the fairies had come. But I needn't go on so, he said, for if the Carasoyn grew in the fairies' country, the queen would know how to get it. All at once he remembered how he had lost himself on the moor when he was a little boy, and had gone into a hut and found there an old woman spinning. And she had told him such stories and shown him the way home. So he thought she might be able to help him now, for he remembered that she was very old then, and must be older and still wiser now. And he resolved to go and look for the hut, and ask the old woman what he was to do. So he left the stream and climbed the hill, and soon came upon a desolate moor. The sun was clouded, and the wind was cold, and everything looked dreary, and there was no sign of a hut anywhere. He wandered on, looking for it, and all at once found that he had forgotten the way back. At the same instant he saw the hut right before him, and then he remembered it was when he had lost himself that he saw it the former time. It seems the way to find some things is to lose yourself, said he to himself. He went up to the cottage, which was like a large beehive built of turf, and knocked at the door. "Come in, Colin," said a voice, and he entered, stooping low. The old woman sat by a little fire, spinning after the old fashion, with a distaff and spindle. She stopped the moment he went in. "Come and sit down by the fire," she said, "and tell me what you want." Then Colin saw that she had no eyes. "I am very sorry you are blind," he said. "Never you mind that, my dear. I see more than you do for all my blindness. Tell me what you want, and I shall see at least what I can do for you." "How do you know I want anything?" asked Colin. "Now that's what I don't like," said the old woman. "Why do you waste words? Words should not be wasted any more than crumbs." "I beg your pardon," returned Colin. "I will tell you all about it." And so he told her the whole story. "Oh, those children," said the old woman. "They are always doing some mischief. They never know how to enjoy themselves without hurting somebody or other. I really must give that queen a bit of my mind. Well, my dear, I like you, and I will tell you what must be done. You shall carry the silly queen her bottle of Carasoyn, but she won't like it when she gets it, I can tell her. That's my business. However, first of all, Colin, you must dream 3 days without sleeping. Next, you must work 3 days without dreaming. And last, you must work and dream 3 days together." "How am I to do all that?" "I will help you all I can, but a great deal will depend on yourself. In the meantime, you must have something to eat." So saying, she rose, and going to a corner behind her bed, returned with a large golden-coloured egg in her hand. This she laid on the hearth, and covered over with hot ashes. She then chatted away to Colin about his father and the sheep, and the cow and the housework, and showed that she knew all about him. At length she drew the ashes off the egg, and put it on the plate. "It shines like silver now," said Colin. "That is a sign it is quite done," said she, and set it before him. Colin had never tasted anything half so nice, and he had never seen such a quantity of meat in an egg. Before he had finished it, he had made a hearty meal, but in the meantime the old woman said, "Shall I tell you a story while you have your dinner?" "Oh, yes, please do," answered Colin. "You told me such stories before." "Jenny," said the old woman, "my wool is all done. Get me some more." And from behind the bed out came a sober-coloured but large and beautifully shaped hen. She walked sedately across the floor, putting down her feet daintily, like a prim matron as she was, and stopping by the door, gave a cluck cluck. "Oh, the door is shut, is it?" said the old woman. "Let me open it," said Colin. "Do, my dear." "What are all those white things?" he asked, for the cottage stood in the middle of a great bed of grass with white tops. "Those are my sheep," said the old woman. "You will see." Into the grass Jenny walked, and stretching up her neck, gathered the white woolly stuff in her beak. When she had as much as she could hold, she came back and dropped it on the floor, then picked the seeds out and swallowed them, and went back for more. The old woman took the wool, and fastening it on her distaff, began to spin, giving the spindle a twirl, and then dropping it and drawing out the thread from the distaff. But as soon as the spindle began to twirl, it began to sparkle all the colours of the rainbow that it was a delight to see. And the hands of the woman, instead of being old and wrinkled, were young and long-fingered and fair, and they drew out the wool, and the spindle spun and flashed, and the hen kept going out and in, bringing wool and swallowing the seeds, and the old woman kept telling Colin one story after another, till he thought he could sit there all his life and listen. Sometimes it seemed the spindle that was flashing them, sometimes the long fingers that were spinning them, and sometimes the hen that was gathering them off the roads of the long dry grass and bringing them in her beak and laying them down on the floor. All at once the spindle grew slower and gradually ceased turning. The fingers stopped drawing out the thread, the hen retreated behind the bed, and the voice of the blind woman was silent. "I suppose it is time for me to go," said Colin. "Yes, it is," answered his hostess. "Please tell me then, how am I to dream 3 days without sleeping?" "That's over," said the old woman. "You've just finished that part. I told you I would help you all I could." "Have I been here 3 days then?" asked Colin in astonishment. "And nights too, and I and Jenny and the spindle are quite tired and want to sleep. Jenny has got 3 eggs to lay besides. Make haste, my boy." "Please, then tell me what I am to do next." "Jenny will put you in the way. When you come where you are going, you will tell them that the old woman with the spindle desires them to lift Cumberbone Crag a yard higher, and to send a flue under Stone Starvit Moss. Jenny, show Colin the way." Jenny came out with a surly cluck, and led him a good way across the heath, by a path only a hen could have found. But she turned suddenly, and walked home again. Colin could just perceive something suggestive of a track, which he followed till the sun went down. Then he saw a dim light before him, keeping his eye upon which he came at last to a smithy where, looking in at the open door, he saw a huge hump-backed smith working a forehammer in each hand. He grinned out of the middle of his breast when he saw Colin and said, come in, my youngsters will be glad of you." He was an awful-looking creature with a great hare lip and a red ball for a nose. Whatever he did speak, or laugh, or sneeze, he did not stop working one moment. As often as the sparks flew in his face, he snapped at them with his eyes, which were the colour of a half-dead coal, now with this one, now with that, and the more sparks they got into them, the brighter his eyes grew. The moment Colin entered, he took a huge bar of iron from the furnace, and began laying on it so with his 2 forehammers that he disappeared in a cloud of sparks, and Colin had to shut his eyes and be glad to escape with a few burns on his face and hands. When he had beaten the iron till it was nearly black, the smith put it in the fire again and called out 100 odd names. "Here, Gob, Shag, Latchet, Liquor, Freestone, Grey Wacket, Mousetrap, Potato Pot, Blob, Blotch, Blunker." And ever as he called, one dwarf after another came tumbling out of the chimney, in the corner of which the fire was roaring. They crowded about Colin and began to make hideous faces and spit fire at him, but he kept a bold countenance. At length one pinched him, and he could not stand that, but struck him hard on the head. He thought he had knocked his own hand to pieces, it gave him such a jar, and the head rung like an iron pot. "Come, come, young man," cried the smith, "you keep your hands off my children." "Tell them to keep their hands off me then," said Colin, and calling to mind his message, just as they began to crowd about him again with yet more spiteful looks, he added, "Here, you imps, I won't stand it longer. Get to your work directly. The old woman with the spindle says you're to lift Cumberbone Crag a yard higher, and to send a flue under Stone Starvit Moss." In a moment they had vanished in the chimney. In a moment more the smithy rocked to its foundations, but the smith took no notice, only worked more furiously than ever. Then came a great crack, and a shock that threw Colin on the floor. The smith reeled, but never lost hold of his hammers or missed a blow on the anvil. "Those boys will do themselves a mischief," he said, then turning to Colin, "Here, you, sir, take that hammer. This is no safe place for idle people. If you don't work, you'll be knocked to pieces in no time." The same moment there came a wind from the chimney that blew all the fire into the middle of the smithy. The smith dashed up upon the forge and rushed out of sight. Presently he returned with one of the goblins under his arm, kicking and screaming, laid his ugly head down on the anvil where he held him by the neck, and hit him a great blow with his hammer above the ear. The hammer rebounded, and the goblin gave a shriek, and the smith flung him into the chimney, saying, "That's the only way to serve him. You'll be more careful for one while, I guess, Slobberkin." And thereupon he took up his other hammer and began to work again, saying to Colin, "Now, young man, as long as you get a blow with your hammer in for every one of mine, you'll be quite safe. But if you stop or lose the beat, I won't be answerable to the old woman with the spindle for the consequences." Colin took up the hammer and did his best, but he soon found that he had never known what it was to work. The smith worked a hammer in each hand, and it was all Colin could do to work his little hammer with both his hands, so it was a terrible exertion to put in blow for blow with the smith. Once, when he lost the time, the smith's forehammer came down on the head of his, beat it flat on the anvil, and flung the handle to the other end of the smithy, where it struck the wall like the report of a cannon. "I told you," said the smith. "There's another. Make haste, for the boys will be in want of you and me too before they get Cumberbone Crag half a foot higher." Presently in came the biggest headed of the family, out of the chimney. 6-foot wedges and a 3-yard crowbar, he said, or Cumberbone will cumber our bones presently. The smith rushed behind the bellows, brought out a bar of iron 3 inches thick or so, cut off 3 yards, put the end in the fire, blew with might and main, and brought it out as white as paper. He and Colin then laid upon it till the end was flattened to an edge, which the smith turned up a little. He then handed the tool to the imp. "Here, Gob," he said, "run with it, and the wedges will be ready by the time you come back." Then to the wedges they set, and Colin worked like 3. He never knew how he could work before. Not a moment's pause, except when the smith was at the forge for another glowing mass. And yet, to Colin's amazement, the more he worked, the stronger he seemed to grow. Instead of being worn out, the moment he had got his breath, he wanted to be at it again, and he felt as if he had grown twice the size since he took hammer in hand. And the goblins kept running in and out all the time, now for one thing, now for another. Colin thought if they made use of all the tools they fetched, they must be working very hard indeed. And the convulsions felt in the smithy bore witness to their exertions somewhere in the neighbourhood. And the longer they worked together, the more friendly grew the smith. At length he said his words, always adding energy to his blows. "What does the old woman want to improve stone-starved moss for?" "I didn't know she did want to improve it," returned Colin. "Why, anybody may see that. First she wants Cumberbone Crag a yard higher, just enough to send the north-east blast over the moss without touching it. Then she wants a hot flue passed under it. Plain as a forehammer. What did you ask her to do for you? She's always doing things for people and making my bones ache." "You don't seem to mind it much, though, sir," said Colin. "No more I do," answered the smith, with a blow that drove the anvil halfway into the earth, from which it took him some trouble to drag it out again. "But I want to know what she is after now." So Colin told him all he knew about it, which was merely his own story. I see," said the smith. "It's all moonshine, but we must do as she says notwithstanding. And now it is my turn to give you a lift, for you have worked well. As soon as you leave the smithy, go straight to stone-starved moss. Get on the highest part of it, make a circle 3 yards across, and dig a trench round it. I will give you a spade. At the end of the first day, you will see a vine break the earth. By the end of the second, it will be creeping all over the circle. And by the end of the 3rd day, the grapes will be ripe. Squeeze them one by one into a bottle. I will give you a bottle till it is full. Cork it up tight, and by the time the queen comes for it, it will be Carasoyn." "Oh, thank you, cried Colin. "When am I to go?" "As soon as the boys have lifted Cumberbone Crag and bored the flue under the moss. It is of no use till then." "Well, I'll go on with my work," said Colin, and struck away at the anvil. In a minute or two in came the same goblin, whose head his father had hammered, and said respectfully, "It's all right, sir. The boys are gathering their tools, and will be home to supper directly." "Are you sure you have lifted the crag a yard?" said the smith. "Slumpkin says it's a half-inch over the yard. Grungle says it's 3/4, but that won't matter, will it?" "No, I dare say not. But it is much better to be accurate. Is the flue done?" "Yes, we managed that partly in lifting the crag." "Very well. How's your head?" "It rings a little."
Let it ring you a lesson then, Slobberkin, in future.
Yes, sir.
Now, master, you may go when you like, said the smith to Colin. With nothing here you can eat, I am sorry to say.
Oh, I don't mind that. I'm not very hungry, but the old woman with the spindle said I was to work 3 days without dreaming.
Well, you haven't been dreaming, have you?
And the smith looked quite furious as he put the question, lifting his forehammer as if he would serve Colin like Slobberkin. No, that I haven't, answered Colin. You took good care of that, sir. The smith actually smiled.
Then go along, he said. It is all right.
But I've only worked
3 whole days and nights, interrupted the smith. Get along with you. The boys will bother you if you don't. Here's your spade, and here's your bottle.
Colin did not need a hint more, but was out at the smithy in a moment. He turned, however, to ask the way. There was nothing in sight but a great heap of peats which had been dug out of the moss and was standing there to dry. Could he be on Stone Starvet Moss already? The sun was just setting. He would look out for the highest point at once, so he kept climbing, and at last reached a spot whence he could see all round him for a long way. Surely that must be Cumberbone Crag looking down on him. And there at his feet lay one of Jenny's eggs, as bright as silver. And there was a little path trodden and scratched by Jenny's feet, enclosing a circle just the size the smith told him to make. He set to work at once, ate Jenny's egg, and then dug the trench. Those 3 days were the happiest he had ever known, for he understood everything he did himself, and all that everything was doing round about him. He saw what the rushes were, and why the blossom came out at the side, and why it was russet-coloured, and why the pitch was white and the skin green. And he said to himself, if I were a rush now, that's just how I should make a point of growing. And he knew how the heather felt with its cold roots, and its head of purple bells, and the wise-looking cotton grass, which the old woman called her sheep, and the white beard of which she spun into thread. And he knew what she spun it for, namely, to weave it into lovely white cloth, of which to make nightgowns for all the good people that were like to die. For one with one of these nightgowns upon him never died, but was laid in a beautiful white bed, and the door was closed upon him, and no noise came near him. And he lay there, dreaming lovely cool dreams, till the world was turned round, and was ready for him to get up again and do something. He felt the wind playing with every blade of grass in his charmed circle. He felt the rays of heat shooting up from the hot flue beneath the moss. He knew the moment when the vine was going to break from the earth, and he felt the juices gathering and flowing from the roots into the grapes. And all the time he seemed at home, tending the cow, or making his father's supper, or reading a fairy tale, as he sat waiting for him to come home. At length the evening of the 3rd day arrived. Colin squeezed the rich red grapes into his bottle, corked it, shouldered his spade, and turned homewards, guided by a peak which he knew in the distance. After walking all night in the moonlight, he came at length upon a place which he recognized, and so down upon the brook which he followed home. He met his father going out with his sheep. Great was his delight to see Colin again, for he had been dreadfully anxious about him. Colin told him the whole story, and as at that time marvels were much easier to believe than they are now, Colin's father did not laugh at him, but went away to the hills thinking, while Colin went on to the cottage, where he found plenty to do, having been 9 days gone. He laid the bottle carefully away with his Sunday clothes, and set about everything just as usual. But though the fairy brook was running merrily as ever through the cottage, and although Colin watched late every night, and latest when the moon shone, no fairy fleet came glimmering and dancing in along the stream. Autumn was there at length, and cold fogs began to rise in the cottage, and so Colin turned the brook into its old course, and filled up the breaches in the walls and the channel along the floor, making all close against the blasts of winter. But he had never known such a weary winter before. He could not help constantly thinking how cold the little girl must be, and how she would be saying to herself, "I wish Colin hadn't been so silly and lost me." But at last the spring came, and after the spring, the summer, and the very first warm day, Colin took his spade and pickaxe, and down rushed the stream once more, singing and bounding into the cottage. Colin was even more delighted than he had been the first time, and he watched late into the night, but there came neither moon nor fairy fleet, and more than a week passed thus. At length, on the 9th night, Colin, who had just fallen asleep, opened his eyes with sudden wakefulness, and behold, the room was all in a glimmer with moonshine and fairy glitter. The boats were rocking on the water, and the Queen and her court had landed and were dancing merrily on the earthen floor. He lost no time. "Queen, Queen," he said, "I've got your bottle of Carasoyn." The dance ceased in a moment, and the Queen bounded upon the edge of his bed. "I can't bear the look of your great glaring ugly eyes," she said. "I must make you less before I can talk to you." So once more she laid her rush wand across his eyes, whereupon Colin saw them all 6 times the size they were before, and the Queen went on. "Where is the Carasoyn? Give it to me." "It is in my box under the bed. If your Majesty will stand out of the way, I will get it for you." The Queen jumped on the floor, and Colin, leaning from the bed, pulled out his little box and got out the bottle. "There it is, your Majesty," he said, but not offering it to her. "Give it to me directly," said the Queen, holding out her hand. "First, give me my little girl," returned Colin boldly. "Do you dare to bargain with me?" said the Queen angrily. "Your Majesty deigned to bargain with me first," said Colin. "But since then you tried to break all our necks. You made a wicked cataract out of there on the other side of the garden. Our boats were all dashed to pieces, and we had to wait till our horses were fetched. If I had been killed, you couldn't have held me to my bargain, and I won't hold to it now." "If you chose to go down my cataract," began Colin. "Your cataract?" cried the Queen. "All the waters that run from Loch Lonely are mine, I can tell you, all the way to the sea, except where they run through farmyards, your Majesty." "I'll rout you out of the country," said the Queen. "Meantime, I'll put the bottle in the chest again," returned Colin. The Queen bit her lips with vexation. "Come here, changeling," she cried at length in a flattering tone, and the little girl came slowly up to her and stood staring at Colin with the tears in her eyes. "Give me your hand, little girl," said he, holding out his. She did so. It was cold as ice. "Let go her hand," said the Queen. "I won't," said Colin. "She's mine." "Give me the bottle then," said the Queen. "Don't," said the child, but it was too late. The Queen had it. "Keep your girl," she cried with an ugly laugh. "Yes, keep me," cried the child. The cry ended in a hiss. Colin felt something slimy wriggling in his grasp, and looking down, saw that instead of a little girl, he was holding a great writhing worm. He had almost flung it from him, but recovering himself, he grasped it tighter. "If it's a snake, I'll choke it," he said. "If it's a girl, I'll keep her." The same instant it changed to a little white rabbit, which looked him piteously in the face, and pulled to get its little forefoot out of his hand. But though he tried not to hurt it, Colin would not let it go. Then the rabbit changed to a great black cat with eyes that flashed green fire. She sputtered and spit and swelled her tail, but all to no purpose. Colin held fast. Then it was a wood pigeon, struggling and fluttering in terror to get its wing out of his hold, but Colin still held fast. All this time the queen had been getting the cork out. The moment it yielded, she gave a scream and dropped the bottle. The Carasoyn ran out, and a strange odour filled the cottage. The queen stood shivering and sobbing beside the bottle, and all her court came about her, and shivered and sobbed too, and their faces grew ancient and wrinkled. Then the queen, bending and tottering like an old woman, led the way to the boats, and her courtiers followed her, limping and creeping and distorted. Colin stared in amazement. He saw them all go aboard, and he heard the sound of them like a far-off company of men and women crying bitterly. And away they floated down the stream, the rowers dipping no oar, but bending, weeping over them, and letting the boats drift along the stream. They vanished from his sight, and the rush of the cataract came up on the night wind, louder than he had ever heard it before. But alas, when he came to himself, he found his hand relaxed, and the dove flown. Once more there was nothing left but to cry himself asleep, as he well might. In the morning he rose very wretched, but the moment he entered the cow-house, there, beside the cow on a milking stool, sat a lovely little girl, with just one white garment on her, crying bitterly. "I am so cold," she said, sobbing. He caught her up, ran with her into the house, put her into the bed, and ran back to the cow for a bowl of warm milk. This she drank eagerly, laid her head down, and fell fast asleep. Then Colin saw that though she must be 8 years old by her own account, her face was scarcely older than that of a baby of as many months. When his father came home, you may be sure he stared to see the child in the bed. Colin told him what had happened, but his father said he had met a troop of gypsies on the hill that morning. "And you were always a dreamer, Colin, even before you could speak." "But don't you smell the Carasoyn still?" said Colin. "I do smell something very pleasant, to be sure," returned his father, "but I think it is the wallflower on the top of the garden wall. What a blossom there is of it this year! I am sure there is nothing sweeter in all fairyland, Colin." Colin allowed that. The little girl slept for 3 whole days, and for 3 days more she never said another word than, "I am so cold." But after that she began to revive a little, and to take notice of things about her. For 3 weeks she would taste nothing but milk from the cow, and would not move from the chimney corner. By degrees, however, she began to help Colin a little with his housework, and as she did so, her face gathered more and more expression, and she made such progress that by the end of 3 months she could do everything as well as Colin himself, and certainly more neatly. Whereupon he gave up his duties to her and went out with his father to learn the calling of a shepherd. Thus things went on for 3 years, and Fairy, as they called her, grew lovelier every day, and looked up to Colin more and more every day. At the end of the 3 years, his father sent him to an old friend of his, a schoolmaster. Before he left, he made Fairy promise never to go near the brook after sundown. He had turned it into its old channel the very day she came to them, and he begged his father especially to look after her when the moon was high, for then she grew very restless and strange, and her eyes looked as if she saw things other people could not see. When the end of the other 3 years had come, the schoolmaster would not let Colin go home, but insisted on sending him to college, and there he remained for 3 years more. When he returned at the end of that time, he found Fairy so beautiful and so wise that he fell dreadfully in love with her. And Fairy found out that she had been in love with him since ever so long she did not know how long, and Colin's father agreed that they should be married as soon as Colin should have a house to take her to. So Colin went away to London and worked very hard, till at last he managed to get a little cottage in Devonshire to live in. Then he went back to Scotland and married Fairy. And he was very glad to get her away from the neighbourhood of a queen who was not to be depended upon. Those fairies had for a long time been doing wicked things. They had played many ill-natured pranks upon the human mortals, had stolen children upon whom they had no claim, had refused to deliver them up when they were demanded of them, had even terrified infants in their cradles, and, final proof of moral declension in fairies, had attempted to get rid of the obligations of their word by all kinds of trickery and false logic. It was not till they had sunk thus low that their queen began to long for the Carasoyn. She, no more than if she had been a daughter of Adam, could be happy while going on in that way, and therefore, having heard of its marvellous virtues, and thinking it would stop her growing misery, she tried hard to procure it. For 100 years she had tried in vain. Not till Colin arose did she succeed. But the Carasoyn was only for really good people, and therefore, when the iron bottle which contained it was uncorked, she and all her attendants were, by the vapours thereof, suddenly changed into old men and women fairies. They crowded away weeping and lamenting, and Colin had as yet seen them no more. For when the wickedness of any fairy tribe reaches its climax, the punishment that falls upon them is that they are compelled to leave that part of the country where they and their ancestors have lived for more years than they can count, and wander away, driven by an inward restlessness, ever longing after the country they have left, but never able to turn round and go back to it, always thinking they will do so tomorrow, but when tomorrow comes, saying tomorrow again, till at last they find not their old home, but the place of their doom, that is, a place where their restlessness leaves them, and they find they can remain. This partial repose, however, springs from no satisfaction with the place. It is only that their inward doom ceases to drive them further. They sit down to weep, and to long after the country they have left. This is not because the country to which they have been driven is ugly, and inclement it may or may not be such. It is simply because it is not their country. If it would be, and it must be, torture to the fairy of a harebell to go and live in a hyacinth, a torture quite analogous to which many human beings undergo from their birth to their death, and some of them longer. For anything I can think what it must be for the tribe of fairies to have to go and live in a country quite different from that in and for which they were born. To the whole tribe, the country is what the flower is to the individual, and when a fairy is born to whom the whole country is what the individual flower is to the individual fairy, then the fairy is king or queen of the fairies, and always makes a new nursery rhyme for the young fairies, which is never forgotten. When, therefore, a tribe is banished, it is long before they can settle themselves into their new quarters. Their clothes do not fit them, as it were. They are constantly wriggling themselves into harmony with their new circumstances, which is only another word for clothes, and never quite succeeding. It is their punishment and something more. Consequently, their temper is not always of the evenest. Indeed, and in a word, they are as like human mortals as may well be, considering the differences between them. In the present case, you would say it was surely no great hardship to be banished from the heathy hills, the bare rocks, the wee trotting burnies of Scotland, to the rich valleys, the wooded shores, the great rivers, the grand ocean of the south of Devon. You may say they could not have been very wicked when this was all their punishment. If you do, you must have studied the human mortals to no great purpose. You do not believe that a man may be punished by being made very rich? I do. Anyhow, these fairies were not of your opinion, for they were in it. In the splendour of their Devon banishment, they sighed for their bare Scotland. Under the leafy foliage of the Devonshire valleys, with the purple and green ocean before them, that had seen ships of 1,000 bills, or on the shore, rich with shells and many-coloured creatures, they longed for the clear, cold, pensive, open sides of the far-stretching heathy sweeps, to which a grey, wild, torn sea, with memories only of Norsemen, whales and mermaids, cried aloud. For the big rivers, on which reposed great old hulks scarred with battle, they longed after the rocks and stones, and rowan and birch trees of the solitary burns. The country they had left might be an ill-favoured thing, but it was their own. Now, that which happens to the aspect of a country when the fairies leave it, is that a kind of deadness falls over the landscape. The traveller feels the wind as before, but it does not seem to refresh him. The child sighs over his daisy chain, and cannot find a red-tipped one amongst all that he has gathered. The cowslips have not half the honey in them. The wasps outnumber the bees. The horses come from the plough more tired at night, hanging their heads to their very hoofs as they plod homewards. The youth and the maiden, though perfectly happy when they meet, find the road to and from the trysting place unaccountably long and dreary. The hawthorn blossom is neither so white nor so red as it used to be, and the dark, rough bark looks through and makes it ragged. The day is neither so warm nor the night so friendly as before. In a word, that something which no one can describe or be content to go without is missing. Everything is commonplace. Everything falls short of one's expectations. But it does not follow that the country to which the fairies are banished is so much richer and more beautiful for their presence. If that country has its own fairies, it needs no more, and Devon, in especial, has been rich in fairies from the time of the Phoenicians, and ever so long before that. But supposing there were no aborigines left to quarrel with, it takes centuries before the new immigration can fit itself into its new home. Until this comes about, the queerest things are constantly happening. For however could a convolvulus grow right with the soul of a Canterbury bell inside it, for instance? The banished fairies are forced to do the best they can, and take the flowers the nearest they can find. When Colin and his wife settled then in their farmhouse, the same tribe of fairies was already in the neighbourhood, and was not long in discovering who had come after them. An assembly was immediately called. Something must be done, but what was disputed. Most of them thought only of revenge to be taken upon the children, but the Queen hesitated. Perhaps her sufferings had done her good. She suggested that before coming to any conclusion they should wait and watch the household. In consequence of this resolution, they began to frequent the house constantly, and sometimes in great numbers. But for a long time they could do the children no mischief. Whatever they tried turned out to their amusement. They were 3, 2 girls and a boy, the girls 9 and 8, and the boy 3 years old. When they succeeded in enticing them beyond the home boundaries, they would at one time be seized with an unaccountable panic, and turn and scurry home without knowing why. At another, a great butterfly or dragonfly, or some other winged and lovely creature, would dart past them, and away towards the house, and they after it scampering, or the voice of their mother would be heard calling from the door. But at last their opportunity arrived. One day the children were having such a game. The sisters had blindfolded their little brother, and were carrying him now on their backs, now in their arms, all about the place, now up the stairs, talking about the rugged mountain paths they were climbing, now down again, filling him with the fancy that they were descending into a narrow valley. Then they would set the tap of a rain-water barrel running, and represent that they were travelling along the bank of a rivulet. Now they were threading the depths of a great forest, and when the low of a cow reached them from the nigh field, that was the roaring of a lion or a tiger. At length they reached a lake, into which the rivulet ran, and then it was necessary to take off his shoes and socks, that he might skim over the water on his bare feet, which they dipped and dabbled now in this tub, now in that, standing for farm and household purposes by the water-butt. The sisters kept their own imaginations alive by carrying him through all the strange places inside and outside of the house. When they told him they were ascending a precipice, they were, in fact, climbing a rather difficult ladder up to the door of the hayloft. When they told him they were traversing a pathless desert, they were, in fact, in a vast empty place, a wide floor, used sometimes as a granary, with the rafters of the roof coming down to it on both sides, a place abundantly potent in their feelings to the generation of the desert in his. When they were wandering through a trackless forest, they were, in fact, winding about amongst the trees of a large orchard, which in the moonlight was vast enough for the fancy of any child. Had they uncovered his eyes at any moment, he would only have been seized with a wonder and awe of another sort, more overwhelming because more real, and more strange because not even in part bodied forth from his own brain. In the course of the story, and while they bore the barefooted child through the orchard, telling him they saw the fairies gliding about everywhere through the trees, not thinking that he believed every word they told him, they set him down, and the child suddenly opened his eyes. His sisters were gone. The moon was staring at him out of the sky, through the mossy branches of the apple trees, which he thought looked like old women all about him, they were so thin and bony. When the sisters, who had only for a moment run behind some of the trees, that they might cause him additional amazement, returned, he was gone. There was terrible lamentation in the house, but his father and mother, who were experienced in such matters, knew that the fairies must be in it, and cherished a hope that their son would yet be restored to them, though all their endeavours to find him were unavailing. The father thought over many plans, but never came upon the right one. He did not know that they were the same tribe which had before carried away his wife when she was an infant. If he had, they might have done something sooner. At length one night, towards the close of 7 years, about 12 o'clock, Colin suddenly opened his eyes, for he had been fast asleep and dreaming, and saw a few grotesque figures which he thought he must have seen before, dancing on the floor between him and the nearly extinguished fire. One of them had a violin, But when Colin first saw him, he was not playing. Another of them was singing, and thus keeping the dance in time. This was what he sang, evidently addressed to the fiddler, who stood in the centre of the dance. Peterkin, Peterkin, tall and thin, what have you done with his cheek and his chin? What have you done with his ear and his eye? Hearken, hearken, and hear him cry. Here Peterkin put his fiddle to his neck, and drew from it a wail just like the cry of a child, at which the dancers danced more furiously. Then he went on playing the tune the other had just sung, in accompaniment to his own reply. Silver snout, short and stout, I have cut them off and plucked them out, and salted them down in the Kelpie's pool, because Papa Colin is such a fool. Then the fiddle cried like a child again, and they danced more wildly than ever. Colin, filled with horror, although he did not more than half believe what they were saying, sat up in bed and stared at them with fierce eyes, waiting to hear what they would say next. Silver Snout now resumed his part. Ho, 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 and if he don't know, and fished them out of the pool so. Here they all pretended to be hauling in a net as they danced. Before the end of the 7 long years, sweet babe will be left without eyes or ears. Then Peterkin replied, Sweet babe will be left without cheek or chin, only a hole to put porridge in, porridge and milk and haggis and cakes. Sweet babe will gobble till his stomach aches. From this last verse, Colin knew that they must be Scotch fairies, and all at once recollected their figures as belonging to the multitude he had once seen frolicking in his father's cottage. It was now Silver Snout's turn. He began, but never more shall Colin see sweet babe again upon his knee, with or without his cheek or chin, except— Here Silver Snout caught sight of Colin's face, staring at him from the bed, and with a shriek of laughter they all vanished, the tones of Peterkin's fiddle trailing after them through the darkness, like the train of a shooting star. Now Colin had got the better of these fairies once, not by his own skill, but by the help that other powers had afforded him. What were those powers? First, the old woman on the heath. Indeed, he might attribute it all to her. He would go back to Scotland and look for her and find her. But the old woman was never found except by the seeker losing himself. It could not be done otherwise. She would cease to be the old woman and become her own hen, if ever the moment arrived when any one found her without losing himself. And Colin, since that time, had wandered so much all over the moor, wide as it was, that lay above his father's cottage, that he did not believe he was able to lose himself there any more. He had yet to learn that it did not so much matter where he lost himself, provided only he was lost. Just at this time Colin's purse was nearly empty, and he set out to borrow the money of a friend who lived on the other side of Dartmoor. When he got there, he found that he had gone from home. Unable to rest, he set out again to return. It was almost night when he started, and before he had got many miles into the moor, it was dark, for there was no moon, and it was so cloudy that he could not see the stars. He thought he knew the way quite well, but as the track even in daylight was in certain places very indistinct, it was no wonder that he strayed from it, and found that he had lost himself. The same moment that he became aware of this, he saw a light away to the left. He turned towards it and found it proceeded from a little hive-like hut, the door of which stood open. When he was within a yard or two of it, he heard a voice say, "Come in, Colin, I'm waiting for you." Colin obeyed at once, and found the old woman seated with her spindle and distaff, just as he had seen her when he was a boy on the moor above his father's cottage. "How do you do, mother?" he said. "I am always quite well. Never ask me that question." "Well then, I won't any more," returned Colin. "But I thought you lived in Scotland." "I don't live anywhere, but those that will do as I tell them will always find me when they want me." "Do you see yet, mother?" "See? I always see so well that it is not worth while to burn eye light. So I let them go out. They were expensive." Where her eyes should have been, there was nothing but wrinkles. "What do you want?" she resumed. "I want my child. The fairies have got him." "I know that." "And they have taken out his eyes." "I can make him see without them." "And they've cut off his ears," said Colin. "He can hear without them." "And they've salted down his cheek and his chin." "Now, I don't believe that," said the old woman. "I heard them say so myself," returned Colin. "Those fairies are worse liars than any I know, but something must be done. Sit down and I'll tell you a story." "There's only 9 days of the 7 years left," said Colin, in a tone of expostulation. "I know that as well as you," answered the old woman. "Therefore I say, there is not time to be lost. Sit down and listen to my story. Here, Jenny." The hen came pacing solemnly out from under the bed. "Off to the sheep shearing, Jenny, and make haste, for I must spin faster than usual. There are but 9 days left." Jenny ran out at the door with her head on a level with her tail, as if the kite had been after her. In a few moments she returned with a bunch of wool, as they called it, though it was only cotton from the cotton grass that grew all about the cottage, nearly as big as herself, in her bill, and then darted away for more. The old woman fastened it on her distaff, drew out a thread to her spindle, and then began to spin. And as she spun, she told her story fast, fast, and Jenny kept scampering out and in, and by the time Colin thought it must be midnight, the story was told, and 7 of the 9 days were over. "Colin," said the old woman, "now that you know all about it, you must set off at once." "I am ready," answered Colin, rising. "Keep on the road. Jenny will show you till you come to the cobbler's. Tell him the old woman with the distaff requests him to give you a lump of his wax." "And what am I to do with it?" "The cobbler always knows what his wax is for." And with this answer the old woman turned her face towards the fire, for although it was summer, it was cold at night on the moor. Colin, moved by sudden curiosity, instead of walking out of the hut after Jenny, as he ought to have done, crept round by the wall and peeped in the old woman's face. There, instead of wrinkled blindness, he saw a pair of flashing orbs of light, which were rather reflected on the fire than had the fire reflected in them. But the same instant the hut and all that was in it vanished. He felt the cold fog of the moor blowing upon him, and fell heavily to the earth. When he came to himself, he lay on the moor still. He got up and gazed around. The moon was up, but there was no hut to be seen. He was sorry enough now that he had been so foolish. He called Jenny, Jenny, but in vain. What was he to do? Tomorrow was the 8th of the 9 days left, and if before 12 at night the following day he had not rescued his boy, nothing could be done, at least for 7 years more. True, the year was not quite out till about 7 the following evening, but the fairies, instead of giving days of grace, always take them. He could do nothing but begin to walk, simply because that gave him a shadow more of a chance of finding the cobblers than if he sat still. But there was no possibility of choosing one direction rather than another. He wandered the rest of that night and the next day. He could not go home before the hour when the cobbler could no longer help him. Such was his anxiety that although he neither ate nor drank, he never thought of the cause of his gathering weakness. As it grew dark, however, he became painfully aware of it, and was just on the point of sitting down exhausted upon a great white stone that looked inviting, when he saw a faint glimmering in front of him. He was erect in a moment, and making towards the place. As he drew near, he became aware of a noise made up of many smaller noises, such as might have proceeded from some kind of factory. Not till he was close to the place could he see that it was a long, low hut, with one door and no windows. The light shone from the door, which stood wide open. He approached and peeped in. There sat a multitude of cobblers, each on his stool, with his candle stuck in the hole in the seat, cobbling away. They looked rather like little men, though not at all of fairy size. The most remarkable thing about them was that at any given moment they were all doing precisely the same thing, as if they had been a piece of machinery. When one drew the threads in stitching, they all did the same. If Colin saw one wax his thread and looked up, he saw that they were all waxing their thread. If one took to hammering on his lapstone, they did not follow his example, but all together with him they caught up their lapstones and fell to hammering away, as if nothing but hammering could ever be demanded of them. And when he came to look at them more closely, he saw that every one was blind of an eye and had a nose turned up like an awl. Every one of them, however, looked different from the rest, notwithstanding a very close resemblance in their features. The moment they caught sight of him, they rose as one man, pointed their awls at him, and advanced towards him like a closing bush of aloes, glittering with spikes. "Fine upper leathers," said one and all, with a variety of accordant grimaces. "Top of his head, good paste bowl," was the next general remark. "Coarse hair, good ends," followed. "Sinews, good thread." "Bones and blood, good, paste for 7 leaguers." "Ears, good, loops to pull 'em on with, pair short now." "Soles, same for queen's slippers." And so on they went, portioning out his body in the most irreverent fashion for the uses of their trade, till having come to his teeth and said, "Teeth good, Brads," they all gave a shriek like the whisk of the waxed threads through the leather, and sprung upon him with their awls drawn back like daggers. There was no time to lose. "The old woman with the spindle," said Colin. "Don't know her," shrieked the cobblers. "The old woman with the distaff," said Colin, and they all scurried back to their seats and fell to hammering vigorously. "She desired me," continued Colin, "to ask the cobbler for a lump of his wax." Every one of them caught up his lump of wrought rosin and held it out to Colin. He took the one offered by the nearest and found that all their lumps were gone, after which they sat motionless and stared at him. "But what am I to do with it?" asked Colin. "I will walk a little way with you," said the one nearest, "and tell you all about it. The old woman is my grandmother, and a very worthy old soul she is." Colin stepped out at the door of the workshop, and the cobbler followed him. Looking round, Colin saw all the stools vacant, and the place as still as an old churchyard. The cobbler, who now in his talk, gestures, and general demeanour appeared a very respectable, not to say conventional, little man, proceeded to give him all the information he required, accompanying it with the present of one of his favourite awls. They walked a long way, till Colin was amazed to find that his strength stood out so well, but at length the cobbler said, "I see, sir, that the sun is at hand. I must return to my vocation. When the sun is once up, you will know where you are." He turned aside a few yards from the path and entered the open door of a cottage. In a moment the place resounded with the soft hammering of 313 cobblers, each with his candle stuck in a hole in the stool on which he sat. While Colin stood gazing in wonderment, the rim of the sun crept up above the horizon, and there the cottage stood, white and sleeping, while the cobblers, their lights, their stools, and their tools had all vanished. Only there was still the sound of the hammers ringing in his head, where it seemed to shape itself into words, something like these. A good deal had to give way to the rhyme, for they were more particular about their rhymes than their etymology. Dub-a-dub, dub-a-dub, cobbler's man, hammer it, stitch it as fast as you can. The weekday ogre is wanting his boots, the trip-a-trap fairy is going barefoots. Dream daughter has worn out her heels and her toeses, for want of cork slippers to walk over noses. Spark-eye the smith may shoe the nightmare, the kelpie and pookie the 9-footed bear. We shoe the mermaids, the tips of their tails, stitching the leather onto their scales. We shoe the brownie, clumsy and toeless, and then he goes quiet as a mole or a molus. There is but one creature that we cannot shoe, and that is the boneless, all made of glue. A great deal of nonsense of this sort went through Colin's head before the sounds died away. Then he found himself standing in the field outside his own orchard. The evening arrived. The sun was going down over the sea, cloudless, casting gold from him lavishly, when Colin arrived on the shore at some distance from his home. The tide was falling, and a good space of sand was uncovered and lay glittering in the setting sun. This sand lay between some rocks and the sea, and from the rocks innumerable runners of water that had been left behind in their hollows were hurrying back to their mother. These occasionally spread into little shallow lakes, resting in hollows in the sand. These lakes were in a constant ripple from the flow of the little streams through them, and the sun shining on these multitudinous ripples, the sand at the bottom shone like brown silk, watered with gold. Only that the golden lines were flitting about like living things, never for a moment in one place. Now Colin had no need of fairy ointment to anoint his eyes and make him able to see fairies. Most people need this, but Colin was naturally gifted. Therefore, as he drew near a certain high rock, which he knew very well, and from which many streams were flowing back into the sea, he saw that the little lakes about it were crowded with fairies, playing all kinds of pranks in the water. It was a lovely sight to see them thus frolicking in the light of the setting sun, in their gay dresses, sparkling with jewels, or what looked like jewels, flashing all colours as they moved. But Colin had not much time to see them, for the moment they saw him, knowing that this was the man whom they had wronged by stealing his child, and knowing too that he saw them, they fled at once up the high rock and vanished. This was just what Colin wanted. He went all round and round the rock, looked in every direction in which there might be a pool, found more fairies here and there, who fled like the first up the rock and disappeared. When he had thus driven them all from the sands, he approached the rock, taking the lump of cobbler's wax from his pocket as he went. He scrambled up the rock, and without showing his face, put his hand on the uppermost edge of it, and began drawing a line with the wax all along. He went creeping round the rock, still drawing the wax along the edge, till he had completed the circuit. Then he peeped over. Now in the heart of this rock, which was nearly covered at high water, there was a big basin known as the Kelpie's Pool, filled with sea water and the loveliest seaweed and many little sea animals, and this was a favourite resort of the fairies. It was now, of course, crowded. When they saw his big head come peeping over, they burst into a loud fit of laughter, and began mocking him and making game of him in 100 ways. Some made the ugliest faces they could, some queer gestures of contempt, others sung bits of songs, and so on, while the queen sat by herself on a projecting corner of the rock, with her feet in the water, and looked at him sulkily. Many of them kept on plunging and swimming and diving and floating while they mocked him, and Colin would have enjoyed the sight much if they had not spoiled their beauty and their motions by their grimaces and their gestures. "I want my child," said Colin. "Give him his child," cried one. Thereupon a dozen of them dived and brought up a huge sea slug, a horrid creature like the lump of blubber, and held it up to him, saying, "There he is, come down and fetch him." Others offered him a blue lobster, struggling in their grasp, others a spider crab, others a whelk, while some of them sung mocking verses, each capping the line the other gave. At length they lifted a dreadful object from the bottom. It was like a baby with his face half eaten away by the fishes, only that he had a huge nose like the big toe of a lobster. But Colin was not to be taken in. "Very well, good people," he said, "I will try something else." He crept down the rock again, took out the little cobbler's awl, and began boring a hole. It went through the rock as if it had been butter, and as he drew it out, the water followed in a far-reaching spout. He bored another, and went on boring till there were 313 spouts gushing from the rock, and running away in a strong little stream towards the sea. He then sat down on a ledge at the foot of the rock, and waited. By and by he heard a clamour of little voices from the basin. They had found that the water was getting very low. But when they discovered the holes by which it was escaping, "He's got Dottlecob's awl! He's got Dottlecob's awl!" they cried with one voice of horror. When he heard this, Colin climbed the rock again to enjoy their confusion. But here I must explain a little. In the former part of this history, I showed how fond these fairies were of water, but the fact was they were far too fond of it. It had grown a thorough dissipation with them. Their business had been chiefly to tend and help the flowers in which they lived, and to do good offices for everything that had any kind of life about them. Hence their name of good people. But from finding the good the water did to the flowers, and from sharing in the refreshment it brought them, flowing up to them in tiny runners through the veins of the plants, they had fallen in love with the water itself, for its own sake, or rather for the pleasure it gave to them, irrespective of the good it was to the flowers which lived upon it. So they neglected their business, and took to sailing on the streams and plunging into every pool they could find. Hence the rapidity of their decline and fall. Again, on coming to the sea-coast, they had found that the salt water did much to restore the beauty they had lost by partaking of the Carasoyn. Therefore, They were constantly on the shore, bathing forever in the water, especially that left in this pool by the ebbing tide, which was particularly to their taste, till at last they had grown entirely dependent for comfort on the sea-water, and, they thought, entirely dependent on it for existence also, at least such existence as was in the least worth possessing. Therefore, when they saw the big face of Colin peering once more over the ledge, they rushed at him in a rage, scrambling up the side of the rock like so many mad beetles. Colin drew back and let them come on. The moment the foremost put his foot on the line that Colin had drawn around the rock, he slipped and tumbled backwards, head over heels into the pool, shrieking, "He's got Dottlecob's wax! He's got Dottlecob's wax!" screamed the next, as he fell backwards after his companion, and this took place till no one would approach the line. In fact, no fairy could keep his footing on the wax, and the line was so broad, for as Colin rubbed it, it had melted and spread that not one of them could spring over it. The Queen now rose. "What do you want, Colin?" she said. "I want my child, as you know very well," answered Colin. "Come and take him," returned the Queen, and sat down again, not now with her feet in the water, for it was much too low for that. But Colin knew better. He sat down on the edge of the basin. Unfortunately, the tail of his coat crossed the line. In a moment, 6 of the fairies were out of the circle. Colin rose instantly, and there was not much harm done, for the multitude was still in prison. The water was nearly gone, beginning to leave the very roots of the long tangles uncovered. At length the Queen could bear it no longer. "Look here, Colin," she said, "I wish you well." And as she spoke, she rose and descended the side of the rock towards the water, now far below her. She had to be very cautious too, the stones were so slippery, though there was none of Dottlecob's wax there. About halfway below where the surface of the pool had been, she stopped and pushed a stone aside. Colin saw what seemed the entrance to a cave inside the rock. The Queen went in. A few moments after she came out wringing her hands. Oh dear, what shall I do?" she cried. "You horrid, thick people will grow so. He's grown to such a size that I can't get him out." "Will you let him go if I get him out?" asked Colin. I will. We shall all be starved to death for want of sea-water if I don't," she answered. "Swear by the cobbler's awl and the cobbler's wax," said Colin. "I swear," said the Queen. "By the cobbler's awl and the cobbler's wax," insisted Colin. "I swear by the cobbler's awl and the cobbler's wax," returned the Queen. "In the name of your people?" "In the name of my people," said the Queen, "that none of us here present will ever annoy you or your family hereafter." "Then I'll come down," said Colin, and jumped into the basin. With the cobbler's awl he soon cleared a big opening into the rock, for it bored and cut it like butter. Then out crept a beautiful boy of about 10 years old into his father's arms, with eyes and ears and chin and cheek, all safe and sound, and he carried him home to his mother. It was a disappointment to find him so much of a baby at his age, but that fault soon began to mend, and the house was full of jubilation, and little Colin told them the whole story of his sojourn among the fairies. And it did not take so long as you would think, for he fancied he had been there only about a week.
Bonbon, a tale. Notre Gulliver, dit le Lord Bolingbroke, à de telles fables, Voltaire.
That Pierre Bonbon was a restaurateur of uncommon qualifications. No man who, during the reign of, frequented the little café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre at Rouen will, I imagine, feel himself at liberty to dispute. That Pierre Bonbon was, in an equal degree, skilled in the philosophy of that period is, I presume, still more especially undeniable. His pâtés à la fois were beyond doubt immaculate, but what pen can do justice to his essays sur la nature, his thoughts sur l'âme, his observations sur l'esprit? If his omelettes, if his fricandeaux were inestimable, what literature of that day would not have given twice as much for an idée de bonbon, as for all the trash of all the idées of all the rest of the savants? Bonbon had ransacked libraries which no other man had ransacked, had read more than any other would have entertained a notion of reading, had understood more than any other would have conceived the possibility of understanding, and although, while he flourished, there were not wanting some authors at Rouen to assert that his dicta evinced neither the purity of the Academy nor the depth of the Lyceum, although, mark me, his doctrines were by no means very generally comprehended. Still, it did not follow that they were difficult of comprehension. It was, I think, on account of their entire self-evidency that many persons were led to consider them abstruse. It is to Bonbon, but let this go no farther, it is to Bonbon that Kant himself is mainly indebted for his metaphysics. The former was not indeed a Platonist, nor strictly speaking an Aristotelian, nor did he, like the modern Leibniz, waste those precious hours which might be employed in the invention of a fricassee, or facile gradu, the analysis of a sensation, in frivolous attempts at reconciling the obstinate oils and waters of ethical discussion. Not at all. Bonbon was Ionic. Bonbon was equally Italic. He reasoned a priori. He reasoned also a posteriori. His ideas were innate, or otherwise. He believed in George of Trebizond. He believed in Bossarion. Bonbon was emphatically a bonbonist. I have spoken of the philosopher in his capacity of restaurateur. I would not, however, have any friend of mine imagine that in fulfilling his hereditary duties in that line, our hero wanted a proper estimation of their dignity and importance. Far from it. It was impossible to say in which branch of his duplicate profession he took the greater pride. In his opinion, the powers of the mind held intimate connection with the capabilities of the stomach. By this I do not mean to insinuate a charge of gluttony, or indeed any other serious charge to the prejudice of the metaphysician. If Pierre Bonbon had his failings, and what great man has not 1,000? If Pierre Bonbon, I say, had his failings, they were failings of very little importance. Faults indeed, which in other tempers have often been looked upon rather in the light of virtues. As regards one of these foibles, I should not have mentioned it in this history, but for the remarkable prominency, the extreme alto relievo in which it jutted out from the plane of his general disposition. Bonbon could never let slip an opportunity of making a bargain. Not that Bonbon was avaricious. No. It was by no means necessary to the satisfaction of the philosopher that the bargain should be to his own proper advantage. Provided a trade could be effected, a trade of any kind, upon any terms or under any circumstances, a triumphant smile was seen for many days thereafter to enlighten his countenance, and a knowing wink of the eye to give evidence of his sagacity. At any epoch it would not be very wonderful if a humour so peculiar as the one I have just mentioned should elicit attention and remark. At the epoch of our narrative, Had this peculiarity not attracted observation, there would have been room for wonder indeed. It was soon reported that upon all occasions of the kind, the smile of Bonbon was wont to differ widely from the downright grin with which that restaurateur would laugh at his own jokes, or welcome an acquaintance. Hints were thrown out of an exciting nature. Stories were told of perilous bargains made in a hurry and repented of at leisure, and instances were adduced of unaccountable capacities, vague longings, and unnatural inclinations implanted by the author of all evil for wise purposes of his own. The philosopher had other weaknesses, but they are scarcely worthy of our serious examination. For example, there are few men of extraordinary profundity who are found wanting in an inclination for the bottle. Whether this inclination be an exciting cause, or rather a valid proof of such profundity, it is impossible to say. Bonbon, as far as I can learn, did not think the subject adapted to minute investigation, nor do I. Yet in the indulgence of a propensity so truly classical, it is not to be supposed that the restaurateur would lose sight of that intuitive discrimination which was wont to characterize, at one and the same time, his essays and his omelettes. With him, Sauterne was to Medoc what Catullus was to Homer. He would sport with a syllogism in sipping Saint-Péret, but unravel an argument over Clos de Vougeot, and upset a theory in a torrent of Chambertin. In his seclusions the vin de Bourgogne had its allotted hour, and there were appropriate moments for the Côte de Rhône. Well, had it been if the same quick sense of propriety had attended him in the peddling propensity to which I have formerly alluded, but this was by no means the case. Indeed, to say the truth, that trait of mind in the philosophic Bonbon did begin at length to assume a character of strange intensity and mysticism, and, however singular it may seem, appeared deeply tinctured with the grotesque diablerie of his favourite German studies. To enter the little café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre was, at the period of our tale, to enter the sanctum of a man of genius. Bonbon was a man of genius. There was not a sous cuisinier in Rouen who could not have told you that Bonbon was a man of genius. His very cat knew it, and forbore to whisk her tail in the presence of the man of genius. His large water-dog was acquainted with the fact, and upon the approach of his master, betrayed his sense of inferiority by a sanctity of deportment, a debasement of the ears, and a dropping of the lower jaw not altogether unworthy of a dog. It is, however, true that much of this habitual respect might have been attributed to the personal appearance of the metaphysician. A distinguished exterior will, I am constrained to say, have its weight even with a beast, and I am willing to allow much in the outward man of the restaurateur calculated to impress the imagination of the quadruped. There is a peculiar majesty about the atmosphere of the little grate, if I may be permitted so equivocal an expression, which mere physical bulk alone will be found at all times inefficient in creating. If, however, Bonbon was barely 3 feet in height, and if his head was diminutively small, still it was impossible to behold the rotundity of his stomach without a sense of magnificence nearly bordering upon the sublime. In its size, both dogs and men must have seen a type of his acquirements, in its immensity, a fitting habitation for his immortal soul. I might here, if it so pleased me, dilate upon the matter of habiliment, and other mere circumstances of the external metaphysician. I might hint that the hair of our hero was worn short, combed smoothly over his forehead, and surmounted by a conical-shaped white flannel cap and tassels. That his pea-green jerkin was not after the fashion of those worn by the common class of restaurateurs at that day, that the sleeves were something fuller than the reigning costume permitted, that the cuffs were turned up, not as usual in that barbarous period, with cloth of the same quality and colour as the garment, but faced in a more fanciful manner with the party-coloured velvet of Genoa, that his slippers were of a bright purple, curiously filigreed, and might have been manufactured in Japan, but for the exquisite pointing of the toes and the brilliant tints of the binding and embroidery, that his breeches were of the yellow satin-like material called amiable, that his sky-blue cloak, resembling in a form a dressing wrapper, and richly bestudded all over with crimson devices, floated cavalierly upon his shoulders like a mist of the morning, and that his tout ensemble gave rise to the remarkable words of Benvenuta, the improvisatrice of Florence, that it was difficult to say whether Pierre Bonbon was indeed a bird of paradise, or the rather a very paradise of perfection. I have said that to enter the café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre was to enter the sanctum of a man of genius. But then it was only the man of genius who could duly estimate the merits of the sanctum. A sign consisting of a vast folio swung before the entrance. On one side of the volume was painted a bottle. On the reverse, a pâté. On the back were visible in large letters the words, Ouvre de Bonbon. Thus was delicately shadowed forth the twofold occupation of the proprietor. Upon stepping over the threshold, the whole interior of the building presented itself to view. A long, low-pitched room of antique construction was indeed all the accommodation afforded by the café in the cul-de-sac Lefebvre. In a corner of the apartment stood the bed of the metaphysician. An array of curtains, together with a canopy à la grecque, gave it an air at once classic and comfortable. In the corner diagonally opposite appeared, in direct and friendly communion, the properties of the kitchen and the bibliothèque. A dish of polemics stood peacefully upon the dresser. Here lay an oven full of the latest ethics, there a kettle of duodecimo mélange. Volumes of German morality were hand in glove with the gridiron. A toasting fork might be discovered by the side of Eusebius. Plato reclined at his ease in the frying pan, and contemporary manuscripts were filed away upon the spit. In other respects, the Café de Bonbon might be said to differ little from the cafés of the period. A gigantic fireplace yawned opposite the door. On the right of the fireplace, an open cupboard displayed a formidable array of labelled bottles. There Mousseau, Chambertin, Saint-Georges, Richebourg, Bordeaux, Margaux, Aubryon, Leonville, Medoc, Sauterne, Barac, Prégnac, Grave, Lafitte, and Saint-Péray contended with many other names of lesser celebrity for the honour of being quaffed. From the ceiling, suspended by a chain of very long slender links, swung a fantastic iron lamp, throwing a hazy light over the room and relieving in some measure the placidity of the scene. It was here, about 12 o'clock one night, during the severe winter of, that Pierre Bonbon, after having listened for some time to the comments of his neighbours upon his singular propensity, that Pierre Bonbon, I say, having turned them all out of his house, locked the door upon them with a sacre Dieu, and betook himself in no very pacific mood to the comforts of a leather-bottomed armchair and a fire of blazing faggots. It was one of those terrific nights which are only met with once or twice during a century. The snow drifted down bodily in enormous masses, and the Café de Bonbon tottered to its very centre, with the floods of wind that rushing through the crannies in the wall and pouring impetuously down the chimney, shook awfully the curtains of the philosopher's bed and disorganized the economy of his pâté pans and papers. The huge folio sign that swung without, exposed to the fury of the tempest, creaked ominously, and gave out a moaning sound from its stanchions of solid oak. I have said that it was in no very placid temper the metaphysician drew up his chair to its customary station by the hearth. Many circumstances of a perplexing nature had occurred during the day to disturb the serenity of his meditations. In attempting des œufs à la princesse, he had unfortunately perpetrated an omelette à la reine. The discovery of a principle in ethics had been frustrated by the overturning of a stew, and last, not least, he had been thwarted in one of those admirable bargains which he at all times took such especial delight in bringing to a successful termination. But in the chafing of his mind at these unaccountable vicissitudes, there did not fail to be mingled a degree of that nervous anxiety which the fury of a boisterous night is so well calculated to produce. Whistling to his more immediate vicinity the large black water-dog we have spoken of before, and settling himself uneasily in his chair, he could not help casting a wary and unquiet eye towards those distant recesses of the apartment, whose inexorable shadows not even the red firelight itself could more than partially succeed in overcoming. Having completed a scrutiny whose exact purpose was perhaps unintelligible to himself, Bonbon drew closer to his seat, a small table covered with books and papers, and soon became absorbed in the task of retouching a voluminous manuscript intended for publication on the morrow. "I am in no hurry, Monsieur Bonbon," whispered a whining voice in the apartment. "The devil!" ejaculated our hero, starting to his feet, overturning the table at his side, and staring around him in astonishment. "Very true," calmly replied the voice. "Very true? What is very true? How came you here?" vociferated the metaphysician, as his eye fell upon something which lay stretched at full length upon the bed. "I was saying," said the intruder, without attending to Bonbon's interrogatories, "I was saying that I am not at all pushed for time, that the business upon which I took the liberty of calling is of no pressing importance. In short, that I can very well wait until you have finished your exposition." "My exposition? There now, how do you know? How came you to understand that I was writing an exposition? Good God!" "Hush!" replied the figure in a shrill undertone, and arising quickly from the bed, he made a single step towards our hero, while the iron lamp overhead swung convulsively back from his approach. The philosopher's amazement did not prevent a narrow scrutiny of the stranger's dress and appearance. The outlines of a figure, exceedingly lean, but much above the common height, were rendered minutely distinct by means of a faded suit of black cloth, which fitted tight to the skin, but was otherwise cut very much in the style of a century ago. These garments had evidently been intended a priori for a much shorter person than their present owner. His ankles and wrists were left naked for several inches. In his shoes, however, a pair of very brilliant buckles gave the lie to the extreme poverty implied by the other portions of his dress. His head was bare and entirely bald, with the exception of the hinder part, from which depended a queue of considerable length. A pair of green spectacles with side glasses protected his eyes from the influence of the light, and at the same time prevented our hero from ascertaining either their colour or their conformation. About the entire person there was no evidence of a shirt, but a white cravat, of filthy appearance, was tied with extreme precision around the throat, and the ends hanging down formally side by side gave, although I dare say unintentionally, the idea of an ecclesiastic. Indeed, many other points, both in his appearance and demeanour, might have very well sustained a conception of that nature. Over his left ear he carried, after the fashion of a modern clerk, an instrument resembling the stylus of the ancients. In a breast pocket of his coat appeared conspicuously a small black volume fastened with clasps of steel. This book, whether accidentally or not, was so turned outwardly from the person as to discover the words Rituel Catholique in white letters upon the back. His entire physiognomy was interestingly saturnine, even cadaverously pale. The forehead was lofty and deeply furrowed with the ridges of contemplation. The corners of the mouth were drawn down into an expression of the most submissive humility. There was also a clasping of the hands as he stepped towards our hero, a deep sigh, and altogether a look of such utter sanctity as could not have failed to be unequivocally prepossessing. Every shadow of anger faded from the countenance of the metaphysician, as, having completed a satisfactory survey of his visitor's person, he shook him cordially by the hand and conducted him to a seat. There would, however, be a radical error in attributing this instantaneous transition of feeling in the philosopher to any one of those causes which might naturally be supposed to have had an influence. Indeed, Pierre Bonbon, from what I have been able to understand of his disposition, was of all men the least likely to be imposed upon by any speciousness of exterior deportment. It was impossible that so accurate an observer of men and things should have failed to discover, upon the moment, the real character of the personage who had thus intruded upon his hospitality. To say no more, the conformation of his visitor's feet was sufficiently remarkable. There was a tremulous swelling in the hinder part of his breeches, and the vibration of his coat-tail was a palpable fact. Judge, then, with what feelings of satisfaction our hero found himself thrown thus at once into the society of a person for whom he had at all times entertained such unqualified respect. He was, however, too much of the diplomatist to let escape him any intimation of his suspicions, or rather, I should say, his certainty in regard to the true state of affairs. It was not his cue to appear at all conscious of the high honour he thus unexpectedly enjoyed, but by leading his guest into conversation, to elicit some important ethical ideas which might, in obtaining a place in his contemplated publication, enlighten the human race, and at the same time immortalize himself. Ideas which, I should have added, his visitor's great age and well-known proficiency in the science of morals might very well have enabled him to afford. Actuated by these enlightened views, our hero bade the gentleman sit down, while he himself took occasion to throw some faggots upon the fire, and place upon the now re-established table some bottles of the powerful vin de Mousseau. Having quickly contemplated these operations, he drew his chair vis-à-vis to his companion's, and waited until he should open the conversation. But plans, even the most skilfully matured, are often thwarted in the outset of their application, and the restaurateur found himself entirely nonplussed by the very first words of his visitor's speech. "I see you know me, Bonbon," said he. "Ha, ha, ha! He, he! Hi, hi, hi! Ho, ho, ho! Hoo, hoo, hoo!" And the devil, dropping at once the sanctity of his demeanour, opened to its fullest extent a mouth from ear to ear, so as to display a set of jagged and fang-like teeth, and throwing back his head laughed long, loud, wickedly and uproariously, while the black dog, crouching down upon his haunches, joined lustily in the chorus, and the tabby cat, flying off at a tangent, stood up on end and shrieked in the farthest corner of the apartment. Not so the philosopher. He was too much of a man of the world either to laugh like the dog, or by shrieks to betray the indecorous trepidation of the cat. It must be confessed, however, that he felt a little astonishment to see the white letters which formed the words Rituel Catholique on the book in his guest's pocket, momentarily changing both their colour and their import, and in a few seconds, in place of the original title, the words Regitre de Condamne blaze forth in characters of red. This startling circumstance, when Bonbon replied to his visitor's remark, imparted to his manner an air of embarrassment which might not probably have otherwise been observable. "Why, sir," said the philosopher, "why, sir, to speak sincerely, I believe you are, upon my word, dest. That is to say, I think, I imagine, I have some very faint idea of the remarkable honour—" Yes. "Very well," interrupted his Majesty. "Say no more. I see how it is." And hereupon, taking off his green spectacles, he wiped the glasses carefully with the sleeve of his coat, and deposited them in his pocket. If Bonbon had been astonished at the incident of the book, his amazement was now increased to an intolerable degree by the spectacle which here presented itself to view. In raising his eyes with a strong feeling of curiosity to ascertain the colour of his guests, he found them by no means black, as he had anticipated, nor grey, as might have been imagined, nor yet hazel, nor blue, nor indeed yellow, nor red, nor purple, nor white, nor green, nor any other colour in the heavens above, or in the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. In short, Pierre Bonbon not only saw plainly that his Majesty had no eyes whatsoever, but could discover no indications of their having existed at any previous period, for the space where eyes should naturally have been was, I am constrained to say, simply a dead level of cadaverous flesh. It was not in the nature of the metaphysician to forbear making some inquiry into the sources of so strange a phenomenon, and to his surprise, the reply of his Majesty was at once prompt, dignified, and satisfactory. "Eyes, my dear Bonbon, eyes, did you say? I perceive. The ridiculous prints, which are in circulation, have given you a false idea of my personal appearance. Eyes! True. Eyes, Pierre Bonbon, are very well in their proper place. That, you would say, is the head. Right? The head of a worm. To you, likewise, these optics are indispensable. Yet I will convince you that my vision is more penetrating than your own. There is a cat I see in the corner, a pretty cat. Look at her. Observe her well. Now, Bonbon, do you behold the thoughts? The thoughts, I say, the ideas, the reflections, engendering in her pericranium? There it is now. You do not. She is thinking we admire the profundity of her mind. She has just concluded that I am the most distinguished of ecclesiastics, and that you are the most superfluous of metaphysicians. Thus you see, I am not altogether blind, but to one of my profession the eyes you speak of would be merely an encumbrance, liable at any time to be put out by a toasting iron or a pitchfork. To you, I allow, these optics are indispensable. Endeavour, Bonbon, to use them well. My vision is the soul. Hereupon the guest helped himself to the wine upon the table, and pouring out a bumper for Bonbon, requested him to drink it without scruple and make himself perfectly at home. "A clever book, that of yours, Pierre," resumed His Majesty, tapping our friend knowingly upon the shoulder, as the latter set down his glass after a thorough compliance with this injunction. "A clever book, that of yours, upon my honour. It's a work after my own heart. Your arrangement of matter, I think, however, might be improved, and many of your notions remind me of Aristotle. That philosopher was one of my most intimate acquaintances. I liked him as much for his terrible ill-temper as for his happy knack at making a blunder. There is only one solid truth in all that he has written, and for that I gave him the hint out of pure compassion for his absurdity. I suppose, Pierre Bonbon, you very well know to what divine moral truth I am alluding." "Cannot say that I indeed. Why, I told Aristotle that by sneezing men expelled superfluous ideas through the proboscis." "Which is undoubtedly the case," said the metaphysician, while he poured out for himself another bumper of Mousseau, and offered his snuff-box to the fingers of his visitor. "There was Plato too," continued His Majesty, modestly declining the snuff-box and the compliment. "There was Plato too, for whom I, at one time, felt all the affection of a friend. You knew Plato, Bonbon? Ah, no, I beg 1,000 pardons. He met me at Athens one day in the Parthenon, and told me he was distressed for an idea. I bade him write down that O nous estin augos. He said that he would do so, and went home, while I stepped over to the pyramids. But my conscience smote me for the lie, and hastening back to Athens, I arrived behind the philosopher's chair as he was inditing the augus. Giving the gamma a fillip with my finger, I turned it upside down. So the sentence now reads, O nous estin aulos, and is, you perceive, the fundamental doctrine of his metaphysics." "Were you ever at Rome?" asked the restaurateur, as he finished his second bottle of Mousseau, and drew from the closet a larger supply of vin de chambertin. "But once, Monsieur Bonbon, but once. There was a time," said the devil, as if reciting some passage from a book. "There was an anarchy of 5 years, during which the Republic, bereft of all its officers, had no magistracy besides the tribunes of the people, and these were not legally vested with any degree of executive power. At that time, Monsieur Bonbon, at that time only I was in Rome, and I have no earthly acquaintance, consequently, with any of its philosophy." "What do you think of Epicurus? What do you think of Epicurus? What do I think of whom? What do I think of whom?" said the devil in astonishment. "You cannot surely mean to find any fault with Epicurus. What do I think of Epicurus? Do you mean me, sir? I am Epicurus. I am the same philosopher who wrote each of the 300 treatises commemorated by Diogenes, Laertes." "That's a lie," said the metaphysician, for the wine had gotten a little into his head. Very well, sir. Very well indeed, sir," said His Majesty. "That's a lie," repeated the restaurateur dogmatically. "That's a lie." Well, have it your own way," said the devil pacifically, and Bonbon, having beaten His Majesty at an argument, thought it his duty to conclude a second bottle of chambertin. "As I was saying," resumed the visitor, "as I was observing a little while ago, there are some very outre notions in that book of yours, Monsieur Bonbon. What, for instance, do you mean by all that humbug about the soul? Pray, sir, what is the soul?" "The soul," repeated the metaphysician, referring to his MS, "is undoubtedly—" "No, sir." "Indubitably." "No, sir." "Indisputably." "No, sir." Evidently, no, sir. Incontrovertibly, no, sir. Hiccup, no, sir. And beyond all question, a no, sir. The soul is no such thing. Here the philosopher finished his third bottle of Chambertin. Then, pray, sir, what is it? That is neither here nor there, Monsieur Bonbon, replied His Majesty musingly. I have tasted, that is to say, I have known some very bad souls, and some too pretty good ones. Here the devil licked his lips, and having unconsciously let fall his hand upon the volume in his pocket, was seized with a violent fit of sneezing. His Majesty continued. There was the soul of Cratinus, passable. Aristophanes, racy. Plato, exquisite. Not your Plato, but Plato the comic poet. Your Plato would have turned the stomach of Cerberus. Faugh! Then let me see. There was Novius, and Andronicus, and Plautus, and Terentius. Then there were Lucilius, and Catullus, and Naso, and Quintius Flaccus. Dear Quinty, as I called him when he sung a secular for my amusement, while I toasted him in pure good humour on a fork. But they want flavour, these Romans. One fat Greek is worth a dozen of them, and besides, will keep, which cannot be said of a curate. Let us taste your sauterne. Bonbon had by this time made up his mind to the nil admirari, and endeavoured to hand down the bottles in question. He was, however, conscious of a strange sound in the room, like the wagging of a tail. Of this, although extremely indecent in His Majesty, the philosopher took no notice, simply kicking the black water dog and requesting him to be quiet. The visitor continued. I found that Horace tasted very much like Aristotle. You know I am fond of variety. Terentius I could not have told from Menander. Naso, to my astonishment, was Nicander in disguise. Virgilius had a strong twang of Theocritus. Martial put me much in mind of Archilochus, and Titus Livy was positively Polybius and none other. Hiccup! Here, replied Bonbon, and His Majesty proceeded. But if I have a penchant, Monsieur Bonbon, if I have a penchant, it is for a philosopher. Yet let me tell you, sir, it is not every it is not every gentleman who knows how to choose a philosopher. Long ones are not good, and the best, if not carefully shelled, are apt to be a little rancid on account of the gall. Shelled? I mean, taken out of the carcass. What do you think of physician? Don't mention them. Ugh! Here His Majesty retched violently. I never tasted but one, that rascal Hippocrates, smelt of asafoetida. Ugh! Ooh! Caught a wretched cold washing him in the Styx, and after all he gave me the cholera morbus. The wretch, ejaculated Bonbon, the abortion of a pillbox, and the philosopher dropped a tear. After all, continued the visitor, after all, if a gentleman wishes to live, he must have more talents than one or two, and with us a fat face is an evidence of diplomacy. How so? Why, we are sometimes exceedingly pushed for provisions. You must know that in a climate so sultry as mine, it is frequently impossible to keep a spirit alive for more than 2 or 3 hours. And after death, unless pickled immediately, and a pickled spirit is not good, they will smell, you understand. Putrefaction is always to be apprehended when the spirits are consigned to us in the usual way. Good God, how do you manage? Here the iron lamp commenced swinging with redoubled violence, and the devil half started from his seat. However, with a slight sigh he recovered his composure. merely saying to our hero in a low tone, "I tell you what, Pierre Bonbon, we must have no more swearing." Bonbon swallowed another bumper, and his visitor continued. "Why, there are several ways of managing. The most of us starve, some put up with the pickle. For my part, I purchase my spirits viventi corpore, in which case I find they keep very well." "But the body, the body!" vociferated the philosopher as he finished a bottle of Sauterne. The body, well, what of the body? Oh, I perceive. Why, sir, the body is not at all affected by the transaction. I have made innumerable purchases of the kind in my day, and the parties never experience any inconvenience. There was Cain, and Nimrod, and Nero, and Caligula, and Dionysus, and Pisistratus, and 1,000 others who never knew what it was to have a soul during the latter part of their lives. Yet, sir, these men adorned society. Why isn't there now, whom you know as well as I, is he not in possession of all his faculties, mental and corporeal? Who writes a keener epigram? Who reasons more wittily? Who? But stay, I have his agreement in my pocket-book." Thus saying, he produced a red leather wallet, and took from it a number of papers. Upon some of these Bonbon caught a glimpse of the letters MACHI, MAZA, RICH, and the words Caligula and Elizabeth. His Majesty selected a narrow slip of parchment, and from it read aloud the following words: "In consideration of certain mental endowments which it is unnecessary to specify, and in farther consideration of 1,000 louis d'or, I, being aged 1 year and 1 month, do hereby make over to the bearer of this agreement all my right, title, and appurtenance in the shadow called my soul. Signed, A." Here His Majesty repeated a name which I do not feel myself justifiable in indicating more unequivocally. "A clever fellow, that A," resumed he, "but like you, Monsieur Bonbon, he was mistaken about the soul. The soul, a shadow, truly. No such nonsense, Monsieur Bonbon. The soul, a shadow. Ha, ha, ha. He, he. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Only think of a fricasseed shadow." "Only think of a fricasseed shadow," echoed our hero, whose faculties were becoming gloriously illuminated by the profundity of His Majesty's discourse. "Only think of a fricasseed shadow. Now, damn! Humph! If I would have been such a nincompoop. My soul, Mr. Humph!" "Your soul, Monsieur Bonbon?" "Yes, sir. My soul is—" "What, sir?" "No shadow, damn!" "Did not mean to say." "Yes, sir. My soul is—" "Humph!" "Yes, sir." "Did not intend to assert." "My soul is peculiarly qualified for a—" "What, sir?" "Stew." "Ha! Soufflé." "Eh? Fricassee?" "Indeed." "Ragout or fricando, and I'll let you have it a bargain." "Couldn't think of such a thing," said His Majesty calmly, at the same time arising from his seat. The metaphysician stared. "Am supplied at present," said His Majesty. "Eh?" said the philosopher. "Have no funds on hand." "What? Besides, very ungentlemanly in me, sir, to take advantage of your present situation." Here his Majesty bowed and withdrew, in what manner the philosopher could not precisely ascertain, but in a well-concerted effort to discharge a bottle at the villain, the slender chain was severed that depended from the ceiling, and the metaphysician prostrated by the downfall of the lamp. The Child That Went with the Fairies. Eastward of the old city of Limerick, about 10 Irish miles under the range of mountains known as the Slieveline Hills, famous as having afforded Sarsfield a shelter among their rocks and hollows, when he crossed them in his gallant descent upon the cannon and ammunition of King William, on its way to the beleaguering army, there runs a very old and narrow road. It connects the Limerick road to Tipperary with the old road from Limerick to Dublin, and runs by bog and pasture, hill and hollow, straw-thatched village and roofless castle, not far from 20 miles. Skirting the healthy mountains of which I have spoken, at one part it becomes singularly lonely. For more than 3 Irish miles it traverses a deserted country. A wide black bog, level as a lake skirted with copse, spreads at the left, as you journey northward, and the long and irregular line of mountain rises at the right, clothed in heath, broken with lines of grey rock that resemble the bold and irregular outlines of fortifications, and riven with many a gully, expanding here and there into rocky and wooded glens, which open as they approach the road. A scanty pasturage on which browsed a few scattered sheep or kine skirts this solitary road for some miles, and under shelter of a hillock and of 2 or 3 great ash trees stood, not many years ago, the little thatched cabin of a widow named Mary Ryan. Poor was this widow in a land of poverty. The thatch had acquired the grey tint and sunken outlines that show how the alternations of rain and sun have told upon that perishable shelter. But whatever other dangers threatened, there was one well provided against by the care of other times. Round the cabin stood 6 mountain ashes, as the rowans, inimical to witches, are there called. On the worn planks of the door were nailed 2 horseshoes, and over the lintel and spreading along the thatch grew luxuriant patches of that ancient cure for many maladies, and prophylactic against the machinations of the evil one, the house leek. Descending into the doorway, in the chiaroscuro of the interior, when your eye grew sufficiently accustomed to that dim light, you might discover, hanging at the head of the widow's wooden-roofed bed, her beads and a vial of holy water. Here certainly were defences, and bulwarks against the intrusion of that unearthly and evil power, of whose vicinity this solitary family were constantly reminded by the outline of Lisnavora, that lonely hill haunt of the good people, as the Fairies are called euphemistically, whose strangely dome-like summit rose not half a mile away, looking like an outwork of the long line of mountain that sweeps by it. It was at the fall of the leaf, and an autumnal sunset threw the lengthening shadow of haunted Lisnavora, close in front of the solitary little cabin, over the undulating slopes and sides of Slieveline. The birds were singing among the branches in the thinning leaves of the melancholy ash trees that grew at the roadside in front of the door. The widow's 3 younger children were playing on the road, and their voices mingled with the evening song of the birds. Their elder sister, Nell, was within the house, as their phrase is, seeing after the boiling of the potatoes for supper. Their mother had gone down to the bog to carry up a hamper of turf on her back. It is, or was at least, a charitable custom, and if not disused, long may it continue, for the wealthier people, when cutting their turf and stacking it in the bog, to make a smaller stack for the behoof of the poor, who were welcome to take from it so long as it lasted. And thus the potato pot was kept boiling, and hearth warm that would have been cold enough, but for that good-natured bounty, through wintry months. Moll Ryan trudged up the steep Bohereen, whose banks were overgrown with thorn and brambles, and stooping under her burden re-entered her door, where her dark-haired daughter Nell met her with a welcome, and relieved her of her hamper. Moll Ryan looked round with a sigh of relief, and drying her forehead uttered the Munster ejaculation. "Aye, wisha! It's tired I am with it, God bless it. And where's the crathers, Nell?" "Playin' out on the road, mother. Didn't you see them and you coming up?" "No, there was no one before me on the road," she said uneasily. "Not a soul, Nell. And why didn't you keep an eye on them?" "Well, they're in the haggard playin' there or round by the back of the house. Will I call them in?" "Do so, good girl, in the name o' God. The hens is comin' home, see, and the sun was just down over Knockdoola, and I comin' up." So out ran tall dark-haired Nell, and standing on the road, looked up and down it, but not a sign of her two little brothers, Con and Bill, or her little sister Peg, could she see. She called them, but no answer came from the little haggard, fenced with straggling bushes. She listened, but the sound of their voices was missing. Over the stile and behind the house she ran, but there all was silent and deserted. She looked down toward the bog as far as she could see, but they did not appear. Again she listened, but in vain. At first she had felt angry, but now a different feeling overcame her and she grew pale. With an undefined boding she looked toward the heathy boss of Lisnavora, now darkening into the deepest purple against the flaming sky of sunset. Again she listened with a sinking heart, and heard nothing but the farewell twitter and whistle of the birds in the bushes around. How many stories had she listened to by the winter hearth, of children stolen by the fairies at nightfall, in lonely places. With this fear she knew her mother was haunted. No one in the country round gathered her little flock about her so early as this frightened widow, and no door in the 7 parishes was barred so early. Sufficiently fearful as all young people in that part of the world are of such dreaded and subtle agents, Nell was even more than usually afraid of them, for her terrors were infected and redoubled by her mother's. She was looking towards Lisnavora in a trance of fear, and crossed herself again and again and whispered prayer after prayer. She was interrupted by her mother's voice on the road calling her loudly. She answered and ran round to the front of the cabin, where she found her standing. "And where in the world's the crathers? Did you see sight of them anywhere?" cried Mrs. Ryan as the girl came over the stile. "Our mother, 'tis only what they're run down the road a bit. We'll see them this minute coming back. It's like goats they are, climbing here and running there, and if I had them here in my hand, maybe I wouldn't give them hiding all round." "May the Lord forgive you, Nell. The childer's gone. They're took, and not a soul near us, and Father Tom 3 miles away. And what'll I do? Or who's to help us this night? Oh, wirish through, the crathers is gone." "Wisht, mother, be easy. Don't you see them coming up?" And then she shouted in menacing accents, waving her arm and beckoning the children, who were seen approaching on the road, which some little way off made a slight dip which had concealed them. They were approaching from the westward, and from the direction of the dreaded hill of Lisnavora. But there were only 2 of the children, and one of them, the little girl, was crying. Their mother and sister hurried forward to meet them, more alarmed than ever. "Where is Billy? Where is he?" cried the mother, nearly breathless, so soon as she was within hearing. "He's gone. They took him away, but they said he'll come back again," answered little Con with the dark brown hair. "He's gone away with the grand ladies," blubbered the little girl. "What ladies? Where? Oh, Leah Masthora, my darling, are you gone away at last? Where is he? Who took him? What ladies are you talking about? What way did he go?" She cried in distraction. "I couldn't see where he went, mother. 'Twas like as if he was going to Lisnavora." With a wild exclamation, the distracted woman ran on towards the hill alone, clapping her hands and crying aloud the name of her lost child. Scared and horrified, Nell, not daring to follow, gazed after her and burst into tears, and the other children raised high their lamentations in shrill rivalry. Twilight was deepening. It was long past the time when they were usually barred securely within their habitation. Nell led the younger children into the cabin and made them sit down by the turf fire, while she stood in the open door, watching in great fear for the return of her mother. After a long while they did see their mother return. She came in and sat down by the fire and cried as if her heart would break. "Will I bar the door, mother?" asked Nell. "I do. Didn't I lose enough this night without leaving the door open for more of yous to go? But first take and sprinkle a dust of the holy waters over you, a quishla, and bring it here till I throw a taste of it over myself and the crathers. And I wonder, Nell, you'd forget to do the like yourself, letting the crathers out so near nightfall. Come here and sit on my knees, Athora. Come to me, Maverneen, and hold me fast in the name of God, and I'll hold you fast that none can take yous from me, and tell me all about it, and what it was, the Lord between us and harm, and how it happened and who was in it." And the door being barred, the two children, sometimes speaking together, often interrupting one another, often interrupted by their mother, managed to tell this strange story, which I had better relate connectedly and in my own language. The widow Ryan's 3 children were playing, as I have said, upon the narrow old road in front of her door. Little Bill, or Liam, about 5 years old, with golden hair and large blue eyes, was a very pretty boy, with all the clear tints of healthy childhood, and that gaze of earnest simplicity which belongs not to town children of the same age. His little sister Peg, about a year older, and his brother Con, a little more than a year elder than she, made up this little group. Under the great old ash trees, whose last leaves were falling at their feet in the light of an October sunset, they were playing with the hilarity and eagerness of rustic children, clamouring together, and their faces were turned towards the west and storied hill of Lisnavora. Suddenly, a startling voice with a screech called to them from behind, ordering them to get out of the way, and turning, they saw a sight such as they never beheld before. It was a carriage drawn by 4 horses that were pawing and snorting in impatience as it just pulled up. The children were almost under their feet and scrambled to the side of the road next their own door. This carriage and all its appointments were old-fashioned and gorgeous, and presented to the children, who had never seen anything finer than a turf car, and once an old chaise that passed that way from Killaloe, a spectacle perfectly dazzling. Here was antique splendour. The harness and trappings were scarlet and blazing with gold. The horses were huge and snow-white, with great manes that, as they tossed and shook them in the air, seemed to stream and float sometimes longer, and sometimes shorter like so much smoke. Their tails were long, and tied up in bows of broad scarlet and gold ribbon. The coach itself was glowing with colours, gilded and emblazoned. There were footmen in gay liveries and 3 cocked hats, like the coachman's, but he had a great wig like a judge's, and their hair was frizzed out and powdered, and a long thick pigtail with a bow to it hung down the back of each. All these servants were diminutive and ludicrously out of proportion with the enormous horses of the equipage, and had sharp sallow features and small restless fiery eyes, and faces of cunning and malice that chilled the children. The little coachman was scowling and showing his white fangs under his cocked hat, and his little blazing beads of eyes were quivering with fury in their sockets as he whirled his whip round and round over their heads till the lash of it looked like a streak of fire in the evening sun, and sounded like the cry of a legion of philippuics in the air. "Stop the princess on the highway!" cried the coachman in a piercing treble. "Stop the princess on the highway!" piped each footman in turn, scowling over his shoulder down on the children and grinding his keen teeth. The children were so frightened they could only gape and turn white in their panic. But a very sweet voice from the open window of the carriage reassured them and arrested the attack of the lackeys. A beautiful and very grand-looking lady was smiling from it on them, and they all felt pleased in the strange light of that smile. "The boy with the golden hair, I think," said the lady, bending her large and wonderfully clear eyes on little Liam. The upper sides of the carriage were chiefly of glass, so that the children could see another woman inside, whom they did not like so well. This was a black woman with a wonderfully long neck, hung round with many strings of large, variously coloured beads. And on her head was a sort of turban of silk, striped with all the colours of the rainbow, and fixed in it was a golden star. This black woman had a face as thin almost as a death's head, with high cheekbones and great goggle eyes, the whites of which, as well as her wide range of teeth, showed in brilliant contrast with her skin, as she looked over the beautiful lady's shoulder and whispered something in her ear. "Yes, the boy with the golden hair, I think," repeated the lady, and her voice sounded sweet as a silver bell in the children's ears, and her smile beguiled them like the light of an enchanted lamp, as she leaned from the window with a look of ineffable fondness on the golden-haired boy with the large blue eyes, insomuch that little Billy, looking up, smiled in return with a wondering fondness. And when she stooped down and stretched her jewelled arms towards him, he stretched his little hands up, and how they touched the other children did not know, but saying, "Come and give me a kiss, my darling," she raised him, and he seemed to ascend in her small fingers as lightly as a feather, and she held him in her lap and covered him with kisses. Nothing daunted, the other children would have been only too happy to change places with their favoured little brother. There was only one thing that was unpleasant, and a little frightened them, and that was the black woman, who stood and stretched forward in the carriage as before. She gathered a rich silk and gold handkerchief that was in her fingers up to her lips, and seemed to thrust ever so much of it, fold after fold, into her capacious mouth, as they thought to smother her laughter with which she seemed convulsed. For she was shaking and quivering, as it seemed, with suppressed merriment, but her eyes, which remained uncovered, looked angrier than they had ever seen eyes look before. But the lady was so beautiful they looked on her instead, and she continued to caress and kiss the little boy on her knee, and smiling at the other children she held up a large russet apple in her fingers, and the carriage began to move slowly on, and with a nod inviting them to take the fruit, she dropped it on the road from the window. It rolled some way beside the wheels, they following, and then she dropped another, and then another, and so on. And the same thing happened to all, for just as either of the children who ran beside had caught the rolling apple, somehow it slipped into a hole or ran into a ditch, and looking up they saw the lady drop another from the window, and so the chase was taken up and continued till they got, hardly knowing how far they had gone, to the old crossroads that leads to Audie. It seemed that there the horses' hoofs and carriage wheels rolled up a wonderful dust, which being caught in one of those eddies that whirl the dust up into a column on the calmest day, enveloped the children for a moment, and passed whirling on towards Lisnavora. The carriage, as they fancied, driving in the centre of it, but suddenly it subsided, the straws and leaves floated to the ground, the dust dissipated itself, But the white horses and the lackeys, the gilded carriage, the lady and their little golden-haired brother were gone. At the same moment, suddenly the upper rim of the clear setting sun disappeared behind the hill of Knockdoola, and it was twilight. Each child felt the transition like a shock, and the sight of the rounded summit of Lisnavora, now closely overhanging them, struck them with a new fear. They screamed their brother's name after him, but their cries were lost in the vacant air. At the same time they thought they heard a hollow voice say close to them, "Go home." Looking round and seeing no one, they were scared, and hand in hand, the little girl crying wildly, and the boy white as ashes from fear, they trotted homeward at their best speed to tell, as we have seen, their strange story. Molly Ryan never more saw her darling, but something of the lost little boy was seen by his former playmates. Sometimes when their mother was away earning a trifle at haymaking, and Nellie washing the potatoes for their dinner, or beetling clothes in the little stream that flows in the hollow close by, they saw the pretty face of little Billy, peeping in archly at the door and smiling silently at them. And as they ran to embrace him with cries of delight, he drew back, still smiling archly, and when they got out into the open day, he was gone, and they could see no trace of him anywhere. This happened often with slight variations in the circumstances of the visit. Sometimes he would peep for a longer time, sometimes for a shorter time. Sometimes his little hand would come in, and with bended finger beckon them to follow, but always he was smiling with the same arch look and wary silence, and always he was gone when they reached the door. Gradually these visits grew less and less frequent, and in about 8 months they ceased altogether, and little Billy, irretrievably lost, took rank in their memories with the dead. One wintry morning, nearly a year and a half after his disappearance, their mother having set out for Limerick soon after cockcrow to sell some fowls at the market, the little girl, lying by the side of her elder sister who was fast asleep, just at the grey of the morning heard the latch lifted softly, and saw little Billy enter and close the door gently after him. There was light enough to see that he was barefoot and ragged, and looked pale and famished. He went straight to the fire and cowered over the turf embers, and rubbed his hands slowly, and seemed to shiver as he gathered the smouldering turf together. The little girl clutched her sister in terror and whispered, "Waken, Nellie, waken. Here's Billy come back." Nellie slept soundly on, but the little boy, whose hands were extended close over the coals, turned and looked toward the bed, it seemed to her in fear, and she saw the glare of the embers reflected on his thin cheek as he turned toward her. He rose and went on tiptoe quickly to the door in silence, and let himself out as softly as he had come in. After that the little boy was never seen any more by any one of his kindred. Fairy doctors, as the dealers in the preternatural, who in such cases were called in, are termed, did all that in them lay, but in vain. Father Tom came down and tried what holier rites could do, but equally without result. So little Billy was dead to mother, brother, and sisters, but no grave received him. Others whom affection cherished lay in holy ground, in the old churchyard of Abington, with headstone to mark the spot over which the survivor might kneel, and say a kind prayer for the peace of the departed soul. But there was no landmark to show where little Billy was hidden from their loving eyes, unless it was in the old hill of Lisnavora, that cast its long shadow at sunset before the cabin door, or that, white and filmy in the moonlight in later years, would occupy his brother's gaze as he returned from fair or market, and draw from him a sigh and a prayer for the little brother he had lost so long ago and was never to see again. Madam Crowl's Ghost. 20 years have passed since you last saw Mrs. Jolliffe's tall, slim figure. She is now past 70 and can't have many milestones more to count on the journey that will bring her to her long home. The hair has grown white as snow, that is parted under her cap over her shrewd but kindly face. But her figure is still straight and her step light and active. She has taken of late years to the care of adult invalids, having surrendered to younger hands the little people who inhabit cradles and crawl on all fours, those who remember that good-natured face among the earliest that emerge from the darkness of nonentity, and who owe to their first lessons in the accomplishment of walking and a delighted appreciation of their first babblings and earliest teeth, have spired up into tall lads and lasses now. Some of them shew streaks of white by this time in brown locks, the bonny gooden hair that she was so proud to brush and shew to admiring mothers, who are seen no more on the green of Golden Friars, and whose names are traced now on the flat grey stones in the churchyard. So the time is ripening some and searing others, and the saddening and tender sunset hour has come, and it is evening with the kind old North Country dame who nursed pretty Laura Mildmay, who now, stepping into the room, smiles so gladly and throws her arms round the old woman's neck and kisses her twice. "Now this is so lucky," said Mrs. Jenner. "You have just come in time to hear a story." "Really? That's delightful." Na, odd wit, no story or true for that. I said it with my ain iron. Ghosts, the very thing of all others I should most likely to hear of." "Well, dear," said Mrs. Jenner, "if you are not afraid, sit you down here with us." She was just going to tell me all about her first engagement to attend a dying old woman, says Mrs. Jenner, and of the ghost she saw there. Now, Mrs. Jolliffe, make your tea first, and then begin. The good woman obeyed, and having prepared a cup of that companionable nectar, she sipped a little, drew her brows slightly together to collect her thoughts, and then looked up with a wondrous solemn face to begin. Good Mrs. Jenner and the pretty girl each gazed with eyes of solemn expectation in the face of the old woman, who seemed to gather awe from the recollections she was summoning. The old room was a good scene for such a narrative, with the oak wainscoting, quaint and clumsy furniture, the heavy beams that crossed its ceiling, and the tall four-post bed with dark curtains, within which you might imagine what shadows you please. Mrs. Jolliffe cleared her voice, rolled her eyes slowly round, and began her tale in these words. Madam Crowl's Ghost. I'm an old woman now, and I was but 13 my last birthday, the night I came to Applewale House. My aunt was the housekeeper there, and a sort of one-horse carriage was down at Lexow, waiting to take me and my box up to Applewale. I was a bit frightened by the time I got to Lexow, and when I saw the carriage and horse, I wished myself back again with my mother at Hazelden. I was crying when I got into the shay, that's what we used to call it, and old John Mulberry that drove it, and was a good-natured fellow, bought me a handful of apples at the Golden Lion to cheer me up a bit, and he told me that there was a currant cake and tea and pork chops waiting for me, all hot, in my aunt's room at the great house. It was a fine moonlight night, and I eat the apples looking out of the shay window. It's a shame for gentlemen to frighten a poor foolish child like I was. I sometimes think it might be tricks. There was 2 on 'em on the tap of the coach beside me, and they began to question me after nightfall, when the moon rose, where I was going to. Well, I told them it was to wait on Dame Arabella Crowl of Applewale House, near by Lexow. Ho then, says one of them, you'll not be long there. And I looked at him as much as to say, why not? For I had spoken out when I told them where I was going, as if 'twas something clever I had to say. Because, says he, and don't you for your life tell no one, only watch her and see, she's possessed by the devil, and more 'n half a ghost. Have you got a Bible? Yes, sir, says I, for my mother put my little Bible in my box, and I knew it was there, and by the same token, though the print's too small for my old eyes, I have it in my press to this hour. As I looked up at him saying, yes, sir, I thought I saw him winking at his friend, but I could not be sure. Well, says he, be sure you put it under your bolster every night. It will keep the old girl's claws off you. And I got such a fright when he said that you wouldn't fancy, and I'd a liked to ask him a lot about the old lady, but I was too shy, and he and his friend began talking together about their own concerns, and dowly enough I got down, as I told you, at Lexho. My heart sank as I drove into the dark avenue. The trees stand very thick and big, as old as the old house almost, and 4 people with their arms out and fingertips touching barely girds round some of them. Well, my neck was stretched out of the window, looking for the first view of the great house, and all at once we pulled up in front of it. A great white and black house it is, with great black beams across and right up it, and gables looking out as white as a sheet to the moon, and the shadows of the trees, 2 or 3 up and down in front. You could count the leaves on 'em, and all the little diamond-shaped window panes, glimmering on the great hall window, and great shutters in the old fashion, hinged on the wall outside, bolted across all the rest of the windows in front, for there was but 3 or 4 servants, and the old lady in the house, and most of rooms was locked up. My heart was in my mouth when I said the journey was over, and this the great house afore me, and I sat near my aunt, and I never said till noo, and Dame Crowl that I was to come and wait upon, and was afeared on already. My aunt kissed me in the hall and brought me to her room. She was tall and thin, with a pale face and black eyes, and long thin hands with black mittens on. She was past 50, and her word was short, but her word was law. I have no complaints to make of her, but she was a hard woman, and I think she would have been kinder to me if I had been her sister's child in place of her brother's, but all that's of no consequence noo. The squire, his name was Mr. Chevenix Crowl, he was Dame Crowl's grandson, came down there by way of seeing that the old lady was well treated, about 2 or 3 in the year. I said him but 2 all the time I was at Applewell House. I can't say but she was well taken care of, notwithstanding, but that was because my aunt and Meg Wyvern, that was her maid, had a conscience, and did their duty by her. Mrs. Wyvern, Meg Wyvern my aunt called her to herself, and Mrs. Wyvern to me, was a fat, jolly lass of 50, a good height and a good breadth, always good-humoured and walked slow. She had fine wages, but she was a bit stingy, and kept all her fine clothes under lock and key, and wore mostly a twilled chocolate cotton with red and yellow, and green sprigs and balls on it, and it lasted wonderful. She never gave me nowt, not the valley or a brass thimble, all the time I was there, but she was good-humoured and always laughing, and she talked no end of prose over her tea. And seeing me so sackless and dowly, she roused me up with her laughing and stories, and I think I liked her better than my aunt. Children is so taken with a bit of fun or a story, though my aunt was very good to me, but a hard woman about some things, and silent always. My aunt took me into her bedchamber that I might rest myself a bit while she was setting the tea in her room, but first she patted me on the shoulder, and said I was a tall lass of my years, and had spired up well, and asked me if I could do plain work and stitching, and she looked in my face and said I was like my father, her brother that was dead and gone, and she hoped I was a better Christian, I wouldna do o' their lids, would not do anything of that sort. It was a hard saying the first time I set foot in her room, I thought. When I went into the next room, the housekeeper's room, very comfortable, yak, oak all round. There was a fine fire blazing away with coal and peat and wood all in a low together, and tea on the table and hot cake and smoking meat. And there was Mrs. Wyvern, fat, jolly and talking away, more in an hour than my aunt would in a year. While I was still at my tea, my aunt went upstairs to see Madam Crowl. "She's a gone up to see that old Judith Squales is awake," says Mrs. Wyvern. Judith sits with Madam Crowl when me and Mrs. Shutters, that was my aunt's name, is away. She's a troublesome old lady. You'll have to be sharp with her, or she'll be into the fire and out t' window. She goes on wires, she does, old though she be. How old, ma'am? Says I. 93 her last birthday, and that's 8 months gone, says she, and she laughed. And don't be asking questions about her before your aunt, mind. I tell ye, just take her as you find her, and that's all. And what's to be my business about her, please, ma'am, says I. About the old lady? Well, says she, your aunt, Mrs. Shutters, will tell you that. But I suppose you'll have to sit in the room with your work and see she's at no mischief. And let her amuse herself with her things on the table, and get her food or drink as she calls for it, and keep her out of mischief and ring the bell hard if she's troublesome. Is she deaf, ma'am? No, nor blind, says she, as sharp as a needle, but she's gone quite awpy and can't remember nowt rightly, and Jack the Giant Killer or Goody Two-Shoes will please her as well as the King's Court, or the affairs of the nation. And what did the little girl go away for, ma'am, that went on Friday last? My aunt wrote to my mother she was to go. Yes, she's gone. What for? Says I again. She didn't answer Mrs. Shutters, I do suppose, says she. I don't know. Don't be talking. Your aunt can't abide a talking child. And please, ma'am, is the old lady well in health? Says I. It ain't no harm to ask that, says she. She's torflin a bit lately, but better this week past, and I dare say she'll last out 100 years yet. Hish, here's your aunt coming down the passage. In comes my aunt and begins talking to Mrs. Wyvern, and I, beginning to feel more comfortable and at home-like, was walking about the room looking at this thing and at that. There was pretty old china things on the cupboard and pictures again the wall, and there was a door open in the wainscot, and I seen a queer old leathern jacket with straps and buckles to it, and sleeves as long as the bedpost hanging up inside. What's that you're at, child? Says my aunt sharp enough, turning about when I thought she least minded. What's that in your hand? This, ma'am, says I, turning about with the leathern jacket. I don't know what it is, ma'am. Pale as she was, the red came up in her cheeks, and her eyes flashed with anger, and I think only she had 6 steps to take between her and me. She'd a give me a sizzop. But she did give me a shake by the shoulder, and she plucked the thing out of my hand, and says she, While ever you stay here, don't ye meddle with nowt that don't belong to ye. And she hung it up on the pin that was there, and shut the door with a bang and locked it fast. Mrs. Wyvern was lifting up her hands and laughing all this time, quietly in her chair, rolling herself a bit in it as she used when she was kinking. The tears was in my eyes, and she winked at my aunt, and says she, drying her own eyes that were wet with the laughing, Tut, the child meant no harm. Come here to me, child. It's only a pair of crutches for lame ducks, and ask us no questions, mind, and we'll tell you no lies. And come here and sit down and drink a mug of beer before you go to your bed. My room, mind ye, was upstairs next to the old lady's, and Mrs. Wyvern's bed was near hers in her room, and I was to be ready at call, if need should be. The old lady was in one of her tantrums that night and part of the day before. She used to take fits of the sulks. Sometimes she would not let them dress her, and at other times she would not let them take her clothes off. She was a great beauty, they said, in her day. There was no one about Applewell that remembered her in her prime. And she was dreadful fond of dress, and had thick silks and stiff satins and velvets and laces and all sorts, enough to set up 7 shops at the least. All her dresses was old-fashioned and queer, but worth a fortune. Well, I went to my bed. I lay for a while awake, for a things was new to me, and I think the tea was in my nerves too, for I wasn't used to it, except now and then on a holiday or the like. And I heard Mrs. Wyvern talking, and I listened with my hand to my ear, but I could not hear Mrs. Crowl, and I don't think she said a word. There was great care took of her. The people at Applewell knew that when she died they would every one get the sack, and their situations was well paid and easy. The doctor came twice a week to see the old lady, and you may be sure they all did as he bid them. One thing was the same every time. They were never to cross or frump her any way, but to humour and please her in everything. So she lay in her clothes all that night, and next day not a word she said, and I was at my needlework all that day in my own room, except when I went down to my dinner. I would have liked to see the old lady and even to hear her speak, but she might as well have been in London at the time for me. When I had my dinner, my aunt sent me out for a walk for an hour. I was glad when I came back. The trees were so big and the place so dark and lonesome, and 'twas a cloudy day, and I cried a deal thinking of home while I was walking alone there. That evening, the candles being alight, I was sitting in my room and the door was open into Madame Crowl's chamber, where my aunt was. It was then for the first time I heard what I supposed was the old lady talking. It was a queer noise like, I couldn't well say which, a bird or a beast, only it had a bleating sound in it and was very small. I pricked my ears to hear all I could, but I could not make out one word she said, and my aunt answered, "The evil one can't hurt no one, ma'am, 'bout the Lord permits." Then the same queer voice from the bed says something more that I couldn't make head nor tail on. And my aunt made answer again, "Let them pull faces, ma'am, and say what they will. If the Lord be for us, who can be against us?" I kept listening with my ear turned to the door, holding my breath, but not another word or sound came in from the room. In about 20 minutes, as I was sitting by the table looking at the pictures in the old Aesop's fables, I was aware of something moving at the door, and looking up I saw my aunt's face looking in at the door, and her hand raised. "Hish," says she, very soft, and comes over to me on tiptoe, and she says in a whisper, "Thank God she's asleep at last, and don't you make no noise till I come back, for I'm going down to take my cup of tea, and I'll be back anew, me and Mrs. Wyvern, and she'll be sleeping in the room, and you can run down when we come up. And Judith will gie ye your supper in my room." And with that she goes. I kept looking at the picture book as before, listening every now and then, but there was no sound, not a breath that I could hear, and I began whispering to the pictures and talking to myself to keep my heart up, for I was growing feared in that big room. And at last I got up and began walking about the room, looking at this and peeping at that, to amuse my mind, you'll understand. And at last what should I do but peeps into Madame Crowl's bedchamber. A grand chamber it was, with a great four-poster bed, with flowered silk curtains as tall as the ceiling, and folding down on the floor, and drawn close all round. There was a looking-glass, the biggest I ever said before, and the room was a blaze of light. I counted 22 wax candles all alight. Such was her fancy, and no one dared say her nay. I listened at the door and gaped and wondered all round. When I heard there was not a breath and did not see so much as a stir in the curtains, I took heart and walked into the room on tiptoe and looked round again. Then I takes a keek at myself in the big glass, and at last it came in my head. Why couldn't I had a keek at the old lady herself in the bed? You'd think me a fool if you knew half how I longed to see Dame Crowl, and I thought to myself if I didn't peep now, I might wait many a day before I got so good a chance again. Well, my dear, I came to the side of the bed, the curtains being close, and my heart almost failed me, but I took courage and I slips my fingers in between the thick curtains, and then my hand. So I waits a bit, but all was still as death. So softly, softly I draws the curtain, and there, sure enough, I sid before me, stretched out like the painted lady on the tombstone in Lexow Church, the famous Dame Crowl of Applewale House. There she was, dressed out. You never seed the like in they days. Satin and silk and scarlet and green, and gold and pint lace, by Jen 'twas a sight. A big powdered wig half as high as herself was the top of her head, and wow, was ever such wrinkles, and her old baggy throat all powdered white, and her cheeks rouged and mouse-skin eyebrows that Mrs. Wyvern used to stick on, and there she lay, proud and stark, with a pair of clocked silk hose on and heels to her shoon as tall as ninepins. Lork, but her nose was crooked and thin, and half the whites of her eyes was open. She used to stand, dressed as she was, giggling and dribbling before the looking-glass, with a fan in her hand and a big nosegay in her bodice. Her wrinkled little hands were stretched down by her sides, and such long nails, all cut into points, I never sid in my days. Could it even have been a fashion for grit folk to wear their fingernails so? Well, I think you'd have been frightened yourself if you'd have seen such a sight. I couldn't let go the curtain nor move an inch, nor take my eyes off her. My very heart stood still. And in an instant she opens her eyes and up she sits and spins herself round and down with a clack on her two tall heels on the floor, facing me, ogling in my face with her two great glassy eyes and a wicked simper with her wrinkled lips and long false teeth. Well, a corpse is a natural thing, but this was the dreadfullest sight I ever said. She had her finger straight out pointing at me, and her back was crooked round again wi' age. Says she, "You little limb, what did you say? I killed the boy. I'll tickle ye till you're stiff." If I'd a thought an instant, I'd a turned about and run, but I couldn't take my eyes off her, and I backed from her as soon as I could, and she came clattering after like a thing on wires, with her fingers pointing to my throat, and she making all the time a sound with her tongue like zzz, zzz, zzz. I kept backing and backing as quick as I could, and her fingers was only a few inches away from my throat, and I felt I'd lose my wits if she touched me. I went back this way right into the corner, and I gave a yellock. You'd think soul and body was parting, and that minute my aunt from the door calls out with a blare, and the old lady turns round on her, and I turns about and ran through my room and down the stairs as hard as my legs could carry me. I cried hearty, I can tell you, when I got down to the housekeeper's room. Mrs. Wyvern laughed a deal when I told her what happened, but she changed her key when she heard the old lady's words. "Say them again," says she. So I told her. "You little limb, what for did you say I killed the boy? I'll tickle ye till you're stiff." "And did ye say she killed a boy?" says she. "Not I, Mom," says I. Judith was always up with me after that, when the two elder women was away from her. I would have jumped out at window rather than stay alone in the same room with her. It was about a week after, as well as I can remember, Mrs. Wyvern one day when me and her was alone, told me a thing about Madam Crowl that I did not know before. She being young and a great beauty, full 70 year before, had married Squire Crowl of Applewale, but he was a widower and had a son about 9 years old. There never was tale or tidings of this boy after one morning. No one could say where he went to. He was allowed too much liberty, and used to be off in the morning one day to the keeper's cottage and breakfast with him, and away to the warren and not home, mayhap till evening, and another time down to the lake and bathe there and spend the day fishing there, or paddling about in the boat. Well, no one could say what was gone with him, only this, that his hat was found by the lake under a hawthorn that grows there to this day, and 'twas thought he was drowned bathing. And the squire's son by his second marriage with this Madam Crowl that lived so dreadful long, came in for the estates. It was his son, the old lady's grandson, Squire Chevenix Crowl, that owned the estates at the time I came to Applewale. There was a deal of talk long before my aunt's time about it, and 'twas said the stepmother knew more than she was like to let out, and she managed her husband, the old squire, with her white heft and flatteries, and as the boy was never seen more, in course of time the thing died out of folks' minds. I'm going to tell you noo about what I said with my own eyen. I was not there 6 months, and it was winter time when the old lady took her last sickness. The doctor was afeard she might have took a fit of madness, as she did 15 years before, and was buckled up many a time in a strait waistcoat, which was the very leathern jerkin I sid in the closet off my aunt's room. Well, she didn't. She pined and whindered and went off torflin, quiet enough, till a day or two before her flitting, and then she took to rambling and sometimes skirling in the bed. You'd think a robber had a knife to her throat, and she used to work out of the bed, and not being strong enough then to walk or stand, she'd fall on the floor with her old wizened hand stretched before her face, and skirling still for mercy. Ye may guess I didn't go into the room, and I used to be shivering in my bed with fear at her skirling and scraffling on the floor and blaring out words that'd make your skin turn blue. My aunt and Mrs. Wyvern and Judith Squales, and a woman from Lexo was always about her. At last she took fits and they wore her out. Tisa was there and prayed for her, but she was past praying with. I suppose it was right, but none could think there was much good in it, and sat at long last she made her flitting and was over. And old Dame Crowl was shrouded and coffined, and Squire Chevenix was wrote for. But he was away in France, and the delay was so long that to Sir and Doctor both agreed it would not do to keep her longer out of her place, and no one cared but just them two, and my aunt and the rest of us from Applewell to go to the burying. So the old lady of Applewell was laid in the vault under Lexo Church, and we lived up at the great house till such time as the squire should come to tell his will about us, and pay off such as he chose to discharge. I was put into another room 2 doors away from what was Dame Crowl's chamber after her death, and this thing happened the night before Squire Chevenix came to Applewell. The room I was in now was a large square chamber covered with yak panels, but unfurnished except for my bed, which had no curtains to it, and a chair and a table or so that looked nothing at all in such a big room. And the big looking glass that the old lady used to keek into and admire herself from head to heel, now that there was no mair of that work, was put out of the way and stood against the wall in my room, for there was shifting a many things in her chamber, ye may suppose, when she came to be coffined. The news had come that day that the squire was to be down next morning at Applewell, and not sorry was I, for I thought I was sure to be sent home again to my mother. And right glad was I, and I was thinking of her at home, and my sister Janet, and the kitten and the pig Mag, and Trimmer the tyke and all the rest. And I got so fidgety I couldn't sleep, and the clock struck 12 and me wide awake, and the room as dark as pick. My back was turned to the door and my eyes toward the wall opposite. Well, it couldna be a full 12:15 when I sees a lighting on the wall before me, as if something took fire behind, and the shadows of the bed, and the chair, and my gown that was hanging from the wall, was dancing up and down on the ceiling beams and the yak panels, and I turns my head o'er my shoulder quick, thinking something must have gone afire. And what should I see, by Jen, but the likeness of the old beldame, bedizened out in her satins and velvets on her dead body, simpering, with her eyes as wide as saucers and her face like the fiend himself. 'Twas a red light that rose about her in a fuffing low, as if her dress round her feet was blazing. She was driving on right for me, with her old shriveled hands crooked as if she was going to claw me. I could not stir, but she passed me straight by with a blast of cold air, and I sid her at the wall in the alcove, as my aunt used to call it, which was a recess where the state bed used to stand in old times, with a door open wide, and her hands groping in at something was there. I never sid that door before, and she turned round to me like a thing on a pivot, flying, and all at once the room was dark, and I standing at the far side of the bed. I don't know how I got there, and I found my tongue at last, and if I didna blare a yellock, Running down the gallery and almost pulled Mrs. Wyvern's door off to hooks and frighted her half out of wits. You may guess I didn't sleep that night, and with the first light down with me to my aunt as fast as my 2 legs could carry me. Well, my aunt didn't frump or flight me as I thought she would, but she held me by the hand and looked hard in my face all the time, and she told me not to be feared, and says she, "Had the appearance a key in its hand?" "Yes," says I, bringing it to mind, "a big key in a queer brass handle." "Stop a bit," says she, letting go my hand and opening the cupboard door. "Was it like this?" says she, taking one out in her fingers and showing it to me with a dark look in my face. "That was it," says I, "quick enough." "Are you sure?" she says, turning it around. "Sot," says I, and I felt like I was going to faint when I said it. "Well, that will do, child," says she, softly thinking, and she locked it up again. "The squire himself will be here today before 12 o'clock, and you must tell him all about it," says she, thinking, and I suppose I'll be leaving soon. "And so the best thing for the present is that you should go home this afternoon, and I'll look out another place for you when I can." Fain was I, ye may guess, at that word. My aunt packed up my things for me in the £3 that was due to me to bring home, and Squire Crowl himself came down to Applewell that day, a handsome man about 30 years old. It was the second time I sid him, but this was the first time he spoke to me. My aunt talked with him in the housekeeper's room, and I don't know what they said. I was a bit feared on the squire, he being a great gentleman down in Lexo, and I daren't go near till I was called. And says he, smiling, "What's a this you send, child? It mun be a dream, for you know there's na sick a thing as a beau or a freet in all the world. But whatever it was, my little maid, sit ye down and tell all about it from first to last." Well, so soon as I made an end, he thought a bit, and says he to my aunt, "I mind the place well. In old Sir Oliver's time, Lame Wendell told me there was a door in that recess to the left, where the lassie dreamed she saw my grandmother open it. He was past 80 when he told me that, and I but a boy. The plate and jewels used to be kept there long ago, before the iron closet was made in the arras chamber, and he told me the key had a brass handle. And this, you say, was found in the bottom of the kist where she kept her old fans. Now, would not it be a queer thing if we found some spoons or diamonds forgot there? You mun come up wi' us, lassie, and point to the very spot." Loath was I, and my heart in my mouth, and fast I held my aunt's hand as I stepped into that awesome room, and showed them both how she came and passed me by, and the spot where she stood and where the door seemed to open. There was an old empty press against the wall then, and shoving it aside, sure enough, there was the tracing of a door in the wainscot, and a keyhole stopped with wood, and planed across as smooth as the rest, and the joining of the door all stopped with putty the colour of yak. And, but for the hinges that showed a bit when the press was shoved aside, you would not consait there was a door there at all. "Ha," says he with a queer smile, "this looks like it." It took some minutes with a small chisel and hammer to pick the bit of wood out of the keyhole. The key fitted sure enough, and with a strang twist and a long squeak, the bolt went back and he pulled the door open. There was another door inside, stranger than the first, but the lacks was gone, and it opened easy. Inside was a narrow floor and walls and vault of brick. We could not see what was in it, for 'twas dark as pick. When my aunt had lighted the candle, the squire held it up and stepped in. My aunt stood on tiptoe trying to look over his shoulder, and I didna see nought. "Ha ha," says the squire, stepping backward. "What's that? Give me the poker quick," says he to my aunt. And as she went to the hearth, I peeps beside his arm, and I said, "Squat down in the far corner, a monkey or a flayin' on the chest, or else the mace shrivelled up, wizened old wife that ever was seen on earth." "By Jen," says my aunt, as putting the poker in his hand. She keeked by his shouther and said the ill-favoured thing, "Pair care, sir, what you're doing. Back wi' ye and shut to the door." But in place of that he steps in softly with the poker pointed like a sword, and he gives it a poke, and down it all tumbles together, head and in a heap of bayons and dust, little Mayer and a hatful. 'Twas the bayons o' a child, aye, the rest went to dust at a touch. They said nowt for a while, but he turns round the skull as it lay on the floor. Young as I was, I conceited I knew well enough what they were thinking on. "A dead cat," says he, pushing back and blowing out the candle and shutting to the door. "We'll come back, you and me, Mrs. Shutters, and look on the shelves by and by. I've other matters first to speak to ye about. And this little girl's going home, you say? She has her wages, and I mun make her a present," says he, patting my shoulder with his hand. And he did give me a good £1, and I went off to Lexo about an hour after, and so home by the stage-coach. And fain was I to be at home again, and I never sid Dame Crowl or Applewale, God be thanked, either in appearance or in dream, at efter. But when I was grown to be a woman, my aunt spent a day and night with me at Littleham, and she told me there was no doubt it was the poor little boy that was missing so lang sen, that was shut up to die there in the dark by that wicked beldame, where his skirls or his prayers or his thumping could not be heard, and his hat was left by the water's edge, whoever did it, to make belief he was drowned. The clothes at the first touch ran into a snuff o' dust in the cell where the bayons was found, but there was a handful of jet buttons and a knife with a green heft, together with a couple of pennies the poor little fella had in his pocket, I suppose, when he was decoyed in there and sid his last of the light. And there was among the squire's papers a copy of the notice that was printed after he was lost, when the old squire thought he might have run away or been took by gypsies. And it said he had a green hefted knife with him, and that his buttons were a cut jet. Sa that is, I have to say concerning old Dame Crowl or Applewale House. Queen Mab. A little fairy comes at night, her eyes are blue, her hair is brown, with silver spots upon her wings, and from the moon she flutters down. She has a little silver wand, and when a good child goes to bed, she waves her wand from right to left, and makes a circle round its head. And then it dreams of pleasant things, of fountains filled with fairy fish, and trees that bear delicious fruit, and bow their branches at a wish. Of arbours filled with dainty scents from lovely flowers that never fade, bright flies that glitter in the sun, and glowworms shining in the shade, and talking birds with gifted tongues for singing songs and telling tales, and pretty dwarfs to show the way through fairy hills and fairy dales. But when a bad child goes to bed, from left to right she weaves her rings, and then it dreams all through the night of only ugly, horrid things. Then lions come with glaring eyes, and tigers growl a dreadful noise, and ogres draw their cruel knives to shed the blood of girls and boys. Then stormy waves rush on to drown, or raging flames come scorching round. Fierce dragons hover in the air, and serpents crawl along the ground. Then wicked children wake and weep, and wish the long black gloom away, but good ones love the dark and find the night as pleasant as the day. The King's Betrothed, a story sketched from life. It was a blessed year. In the fields the corn, the wheat and the barley grew most gloriously. The boys waded in the grass, and the cattle in the clover. The trees hung so full of cherries that, with the best will in the world, the great army of the sparrows, though determined to peck everything bare, were forced to leave half the fruit for a future feast. Every creature filled itself full every day at the great guest table of nature, Above all, however, the vegetables in Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau's kitchen garden had turned out such a splendid and beautiful crop that it was no wonder Fräulein Aennchen was unable to contain herself with joy on the subject. We may here explain who Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau and Aennchen were. Perhaps, dear reader, you may have at some time found yourself in that beautiful country, which is watered by the pleasant, kindly river Main. Soft morning breezes breathing their perfume breath over the plain as it shimmered in the golden splendour of the new risen sun, you found it impossible to sit cooped up in your stuffy carriage, and you alighted and wandered into the little grove, through the trees of which, as you descended toward the valley, you came in sight of a little village. And as you were gazing, there would suddenly come towards you, through the trees, a tall, lanky man, whose strange dress and appearance riveted your attention. He had on a small grey felt hat on the top of a black periwig. All his clothes were grey, coat, vest and breeches, grey stockings, even his walking stick coloured grey. He would come up to you with long strides and staring at you with great sunken eyes, seemingly not aware of your existence, would cry out, almost running you down, "Good morning, sir," and then, like one awaking from a dream, he would add in a hollow, mournful voice, "Good morning. Oh, sir, how thankful we ought to be that we have a good, fine morning. The poor people at Santa Cruz just had 2 earthquakes, and now, at this moment, rain, falling in torrents." While you have been thinking what to say to this strange creature, he, with an "Allow me, sir," has gently passed his hand across your brow and inspected the palm of your hand, and saying in the same hollow, melancholy accents as before, "God bless you, sir. You have a good constellation," has gone striding on his way. This odd personage was none other than Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau, whose sole rather miserable possession is the village, or hamlet, of Dapsulheim, which lies before you in this most pleasant and smiling country, into which you now enter. You are looking forward to something in the shape of breakfast, but in the little inn things have rather a gloomy aspect. Its small store of provisions was cleared out at the fair, and as you can't be expected to be content with nothing besides milk, they tell you to go to the manor house, where the gracious Fräulein Anna will entertain you hospitably with whatever may be forthcoming there. Accordingly, thither you betake yourself without further ceremony. Concerning this manor house there is nothing further to say than that it has doors and windows, as of yore had that of Baron Tondertontonk in Westphalia. But above the hall door the family coat of arms makes a fine show, carved there in wood with New Zealand skilfulness, and this manor house derives a peculiar character of its own from the circumstance that its north side leans upon the enceinte, or outer line of defence, belonging to an old ruined castle, so that the back entrance is what was formerly the castle gate, and through it one passes at once into the courtyard of that castle, in the middle of which the tall watchtower still stands undamaged. From the hall door, which is surmounted by the coat of arms, there comes meeting you a red-cheeked young lady, who, with her clear blue eyes and fair hair, is to be called very pretty indeed, although her figure may be considered just the least bit too roundly substantial. A personification of friendly kindness, she begs you to go in, and as soon as she ascertains your wants, serves you up the most delicious milk, a liberal allowance of first-rate bread and butter, uncooked ham, as good as you would find in Bayonne, and a small glass of beetroot brandy. Meanwhile, this young lady, who is none other than Fräulein Anna von Zabelthau, talks to you gaily and pleasantly of rural matters, displaying anything but a limited knowledge of such subjects. Suddenly, however, there resounds a loud and terrible voice, as if from the skies, crying, "Anna! Anna! Anna!" This rather startles you, but Fräulein Anna says pleasantly, "There's Papa back from his walk, calling for his breakfast from his study. Calling from his study, you repeat or inquire astonished. Yes, says Fräulein Anna, or Fräulein Aennchen, as the people call her. Yes, Papa's study is up in the tower there, and he calls down through the speaking trumpet. And you see, Aennchen opened the narrow door of the old lower with a similar déjeuner la fourchette to that which you have had yourself, namely, a liberal helping of bread and ham, not forgetting the beetroot brandy, and go briskly in at it. But she is back directly, and taking you all over the charming kitchen garden, has so much to say about feather sage rapuntica, English turnips, little greenheads, montrue, great yellow, and so forth, that you have no idea that all these fine names merely mean various descriptions of cabbages and salads. I think, dear reader, that this little glimpse which you have had of Dapsulheim is sufficient to enable you to understand all the outs and ins of the establishment, concerning which I have to narrate to you all manner of extraordinary, barely comprehensible matters and occurrences. Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau had, during his youth, very rarely left his parents' country place. They had been people of considerable means. His tutor, after teaching him foreign languages, particularly those of the East, fostered a natural inclination which he possessed towards mysticism, or rather, occupying himself with the mysterious. This tutor died, leaving as a legacy to young Dapsul a whole library of occult science into the very depths of which he proceeded to plunge. His parents dying, he betook himself to long journeyings, and, as his tutor had impressed him with the necessity of doing, to Egypt and India. When he got home again after many years, a cousin had looked after his affairs with such zeal that there was nothing left to him but the little hamlet of Dapsulheim. Herr Dapsul was too eagerly occupied in the pursuit of the sun-born gold of a higher sphere to trouble himself about that which was earthly. He rather felt obliged to his cousin for preserving to him the pleasant, friendly Dapsulheim, with the fine tall tower, which might have been built expressly on purpose for astrological operations, and in the upper story and topmost height of which he at once established his study, and indeed he thanked his said cousin from the bottom of his heart. This careful cousin now pointed out that Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau was bound to marry. Dapsul immediately admitted the necessity, and without more ado married at once the lady whom his cousin had selected for him. This lady disappeared almost as quickly as she had appeared on the scene. She died after bearing him a daughter. The cousin attended to the marriage, the baptism, and the funeral, so that Dapsul, up in his tower, paid very little attention to either, for there was a very remarkable comet visible during most of the time, ever melancholy and anticipative of evil, considered that he was involved in its influence. The little daughter, under the careful upbringing of an old grand-aunt, developed a remarkable aptitude for rural affairs. She had to begin at the very beginning and, so to speak, rise from the ranks, serving successively as goose-girl, maid-of-all-work, upper farm-maid, housekeeper, and finally as mistress, so that theory was all along illustrated and impressed upon her mind by a salutary share of practice. She was exceedingly fond of ducks and geese, hens and pigeons, and even the tender broods of well-shaped piglings. She was by no means indifferent to, though she did not put a ribbon and a bell round a little white sucking pig's neck and make it into a sort of lapdog, as a certain young lady in another place was once known to do. But more than anything, more than even to the fruit trees, she was devoted to the kitchen garden. From her grand-aunt's attainments in this line, she had derived very remarkable theoretical knowledge of vegetable culture, which the reader has seen for himself, as regarded digging of the ground, sowing the seed, and setting the plants. Fräulein Aennchen not only superintended all these operations, but lent most valuable manual aid. She wielded a most vigorous spade, her bitterest enemy would have admitted this, so that while Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau was immersed in astrological observations and other important matters, Fräulein Aennchen carried on the management of the place in the ablest possible manner, Dapsul looking after the celestial part of the business, and Aennchen managing the terrestrial side of things with unceasing vigilance and care. As above said, it was small wonder that Aennchen was almost beside herself with delight at the magnificence of the yield which this season had produced in the kitchen garden. But the carrot bed was what surpassed everything else in the garden in its promise. "Oh, my dear beautiful carrots!" cried Anna over and over again, and she clapped her hands, danced and jumped about, and conducted herself like a child who has been given a grand Christmas present. And indeed it seemed as though the carrot children underground were taking part in Aennchen's gladness, for some extreme delicate laughter, which just made itself heard, was undoubtedly proceeding from the carrot bed. Aennchen didn't, however, pay much heed to it, but ran to meet one of the farm men who was coming, holding up a letter, and calling out to her, "For you, Fräulein Aennchen, Gottlieb brought it from the town." Aennchen saw immediately from the handwriting that it was from none other than young Herr Amandus von Nebelstern, the son of a neighbouring proprietor, now at the university. During the time when he was living at home, and in the habit of running over to Dapsulheim every day, Amandus had arrived at the conviction that in all his life he never could love anybody except Aennchen. Similarly, Aennchen was perfectly certain that she could never really care the least bit about anybody else but this brown-locked Amandus. Thus both Aennchen and Amandus had come to the conclusion and arrangement that they were to be married as soon as ever they could, the sooner the better, and be the very happiest married couple in the wide world. Amandus had at one time been a bright, natural sort of lad enough, but at the university he had got into the hands of God knows who, and had been induced to fancy himself a marvellous poetical genius, as also to betake himself to an extreme amount of absurd extravagance in expression of ideas. He carried this so far that he soon soared far away beyond everything which prosaic idiots term sense and reason, maintaining at the same time as they do that both are perfectly coexistent with the utmost liveliness of imagination. It was from this young Amandus that the letter came, which Aennchen opened and read as follows. Heavenly Maiden, dost thou see, dost thou feel, dost thou not image and figure to thyself thy Amandus, how circumambiated by the orange flower-laden breath of the dewy evening, he is lying on his back in the grass, gazing heavenward with eyes filled with the holiest love and the most longing adoration. The thyme and the lavender, the rose and the gillyflower, as also the yellow-eyed narcissus and the shamed-faced violet, he weaveth into garlands. And the flowers are love thoughts, thoughts of thee, O Anna. But doth feeble prose beseem inspired lips? Listen, O listen. How can I love and speak of my love sonetically? Love flames aloft in thousand eager sun-spheres. Joy wooeth joy within the heart so warmly. Down from the darkling sky soft stars are shining. Back mirrored from the deep, still wells of love tears. Delight, alas, doth die of joy too burning. The sweetest fruit hath aye the bitterest kernel, while longing beckons from the violet distance. In pain of love my heart to dust is turning. In fiery billows rage the ocean surges, yet the bold swimmer dares the plunge full arduous, and soon amid the waves his strong course urges. And on the shore, now near the jacinth shoots, the faithful heart holds firm, 'twill bleed to death, but heart's blood is the sweetest of all roots. O Anna, when thou readest this sonnet of all sonnets, may all the heavenly rapture permeate thee, in which all my being was dissolved when I wrote it down, and then read it out to kindred minds, conscious like myself of life's highest. Think, O think I sweet maiden of thy faithful, enraptured, Amandus von Nebelstern. P.S. Don't forget, O sublime Virgin, when answering this, to send a pound or two of that Virginia tobacco which you grow yourself. It burns splendidly, and has a far better flavour than the Puerto Rico, which the Bortians smoke when they go to the Nieppe. Footnote 1. The translator may point out that the original of this nonsense is, itself, intentionally nonsense, and that he has done his best to render it into English, not an easy task. Fraulein Aennchen pressed the letter to her lips and said, "Oh dear, how beautiful! And the darling verses rhyming so beautifully. Oh, if I were only clever enough to understand it all! But I suppose nobody can do that but a student. I wonder what that about the roots means. I suppose it must be the long red English carrots, or, who knows, it may be the rapuntica. Dear fellow." That very day Fraulein Aennchen made it her business to pack up the tobacco, and she took a dozen of her finest goose quills to the schoolmaster to get him to make them into pens. Her intention was to sit down at once and begin her answer to the precious letter. As she was going out of the kitchen garden, she was again followed by a very faint, almost imperceptible sound of delicate laughter, and if she had paid a little attention to what was going on, she would have been sure to hear a little delicate voice saying, pull me, I am ripe, ripe, ripe." However, as we have said, she paid no attention and did not hear this. Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau generally came down from his astronomical tower about noon to partake of a frugal repast with his daughter, which usually lasted a very short time, and during which there was generally a great predominance of silence, for Dapsul did not like to talk, and Aennchen did not trouble him by speaking much, and this all the more for the reason that if her papa did actually begin to talk, he would come out with all sorts of curious, unintelligible nonsense, which made a body's head giddy. This day, however, her head was so full, and her mind so excited and taken up with the flourishing state of the kitchen garden, and the letter from her beloved Amandus, that she talked of both subjects incessantly, mixed up, without leaving off. At last Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau laid down his knife and fork, stopped his ears with his hands, and cried out, "Oh, the dreary higgledy-piggledy of chatter and gabble!" Aennchen stopped, alarmed, and he went on to say, in the melancholy, sustained tones which were characteristic of him, "With regard to the vegetables, my dear daughter, I have long been cognizant that the manner in which the stars have worked together this season has been eminently favourable to those growths, and the earthly man will be amply supplied with cabbage, radishes, and lettuce, so that the earthly matter may duly increase and withstand the fire of the world's spirit, like a properly kneaded pot. The gnomic principle will resist the attacks of the salamander, and I shall have the enjoyment of eating the parsnips which you cook so well. With regard to young Amandus von Nebelstern, I have not the slightest objection to your marrying him as soon as he comes back from the university. Simply send Gottlieb up to tell me when your marriage is going to take place, so that I may go with you to the church." Herr Dapsul kept silent for a few seconds, and then, without looking at Aennchen, whose face was glowing with delight, he went on, smiling and striking his glass with his fork, two things which he seldom did at all, though he always did them together, to say, "Your Amandus has got to be, and cannot help being, where and what he is. He is, in fact, a gerund, and I shall merely tell you, my dear Aennchen, that I drew up his horoscope a long while ago. His constellation is favourable enough on the whole, for the matter of that. He has Jupiter in the ascending node, Venus regarding in the sextile. The trouble is that the path of Sirius cuts across, and just at the point of intersection there is great danger from which Amandus delivers his betrothed. The danger, what it is indiscoverable, because some strange being, which appears to set at defiance all astrological science, seems to be concerned in it. At the same time, it is evident and certain that it is only the strange physical condition which mankind terms craziness or mental derangement which will enable Amandus to accomplish this deliverance. Oh, my daughter! Here Herr Dapsul fell again into his usual pathetic tone. May no mysterious power, which keeps itself hidden from my seer eyes, come suddenly across your path, so that young Amandus von Nebelstern may not have to rescue you from any other danger but that of being an old maid. He sighed several times consecutively and then continued. But the path of Sirius breaks off abruptly after this danger, and Venus and Jupiter, divided before, come together again, reconciled. Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau had not spoken so much for years as on this occasion. He arose, exhausted, and went back up into his tower. Aennchen had her answer to Herr von Nebelstern ready in good time next morning. It was as follows. My own dearest Amandus, you cannot believe what joy your letter has given me. I have told Papa about it, and he has promised to go to church with us when we're married. Be sure to come back from the university as soon as ever you can. Oh, if I could only quite understand your darling verses, which rhyme so beautifully. When I read them to myself aloud, they sound wonderful, and then I think I do understand them quite well. But soon everything grows confused and seems to get away from me, and I feel as if I had been reading a lot of mere words that somehow don't belong to each other at all. The schoolmaster says this must be so, and that it's the new fashionable way of speaking. But, you see, I'm only a stupid, foolish creature. Please to write and tell me if I couldn't be a student for a little time, without neglecting my housework. I suppose that couldn't be, though, could it? Well, well, when once we're husband and wife, perhaps I may pick up a little of your learning, and learn a little of this new fashionable way of speaking. I send you the Virginian tobacco, my dear Amandus. I've packed my bonnet box full of it, as much as ever I could get into it, and, in the meantime, I've put my new straw hat onto Charles the Great's head. You know he stands in the spare bedroom, although he has no feet, being only a bust, as you remember. Please don't laugh, Amandus dear, but I have made some poetry myself, and it rhymes quite nicely, some of it. Write and tell me how a person without learning can know so well what rhymes to what. Just listen, now. I love you, dearest, as my life, and long at once to be your wife. The bright blue sky is full of light. When evening comes, the stars shine bright. So you must love me always truly, and never cause me pain unduly. I pack up the baccy you asked me to send, and I hope it will yield you enjoyment no end. There, you must take the will for the deed, and when I learn the fashionable ways of speaking, I'll do some better poetry. The yellow lettuces are promising splendidly this year. Never was such a crop. So are the French beans. But my little dachshund Feldman gave the big gander a terrible bite in the leg yesterday. However, we can't have everything perfect in this world. 100 kisses in imagination, my dearest Amandus, from your most faithful fiancée, Anna von Zabelthau. P.S. I've been writing in an awful hurry, and that's the reason the letters are rather crooked here and there. P.S. But you mustn't mind about that. Though I may write a little crookedly, my heart is all straight, and I am always your faithful Anna. P.S. Oh, good gracious, I had almost forgot, thoughtless thing that I am. Papa sends you his kind regards, and says you have got to be, and cannot help being, where and what you are, and that you are to rescue me from a terrible danger some day. Now I'm very glad of this, and remain, once more, your most true and loving, Anna von Zabelthau. It was a good weight off Fraulein Aennchen's mind when she had written this letter, It had cost her a considerable effort, so she felt light-hearted and happy when she had put it in its envelope, sealed it up without burning the paper or her own fingers, and given it, together with the bonnet box full of tobacco, to Gottlieb to take to the post office in the town. When she had seen properly to the poultry in the yard, she ran as fast as she could to the place she loved best, the kitchen garden. When she got to the carrot bed, she thought it was about time to be thinking of the sweet-toothed people in the town, and be pawling the earliest of the carrots. The servant girl was called in to help in this process. Fräulein Aennchen walked, gravely and seriously, into the middle of the bed, and grasped a stately carrot plant. But on her pulling at it, a strange sound made itself heard. Do not, reader, think of the witch's mandrake root, and the horrible whining and howling which pierces the heart of man when it is drawn from the earth. No, the tone which was heard on this occasion was like very delicate, joyous laughter. But Fräulein Aennchen let the carrot plant go, and cried out, rather frightened, "Eh? Who's that laughing at me?" But there being nothing more to be heard, she took hold of the carrot plant again, which seemed to be finer and better grown than any of the rest, and notwithstanding the laughing, which began again, pulled up the very finest and most splendid carrot ever beheld by mortal eye. When she looked at it more closely, she gave a cry of joyful surprise, so that the maidservant came running up, and she also exclaimed aloud at the beautiful miracle which disclosed itself to her eyes. For there was a beautiful ring, firmly attached to the carrot, with a shining topaz mounted in it. "Oh!" cried the maid, "that's for you. It's your wedding ring. Put it on directly." "Stupid nonsense," said Fräulein Aennchen. "I must get my wedding ring from Herr Amandus von Nebelstern, not from a carrot." However, the longer she looked at the ring, the better she was pleased with it, and indeed it was of such wonderfully fine workmanship that it seemed to surpass anything ever produced by human skill. On the ring part of it, there were hundreds and hundreds of tiny little figures twined together in the most manifold groupings, hardly to be made out with the naked eye at first, so microscopically minute were they. But when one looked at them closely for a little while, they appeared to grow bigger and more distinct, and to come to life and dance in pretty combinations, and the fire of the gem was of such a remarkable water that the like of it could not have been found in the celebrated Dresden collection. "Who knows," said the maid, "how long this beautiful ring may have been underground, and it must have got shoved up somehow, and then the carrot has grown right through it." Fräulein Aennchen took the ring off the carrot, and it was strange how the latter suddenly slipped through her fingers and disappeared in the ground. But neither she nor the maid paid much heed to this circumstance, being lost in admiration of the beautiful ring, which the young lady immediately put on the little finger of the right hand without more ado. As she did so, she felt a stinging pain all up her finger, from the root of it to the point, but this pain went away again as quickly as it had come. Of course, she told her father at midday all about this strange adventure at the carrot bed, and showed him the beautiful ring which had been sticking up on the carrot. She was going to take it off that he might examine it the better, but felt the same stinging kind of pain as when she put it on. And this pain lasted all the time she was trying to get it off, so that she had to give up trying. Herr Dapsul scanned the ring upon her finger with the most careful attention. He made her stretch her finger out and describe with it all sorts of circles in all directions, after which he fell into a profound meditation and went up into his tower without uttering a syllable. Aennchen heard him giving vent to a very considerable amount of groaning and sighing as he went. Next morning, when she was chasing the big cock around the yard, he was bent on all manner of mischief, and was skirmishing particularly with the pigeons. Herr Dapsul began lamenting so fearfully down from the tower through the speaking trumpet that she cried up to him through her closed hand, "Oh, Papa dear, what are you making such a terrible howling for? The fowls are all going out of their wits." Herr Dapsul hailed down to her through the speaking trumpet, saying, "Anna, my daughter Anna, come up here to me immediately." Fräulein Aennchen was much astonished at this command, for her papa had never in all his life asked her to go into the tower, but rather had kept the door of it carefully shut, so that she was conscious of a certain sense of anxiety as she climbed the narrow winding stair, and opened the heavy door which led into its one room. Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau was seated upon a large armchair of singular form, surrounded by curious instruments and dusty books. Before him was a kind of stand, upon which there was a paper stretched in a frame, with a number of lines drawn upon it. He had on a tall pointed cap, a wide mantle of grey calamanco, and on his chin a long white beard, so that he had quite the appearance of a magician. On account of his false beard, Aennchen didn't know him a bit just at first, and looked curiously about to see if her father were hidden away in some corner. But when she saw that the man with the beard on was really Papa, she laughed most heartily, and asked if it was Yule time, and he was going to act as Father Christmas. Paying no heed to this inquiry, Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau took a small tool of iron in his hand, touched Aennchen's forehead with it, and then stroked it along her right arm several times, from the armpit to the tip of the little finger. While this was going on, she had to sit in the armchair, which he had quitted, and to lay the finger which had the ring upon it, on the paper which was in the frame, in such a position that the topaz touched the central point, where all the lines came together. Yellow rays immediately shot out from the topaz all round, colouring the paper all over with deep yellow light. Then the lines went flickering and crackling up and down, and the little figures which were on the ring seemed to be jumping merrily about all over the paper. Herr Dapsul, without taking his eyes from the paper, had taken hold of a thin plate of some metal, which he held up high over his head with both arms, and was proceeding to press it down upon the paper. But ere he could do so, he slipped his foot on the smooth stone floor, and fell, anything but softly, upon the sitting portion of his body, whilst the metal plate, which he had dropped in an instinctive attempt to break his fall and save damage to his os coccygeus, went clattering down upon the stones. Fräulein Aennchen awoke with a gentle "ah" from a strange dreamy condition in which she had been. Herr Dapsul with some difficulty raised himself, put the grey sugar-loaf cap, which had fallen off, on again, arranged the false beard, and sate himself down opposite to Aennchen, upon a pile of folio volumes. "My daughter," he said, "my daughter Anna, what were your sensations? Describe your thoughts, your feelings. What were the forms seen by the eye of the spirit within your inner being?" "Ah," answered Anna, "I was so happy. I never was so happy in all my life. And I thought of Amandus von Nebelstern, and I saw him quite plainly before my eyes, but he was much better looking than he used to be, and he was smoking a pipe of the Virginia tobacco that I sent him, and seemed to be enjoying it tremendously. Then all at once I felt a great appetite for young carrots with sausages, and lo and behold, there the dishes were before me, and I was just going to help myself to some when I woke up from the dream in a moment, with a sort of painful start. Amandus von Nebelstern, Virginia canister, carrots, sausages, quoth Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau to his daughter very reflectively, and he signed to her to stay where she was, for she was preparing to go away. "Happy it is for you, innocent child," he began in a tone much more lamentable than even his usual one. that you are as yet not initiated into the profounder mysteries of the universe, and are unaware of the threatening perils which surround you. You know nothing of the supernatural science of the sacred Kabbalah. True, you will never partake the celestial joy of those wise ones who, having attained the highest step, need never eat or drink except for their pleasure, and are exempt from human necessities. But then you have not to endure and suffer the pain of attainment to that step, like your unhappy father, who is still far more liable to attacks of mere human giddiness, to whom that which he laboriously discovers only causes terror and awe, and who is still, from purely earthly necessities, obliged to eat and drink, and, in fact, submit to human requirements. Learn, my charming child, blessed as you are with absence of knowledge, that the depths of the earth and the air, water and fire are filled with spiritual beings of higher and yet of more restricted nature than mankind. It seems unnecessary, my little unwise one, to explain to you the peculiar nature and characteristics of the gnomes, the salamanders, sylphides, and undines. You would not be able to understand them. To give you some slight idea of the danger which you may be undergoing, it is sufficient that I should tell you that these spirits are always striving eagerly to enter into unions with human beings, and as they are well aware that human beings are strongly adverse to those unions, they employ all manner of subtle and crafty artifices to delude such of the latter as they have fixed their affections upon. Often it is a twig, a flower, a glass of water, a fire steel, or something else, in appearance of no importance, which they employ as a means of compassing their intent. It is true that unions of this sort often turn out exceedingly happily, as in the case of two priests mentioned by Prince della Mirandola, who spent 40 years of the happiest possible wedlock with a spirit of this description. It is true, moreover, that the most renowned sages have been the offspring of such unions between human beings and elementary spirits. Thus, the great Zoroaster was the son of the salamander Oromasis, the great Apollonius, the sage Merlin, the valiant Count of Cleve, and the great Kabbalist Ben Sira were the glorious fruits of marriages of this description, and according to Paracelsus, the beautiful Messalina was no other than a sylphide. But yet, notwithstanding, the peril of such a union is much too great, for not only do the elementary spirits require of those on whom they confer their favours, that the clearest light of the profoundest wisdom shall have arisen, and shall shine upon them, but besides this, they are extraordinarily touchy and sensitive, and revenge offences with extreme severity. Thus, it once happened that a sylphide, who was in union with a philosopher on an occasion when he was talking with friends about a pretty woman, and perhaps rather too warmly, suddenly allowed her white, beautifully formed limb to become visible in the air, as if to convince the friends of her beauty, and then killed the poor philosopher on the spot. But why should I refer to others? Why don't I speak of myself? I am aware that for the last 12 years I have been beloved by a sylphide, but she is timorous and coy, and I am tortured by the thought of the danger of fettering her to me more closely by Kabbalistic processes, inasmuch as I am still much too dependent on earthly necessities, and consequently lack the necessary degree of wisdom. Every morning I make up my mind to fast, and I succeed in letting breakfast pass without touching any. But when midday comes, oh, Anna, my daughter Anna, you know well that I eat tremendously. These latter words her dapsel uttered almost in a howl, while bitter tears rolled down his lean, chop-fallen cheeks. He then went on more calmly. But I take the greatest of pains to behave towards the elementary spirit who is thus favourably disposed towards me, with the utmost refinement of manners, the most exquisite galanterie. I never venture to smoke a pipe of tobacco without employing the proper preliminary cabalistic precautions, for I cannot tell whether or not my tender air spirit may like the brand of the tobacco, and so be annoyed at the defilement of her element. And I take the same precautions when I cut a hazel twig, pluck a flower, eat a fruit, or strike fire, all my efforts being directed to avoid giving offence to any elementary spirit. And yet, there you see that nutshell which I slid upon, and falling over backwards, completely nullified the whole important experiment, which would have revealed to me the whole mystery of the ring. I do not remember that I have ever eaten a nut in this chamber, completely devoted as it is to science. You know now why I have my breakfast on the stairs, and it is all the clearer that some little gnome must have been hidden away in that shell, very likely having come here to prosecute his studies and watch some of my experiments, for the elementary spirits are fond of human science, particularly such kinds of it as the uninitiated vulgar consider to be, if not foolish and superstitious, at all events beyond the powers of the human mind to comprehend, and for that reason style dangerous. Thus, when I accidentally trod upon this little student's head, I suppose he got in a rage and threw me down. But it is probable that he had a deeper reason for preventing me from finding out the secret of the ring. Anna, my dear Anna, listen to this. I had ascertained that there is a gnome bestowing his favour upon you, and to judge by the ring, he must be a gnome of rank and distinction, as well as of superior cultivation. But, my dear Anna, my most beloved little stupid girl, how do you suppose you are going to enter into any kind of union with an elementary spirit without running the most terrible risk? If you had read Cassiodorus Remus, you might of course reply that, according to his veracious chronicle, the celebrated Magdalena de la Croix, abbess of a convent at Cordova in Spain, lived for 30 years in the happiest wedlock imaginable with a little gnome, whilst a similar result followed in the case of a sylph and the young Gertrude, a nun in Closter, Nazareth, near Cologne. But then, think of the learned pursuits of those ecclesiastical ladies and of your own. What a mighty difference! Instead of reading in learned books, you are often employing your time in feeding hens, geese, ducks, and other creatures, which simply molest and annoy all Kabbalists. Instead of watching the course of the stars, the heavens, you dig in the earth. Instead of deciphering the traces of the future in skillfully constructed horoscopes, you are churning milk into butter and putting sauerkraut up to pickle for mean everyday winter use. Although really, I must say that for my own part, I should be very sorry to be without such articles of food. Say, is all this likely in the long run to content a refined philosophic elementary spirit? And then, oh Anna, it must be through you that the Dapsulheim line must continue, which earthly demand upon your being you cannot refuse to obey in any possible case. Yet, in connection with this ring, you, in your instinctive way, felt a strange, irreflective sense of physical enjoyment. By means of the operation in which I was engaged, I desired and intended to break the power of the ring, and free you entirely from the gnome which is pursuing you. That operation failed, in consequence of the trick played me by the little student in the nutshell. And yet, notwithstanding, I feel inspired by a courage such as I have never felt before to do battle with this elementary spirit. You are my child, whom I begot, not indeed with a sylphide, salamandress, or other elementary spirit, but of that poor country lady of a fine old family, to whom the God-forgotten neighbours gave the nickname of the Goat Girl on account of her idyllic nature, for she used to go out with a flock of pretty little white goats and pasture them on the green hillocks. I, meanwhile, blowing a reed pipe on my tower, a love-stricken young fool by way of accompaniment. Yes, you are my own child, my flesh and blood, and I mean to rescue you. Here this mystic phial shall befree you from the pernicious ring. With this, Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau took up a small phial and began filing away with it at the ring. But scarcely had he passed it once or twice backwards and forwards when Fräulein Aennchen cried aloud in pain, "Papa, Papa, you're filing my finger off!" And actually there was dark thick blood coming oozing from under the ring. Seeing this, Herr Dapsul let the phial fall upon the floor, sank half fainting into the armchair, and cried in utter despair, "Oh, oh, oh, oh! It is all over with me. Perhaps the infuriated gnome may come this very hour and bite my head off, unless the sylphide saves me. Oh, Anna, Anna, go fly!" As her father's extraordinary talk had long made her wish herself far enough away, she ran downstairs like the wind. Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau had just embraced his daughter with many tears, and was moving off to ascend his tower, where he dreaded every moment the alarming visit of the incensed gnome, when the sound of a horn, loud and clear, made itself heard, and into the courtyard came bounding and curveting a little cavalier of sufficiently strange and amusing appearance. His yellow horse was not at all large, and was of delicate build, so that the little rider, in spite of his large shapeless head, did not look so dwarfish as might otherwise have been the case, as he sate a considerable height above the horse's head. But this was attributable to the length of his body, for what of him hung over the saddle in the nature of legs and feet was hardly worth mentioning. For the rest, the little fellow had on a very rich habit of gold-yellow atlas, a very high cap with a splendid grass-green plume, and riding boots of beautifully polished mahogany. With a resounding prrrr, he reined up before Herr von Zabelthau, and seemed to be going to dismount. But he suddenly slipped under the horse's belly as quick as lightning, and having got to the other side of him, threw himself 3 times in succession, some 12 ells up in the air, turning 6 somersaults in every ell, and then alighted on his head in the saddle. Standing on his head there, he galloped backwards, forwards, and sideways in all sorts of extraordinary curves and ups and downs, his feet meanwhile playing trochees, dactyls, pyrrhics, etc., in the air. When this accomplished gymnast and trick-act rider at length stood still and politely saluted, there were to be seen on the ground of the courtyard the words, "My most courteous greeting to you and your lady daughter, most highly respected Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau." These words he had written into the ground in handsome Roman uncial letters. Thereupon he sprang from his horse, turned 3 Catherine wheels, and said that he was charged by his gracious master, Herr Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, called Cordovanspitz, to present his compliments to Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau, and to say that if the latter had no objection, the Herr Baron proposed to pay him a friendly visit of a day or 2, as he was expecting presently to be his nearest neighbour. Herr Dapsul looked more dead than alive, so pale and motionless did he stand leaning on his daughter. Scarcely had a half involuntary "It will give me much pleasure" escaped his trembling lips, when the little horseman departed with lightning speed, and similar ceremonies to those with which he had arrived. "Ah, my daughter!" cried Herr Dapsul, weeping and lamenting. Alas, it is but too certain that this is the gnome come to carry you off and twist my unfortunate neck. But we will pluck up the very last scrap of courage which we can scrape together. Perhaps it may be still possible to pacify this irritated elementary spirit. We must be as careful in our conduct toward him as ever we can. I will at once read to you, my dear child, a chapter or two of Lactantius or Thomas Aquinas concerning the mode of dealing with elementary spirits, so that you mayn't make some tremendous mistake or other. But before he could go and get hold of Lactantius or Thomas Aquinas, a band was heard in the immediate proximity, sounding very much like the kind of performance which children, who are musical enough, get up about Christmas time. And a fine long procession was coming up the street. At the head of it rode some 60 or 70 little cavaliers on little yellow horses, all dressed like the one who had arrived as avant-coureur at first, in yellow habits, pointed caps, and boots of polished mahogany. They were followed by a coach of purest crystal, drawn by 8 yellow horses, and behind this came well on to 40 other less magnificent coaches, some with 6 horses, some with only 4. And there were swarms of pages, running footmen, and other attendants, moving up and down amongst and around those coaches in brilliant costumes, so the whole thing formed a sight as charming as uncommon. Herr Dapsul stood sunk in gloomy amazement. Ancient, who had never dreamt that the world could contain such lovely delightful creatures as these little horses and people, was quite out of her senses with delight, and forgot everything, even to shut her mouth, which she had opened to emit a cry of joy. The coach and 8 drew up before Herr Dapsul. Riders jumped from their horses, pages and attendants came hurrying forward, and the personage who was now lifted down the steps of the coach on their arms was none other than the Herr Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, otherwise known as Cordovenspitz. Inasmuch as regarded his figure, the Herr Baron was far from comparable to the Apollo of Belvedere, or even the Dying Gladiator. For, besides the circumstances that he was scarcely 3 feet high, 1/3 of his small body consisted of his evidently too large and broad head, which was, moreover, adorned by a tremendously long Roman nose and a pair of great round projecting eyes. And as his body was disproportionately long for his height, there was nothing left for his legs and feet to occupy but some 4 inches or so. This small space was made the most of, however, for the little Baron's feet were the neatest and prettiest little things ever beheld. No doubt they seemed to be scarcely strong enough to support the large important head, for the Baron's gait was somewhat tottery and uncertain, and he even toppled over altogether pretty frequently, but got up upon his feet immediately, after the manner of a jack-in-the-box, so that this toppling over had a considerable resemblance to some rather eccentric dancing step more than to anything else one could compare it to. He had on a close-fitting suit of some shining gold fabric, and a headdress which was almost like a crown, with an enormous plume of green feathers in it. As soon as the Baron had alighted on the ground, he hastened up to Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau, took hold of both his hands, swung himself up to his neck, and cried out, in a voice wonderfully more powerful than his shortness of stature would have led one to expect, "Oh, my Dapsul von Zabelthau, my most beloved father!" He then lowered himself down from Herr Dapsul's neck with the same deftness of skill with which he had climbed up to it, sprang, or rather slung himself to Fräulein Aennchen, took that hand of hers which had the ring on it, covered it with loud resounding kisses, and cried out in the same almost thundering voice as before, "Oh, my loveliest Fräulein Anna von Zabelthau, my most beloved bride-elect!" He then clapped his hands, and immediately that noisy, clattering, childlike band struck up, and over 100 little fellows, who had got off their horses and out of their carriages, danced, as the avant-coureur had done, sometimes on their heads, sometimes on their feet, in the prettiest possible trochees, spondees, iambics, pyrrhics, anapaests, tribacks, bacchae, antibacchae, choriams, and dactyls, so that it was a joy to behold them. But as this was going on, Fräulein Aennchen recovered from the terrible fright which the little Baron's speech to her had put her in, and entered into several important and necessary economic questions and considerations. How is it possible, she asked herself, that these little beings can find room in this place of ours? Would it hold even their servants, if they were to be put to sleep in the big barn? Then what could I do with the swell folk who came in the coaches, and of course expect to be put into fine bedrooms with soft beds, as they're accustomed to be? And even if the 2 plough horses were to go out of the stable, and I were to be so hard-hearted as to turn the old lame chestnut out into the grass field, would there be anything like room enough for all those little beasts of horses that this nasty, ugly Baron has brought? And just the same, with the 41 coaches. But the worst of all comes after that. Oh, my gracious! Is the whole year's provender anything like enough to keep all these little creatures going for even so much as a couple of days? This last was the climax of all. She saw in her mind's eye everything eaten up, all the new vegetables, the sheep, the poultry, the salt meat, nay, the very beetroot brandy gone. And this brought the salt tears to her eyes. She thought she caught the Baron making a sort of wicked, impudent face at her, and that gave her courage to say to him, while his people were keeping up their dancing with might and main, in the plainest language possible, that however flattering his visit might be to her father, it was impossible to think of such a thing as its lasting more than a couple of hours or so, as there were neither room nor anything else for the proper reception and entertainment of such a grand gentleman, and such a numerous retinue. But little Cadeau Van Spitz immediately looked as marvellously sweet and tender as any marzipan tart. Pressing with closed eyes Fräulein Aennchen's hand, which was rather rough and not particularly white, to his lips, as he assured her that the last thing he should think of was causing the dear papa and his lovely daughter the slightest inconvenience. He said he had brought everything in the kitchen and cellar department with him, and as for the lodging, he needed nothing but a little ground with the open air above it, where his people could put up his ordinary travelling palace, which would accommodate him, his whole retinue, and the animals pertaining to them. Fräulein Aennchen was so delighted with these words of the Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, to show that she wasn't grudging a little bit of hospitality, she was going to offer him the little fritter cakes she had made for the last consecration day, and a small glass of the beetroot brandy, unless he would have preferred double bitters, which the maid had brought from the town and recommended as strengthening to the stomach. But at this moment Cadeau Van Spitz announced that he had chosen the kitchen garden as the site of his palace, and Aennchen's happiness was gone. But whilst the Baron's retainers, in celebration of their lord's arrival at Dapsulheim, continued their Olympian games, sometimes butting with their big heads at each other's stomachs, knocking each other over backwards, sometimes springing up in the air again, playing at skittles, being themselves in turn skittles, balls, and players, and so forth, Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes got into a very deep and interesting conversation with Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau, which seemed to go on increasing in importance till they went away together hand in hand and up into the astronomical tower. Full of alarm and anxiety, Fräulein Aennchen now made haste to her kitchen garden, with the view of trying to save whatever it might still be possible to save. The maid-servant was there already, standing staring before her with open mouth, motionless as a person turned like Lot's wife into a pillar of salt. Aennchen at once fell into the same condition beside her. At last they both cried out, making the welkin ring, "Oh, Herr Gemini, what a terrible sort of thing!" For the whole beautiful vegetable garden was turned into a wilderness. not the trace of a plant in it. It looked like a devastated country. "No," cried the maid, "there's no other way of accounting for it. These cursed little creatures have done it, coming here in their coaches, forsooth. Coaches, quotha, as if they were people of quality. Ha ha, a lot of kobolds, that's what they are. Trust me for that, miss, and if I had a drop of holy water here, I'd soon show them what all those fine things of theirs would turn to. But if they come here, miss, the little brutes, I'll bash the heads of them with this spade here." And she flourished this threatening spade over her head, whilst Anna wept aloud. But at this point, 4 members of Cordovan's Spit suite came up with such very pleasant, ingratiating speeches, and such courteous reverences, being such wonderful creatures to behold, at the same time that the maid, instead of attacking them with the spade, let it slowly sink, and Fräulein Ancient ceased weeping. They announced themselves as being the 4 friends who were the most immediately attached to their lord's person, saying that they belonged to 4 different nationalities, as their dress indicated, symbolically at all events, and that their names were, respectively, Pan Kapustowicz from Poland, Herr von Schwarzrettig from Pomerania, Signor di Broccoli from Italy, and Monsieur de Rocambole from France. They said, moreover, that the builders would come directly and afford the beautiful lady the gratification of seeing them erect a lovely palace, all of silk, in the shortest possible space of time. "What good will the silken palace be to me?" cried Fräulein Ancient, weeping aloud in her bitter sorrow. "And what do I care about your Baron Cordovan Spitz? Now that you have gone and destroyed my beautiful vegetables, wretched creatures that you are, all my happy days are over." But the polite interlocutors comforted her, and assured her that they had not by any means had the blame of desolating the kitchen garden, and that, moreover, it would very soon be growing green and flourishing in such luxuriance as she had never seen, or anybody else in the world for that matter. The little building people arrived, and then there began such a confused-looking higgledy-piggledy and helter-skeltering on the plot of ground that Fräulein Anna and the maid ran away quite frightened, and took shelter behind some thickets, whence they could see what would be the end of it all. But though they couldn't explain to themselves how things perfectly canny could come about as they did, there certainly arose and formed itself before their eyes, and in a few minutes' time, a lofty and magnificent marquee made of a golden yellow material and ornamented with many-coloured garlands and plumes, occupying the whole extent of the vegetable garden, so that the cords of it went right away over the village and into the wood beyond, where they were made fast to sturdy trees. As soon as this marquee was ready, Baron Porphyrio came down with her damsel from the astronomical tower, after profuse embraces resumed his seat in the coach and ate, and in the same order in which they had made their entry into Dapsulheim, he and his following went into the silken palace, which, when the last of the procession was within it, instantly closed itself up. Fräulein Ancient had never seen her papa as he was then. The very faintest trace of the melancholy, which had hitherto always so distressed him, had completely disappeared from his countenance. One would really almost have said he smiled. There was a sublimity about his facial expression, such as sometimes indicates that some great and unexpected happiness has come upon a person. He led his daughter by the hand in silence into the house, embraced her 3 times consecutively, and then broke out. "Fortunate Anna, thrice happy girl, fortunate father! O daughter, all sorrow and melancholy, all solicitude and misgivings are over for ever. Yours is a fate such as falls to the lot of few mortals. This Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, otherwise known as Cordovan Spitz, is by no means a hostile gnome, although he is descended from one of those elementary spirits, who, however, was so fortunate as to purify his nature by the teaching of Oromasis, the salamander. The love of this being was bestowed upon a daughter of the human race, with whom he formed a union, and became founder of the most illustrious family whose name ever adorned a parchment. I have an impression that I told you before, beloved daughter Anna, that the pupil of the great salamander Oromasis, the noble gnome Sismelech, a Chaldean name which interpreted into our language has a somewhat similar significance to our word thickhead, bestowed his affection on the celebrated Magdalena de la Croix, abbess of a convent of Cordoba in Spain, and lived in happy wedlock with her for nearly 30 years. And a descendant of the sublime family of higher intelligences which sprung from this union is our dear Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, who has adopted the sobriquet of Cordovan-Spitz to indicate his ancestral connection with Cordoba in Spain, and to distinguish himself by it from a more haughty but less worthy collateral line of the family, which bears the title of Safian. That a Spitz has been added to the Cordovan doubtless possesses its own elementary astrological causes. I have not as yet gone into that subject. Following the example of his illustrious ancestor, the gnome Tsilmenech, this splendid Ockerodastes of ours fell in love with you when you were only 12 years of age. Tsilmenech had done precisely the same thing in the case of Magdalena de la Croix. He was fortunate enough at that time to get a small gold ring from you, and now you wear his, so that your betrothal is indissoluble. "What?" cried Fräulein Aennchen in fear and amazement. "What? I betrothed to him? I to marry that horrible little kobold? Haven't I been engaged for ever so long to Herr Amandus von Nebelstern? No, never will I have that hideous monster of a wizard for a husband. I don't care whether he comes from Cordoba or from Safian." "There," said Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau more gravely, "there I perceive to my sorrow and distress how impossible it is for a celestial wisdom to penetrate into your hardened, obdurate, earthly sense. You stigmatize this noble elementary Porphyrio von Ockerodastes as horrible and ugly, probably, I presume, because he is only 3 feet high, and, with the exception of his head, has very little worth speaking of on his body, in the shape of arms, legs, and other appurtenances, and a foolish earthly goose, such as you probably think of as to be admired, can't have legs long enough on account of coat-tails. Oh, my daughter, in what a terrible misapprehension you are involved. All beauty lies in wisdom, in the thought, and the physical symbol of thought is the head. The more head, the more beauty and wisdom. And if mankind could but cast away all the other members of the body as pernicious articles of luxury tending to evil, they would reach the condition of a perfect ideal of the highest type, whence come all trouble and difficulty, vexation and annoyance, strife and contention, in short, all the depravities and miseries of humanity, but from the accursed luxury and voluptuousness of the members. Oh, what joy, what peace, what blessedness there would be on earth if the human race could exist without arms or legs, or the nether parts of the body. In short, if we were nothing but busts. Therefore, it is a happy idea of the sculptors when they represent great statesmen or celebrated men of science and learning as busts, symbolically indicating the higher nature within them. Wherefore, my daughter Anna, no more of such words as ugly and abominable applied to the noblest of spirits, the grand Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, whose bride-elect you most indubitably are. I must just tell you at the same time that by his important aid your father will soon attain that highest step of bliss towards which he has so long been striving. Porphyrio von Ockerodastes is in possession of authentic information that I am beloved by the sylphide Nehabila, which in Syriac has very much the significance of our expression peaky nose, and he has promised to assist me to the utmost of his power to render myself worthy of a union with this higher spiritual nature. I have no doubt whatever, my dear, that you will be well satisfied with your future stepmother. All I hope is that a favourable destiny may so order matters that our marriages may both take place at one and the same fortunate hour." Having thus spoken, Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau, casting a significant glance at his daughter, very pathetically left the room. It was a great weight on Ancient's heart that she remembered having, a great while ago, really in some unaccountable way, lost a little gold ring, such as a child might wear from her finger, so that it really seemed too certain that this abominable little wizard of a creature had indeed got her enmeshed in his net, so that she couldn't see how she was ever to get out of it. And over this she fell into the utmost grief and bewilderment. She felt that her oppressed heart must obtain relief, and this took place through the medium of a goose-quill, which she seized and at once wrote off to her Amandus von Nebelstern as follows: "My dearest Amandus, all is over with me completely. I am the most unfortunate creature in the whole world, and I'm sobbing and crying for sheer misery, so terribly that the dear dumb animals themselves are sorry for me. And you'll be still sorrier than they are, because it's just as great a misfortune for you as it is for me, and you can't help being quite as much distressed about it as I am myself. You know that we love one another as fondly as any two lovers possibly can, and that I am betrothed to you, and that Papa was going with us to the church. Very well. All of a sudden a nasty little creature comes here in a coach and eight, with a lot of people and servants, and says I have changed rings with him, and that he and I are engaged. And just fancy how awful. Papa says as well that I must marry this little wretch, because he belongs to a very grand family. I suppose he very likely does, judging by his following and the splendid dresses they have on. But the creature has such a horrible name that, for that alone, if it were nothing else, I would never marry him. I can't even pronounce the heathenish words of that name, but one of them is Cordovanspitz, and it seems that is the family name. Write and tell me if these Cordovanspitzes really are so very great and aristocratic a family. People in the town will be sure to know if they are. And the things Papa takes in his head at this time of life, I really can't understand. But he wants to marry again, and this nasty Cordovanspitz is going to get him a wife that flies in the air. God protect us. Our servant girl is looking over my shoulder and says she hasn't much of an opinion of ladies who can fly in the air and swim in the water, and that she'll have to be looking out for another situation, and hopes for my sake that my stepmother may break her neck the first time she goes riding through the air to St. Walpurgis. Nice state of things, isn't it? But all my hope is in you, for I know you are the person who ought to be, and has got to be, just where and what you are, and has to deliver me from a great danger. The danger has come, so be quick and rescue your grieved to death the most true and loving fiancée, Anna von Zabelthau. P.S. Couldn't you call this yellow little Cordovanspitz out? I'm sure you could settle his hash. He's feeble on the legs. What I implore you to do is to put on your things as fast as you can, and hasten to your most unfortunate and miserable, but always most faithful fiancée, Anna von Zabelthau. Fraulein Aennchen was so miserable and distressed that she felt paralysed in all her members. She was sitting at the window with folded arms, gazing straight before her, heedless of the cackling, crowing and queaking of the fowls, which couldn't understand why on earth she didn't come and drive them into their roosts as usual, seeing that the twilight was coming on fast. Nay, she sat there with perfect indifference and allowed the maid to carry out this duty, and to hit the big cock who opposed himself to the state of things and evinced decided resistance to her authority, a good sharp whang with her whip, for the love pain which was rending her own heart was making her indifferent to the troubles of the dear pupils of her happier hours, those which she devoted to their upbringing, although she had never studied Chesterfield or Nig, or consulted Madame de Genlis, or any of those other authorities on the mental culture of the young, who know to a hair's breadth exactly how they ought to be moulded. In this respect, she really had laid herself open to censure on the score of lack of due seriousness. All that day Cordovanspitz had not shown himself, but had been shut up in the tower with Herr Dapsel, no doubt assisting in the carrying on of important operations. For now Fräulein Aennchen caught sight of the little creature, coming tottering across the courtyard in the glowing light of the setting sun, and it struck her that he looked more hideous in that yellow habit of his than he had ever done before. The ridiculous manner in which he went wavering about, jumping here and there, seemed to topple over every minute and then pick himself up again, at which anybody else would have died of laughing, only caused her the bitterer distress. Indeed, she at last held her hands in front of her eyes, so that she mightn't so much as see the horrid creature at all. Suddenly she felt something tugging at her dress, and cried, "Down, Feldman!" thinking it was the dachshund. But it was not the dog, and what Fräulein Aennchen saw when she took her hands from her eyes was the Herr Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, who hoisted himself into her lap with extraordinary deftness, and clasped both his arms about her. She screamed aloud with fear and disgust, and started up from her chair. But Cordovanspitz kept clinging on to her neck, and instantly became so wonderfully heavy that he seemed to weigh a ton at least, and he dragged the unfortunate Aennchen back again into her chair. Having got her there, however, he slid down out of her lap, sank on one knee as gracefully as possible, and as prettily as his weakness in the direction of equilibrium permitted, and said in a clear voice, rather peculiar but by no means unpleasing, "Adored Anna von Zabelthau, most glorious of ladies, most choice of brides elect, no anger, I implore, no anger, no anger. I know you think my people laid waste your beautiful vegetable garden to put up my palace. O powers of the universe, if you could but look into this little body of mine, which throbs with magnanimity and love, if you could but detect all the cardinal virtues which are collected in my breast under this yellow atlas habit, oh, how guiltless I am of the shameful cruelty which you attribute to me. How could a beneficent prince treat in such a way his very own subjects? But hold, what are words, phrases? You must see with your own eyes, my betrothed, the splendours which attend you. You must come with me at once. I will lead you to my palace, where a joyful people await the arrival of her who is beloved by their lord." It may be imagined how terrified Fräulein Aennchen was at this proposition of Cordovanspitz's, and how hard she tried to avoid going so much as a single step with the little monster. But he continued to describe the extraordinary beauty and the marvellous richness of the vegetable garden which was his palace, in such eloquent and persuasive language that at last she thought she would just have a peep into the marquee, as that couldn't do her much harm. The little creature in his joy and delight turned at least 12 Catherine wheels in succession, and then took her hand with much courtesy, and led her through the garden to the silken palace. With a loud "Ah!" Fräulein Aennchen stood riveted to the ground with delight when the curtains of the entrance drew apart, displaying a vegetable garden stretching away further than the eye could reach, of such marvellous beauty and luxuriance as was never seen in the loveliest dreams. Here there was growing and flourishing everything in the nature of colewort, rape, lettuce, peas and beans, in such a shimmer of light and in such luxuriance that it is impossible to describe it. A band of pipes, drums and cymbals sounded louder, and the 4 gentlemen whose acquaintance she had previously made, Herr von Schwarzrettig, Monsieur de Rocambole, Signor de Broccoli and Pan Kapustowicz approached with many ceremonious reverences. "My chamberlains," said Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, smiling, and preceded by them he conducted Fräulein Aennchen through between the double ranks of the bodyguard of red English carrots to the centre of the plain, where stood a splendid throne, and around this throne were assembled the grandees of the realm, the lettuce princes with the bean princesses, the dukes of cucumber with the prince of melon at their head, the cabbage minister, the general officer of onions and carrots, the colewort ladies, etc., etc., all in the gala dresses of their rank and station, and amidst them moved up and down well on to 100 of the prettiest and most delightful lavender and fennel pages, diffusing sweet perfume. When Ockerodastes had ascended the throne with Fräulein Aennchen, Chief Court-Marshal Turnip waved his long wand of office, and immediately the band stopped playing, and the multitude listened in reverential silence as Ockerodastes raised his voice and said, in solemn accents, "My faithful and beloved subjects, you see by my side the noble Fräulein Anna von Zabelthau, whom I have chosen to be my consort. Rich in beauty and virtues, she has long watched over you with the eye of maternal affection, preparing soft and succulent beds for you, caring for you and tending you with ceaseless ardour. She will ever be a true and befitting mother of this realm, wherefore I call upon you to evince and give expression to the dutiful approval, and the duly regulated rejoicing at the favour and benefit which I am about to graciously confer upon you." At a signal given by the Chief Court-Marshal Turnip, there arose the shout of 1,000 voices, the bulb artillery fired their pieces, and the band of the Carrot Guard played the celebrated national anthem, "Salad and lettuce and parsley so green." It was a grand sublime moment, which drew tears from the eyes of the grandees, particularly from those of the colewort ladies. Fräulein Aennchen too nearly lost all her self-control when she noticed that little Ockerodastes had a crown on his head, all sparkling with diamonds, and a golden sceptre in his hand. "Ah!" she cried, clapping her hands. "Oh, Gemini, you seem to be something much grander than we thought, my dear Herr von Cordovanspitz." "My adored Anna," he replied, "the stars compelled me to appear before your father under an assumed name. You must be told, dearest girl, that I am one of the mightiest of kings, and rule over a realm whose boundaries are not discoverable, as it has been omitted to lay them down in the maps. O sweetest Anna, he who offers you his hand and crown is Daucus Carota I, King of the Vegetables. All the vegetable princes are my vassals, save that the King of the Beans reigns for one single day in every year, in conformity to an ancient usage." "Then I am to be queen, am I?" cried Fräulein Aennchen, overjoyed. "And all this great splendid vegetable garden is to be mine?" King Daucus assured her that of course it was to be so, and added that he and she would jointly rule over all the vegetables in the world. She had never dreamt of anything of the kind, and thought little Cordovanspitz wasn't anything like so nasty looking as he used to be now that he was transformed into King Daucus Carota I, and that the crown and sceptre were very becoming to him, and the kingly mantle as well. When she reckoned into the bargain his delightful manners, and the property this marriage would bring her, she felt certain that there wasn't a country lady in all the world who could have made a better match than she, who found herself betrothed to a king before she knew where she was. She was so delighted beyond measure, and asked her royal fiancé whether she could not take up her abode in the palace then and there, and be married next day. But King Daucus answered that, eagerly as he longed for the time when he might call her his own, Certain constellations compelled him to postpone that happiness a little longer, and that Herr Dapsel von Zabelthau, moreover, must be kept in ignorance of his son-in-law's royal station, because otherwise the operations necessary for bringing about the desired union with the sylphide Nehabila might be unsuccessful. Besides, he said, he had promised that both the weddings should take place on the same day, so Fräulein Ancient had to take a solemn vow not to mention one syllable to Herr Dapsel of what had been happening to her. She therefore left the silken palace amid long and loud rejoicings of the people, who were in raptures with her beauty as well as with her affability and gracious condescension of manners and behaviour. In her dreams she once more beheld the realms of the charming King Dorcas, and was lapped in Elysium. The letter which she had sent to her Amandus von Nebelstern made a frightful impression on him. Ere long Fräulein Ancient received the following answer: "Idol of my heart, heavenly Anna, daggers, sharp, glowing, poisoned, death-dealing daggers were to me the words of your letter, which pierced my breast through and through. Oh, Anna, you to be torn from me! What a thought! I cannot, even now, understand how it was that I did not go mad on the spot, and commit some terrible deed. But I fled the face of man, overpowered with rage at my deadly destiny, after dinner, without the game of billiards which I generally play, out into the woods, where I wrung my hands and called on your name 1,000 times. It came on a tremendously heavy rain, and I had on a new cap, red velvet with a splendid gold tassel. Everybody says I never had anything so becoming. The rain was spoiling it, and it was brand new. But what are caps, what are velvet and gold to a despairing lover? I strode up and down till I was wet to the skin and chilled to the bone, and had a terrible pain in my stomach. This drove me into a restaurant near, where I got them to make me some excellent mulled wine, and had a pipe of your heavenly Virginia tobacco. I soon felt myself elevated on the wings of a celestial inspiration, took out my pocketbook, and oh, wondrous gift of poetry! The love, despair, and the stomachache both disappeared at once. I should content myself with writing out for you only the last of these poems. It will inspire you with heavenly hope, as it did myself. Wrapped in darkest sorrow, in my heart, extinguished, no love tapers burning, joy hath no tomorrow. Ha, the muse approaches, words and rhymes inspiring, little verse inscribing, joy returns apace. New love tapers blazing, all the heart inspiring, fare thee well, my sorrow, joy thy place doth borrow. I, my sweet Anna, so on shall I, thy champion, hasten to rescue you from the miscreant who would carry you off from me. So once more take comfort, sweetest maid, bear me ever in thy heart. He comes, he rescues you, he clasps you to his bosom, which heaves in tumultuous emotion. Your ever faithful, Amandus von Nebelstern. P.S. It would be quite impossible for me to call Herr von Cordovanspitz out, for, oh, Anna, every drop of blood drawn from your Amandus by the weapon of a presumptuous adversary were glorious poet's blood, ichor of the gods, which never ought to be shed. The world very properly claims that such a spirit as mine has it imposed upon it as a public duty to take care of itself for the world's benefit, and preserve itself by every possible means. The sword of the poet is the word, the song. I will attack my rival with tertiarian battle songs, strike him to earth with sharp-pointed epigrams, hew him down with dithyrambics full of lover's fury. Such are the weapons of a true, genuine poet, powerful to shield him from every danger, and it is so accoutred that I shall appear and do battle, victorious battle for your hand, O Anna. Farewell, I press you once more to my heart, hope all things from my love, and especially from my heroic courage, which will shun no danger to set you free from the shameful nets of captivity, in which, to all appearance, You are entangled by a demoniacal monster. Fräulein Ancient received this letter at a time when she was playing a game of Catch Me If You Can with her royal bridegroom-elect, King Daucus Carota I, in the meadow at the back of the garden, and immensely enjoying it when, as was often the case, she suddenly ducked down in full career, and the little king would go shooting right away over her head. Instead of reading the letter immediately, which she had always done before, she put it in her pocket unopened, and we shall presently see that it came too late. Herr Dapsul could not make out at all how Fräulein Ancient had changed her mind so suddenly, and grown quite fond of Herr Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, whom she had so cordially detested before. He consulted the stars on the subject, but as they gave him no satisfactory information, he was obliged to come to the conclusion that human hearts are more mysterious and inscrutable than all the secrets of the universe, and not to be thrown light upon by any constellation. He could not think that what had produced love for the little creature in Anna's heart was merely the highness of his nature, and personal beauty he had none, if, as the reader knows, the canon of beauty as laid down by Herr Dapsul is very unlike the ideas which young ladies form upon that subject. He did, after all, possess sufficient knowledge of the world to know that, although the said young women hold that good sense, wit, cleverness, and pleasant manners are very agreeable fellow lodgers in a comfortable house, still, a man who can't call himself the possessor of a properly made, fashionable coat, were he a Shakespeare, Goethe, a Tieck, or a Jean-Paul Richter, would run a decided risk of being beaten out of the field by any sufficiently well put-together lieutenant of hussars in uniform, if he took it in his head to pay his addresses to one of them. Now, in Fräulein Ancient's case, it was a different matter altogether. It was neither good looks nor cleverness that were in question, but it is not exactly every day that a poor country lady becomes a queen all in a moment, and accordingly it was not very likely that Herr Dapsul should hit upon the cause which had been operating, particularly as the very stars had left him in the lurch. As may be supposed, those three, Herr Porphyrio, Herr Dapsul, and Fräulein Ancient, were one heart and one soul. This went so far that Herr Dapsul left his tower oftener than he had ever been known to do before, to chat with his much-prized son-in-law on all sorts of agreeable subjects. And not only this, but he now regularly took his breakfast in the house. About this hour, too, Herr Porphyrio was wont to come forth from his silken palace and eat a good share of Fräulein Ancient's bread and butter. "Ah, she would often whisper softly in his ear, "if papa only knew that you are a real king, dearest Cordovanspitz." "Be still, O heart, melt not away in rapture," Daucus Carota I would say. "Near, near is the joyful day." It chanced that the schoolmaster had sent Fräulein Ancient a present of some of the finest radishes from his garden. She was particularly pleased at this, as Herr Dapsul was very fond of radishes, and she could not get anything from the vegetable garden because it was covered by the silk marquee. Besides this, it now occurred to her for the first time that, among all the roots and vegetables she had seen in the palace, radishes were conspicuous by their absence. So she speedily cleaned them and served them up for her father's breakfast. He had ruthlessly shorn several of them of their leafy crowns, dipped them in salt, and eaten them with much relish when Cordovanspitz came in. "Oh my, Ockerodastes," Herr Dapsul called to him, "are you fond of radishes?" There was still a particularly fine and beautiful radish on the dish, but the moment Cordovanspitz saw it, his eyes gleamed with fury, and he cried in a resonant voice, "What, unworthy duke! Do you dare to appear in my presence again, and to force your way with the coolest of audacity into a house which is under my protection?
Have I not pronounced sentence of perpetual banishment upon you, as a pretender to the imperial throne? Away, treasonous vassal, be gone from my sight for ever." 2 little legs had suddenly shot out beneath the radish's large head, and with them he made a spring out of the plate, placed himself close in front of Cordovanspitz, and addressed him as follows. "Fierce and tyrannical Dorcas Carota the First, you have striven in vain to exterminate my race. Had ever any of your family a head as large as mine, or that of my king? We are all gifted with talent, common sense, wisdom, sharpness, cultivated manners, and whilst you loaf about in kitchens and stables, and are of no use as soon as your early youth is gone, so that in very truth it is nothing but the diable de la jeunesse that bestows upon you your brief, transitory little bit of good fortune. We enjoy the friendship of and the intercourse with people of position, and are greeted with acclamation as soon as ever we lift up our green heads. But I despise you, Dorcas Carota. You're nothing but a low, uncultivated, ignorant boor, like all the lot of you. Let's see which of us 2 is the better man." With this, the Duke of Radish, flourishing a long whip about his head, proceeded, without more ado, to attack the person of King Dorcas Carota the First. The latter quickly drew his little sword and defended himself in the bravest manner. The 2 little creatures darted about in the room, fighting fiercely and executing the most wonderful leaps and bounds, till Dorcas Carota pressed the Duke of Radish so hard that the latter found himself obliged to make a tremendous jump out of the window and take to the open. But Dorcas Carota, with whose remarkable agility and dexterity the reader is already acquainted, bounded out after him and followed the Duke of Radish across country. Herr Dabsel von Zabelthau had looked on at this terrible encounter, rigid and speechless. But he now broke forth into loud and bitter lamentation, crying, "Oh, daughter Anna! Oh, my poor unfortunate daughter Anna! Lost! I! You! Both of us! All is over with us!" With which he left the room and ascended the astronomical tower as fast as his legs would carry him. Fraulein Ancient couldn't understand a bit, or form the very slightest idea, what in all the world had set her father into all this boundless misery all of a sudden. The whole thing had caused her the greatest pleasure. Moreover, her heart was rejoiced that she had had an opportunity of seeing that her future husband was brave, as well as rich and great. For it would be difficult to find any woman in all the world capable of loving a poltroon. And now that she had proof of the bravery of King Dorcas Carota the First, it struck her painfully for the first time that Herr Amandus von Nebelstern had cried off from fighting him. If she had for a moment hesitated about sacrificing Herr Amandus to King Dorcas, she was quite decided on the point now that she had an opportunity of assuring herself of all the excellencies of her future lord. She sat down and wrote the following letter. My dear Amandus, everything in this world is liable to change. Everything passes away, as the schoolmaster says, and he's quite right. I'm sure you, my dear Amandus, are such a learned and wise student that you will agree with the schoolmaster and not be in the very least surprised that my heart and mind have undergone the least little bit of a change. You may quite believe me when I say that I still like you very well, and I can quite imagine how nice you look in your red velvet cap with the gold tassel. But with regard to marriage, you know very well, Amandus dear, that clever as you are, and beautiful as are your verses, you will never in all your days be a king. And don't be frightened, dear. Little Herr von Cordovanspitz isn't Herr von Cordovanspitz at all, but a great king, Dorcas Carota the First, who reigns over the great vegetable kingdom and has chosen me to be his queen. Since my dear king has thrown aside his incognito, he has grown much nicer looking, and I see now that papa was quite right when he said that the head was the beauty of the man, and therefore couldn't possibly be big enough. And then Dorcas Carota the First, you see how well I remember the beautiful name, and how nicely I write it now that he has got so familiar to me. I was going to say that my little royal husband, that is to be, has such charming and delightful manners that there's no describing them. And what courage, what bravery there is in him! Before my eyes he put to flight the Duke of Radish, and a very disagreeable, unfriendly creature he appears to be. And hey, how he did jump after him out of the window! You should have seen him. I only wish you had. And I don't really think that my Dorcas Carota would care about those weapons of yours that you speak about one bit. He seems pretty tough, and I don't believe verses would do him any harm at all, however fine and pointed they may be. So now, dear Amandus, you must just make up your mind to be contented with your lot, like a good fellow, and not be vexed with me that I am going to be a queen instead of marrying you. Never mind, I shall always be your affectionate friend, and if ever you would like an appointment in the Carrot Bodyguard, or, as you don't care so much about fighting as about learning, in the Parsley Academy or the Pumpkin Office, you have but to say the word and your fortune is made. Farewell, and don't be vexed with your former fiancé, but now friend and well-wisher, as well as future queen, Anna von Zabelthau. But soon to be no more von Zabelthau, but simply Anna. P.S. You shall always be kept well supplied with the very finest Virginia tobacco. Of that you need have no fear. As far as I can see, there won't be any smoking at my court, but I shall take care to have a bed or two of Virginia tobacco planted not far from the throne, under my own special care. This will further culture and morality, and my little Dorcas will no doubt have a statute specially enacted on the subject. Fräulein Ancient had just finished her letter to Herr Amandus von Nebelstern, when in came Herr Dapsel von Zabelthau, and began, in the bitterest grief and sorrow, to say, "Oh, my daughter Anna, how shamefully we are both deceived and betrayed. This miscreant who made me believe he was Baron Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, known as Cordovenspitz, member of a most illustrious family descended from the mighty gnome Silmanek and the noble abbess of Cordova. This miscreant, I say, learn it and fall down insensible, is indeed a gnome, but of that lowest of all gnomish castes which has charge of the vegetables. The gnome Silmanek was of the highest caste of all, that namely to which the care of the diamonds is committed. Next comes the caste which has care of the metals in the realms of the Metal King, and then follow the flower gnomes, who are lower in position, as depending on the sylphs. But the lowest and most ignoble are the vegetable gnomes, and not only is this deceiver Cordovenspitz a gnome of this caste, but he is actual king of it, and his name is Dorcas Carota." Fräulein Ancient was far from fainting away, neither was she in the smallest degree frightened, but she smiled in the kindliest way at her lamenting papa, and the courteous reader is aware of the reason. But as Herr Dapsel was very much surprised at this, and kept imploring her for heaven's sake to realize the terrible position in which she was, and to feel the full horror of it, she thought herself at liberty to divulge the secret entrusted to her. She told Herr Dapsel how the so-called Baron von Cordovenspitz had told her his real position long ago, and that since then she had found him altogether so pleasant and delightful that she couldn't wish for a better husband. Moreover, she described all the marvellous beauties of the vegetable kingdom, into which King Dorcas Carota I had taken her, not forgetting to duly extol the remarkably delightful manners of the inhabitants of that realm. Herr Dapsel struck his hands together several times, and wept bitterly over the deceiving wickedness of the Gnome King, who had been, and still was, employing means the most artful, most dangerous for himself as well, to lure the unfortunate Anna down into his dark, demoniac kingdom. Glorious, he explained, glorious and advantageous as may be the union of an elementary spirit with a human being, grand as is the example of this given by the wedlock of the gnome Silmanek with Magdalena de la Croix, which is of course the reason why this deceiver Dorcas Carota has given himself out as being a descendant of that union, yet the kings and princes of those races are very different. If the salamander kings are only irascible, the sylph kings proud and haughty, the undine queens affectionate and jealous, the gnome kings are fierce, cruel and deceitful, merely to revenge themselves on the children of earth, who deprive them of their vassals. They are constantly trying their utmost to lure one of them away, who then wholly lays aside her human nature, and becoming as shapeless as the gnomes themselves, has to go down into the earth and is never more seen. Fräulein Ancient didn't seem disposed to believe what her father was telling her to her dear Dorcas's discredit, but began talking again about the marvels of the beautiful vegetable country over which she was expecting so soon to reign as queen. "Foolish, blinded child," cried Herr Dapsul, "do you not give your father credit for possessing sufficient cabalistic science to be well aware that what the abominable Dorcas Carota made you suppose you saw was all deception and falsehood? No, you don't believe me, and to save you, my only child, I must convince you, and this conviction must be arrived at by most desperate methods. Come with me." For the second time she had to go up into the astronomical tower with her papa. From a big bandbox Herr Dapsul took a quantity of yellow, red, white and green ribbon, and with strange ceremonies he wrapped Fräulein Ancient up in it from head to foot. He did the same to himself, and then they both went very carefully to the silken palace of Dorcas Carota the First. It was close shut, and by her papa's directions she had to rip a small opening in one of the seams of it with a large pair of scissors, and then peep in at the opening. Heaven be about us, what did she see? Instead of the beautiful vegetable garden, the carrot guards, the plumed ladies, lavender pages, lettuce princes, and so forth, she found herself looking down into a deep pool, which seemed to be full of a colourless, disgusting-looking slime, in which all kinds of horrible creatures from the bowels of the earth were creeping and twining about. There were fat worms slowly writhing about amongst each other, and beetle-like creatures stretching out their short legs and creeping heavily out. On their backs they bore big onions, but these onions had ugly human faces, and kept fleering and leering at each other with bleared yellow eyes, and trying, with their little claws, which were close behind their ears, to catch hold of one another by their long Roman noses, and drag each other down into the slime, while long naked slugs were rolling about in crowds with repulsive torpidity, stretching their long horns out of their depths. Fräulein Ancient was nearly fainting away at this horrible sight. She held both hands to her face and ran away as hard as she could. "You see now, do you not," said Herr Dapsul, "how this atrocious Dorcas Carota has been deceiving you in showing you splendours of brief duration. He dressed his vassals up in gala dresses to delude you with dazzling displays. But now you have seen the kingdom which you want to reign over in undress uniform, and when you become the consort of the frightful Dorcas Carota, you will have to live for ever in the subterranean realms, and never appear on the surface any more. And if, oh, what must I see, wretched, most miserable of fathers that I am?" He got into such a state all in a moment that she felt certain some fresh misfortune had just come to light, and asked him anxiously what he was lamenting about now. However, he could do nothing for sheer sobbing but stammer out, "Oh, daughter, what are you like?" She ran to her room, looked into the looking-glass and started back, terrified almost to death. And she had reason, for the matter stood thus. As Herr Dapsel was trying to open the eyes of Dorcas Carota's intended queen to the danger she was in of gradually losing her pretty figure and good looks, and growing more and more into the semblance of a gnome queen, he suddenly became aware of how far the process had proceeded already. Ancient's head had got much broader and bigger, and her skin had turned yellow, so that she was quite ugly enough already, and though vanity was not one of her failings, she was woman enough to know that to grow ugly is the greatest and most frightful misfortune which can happen here below. How often had she thought how delightful it would be when she would drive as queen to church in the coach and eight, with the crown on her head, in satins and velvets, with diamonds and gold chains and rings, seated beside her royal husband, setting all the women, the schoolmaster's wife included, into amazement of admiration, and most likely, in fact no doubt, instilling a proper sense of respect, even into the minds of the pompous lord and lady of the manor themselves. Ay, indeed, how often had she been lapped in these and other such eccentric dreams and visions of the future. Fräulein Ancient burst into long and bitter weeping. "Anna, my daughter Anna," cried Herr Dapsel down through the speaking trumpet. "Come up here to me immediately." She found him dressed very much like a miner. He spoke in a tone of decision and resolution, saying, "When need is the sorest, help is often nearest. I have ascertained that Dorcas Carota will not leave his palace today, and most probably not till noon of tomorrow. He has assembled the princes of his house, the ministers, and other people of consequence to hold a council on the subject of the next crop of winter cabbage. The sitting is important, and it may be prolonged so much that we may not have any cabbage at all next winter. I mean to take advantage of this opportunity while he is so occupied with his official affairs that he won't be able to attend to my proceedings. To prepare a weapon with which I may perhaps attack this shameful gnome and prevail over him, so that he will be compelled to withdraw and set you at liberty. While I am at work, do you look uninterruptedly at the palace through this glass, and tell me instantly if anybody comes out, or even looks out of it." She did as she was directed, but the marquee remained closed, although she often heard, notwithstanding that Herr Dapsel was making a tremendous hammering on plates of metal a few paces behind her, a wild, confused crying and screaming, apparently coming from the marquee, and also distinct sounds of slapping, as if people's ears were being well boxed. She told Herr Dapsel this, and he was delighted, saying that the more they quarrelled in there, the less they were likely to know what was being prepared for their destruction. Fräulein Ancient was much surprised when she found that Herr Dapsel had hammered out and made several most lovely kitchen pots and stew pans of copper. As an expert in such matters, she observed that the tinning of them was done in a most superior style, so that her papa must have paid careful heed to the duties legally enjoined on coppersmiths. She begged to be allowed to take these nice pots and pans down to the kitchen and use them there, but Herr Dapsel smiled a mysterious smile and merely said, "All in good time, my daughter Anna. Just you go downstairs, my beloved child, and wait quietly till you see what happens tomorrow." He gave a melancholy smile, and that infused a little hope and confidence into his luckless daughter. Next day, as dinner time came on, Herr Dapsel brought down his pots and pans, and betook himself to the kitchen, telling his daughter and the maid to go away and leave him by himself, as he was going to cook the dinner. He particularly enjoined Fräulein Ancient to be as kind and pleasant with Cordovanspitz as ever she could, when he came in, as he was pretty sure to do. Cordovanspitz, or rather King Dorcas Carota I, did come in very soon, and if he had borne himself like an ardent lover on previous occasions, he far outdid himself on this. Ancient noticed, to her terror, that she had grown so small by this time that Dorcas had no difficulty in getting up into her lap to caress and kiss her, and the wretched girl had to submit to this, notwithstanding her disgust with the horrible little monster. Presently Herr Dapsul came in and said, "Oh, my most egregious Porphyrio von Ockerodastes, won't you come into the kitchen with my daughter and me, and see what beautiful order your future bride has got everything in there?" Ancient had never seen the wicked, malicious look upon her father's face before, which it wore when he took little Dorcas by the arm, and almost forced him from the sitting-room to the kitchen. At a sign of her father's she went there after them. Her heart swelled within her when she saw the fire burning so merrily, the glowing coals, the beautiful copper pots and pans. As Herr Dapsul drew Cordovanspitz closer to the fireplace, the hissing and bubbling in the pots grew louder and louder, and at last changed into whimpering and groaning, and out of one of the pots came voices crying, "O Dorcas, Carota, O King, rescue your faithful vassals, rescue us poor carrots, cut up, thrown into despicable water, rubbed over with salt and butter to our torture. We suffer indescribable woe, whereof a number of noble young parseys are partakers with us." And out of the pans came the plaint, "O Dorcas, Carota, O King, rescue your faithful vassals, rescue us poor carrots. We are roasting in hell, and they put so little water with us that our direful thirst forces us to drink our own heart's blood." And from another of the pots came, "O Dorcas, Carota, O King, rescue your faithful vassals, rescue us poor carrots. A horrible cook eviscerated us and stuffed our insides full of eggs, cream and butter, so that all our ideas and other mental qualities are in utter confusion, and we don't know ourselves what we are thinking about." And out of all the pots and pans came howling at once a general chorus of, "O Dorcas, Carota, mighty King, rescue us, thy faithful vassals, rescue us poor carrots." On this, Cordovanspitz gave a loud croaking cry of "Cursed, infernal, stupid humbug and nonsense," sprang up with his usual agility onto the kitchen range, looked into one of the pots, and suddenly popped down into it bodily. Herr Dapsul sprang in the act of putting on the cover with a triumphant cry of "A prisoner!" But with the speed of a spiral spring, Cordovanspitz came bounding up out of the pot and gave Herr Dapsul 2 or 3 ringing slaps on the face, crying, "Meddling goose of an old Kabbalist, you shall pay for this. Come out, my lads, one and all." Then there came swarming out of all the pots and pans hundreds and hundreds of little creatures, about the length of one's finger, and they attached themselves firmly all over Herr Dapsul's body, threw him down backwards into an enormous dish, and there dished him up, pouring the hot juice out of the pots and pans over him, and bestrewing him with chopped egg, mace, and grated breadcrumbs. Having done this, Dorcas Carota darted out of the window, and his people after him. Fräulein Ancient sank down in terror beside the dish whereon her poor papa lay, served up in this manner as if for table. She supposed he was dead, as he gave not the faintest sign of life. She began to lament. "Ah, poor papa, you're dead now, and there's nobody to save me from this diabolical Dorcas." But Herr Dapsul opened his eyes, sprang up from the dish with renewed energy, and cried in a terrible voice, such as she had never heard him make use of before, "Oh, accursed Dorcas Carota, I am not at the end of my resources yet. You shall soon see what the meddling old goose of a Kabbalist can do." Ancient had to set to work and clean him with the kitchen besom from all the chopped egg, the mace, and the grated breadcrumbs. And then he seized a copper pot, crammed it on his head by way of a helmet, took a frying pan in his left hand, and a long iron kitchen ladle in his right, and thus armed and accoutred, he darted out into the open. Fräulein Ancient saw him running as hard as he could towards Cordovanspitz's marquee, and yet never moving from the same spot. At this her senses left her. When she came to herself, Herr Dapsul had disappeared, and she got terribly anxious when evening came, and night, and even the next morning without his making his appearance. She could not but dread the very worst. Fräulein Ancient was sitting in her room in the deepest sorrow when the door opened, and who should come in but Herr Amandus von Nebelstern. All shame and contrition, she shed a flood of tears, and in the most weeping accents addressed him as follows. "Oh, my darling Amandus, pray forgive what I wrote to you in my blinded state. I was bewitched, and I am so still, no doubt. I am yellow, and I'm hideous. May God pity me. But my heart is true to you, and I'm not going to marry any king at all." "My dear girl," said Amandus, "I really don't see what you have to complain of. I consider you one of the luckiest women in the world." "Oh, don't mock me," she cried. "I am punished severely enough for my absurd vanity in wishing to be a queen." "Really and truly, my dear girl," said Amandus, "I can't make you out one bit. To tell you the truth, your last letter drove me stark staring mad. I first thrashed my servant boy, then my poodle, smashed several glasses, and you know a student who's breathing out threatenings and slaughter in that sort of way isn't to be trifled with. But when I got a little calmer, I made up my mind to come on here as quickly as I could and see with my own eyes how, why, and to whom I had lost my intended bride. Love makes no distinction of class or station, and I made up my mind that I would make this King Dorcas Carota give a proper account of himself, and ask him if this tale about his marrying you was mere brag, or if he really meant it. But everything here is different to what I expected. As I was passing near the Grand Marquis that is put up yonder, King Dorcas Carota came out of it, and I soon found that I had before me the most charming prince I ever saw. At the same time, he happens to be the first I ever did see, but that's nothing. For just fancy, my dear girl, he immediately detected the sublime poet in me, praised my poems, which he has never read, above measure, and offered to appoint me poet laureate in his service. Now, a position of that sort has long been the fairest goal of my warmest wishes, so that I accepted his offer with 1,000-fold delight. Oh, my dear girl, with what an enthusiasm of inspiration will I chant your praises! A poet can love queens and princesses, or rather, it is really a part of his simple duty to choose a person of that exalted station to be the lady of his heart. And if he does get rather cracky in the head on the subject, that circumstance of itself gives rise to that celestial delirium without which no poetry is possible, and no one ought to feel any surprise at a poet's, perhaps somewhat extravagant, proceedings. Remember the great Tasso, who must have had a considerable bee in his bonnet when in love with the Princess Leonore d'Este. Yes, my dear girl, as you are going to be a queen so soon, you will always be the lady of my heart, and I will extol you to the stars in the sublimest and most celestial verses." "What? You have seen him, you wicked kobold?" Fräulein Ancient broke out in the deepest amazement. "And he has—" But at that moment in came the little gnomish king himself, and said in the tenderest accents, "Oh, my sweet darling fiancé, idol of my heart, do not suppose for a moment that I am in the least degree annoyed with the little piece of rather unseemly conduct which Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau was guilty of. Oh, no, and indeed has led to a more rapid fulfilment of my hopes, so that the solemn ceremony of our marriage will actually be celebrated tomorrow. You will be pleased to find that I have appointed Herr Amandus von Nebelstern our poet laureate, and I should wish him at once to favour us with a specimen of his talents, and recite one of his poems. But let us go out under the trees, for I love the open air, and I will lie in your lap while you, my most beloved bride-elect, may scratch my head a little while he is singing, for I am fond of having my head scratched in such circumstances." Fräulein Ancient, turned to stone with horror and alarm, made no resistance to this proposal. Dorcas Carota, out under the trees, laid himself in her lap. She scratched his head, and Herr Amandus, accompanying himself on the guitar, began the first of 12 dozen songs which he had composed and written out in a thick book. It is matter of regret that in the Chronicle of Dapsulheim, from which all this history is taken, these songs have not been inserted, it being merely stated that the country folk who were passing stopped on their way and anxiously inquired who could be in such terrible pain in Herr Dapsul's wood, that he was crying and screaming out in such a style. Dorcas Carota in Ancient's lap twisted and writhed, and groaned and whined more and more lamentably, as if he had a violent pain in his stomach. Moreover, Fräulein Ancient fancied she observed, to her great amazement, that Cordovanspitz was growing smaller and smaller as the song went on. At last Herr Amandus sung the following sublime effusion, which is preserved in the Chronicle. Gladly sings the bard enraptured, breath of blossoms, bright dream visions, moving through roseate spaces in heaven, blessed and beautiful, whither away? Whither away, O question of questions, towards that whither the bard is borne onward, caring for naught but to love, to believe, moving through roseate heavenly spaces. Towards this whither, where'er it may be, singeth the bard in a tumult of rapture, ever becoming a radiant At this point, Dorcas Carota uttered a loud croaking cry, and now dwindled into a little carrot, slipped down from Ancient's lap and into the ground, leaving no trace behind. Upon which the great grey fungus which had grown in the night time beside the grassy bank shot up and up. But this fungus was nothing less than Herr Dapsul von Zabelthau's grey felt hat, and he himself was under it, and fell stormily on Amandus's breast, crying out in the utmost ecstasy, "Oh, my dearest, best, most beloved Herr Amandus von Nebelstern, with that mighty song of conjuration you have beaten all my Kabbalistic science out of the held. What the profoundest magical art, the utmost daring of the philosopher fighting for his very existence, could not accomplish, your verses achieved, passing into the frame of the deceitful Dorcas Carota like the deadliest poison, so that he must have perished of stomach-ache in spite of his gnomish nature, if he had not made off into his kingdom. My daughter Anna is delivered. I am delivered from the horrible charm which held me spellbound here in the shape of a nasty fungus, at the risk of being hewn to pieces by my own daughter's hands, for the good soul hacks them all down with her spade, unless their edible character is unmistakable, as in the case of the mushrooms. Thanks, my most heartfelt thanks, and I have no doubt your intentions as regards my daughter have undergone no change. I am sorry to say she has lost her good looks through the machinations of that inimical gnome, but you are too much of a philosopher to— "Oh, dearest papa," cried Ancient, overjoyed, "just look there! The silken palace is gone. The abominable monster is off and away with all his tribe of salad princes, cucumber ministers, and Lord knows what all." And she ran away to the vegetable garden delighted, Herr Dapsul following as fast as he could. Herr Amandus went behind them, muttering to himself, "I'm sure I don't know quite what to make of all this, but this I maintain, that ugly little carrot creature is a vile, prosaic lubber, and none of your poetical kings or my sublime lay wouldn't have given him the stomach-ache and sent him scuttling into the ground." As Fräulein Ancient was standing in the vegetable garden, where there wasn't the trace of a green blade to be seen, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in the finger which had on the fateful ring. At the same time a cry of piercing sorrow sounded from the ground, and the tip of a carrot peeped out. Guided by her inspiration, she quickly took the ring off. It came quite easily this time, stuck it onto the carrot, and the latter disappeared, while the cry of sorrow ceased. But oh, wonder of wonders! All at once Fräulein Ancient was as pretty as ever, well proportioned, and as fair and white as a country lady can be expected to be. She and her father rejoiced greatly, while Amanda stood puzzled and not knowing what to make of it all. Fräulein Ancient took the spade from the maid, who had come running up, and flourished it in the air with a joyful shout of, "Now let's get to work!" in doing which she was unfortunate enough to deal Herr Amandus such a thwack on the head with it, just at the place where the sensorium commune is supposed to be situated, that he fell down as one dead. Ancient threw the murderous weapon far from her, cast herself down beside her beloved, and broke out into the most despairing lamentations, while the maid poured the contents of a watering pot over him, and Herr Dapsul quickly ascended the astronomical tower to consult the stars with as little delay as possible as to whether Herr Amandus was dead or not. But it was not long before the latter opened his eyes again, jumped to his legs, clasped Fräulein Aennchen in his arms, and cried with all the rapture of affection, "Now, my best and dearest Anna, we are one another again." The very remarkable, scarcely credible effect of this occurrence on the two lovers very soon made itself perceptible. Fräulein Aennchen took a dislike to touching a spade, and she did really reign like a queen over the vegetable world, inasmuch as, though taking care that her vassals were properly supervised and attended to, she set no hand to the work herself, but entrusted it to maids in whom she had confidence. Herr Amandus, for his part, saw now that everything he had ever written in the shape of verses was wretched, miserable trash, and burying himself in the works of the real poets, both of ancient and modern times, his being was so soon filled with a beneficent enthusiasm that no room was left for any consideration of himself. He arrived at the conviction that a real poem has got to be something other than a confused jumble of words, shaken together under the influence of a crude, jejune delirium, and threw all his own, so-called, poetry, of which he had had such a tremendous opinion, into the fire, becoming once more quite the sensible young gentleman, clear and open in heart and mind, which he had been originally. And one morning Herr Dapsul did actually come down from his astronomical tower to go to church with Fräulein Aennchen and Herr Amandus von Nebelstern on the occasion of their marriage. They led an exceedingly happy wedded life, but as to whether Herr Dapsul's union with the Sylphide Nehabila ever actually came to anything, the Chronicle of Dapsulheim is silent. By George MacDonald. The Golden Key. There was a boy who used to sit in the twilight and listen to his great-aunt's stories. She told him that if he could reach the place where the end of the rainbow stands, he would find there a golden key. "And what is the key for?" the boy would ask. "What is the key of? What will it open?" "That nobody knows," his aunt would reply. "He has to find that out." "I suppose, being gold," the boy once said thoughtfully, "that I could get a good deal of money for it if I sold it." "Better never find it than sell it," returned his aunt. And the boy went to bed and dreamed about the golden key. Now all that his great-aunt told the boy about the golden key would have been nonsense, had it not been that their little house stood on the borders of fairyland. For it is perfectly well known that out of fairyland nobody ever can find where the rainbow stands. The creature takes such good care of its golden key, always flitting from place to place, lest anyone should find it. But in fairyland it is quite different. Things that look real in this country look very thin indeed in fairyland, while some of the things that here cannot stand still for a moment will not move there. So it was not in the least absurd of the old lady to tell her nephew such things about the golden key. "Did you ever know anybody to find it?" he asked one evening. "Yes, your father, I believe, found it." "And what did he do with it? Can you tell me?" "He never told me." "What was it like?" "He never showed it to me." "How does a new key come there always?" "I don't know. There it is." "Perhaps it is the rainbow's egg." "Perhaps it is. You'll be a happy boy if you find the nest." "Perhaps it comes tumbling down the rainbow from the sky." "Perhaps it does." One evening in summer he went into his own room and stood at the lattice window, and gazed into the forest which fringed the outskirts of Fairyland. It came close up to his great-aunt's garden, and indeed sent some straggling trees into it. The forest lay to the east, and the sun, which was setting behind the cottage, looked straight into the dark wood with his level red eye. The trees were all old and had few branches below, so that the sun could see a great way into the forest, and the boy, being keen-sighted, could see almost as far as the sun. The trunks stood like rows of red columns in the shine of the red sun, and he could see down aisle after aisle in the vanishing distance. And as he gazed into the forest, he began to feel as if the trees were all waiting for him, and had something they could not go on with till he came to them. But he was hungry and wanted his supper, so he lingered. Suddenly, far among the trees, as far as the sun could shine, he saw a glorious thing. It was the end of a rainbow, large and brilliant. He could count all 7 colours, and could see shade after shade beyond the violet, while before the red stood a colour more gorgeous and mysterious still. It was a colour he had never seen before. Only the spring of the rainbow arch was visible. He could see nothing of it above the trees. "The golden key!" he said to himself, and darted out of the house and into the wood. He had not gone far before the sun set, but the rainbow only glowed the brighter, for the rainbow of Fairyland is not dependent upon the sun, as ours is. The trees welcomed him, the bushes made way for him, the rainbow grew larger and brighter, and at length he found himself within 2 trees of it. It was a grand sight, burning away there in silence with its gorgeous, its lovely, its delicate colours, each distinct, all combining. He could now see a great deal more of it. It rose high into the blue heavens, but bent so little that he could not tell how high the crown of the arch must reach. It was still only a small portion of a huge bow. He stood gazing at it till he forgot himself with delight, even forgot the key which he had come to seek, and as he stood it grew more wonderful still. For in each of the colours, which was as large as the column of a church, he could faintly see beautiful forms slowly ascending, as if by the steps of a winding stair. The forms appeared irregularly, now one, now many, now several, now none, men and women and children, all different, all beautiful. He drew nearer to the rainbow. It vanished. He started back a step in dismay. It was there again, as beautiful as ever. So he contented himself with standing as near it as he might, and watched the forms that ascended the glorious colours, towards the unknown height of the arch, which did not end abruptly, but faded away in the blue air, so gradually that he could not say where it ceased. When the thought of the golden key returned, the boy very wisely proceeded to mark out in his mind the space covered by the foundation of the rainbow, in order that he might know where to search should the rainbow disappear. It was based chiefly upon a bed of moss. Meantime it had grown quite dark in the wood. The rainbow alone was visible by its own light, but the moment the moon rose the rainbow vanished. Nor could any change of place restore the vision to the boy's eyes. So he threw himself down upon the mossy bed to wait till the sunlight would give him a chance of finding the key. There he fell fast asleep. When he woke in the morning, the sun was looking straight into his eyes. He turned away from it, and the same moment saw a brilliant little thing lying on the moss within a foot of his face. It was the golden key. The pipe of it was of plain gold, as bright as gold could be. The handle was curiously wrought and set with sapphires. In a terror of delight, he put out his hand and took it, and had it. He lay for a while, turning it over and over, and feeding his eyes upon its beauty. Then he jumped to his feet, remembering that the pretty thing was of no use to him yet. Where was the lock to which the key belonged? It must be somewhere, for how could anybody be so silly as to make a key for which there was no lock? Where should he go to look for it? He gazed about him, up into the air, down to the earth, but saw no keyhole in the clouds, in the grass, or in the trees. Just as he began to grow disconsolate, however, he saw something glimmering in the wood. It was a mere glimmer that he saw, but he took it for a glimmer of rainbow, and went towards it. And now I will go back to the borders of the forest. Not far from the house where the boy had lived there was another house, the owner of which was a merchant who was much away from home. He had lost his wife some years before and had only one child, a little girl whom he left to the charge of 2 servants, who were very idle and careless. So she was neglected and left untidy, and was sometimes ill-used besides. Now it is well known that the little creatures commonly known as fairies, though there are many different kinds of fairies in fairyland, have an exceeding dislike to untidiness. Indeed, they are quite spiteful to slovenly people. Being used to all the lovely ways of the trees and flowers, and to the neatness of the birds and all woodland creatures, it makes them feel miserable even in their deep woods and on their grassy carpets, to think that within the same moonlight lies a dirty, uncomfortable, slovenly house, and this makes them angry with the people that live in it, and they would gladly drive them out of the world if they could. They want the whole earth nice and clean, so they pinch the maids black and blue and play them all manner of uncomfortable tricks. But this house was quite a shame, and the fairies in the forest could not endure it. They tried everything on the maids without effect, and at last resolved upon making a clean riddance, beginning with the child. They ought to have known that it was not her fault, but they have little principle and much mischief in them, and they thought that if they got rid of her the maids would be sure to be turned away. So one evening, the poor little girl having been put to bed early, before the sun was down, the servants went off to the village, locking the door behind them. The child did not know she was alone, and lay contentedly looking out of her window toward the forest, of which, however, she could not see much, because of the ivy and other creeping plants which had straggled across her window. All at once she saw an ape making faces at her out of the mirror, and the heads carved upon an old great wardrobe grinning fearfully. Then 2 old spider-legged chairs came forward into the middle of the room and began to dance a queer old-fashioned dance. This set her laughing, and she forgot the ape and the grinning heads. So the fairies saw they had made a mistake and sent the chairs back to their places. But they knew that she had been reading the story of Silverhair all day, so the next moment she heard the voices of the 3 bears upon the stair. Big Voice, Middle Voice, and Little Voice, and she heard their soft, heavy tread, as if they had stockings over their boots, coming nearer and nearer to the door of her room, till she could bear it no longer. She did just as Silverhair did, and as the fairies wanted her to do. She darted to the window, pulled it open, got upon the ivy, and so scrambled to the ground. She then fled to the forest as fast as she could run. Now, although she did not know it, this was the very best way she could have gone, for nothing is ever so mischievous in its own place as it is out of it, and besides, these mischievous creatures were only the children of fairyland, as it were, and there are many other beings there as well, and if a wanderer gets in among them, the good ones will always help him more than the evil ones will be able to hurt him. The sun was now set and the darkness coming on, but the child thought of no danger but the bears behind her. If she had looked round, however, she would have seen that she was followed by a very different creature from a bear. It was a curious creature, made like a fish, but covered instead of scales with feathers of all colours, sparkling like those of a hummingbird. It had fins, not wings, and swam through the air as a fish does through the water. Its head was like the head of a small owl. After running a long way, and as the last of the light was disappearing, she passed under a tree with drooping branches. It dropped its branches to the ground all about her, and caught her as in a trap. She struggled to get out, but the branches pressed her closer and closer to the trunk. She was in great terror and distress when the airfish, swimming into the thicket of branches, began tearing them with its beak. They loosened their hold at once, and the creature went on attacking them, till at length they let the child go. Then the airfish came from behind her and swam on in front, glittering and sparkling all lovely colours, and she followed. It led her gently along till all at once it swam in at the cottage door. The child followed still. There was a bright fire in the middle of the floor, upon which stood a pot without a lid, full of water that boiled and bubbled furiously. The airfish swam straight to the pot and into the boiling water, where it lay quiet. A beautiful woman rose from the opposite side of the fire and came to meet the girl. She took her up in her arms and said, "Ah, you are come at last. I have been looking for you a long time." She sat down with her on her lap, and there the girl sat staring at her. She had never seen anything so beautiful. She was tall and strong, with white arms and neck, and a delicate flush on her face. The child could not tell what was the colour of her hair, but could not help thinking it had a tinge of dark green. She had not one ornament upon her, but she looked as if she had just put off quantities of diamonds and emeralds. Yet here she was, in the simplest, poorest little cottage, where she was evidently at home. She was dressed in shining green. The girl looked at the lady, and the lady looked at the girl. "What is your name?" asked the lady. "The servants always called me Tangle." "Ah, that was because your hair was so untidy, but that was their fault, the naughty women. Still, it is a pretty name, and I will call you Tangle too. You must not mind my asking you questions, for you may ask me the same questions, every one of them, and any others that you like. How old are you?" "10, answered Tangle. "You don't look like it," said the lady. "How old are you, please?" returned Tangle. "Thousands of years old," answered the lady. "You don't look like it," said Tangle. "Don't I? I think I do. Don't you see how beautiful I am?" And her great blue eyes looked down on the little Tangle, as if all the stars in the sky were melted in them to make their brightness. "Ah, but," said Tangle, "when people live long they grow old." "At least I always thought so. I have no time to grow old," said the lady. "I am too busy for that. It is very idle to grow old. But I cannot have my little girl so untidy. Do you know, I can't find a clean spot on your face to kiss." "Perhaps," suggested Tangle, feeling ashamed, but not too much so to say a word for herself. "Perhaps that is because the tree made me cry so." "My poor darling," said the lady, looking now as if the moon were melted in her eyes, and kissing her little face, dirty as it was. "The naughty tree must suffer for making a girl cry." "And what is your name, please?" asked Tangle. "Grandmother," answered the lady. "Is it really?" "Yes, indeed. I never tell stories, even in fun." "How good of you!" "I couldn't if I tried. It would come true if I said it, and then I should be punished enough." And she smiled like the sun through a summer shower. "But now," she went on, "I must get you washed and dressed, and then we shall have some supper." "Oh, I had supper long ago," said Tangle. "Yes, indeed, you had," answered the lady. 3 years ago. You don't know that it is 3 years since you ran away from the bears. You are 13 and more now." Tangle could only stare. She felt quite sure it was true. "You will not be afraid of anything I do with you, will you?" said the lady. "I will try very hard not to be, but I can't be certain, you know," replied Tangle. "I like your saying so, and I shall be quite satisfied," answered the lady. She took off the girl's nightgown, rose with her in her arms, and going to the wall of the cottage, opened a door. Then Tangle saw a deep tank, the sides of which were filled with green plants, which had flowers of all colours. There was a roof over it like the roof of the cottage. It was filled with beautiful clear water, in which swam a multitude of such fishes as the one that had led her to the cottage. It was the light their colours gave that showed the place in which they were. The lady spoke some words Tangle could not understand, and threw her into the tank. The fishes came crowding about her. 2 or 3 of them got under her head and kept it up. The rest of them rubbed themselves all over her, and with their wet feathers washed her quite clean. Then the lady, who had been looking on all the time, spoke again, whereupon some 30 or 40 of the fishes rose out of the water underneath Tangle, and so bore her up to the arms of the lady held out to take her. She carried her back to the fire, and having dried her well, opened a chest, and taking out the finest linen garments, smelling of grass and lavender, put them upon her, and over all a green dress just like her own, shining like hers and soft like hers, and going into just such lovely folds from the waist, where it was tied with a brown cord to her bare feet. "Won't you give me a pair of shoes too, grandmother?" said Tangle. "No, my dear, no shoes. Look here, I wear no shoes." So saying, she lifted her dress a little, and there were the loveliest white feet, but no shoes. Then Tangle was content to go without shoes too, and the lady sat down with her again and combed her hair and brushed it, and then left it to dry while she got the supper. First she got bread out of one hole in the wall, then milk out of another, then several kinds of fruit out of a third, and then she went to the pot on the fire and took out the fish, now nicely cooked, and as soon as she had pulled off its feathered skin, ready to be eaten. "But," exclaimed Tangle, and she stared at the fish and could say no more. "I know what you mean," returned the lady. "You do not like to eat the messenger that brought you home, but it is the kindest return you can make. The creature was afraid to go until it saw me put the pot on, and heard me promise it should be boiled the moment it returned with you. Then it darted out of the door at once. You saw it go into the pot of itself the moment it entered, did you not?" "I did," answered Tangle, "and I thought it very strange, but then I saw you and forgot all about the fish." "In Fairyland," resumed the lady as they sat down to the table, "the ambition of the animals is to be eaten by the people, for that is their highest end in that condition. But they are not therefore destroyed. Out of that pot comes something more than the dead fish. You will see." Tangle now remarked that the lid was on the pot, but the lady took no further notice of it till they had eaten the fish, which Tangle found nicer than any fish she had ever tasted before. It was as white as snow and as delicate as cream. And the moment she had swallowed a mouthful of it, a change she could not describe began to take place in her. She heard a murmuring all about her, which became more and more articulate, and at length, as she went on eating, grew intelligible. By the time she had finished her share, the sounds of all the animals in the forest came crowding through the door to her ears, for the door still stood wide open, though it was pitch dark outside, and they were no longer sounds only, they were speech, and speech that she could understand. She could tell what the insects in the cottage were saying to each other too. She had even a suspicion that the trees and flowers all about the cottage were holding midnight communications with each other, but what they said she could not hear. As soon as the fish was eaten, the lady went to the fire and took the lid off the pot. A lovely little creature in human shape, with large white wings, rose out of it, and flew round and round the roof of the cottage, then dropped, fluttering, and nestled in the lap of the lady. She spoke to it some strange words, carried it to the door, and threw it out into the darkness. Tangle heard the flapping of its wings die away in the distance. "Now, have we done the fish any harm?" she said, returning. "No," answered Tangle. "I do not think we have. I should not mind eating one every day. They must wait their time, like you and me too, my little Tangle." and she smiled a smile which the sadness in it made more lovely. "But," she continued, "I think we may have one for supper tomorrow." So saying, she went to the door of the tank and spoke, and now Tangle understood her perfectly. "I want one of you," she said, "the wisest." Thereupon the fishes got together in the middle of the tank, with their heads forming a circle above the water, and their tails a larger circle beneath it. They were holding a council in which their relative wisdom should be determined. At length, one of them flew up into the lady's hand looking lively and ready. "You know where the rainbow stands?" she asked. "Yes, mother, quite well," answered the fish. "Bring home a young man you will find there, who does not know where to go." The fish was out of the door in a moment. Then the lady told Tangle it was time to go to bed, and opening another door in the side of the cottage, showed her a little arbour, cool and green, with a bed of purple heath growing in it, upon which she threw a large wrapper made of the feathered skins of the wise fishes, shining gorgeous in the firelight. Tangle was soon lost in the strangest, loveliest dreams, and the beautiful lady was in every one of her dreams. In the morning she woke to the rustling of leaves over her head and the sound of running water. But to her surprise she could find no door, nothing but the moss-grown wall of the cottage. So she crept through an opening in the arbour and stood in the forest. Then she bathed in a stream that ran merrily through the trees and felt happier, for having once been in her grandmother's pond, she must be clean and tidy ever after, and having put on her green dress, felt like a lady. She spent that day in the wood, listening to the birds and beasts and creeping things. She understood all that they said, though she could not repeat a word of it, and every kind had a different language, while there was a common though more limited understanding between all the inhabitants of the forest. She saw nothing of the beautiful lady, but she felt that she was near her all the time, and she took care not to go out of sight of the cottage. It was round like a snow hut or a wigwam, and she could see neither door nor window in it. The fact was, it had no windows, and though it was full of doors, they all opened from the inside, and could not even be seen from the outside. She was standing at the foot of a tree in the twilight, listening to a quarrel between a mole and a squirrel, in which the mole told the squirrel that the tail was the best of him, and the squirrel called the mole Spadefists, when the darkness having deepened around her, she became aware of something shining in her face, and looking round saw that the door of the cottage was open, and the red light of the fire flowing from it like a river through the darkness. She left mole and squirrel to settle matters as they might, and darted off to the cottage. Entering, she found the pot boiling on the fire, and the grand lovely lady sitting on the other side of it. "I've been watching you all day," said the lady. "You shall have something to eat by and by, but we must wait till our supper comes home." She took Tangle on her knee and began to sing to her, such songs as made her wish she could listen to them for ever. But at length in rushed the shining fish, and snuggled down in the pot. It was followed by a youth who had outgrown his worn garments. His face was ruddy with health, and in his hand he carried a little jewel which sparkled in the firelight. The first words the lady said were, "What is that in your hand, Mossy?" Now Mossy was the name his companions had given him, because he had a favourite stone covered with moss, on which he used to sit whole days reading, and they said the moss had begun to grow upon him too. Mossy held out his hand. The moment the lady saw that it was the golden key, she rose from her chair, kissed Mossy on the forehead, made him sit down on her seat, and stood before him like a servant. Mossy could not bear this, and rose at once. But the lady begged him with tears in her beautiful eyes to sit, and let her wait on him. "But you are a great, splendid, beautiful lady," said Mossy. "Yes, I am, but I work all day long. That is my pleasure, and you will have to leave me so soon." "How do you know that, if you please, madam?" asked Mossy. "Because
you have got the golden key. But I don't know what it is for. I can't find the keyhole. Will you tell me what to do? You must look for the keyhole. That is your work. I cannot help you. I can only tell you that if you look for it, you will find it. What kind of box will it open? What is there inside? I do not know. I dream about it, but I know nothing. Must I go at once? You may stop here tonight and have some of my supper, but you must go in the morning. All I can do for you is to give you clothes. Here is a girl called Tangle whom you must take with you. That will be nice, said Mossy. No, no, said Tangle. I don't want to leave you. Please, grandmother. You must go with him, Tangle. I am sorry to lose you, but it will be the best thing for you. Even the fishes, you see, have to go into the pot, and then out into the dark. If you fall in with the old man of the sea, mind you ask him whether he has got some more fishes ready for me. My tank is getting thin. So saying, she took the fish from the pot and put the lid on as before. They sat down and ate the fish, and then the winged creature rose from the pot, circled the roof and settled on the lady's lap. She talked to it, carried it to the door and threw it out into the dark. They heard the flap of its wings die away in the distance. The lady then showed Mossy into just such another chamber as that of Tangle, and in the morning he found a suit of clothes laid beside him. He looked very handsome in them, but the wearer of grandmother's clothes never thinks about how he or she looks, but thinks always how handsome other people are. Tangle was very unwilling to go. Why should I leave you? I don't know the young man, she said to the lady. I am never allowed to keep my children long. You need not go with him except you please, but you must go some day, and I should like you to go with him, for he has the golden key. No girl need to be afraid to go with a youth that has the golden key. You will take care of her, Mossy, will you not? That I will, said Mossy. And Tangle cast a glance at him and thought she should like to go with him. And, said the lady, if you should lose each other as you go through I never can remember the name of that country. Do not be afraid, but go on and on. She kissed Tangle on the mouth and Mossy on the forehead, led them to the door and waved her hand eastward. Mossy and Tangle took each other's hand and walked away into the depth of the forest. In his right hand, Mossy held the golden key. They wandered thus a long way, with endless amusement from the talk of the animals. They soon learned enough of their language to ask them necessary questions. The squirrels were always friendly, and gave them nuts out of their own hoards, but the bees were selfish and rude, justifying themselves on the ground that Tangle and Mossy were not subjects of their queen, and charity must begin at home, though indeed they had not one drone in their poorhouse at the time. Even the blinking moles would fetch them an earth nut or a truffle now and then, talking as if their mouths as well as their eyes and ears were full of cotton wool, or their own velvety fur. By the time they got out of the forest they were very fond of each other, and Tangle was not in the least sorry that her grandmother had sent her away with Mossy. At length the trees grew smaller and stood farther apart, and the ground began to rise, and it got more and more steep, till the trees were all left behind, and the two were climbing a narrow path with rocks on each side. Suddenly they came upon a rude doorway, by which they entered a narrow gallery cut in the rock. It grew darker and darker, till it was pitch dark, and they had to feel their way. At length the light began to return, and at last they came out upon a narrow path on the face of a lofty precipice. This path went winding down the rock to a wide plain, circular in shape, and surrounded on all sides by mountains. Those opposite to them were a great way off, and towered to an awful height, shooting up sharp blue ice-enamelled pinnacles. An utter silence reigned where they stood. Not even the sound of water reached them.
Looking down, they could not tell whether the valley below was a grassy plain or a great still lake. They had never seen any place look like it. The way to it was difficult and dangerous, but down the narrow path they went, and reached the bottom in safety. They found it composed of smooth, light-coloured sandstone, undulating in parts, but mostly level. It was no wonder to them now that they had not been able to tell what it was, for this surface was everywhere crowded with shadows. It was a sea of shadows. The mass was chiefly made up of the shadows of leaves innumerable, of all lovely and imaginative forms, waving to and fro, floating and quivering in the breath of a breeze whose motion was unfelt, whose sound was unheard. No forest clothed the mountainside, no trees were anywhere to be seen, and yet the shadows of the leaves, branches, and stems of all various trees covered the valley as far as their eyes could reach. They soon spied the shadows of flowers mingled with those of the leaves, and now and then the shadow of a bird with open beak and throat distended with song. At times would appear the forms of strange, graceful creatures running up and down the shadow bowls and along the branches, to disappear in the wind-tossed foliage. As they walked they waded knee-deep in the lovely lake, for the shadows were not merely lying on the surface of the ground, but heaped above it like substantial forms of darkness, as if they had been cast upon 1,000 different planes of the air. Tangle and Mossy often lifted their heads and gazed upwards to descry whence the shadows came, but they could see nothing more than a bright mist spread above them, higher than the tops of the mountains which stood clear against it. No forests, no leaves, no birds were visible. After a while they reached more open spaces, where the shadows were thinner, and came even to portions over which shadows only flitted, leaving them clear for such as might follow. Now a wonderful form, half bird-like, half human, would float across on outspread sailing pinions. Anon, an exquisite shadow group of gambolling children would be followed by the loveliest female form, and that again by the grand stride of a titanic shape, each disappearing in the surrounding press of shadowy foliage. Sometimes a profile of unspeakable beauty or grandeur would appear for a moment, and vanish. Sometimes they seemed lovers that passed linked arm in arm, sometimes father and son, sometimes brothers in loving contest, sometimes sisters entwined in gracefullest community of complex form. Sometimes wild horses would tear across, free or bestrode by noble shadows of ruling men. But some of the things which pleased them most they never knew how to describe. About the middle of the plain they sat down to rest in the heart of a heap of shadows. After sitting for a while, each looking up, saw the other in tears. They were each longing after the country whence the shadows fell. "We must find the country from which the shadows come," said Mossy. "We must, dear Mossy," responded Tangle. "What if your golden key should be the key to it?" "Ah, that would be grand," returned Mossy. "But we must rest here for a little, and then we shall be able to cross the plain before night." So he lay down on the ground, and about him on every side and over his head was the constant play of the wonderful shadows. He could look through them and see the one behind the other, till they mixed in a mass of darkness. Tangle too lay admiring and wondering, and longing after the country whence the shadows came. When they were rested they rose and pursued their journey. How long they were in crossing this plain I cannot tell, but before night Mossy's hair was streaked with grey, and Tangle had got wrinkles on her forehead. As evening drew on, the shadows fell deeper and rose higher. At length they reached a place where they rose above their heads, and made all dark around them. Then they took hold of each other's hand, and walked on in silence and in some dismay. They felt the gathering darkness, and something strangely solemn besides, and the beauty of the shadows ceased to delight them. All at once Tangled found that she had not a hold of Mossy's hand, though when she lost it she could not tell. "Mossy! Mossy!" she cried aloud in terror, but no Mossy replied. A moment after the shadows sank to her feet, and down under her feet, and the mountains rose before her. She turned towards the gloomy region she had left, and called once more upon Mossy. There the gloom lay tossing and heaving, a dark, stormy, foamless sea of shadows, but no Mossy rose out of it, or came climbing up the hill on which she stood. She threw herself down and wept in despair. Suddenly she remembered that the beautiful lady had told them, if they lost each other in a country of which she could not remember the name, they were not to be afraid, but to go straight on. And besides, she said to herself, Mossy has the golden key, and so no harm will come to him, I do believe. She rose from the ground and went on. Before long she arrived at a precipice, in the face of which a stair was cut. When she had ascended halfway, the stair ceased, and the path led straight into the mountain. She was afraid to enter, and turning again towards the stair, grew giddy at the sight of the depth beneath her, and was forced to throw herself down in the mouth of the cave. When she opened her eyes, she saw a beautiful little creature with wings standing beside her, waiting. "I know you," said Tangle. "You are my fish." "Yes, but I'm a fish no longer. I'm an aranth now." "What is that?" asked Tangle. "What you see, I am," answered the shape, "and I am come to lead you through the mountain." "Oh, thank you, dear fish. Aranth, I mean," returned Tangle, rising. Thereupon the aranth took to his wings and flew on through the long, narrow passage, reminding Tangle very much of the way he had swum on before her when he was a fish. And the moment his white wings moved, they began to throw off a continuous shower of sparks of all colours, which lighted up the passage before them. All at once he vanished, and Tangle heard a low, sweet sound, quite different from the rush and crackle of his wings. Before her was an open arch, and through it came light mixed with the sound of sea waves. She hurried out and fell, tired and happy, upon the yellow sand of the shore. There she lay, half asleep with weariness and rest, listening to the low plash and retreat of the tiny waves, which seemed ever enticing the land to leave off being land and become sea. And as she lay, her eyes were fixed upon the foot of a great rainbow, standing far away against the sky on the other side of the sea. At length she fell fast asleep. When she awoke, she saw an old man with long white hair down to his shoulders, leaning upon a stick covered with green buds, and so bending over her. "What do you want here, beautiful woman?" he said. "Am I beautiful? I am so glad," answered Tangle, rising. "My grandmother is beautiful." "Yes, but what do you want?" he repeated kindly. "I think I want you. Are not you the old man of the sea?" "I am." "Then grandmother says, have you any more fishes ready for her?" "We will go and see, my dear," answered the old man, speaking yet more kindly than before. "And I can do something for you, can I not?" "Yes, show me the way up to the country from which the shadows fall," said Tangle, for there she hoped to find Mossy again. "Ah, indeed, that would be worth doing," said the old man, "but I cannot, for I do not know the way myself, but I will send you to the old man of the earth. Perhaps he can tell you. He is much older than I am." Leaning on his staff, he conducted her along the shore to a steep rock that looked like a petrified ship turned upside down. The door of it was the rudder of a great vessel, ages ago at the bottom of the sea. Immediately within the door was a stair in the rock, down which the old man went, and Tangle followed. At the bottom, the old man had his house, and there he lived. As soon as she entered it, Tangle heard a strange noise, unlike anything she had ever heard before. She soon found that it was the fishes talking. She tried to understand what they said, but their speech was so old-fashioned and rude and undefined that she could not make much of it. "I will go and see about those fishes for my daughter," said the Old Man of the Sea, and moving a slide in the wall of his house, he first looked out, and then tapped upon a thick piece of crystal that filled the round opening. Tangle came up behind him, and peeping through the window into the heart of the great deep green ocean, saw the most curious creatures, some very ugly, all very odd, and with especially queer mouths, swimming about everywhere above and below, but all coming towards the window in answer to the tap of the Old Man of the Sea. Only a few could get their mouths against the glass, but those who were floating miles away yet turned their heads towards it. The old man looked through the whole flock carefully for some minutes, and then turning to Tangle said, "I am sorry, I have not got one ready yet. I want more time than she does, but I will send some as soon as I can." He then shut the slide. Presently a great noise arose in the sea. The old man opened the slide again and tapped on the glass, whereupon the fishes were all as still as sleep. "They were only talking about you," he said, "and they do speak such nonsense. Tomorrow," he continued, "I must show you the way to the Old Man of the Earth. He lives a long way from here." "Do let me go at once," said Tangle. "No, that is not possible. You must come this way first." He led her to a hole in the wall, which she had not observed before. It was covered with the green leaves and white blossoms of a creeping plant. "Only white blossoming plants can grow under the sea," said the old man. "In there you will find a bath, in which you must lie till I call you." Tangle went in and found a smaller room or cave, in the further corner of which was a great basin hollowed out of a rock, and half full of the clearest sea water. Little streams were constantly running into it from cracks in the wall of the cavern. It was polished quite smooth inside, and had a carpet of yellow sand in the bottom of it. Large green leaves and white flowers of various plants crowded up and over it, draping and covering it almost entirely. No sooner was she undressed and lying in the bath than she began to feel as if the water was sinking into her, and she was receiving all the good sleep without undergoing its forgetfulness. She felt the good coming all the time, and she grew happier and more hopeful than she had been since she lost Mossy. But she could not help thinking how very sad it was for a poor old man to live there all alone, and have to take care of a whole sea full of stupid and riotous fishes. After about an hour, as she thought, she heard his voice calling her, and rose out of the bath. All the fatigue and aching of her long journey had vanished. She was as whole and strong and well as if she had slept for 7 days. Returning to the opening that led into the other part of the house, she started back with amazement, for through it she saw the form of a grand man, with a majestic and beautiful face waiting for her. "Come," he said, "I see you are ready." She entered with reverence. "Where is the Old Man of the Sea?" she asked humbly. "There is no one here but me," he answered, smiling. "Some people called me the Old Man of the Sea. Others have another name for me, and are terribly frightened when they meet me taking a walk by the shore. Therefore I avoid being seen by them, for they are so afraid that they never see what I really am. You see me now, but I must show you the way to the Old Man of the Earth." He led her into the cave where the bath was, and there she saw in the opposite corner a second opening in the rock. "Go down that stair, and it will bring you to him," said the Old Man of the Sea. With humble thanks, Tangle took her leave. She went down the winding stair till she began to fear there was no end to it. Still down and down it went, rough and broken, with springs of water bursting out of the rocks and running down the steps beside her. It was quite dark about her, and yet she could see, for after being in that bath People's eyes always give out a light they can see by. There were no creeping things in the way. All was safe and pleasant, though so dark and damp and deep. At last there was not one step more, and she found herself in a glimmering cave. On a stone in the middle of it sat a figure with its back towards her, the figure of an old man bent double with age. From behind she could see his white beard spread out on the rocky floor in front of him. He did not move as she entered, so she passed round that she might stand before him and speak to him. The moment she looked in his face, she saw that he was a youth of marvellous beauty. He sat entranced with the delight of what he beheld in a mirror of something like silver, which lay on the floor at his feet, and which from behind she had taken for his white beard. He sat on, heedless of her presence, pale with the joy of his vision. She stood and watched him. At length, all trembling, she spoke, but her voice made no sound. Yet the youth lifted up his head. He showed no surprise, however, at seeing her, only smiled a welcome. "Are you the old man of the earth?" Tangle had said. And the youth answered, and Tangle heard him, though not with her ears. "I am. What can I do for you? Tell me the way to the country whence the shadows fall?" "Ah, that I do not know. I only dream about it myself. I see its shadows sometimes in my mirror. The way to it I do not know. But I think the old man of the fire must know. He is much older than I am. He is the oldest man of all." "Where does he live?" "I will show you the way to his place. I never saw him myself." So saying, the young man rose and then stood for a while gazing at Tangle. "I wish I could see that country too," he said. "But I must mind my work." He led her to the side of the cave and told her to lay her ear against the wall. "What do you hear?" he asked. "I hear," answered Tangle, "the sound of a great water running inside the rock. That river runs down to the dwelling of the oldest man of all, the old man of the fire. I wish I could go to see him, but I must mind my work. That river is the only way to him." Then the old man of the earth stooped over the floor of the cave, raised a huge stone from it, and left it leaning. It disclosed a great hole that went plumb down. "That is the way," he said. "But there are no stairs." "You must throw yourself in. There is no other way." She turned and looked him full in the face, stood so for a whole minute as she thought. It was a whole year, then threw herself headlong into the hole. When she came to herself, she found herself gliding down fast and deep. Her head was under water, but that did not signify, for when she thought about it, she could not remember that she had breathed once since her bath in the cave of the old man of the sea. When she lifted up her head, a sudden and fierce heat struck her, and she sank it again instantly and went sweeping on. Gradually the stream grew shallower. At length she could hardly keep her head under. Then the water could carry her no farther. She rose from the channel and went step for step down the burning descent. The water ceased altogether. The heat was terrible. She felt scorched to the bone, but it did not touch her strength. It grew hotter and hotter. She said, "I can bear it no longer." Yet she went on. At the long last, the stair ended at a rude archway in an all but glowing rock. Through this archway, Tangle fell exhausted into a cool, mossy cave. The floor and walls were covered with moss, green, soft, and damp. A little stream spouted from a rent in the rock and fell into a basin of moss. She plunged her face into it and drank. Then she lifted her head and looked around. Then she rose and looked again. She saw no one in the cave, but the moment she stood upright, she had a marvellous sense that she was in the secret of the earth and all its ways. Everything she had seen or learned from books, all that her grandmother had said or sung to her, all the talk of the beasts, birds and fishes, all that had happened to her on her journey with Mossy, and since then in the heart of the earth, with the old man and the older man, all was plain. She understood it all, and saw that everything meant the same thing, though she could not have put it into words again. The next moment she descried in a corner of the cave a little naked child sitting on the moss. He was playing with balls of various colours and sizes, which he disposed in strange figures upon the floor beside him. And now Tangle felt that there was something in her knowledge which was not in her understanding, for she knew there must be an infinite meaning in the change and sequence and individual forms of the figures into which the child arranged the balls, as well as in the varied harmonies of their colours. But what it all meant she could not tell. He went on busily, tirelessly, playing his solitary game, without looking up, or seeming to know that there was a stranger in his deep, withdrawn cell. Diligently as a lace-maker shifts her bobbins, he shifted and arranged his balls. Flashes of meaning would now pass from them to Tangle, and now and again all would be not merely obscure, but utterly dark. She stood looking for a long time, for there was fascination in the sight, and the longer she looked, the more an indescribable vague intelligence went on rousing itself in her mind. For 7 years she had stood there watching the naked child with his coloured balls, and it seemed to her like 7 hours, when all at once the shape the balls took, she knew not why, reminded her of the Valley of Shadows, and she spoke. "Where is the old man of the fire?" she said. "Here I am," answered the child, rising and leaving his balls on the moss. "What can I do for you?" There was such an awfulness of absolute repose on the face of the child that Tangle stood dumb before him. He had no smile, but the love in his large grey eyes was deep as the centre, and with the repose there lay on his face a shimmer as of moonlight, which seemed as if any moment it might break into such a ravishing smile as would cause the beholder to weep himself to death. But the smile never came, and the moonlight lay there unbroken, for the heart of the child was too deep for any smile to reach from it to his face. "Are you the oldest man of all?" Tangle at length, although filled with awe, ventured to ask. "Yes, I am. I am very, very old. I am able to help you, I know. I can help everybody." And the child drew near and looked up in her face, so that she burst into tears. "Can you tell me the way to the country the shadows fall from?" she sobbed. "Yes, I know the way quite well. I go there myself sometimes. But you could not go my way. You are not old enough. I will show you how you can go." "Do not send me out into the great heat again," prayed Tangle. "I will not," answered the child, and he reached up and put his little cool hand on her heart. "Now," he said, "you can go. The fire will not burn you. Come." He led her from the cave, and following him through another archway, she found herself in a vast desert of sand and rock. The sky of it was of rock, towering over them like solid thunderclouds, and the whole place was so hot that she saw in bright rivulets the yellow gold and white silver and red copper trickling molten from the rocks. But the heat never came near her. When they had gone some distance, the child turned up a great stone and took something like an egg from under it. He next drew a long curved line in the sand with his finger and laid the egg in it. He then spoke something Tangle could not understand. The egg broke, a small snake came out, and, lying in the line in the sand, grew and grew till he filled it. The moment he was thus full grown, he began to glide away, undulating like a sea wave. "Follow that serpent," said the child. "He will lead you the right way." Tangle followed the serpent, but she could not go far without looking back at the marvellous child. He stood alone in the midst of the glowing desert, beside a fountain of red flame that had burst forth at his feet, his naked whiteness glimmering a pale rosy red in the torrid fire. There he stood looking after her, till, from the lengthening distance, she could see him no more. The serpent went straight on, turning neither to the right nor left. Meantime, Mossy had got out of the Lake of Shadows, and following his mournful, lonely way, had reached the seashore. It was a dark, stormy evening. The sun had set, the wind was blowing from the sea, the waves had surrounded the rock within which lay the old man's house. A deep water rolled between it and the shore, upon which a majestic figure was walking alone. Mossy went up to him and said, "Will you tell me where to find the old man of the sea?" "I am the old man of the sea," the figure answered. "I see a strong, kingly man of middle age," returned Mossy. Then the old man looked at him more intently and said, "I see a strong, kingly man of middle age," returned Mossy. Then the old man looked at him more intently and said, "Your sight, young man, is better than that of most who take this way. The night is stormy. Come to my house and tell me what I can do for you." Mossy followed him. The waves flew from before the footsteps of the old man of the sea, and Mossy followed upon dry sand. When they had reached the cave, they sat down and gazed at each other. Now Mossy was an old man by this time. He looked much older than the old man of the sea, and his feet were very weary. After looking at him for a moment, the old man took him by the hand and led him into his inner cave. There he helped him to undress and laid him in the bath, and he saw that one of his hands, Mossy, did not open. "What have you got in that hand?" he asked. Mossy opened his hand, and there lay the golden key. "Ah," said the old man, "that accounts for your knowing me, and I know the way you have to go." "I want to find the country whence the shadows fall," said Mossy. "I dare say you do. So do I. But meantime, one thing is certain. What is that key for, do you think?" "For a keyhole somewhere, but I don't know why I keep it. I never could find the keyhole, and I have lived a good while since, I believe," said Mossy sadly. "I'm not sure that I'm not old. I know my feet ache." "Do they?" said the old man, as if he really meant to ask the question, and Mossy, who was still lying in the bath, watched his feet for a moment before he replied. "No, they do not," he answered. "Perhaps I am not old either." "Get up and look at yourself in the water." He rose and looked at himself in the water, and there was not a grey hair on his head or a wrinkle on his skin. "You have tasted of death now," said the old man. "Is it good?" "It is good," said Mossy. "It is better than life." "No," said the old man. "It is only more life. Your feet will make no holes in the water now." "What do you mean?" "I will show you that presently." They returned to the outer cave and sat and talked together for a long time. At length the old man of the sea rose and said to Mossy, "Follow me." He led him up the stair again and opened another door. They stood on the level of the raging sea, looking towards the east. Across the waste of waters, against the bosom of a fierce black cloud, stood the foot of a rainbow glowing in the dark. "This indeed is my way," said Mossy, as soon as he saw the rainbow, and stepped out upon the sea. His feet made no holes in the water. He fought the wind and climbed the waves, and went on towards the rainbow. The storm died away. A lovely day and a lovelier night followed. A cool wind blew over the wide plain of the quiet ocean, and still Mossy journeyed eastward, but the rainbow had vanished with the storm. Day after day he held on, and he thought he had no guide. He did not see how a shining fish under the waters directed his steps. He crossed the sea and came to a great precipice of rock, up which he could discover but one path. Nor did this lead him farther than halfway up the rock, where it ended on a platform. Here he stood and pondered. It could not be that the way stopped here, else what was the path for? It was a rough path, not very plain, yet certainly a path. He examined the face of the rock. It was smooth as glass, but as his eyes kept roving hopelessly over it, something glittered, and he caught sight of a row of small sapphires. They bordered a little hole in the rock. "The keyhole!" he cried. He tried the key. It fitted. It turned. A great clang and clash as of iron bolts on huge brazen cauldrons echoed thunderously within. He drew out the key. The rock in front of him began to fall. He retreated from it as far as the breadth of the platform would allow. A great slab fell at his feet. In front was still the solid rock, with this one slab fallen forward out of it. But the moment he stepped upon it, a second fell, just short of the edge of the first, making the next step of the stair, which thus kept dropping itself before him as he ascended into the heart of the precipice. It led him into a hall fit for such an approach, irregular and rude in formation, but floor, sides, pillars, and vaulted roof, all one mass of shining stones of every colour that light can show. In the centre stood 7 columns, ranged from red to violet, and on the pedestal of one of them sat a woman, motionless, with her face bowed upon her knees. 7 years had she sat there, waiting. She lifted her head as Mossy drew near. It was Tangle. Her hair had grown to her feet, and was rippled like the windless sea on broad sands. Her face was beautiful, like her grandmother's, and as still and peaceful as that of the old man of the fire. Her form was tall and noble, yet Mossy knew her at once. "How beautiful you are, Tangle," he said in delight and astonishment. "Am I?" she returned. "Oh, I have waited for you so long. But you are the old man of the sea." "No, you are like the old man of the earth." "No, no, you are like the oldest man of all. You are like them all, and yet you are my own old Mossy. How did you come here? What did you do after I lost you? Did you find the keyhole? Have you got the key still?" She had 100 questions to ask him, and he 100 more to ask her. They told each other all their adventures, and were as happy as man and woman could be, for they were younger and better, and stronger and wiser than they had ever been before. It began to grow dark, and they wanted more than ever to reach the country whence the shadows fall. So they looked about them for a way out of the cave. The door by which Mossy entered had closed again, and there was 1/2 mile of rock between them and the sea. Neither could Tangle find the opening in the floor by which the serpent had led her thither. They searched till it grew so dark that they could see nothing, and gave it up. After a while, however, the cave began to glimmer again. The light came from the moon, but it did not look like moonlight, for it gleamed through those 7 pillars in the middle, and filled the place with all colours. And now Mossy saw that there was a pillar beside the red one, which he had not observed before, and it was of the same new colour that he had seen in the rainbow when he saw it first in the fairy forest. And on it he saw a sparkle of blue. It was the sapphires round the keyhole. He took his key. It turned in the lock to the sounds of Aeolian music. A door opened upon slow hinges and disclosed a winding stair within. The key vanished from his fingers. Tangle went up. Mossy followed. The door closed behind them. They climbed out of the earth, and still climbing, rose above it. They were in the rainbow. Far abroad over ocean and land, they could see through its transparent walls the earth beneath their feet. Stairs beside stairs wound up together, and beautiful beings of all ages climbed along with them. They knew that they were going up to the country whence the shadows fall, and by this time I think they must have got there. By Joseph Sheridan Le Fanu. Laura Silverbell. In the 5 Northumbrian counties you will scarcely find so bleak, ugly, and yet in a savage way so picturesque a moor as Dardale Moss. The moor itself spreads north, south, east and west, a great undulating sea of black peat and heath. What we may term its shores are wooded wildly with birch, hazel and dwarf oak. No towering mountains surround it, but here and there you have a rocky knoll rising among the trees, and many a wooded promontory of the same pretty but utterly wild forest running out into its dark level. Habitations are thinly scattered in this barren territory, and a full mile away from the meanest was the stone cottage of Mother Carke. Let not my southern reader who associates ideas of comfort with the term cottage mistake. This thing is built of shingle with low walls. Its thatch is hollow. The peat smoke curls stingily from its stunted chimney. It is worthy of its savage surroundings. The primitive neighbours remark that no rowan tree grows near, nor holly nor bracken, and no horseshoe is nailed on the door. Not far from the birches and hazels that straggle about the rude wall of the little enclosure, on the contrary, they say, you may discover the broom and the ragwort, in which witches mysteriously delight. But this is perhaps a scandal. Mal Carke was for many a year the sage femme of this wild domain. She has renounced practice, however, for some years, and now, under the rose, she dabbles, it is thought, in the black art, in which she has always been secretly skilled, tells fortunes, practices charms, and in popular esteem is little better than a witch. Mother Carke has been away to the town of Willarden to sell knit stockings, and is returning to her rude dwelling by Dardale Moss. To her right, as far away as the eye can reach, the moor stretches. The narrow track she has followed here tops a gentle upland, and at her left a sort of jungle of dwarf oak and brushwood approaches its edge. The sun is sinking blood-red in the west. His disk has touched the broad black level of the moor, and his parting beams glare athwart the gaunt figure of the old beldame, as she strides homeward, stick in hand, and bring into relief the folds of her mantle, which gleam like the draperies of a bronze image in the light of a fire. For a few moments this light floods the air. Tree, gorse, rock, and bracken glare, and then it is out, and grey twilight over everything. All is still and sombre. At this hour the simple traffic of the thinly peopled country is over, and nothing can be more solitary. From this jungle, nevertheless, through which the mists of evening are already creeping, she sees a gigantic man approaching her. In that poor and primitive country robbery is a crime unknown. She, therefore, has no fears for her pound of tea and pint of gin and 16 shillings in silver, which she is bringing home in her pocket. But there is something that would have frighted another woman about this man. He is gaunt, sombre, bony, dirty, and dressed in a black suit which a beggar would hardly care to pick out of the dust. This ill-looking man nodded to her as he stepped on the road. "I don't know you," she said. He nodded again. "I never sid ye nowhere," she exclaimed sternly. "Fine evening, Mother Carke," he says, and holds his snuff-box towards her.
She widened the distance between them by a step or so, and said again sternly and pale, "I have nowt to say to thee, whoe'er thou be'st." "You know Laura Silverbell?" "That's a bare name, the lass's name is Laura Lou," she answered, looking straight before her. "One name's as good as another for one that was never christened, mother." "How know ye that?" she asked grimly, for it is a received opinion in that part of the world that the fairies have power over those who have never been baptized. The stranger turned on her a malignant smile. "There is a young lord in love with her," the stranger says, "and I'm that lord. Have her at your house tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and you must stick crosspins through the candle, as you have done for many a one before, to bring her lover thither by 10, and her fortunes made. And take this for your trouble." He extended his long finger and thumb toward her with a guinea, temptingly displayed. "I have nowt to do with thee, I never said thee afore. Get thee awa. I earn near gold o' thee, and I'll take none. Away with thee, and I'll find an that will make thee." The old woman had stopped, and was quivering in every limb as she thus spoke. He looked very angry. Sulkily he turned away at her words, and strode slowly toward the wood from which he had come, and as he approached it, he seemed to her to grow taller and taller, and stalked into it as high as a tree. "I conceited there will come something out," she said to herself. "Farmer Lou must get it done this Sunday, the ad hoppy." The old Farmer Lou was one of that sect who insist that baptism shall be but once administered, and not until the Christian candidate had attained to adult years. The girl had indeed for some time been of an age, not only, according to this theory, to be baptized, but if need be, to be married. Her story was a sad little romance. A lady some 17 years before had come down and paid Farmer Lou for 2 rooms in his house. She told him that her husband would follow her in a fortnight, and that he was in the meantime delayed by business in Liverpool. In 10 days after her arrival her baby was born, Mal Cark acting as sage femme on the occasion, and on the evening of that day the poor young mother died. No husband came, no wedding ring, they said, was on her finger. About £50 was found in her desk, which Farmer Lou, who was a kind old fellow and had lost his 2 children, put in a bank for the little girl, and resolved to keep her until a rightful owner should step forward to claim her. They found 6 love letters signed Francis, and calling the dead woman Laura. So Farmer Lou called the little girl Laura, and her sobriquet of Silverbell was derived from a tiny silver bell, once gilt, which was found among her poor mother's little treasures after her death, and which the child wore on a ribbon round her neck. Thus, being very pretty and merry, she grew up as a North Country farmer's daughter, and the old man, as she needed more looking after, grew older and much less able to take care of her, so she was, in fact, very nearly her own mistress, and did pretty much in all things as she liked. Old Mal Cark, by some caprice for which no one could account, cherished an affection for the girl, who saw her often, and paid her many a small fee in exchange for the secret indications of the future. It was too late when Mother Cark reached her home to look for a visit from Laura Silverbell that day. About 3 o'clock next afternoon, Mother Cark was sitting knitting, with her glasses on outside her door on the stone bench, when she saw the pretty girl mount lightly to the top of the stile at her left under the birch, against the silver stem of which she leaned her slender hand and called, "Mal, Mal, Mother Cark, are ye alone all by yoursel?" "Aye, Laura lass, we can be close enough if you want a word with me," says the old woman rising, with a mysterious nod and beckoning her stiffly with her long fingers. The girl was assuredly pretty enough for a lord to fall in love with. Only look at her. A profusion of brown rippling hair parted low in the middle of her forehead, almost touched her eyebrows, and made the pretty oval of her face, by the breadth of that rich line, more marked. What a pretty little nose! What scarlet lips and large, dark, long fringed eyes! Her face is transparently tinged with those clear Murillo tints which appear in deeper dyes on her wrists and the backs of her hands. These are the beautiful gypsy tints with which the sun dyes young skins so richly. The old woman eyes all this, and her pretty figure so round and slender, and her shapely little feet, cased in the thick shoes that can't hide their comely proportions, as she stands on the top of the stile. But it is with a dark and saturnine aspect. Come, lass, what stand ye at top at wall, where folk may chance to see thee? I have a thing to tell thee, lass. She beckoned her again. And I have a thing to tell thee, Mal. Come hither, said the old woman peremptorily. But you munna gi'e me the creepins. Make me tremble. I winna look again into the glass o' water, mind ye. The old woman smiled grimly and changed her tone. Now, honey, get thee down and let ma see the canny face. And she beckoned her again. Laura Silverbell did get down and stepped lightly toward the door of the old woman's dwelling. Tak this, said the girl, unfolding a piece of bacon from her apron, and I have a silver sixpence to gie thee when I'm gaeing away hame. They entered the dark kitchen of the cottage, and the old woman stood by the door, lest their conference should be lighted on by surprise. Afore ye begin, said Mother Cark, I softened her patois, I mun tell ye there's ill folk watching ye. What old Farmer Lou about ye doesna get to, sir. The clergyman, to baptize thee. If he lets Sunday next pass, I'm afeard you'll never be sprinkled nor sign wi' cross, while there's a sky aboon us. Agoy, exclaimed the girl, who's looking after me? A big black fella, as high as the kipples, come out to wood near Deadman's Grike, just after the sun go down yestreen. I knew weel what he was, for his feet ne'er touched the road while he made as if he walked beside me. And he wanted to give me snuff first, and I wouldna have that, and then he offered me a golden guinea, but I was no sick orpy. And to bring you here tonight and cross the candle wi' pins to call your lover in, and he said he's a great lord and in love with thee. And you refused him? Well, for thee I did, lass, said Mother Cark. Why, it's every word true, cries the girl vehemently, starting to her feet. For she had seated herself on the great oak chest. True, lass, come say what ye mean, demanded Mother Cark, with a dark and searching gaze. Last night I was coming hame from the wake, wi' old Farmer Dykes and his wife and his daughter Nell, and when we came to the stile, I bid them good night and we parted. And ye came by the path alone in the night time, did you? Exclaimed old Mother Cark sternly. I wasn't afeard, I don't know why. The path hame leads down by the wires o' old Haworth Castle. I nigh it weel, and a dowly path it is. You'll keep indoors o' nights for a while, or you'll rue it. What saw ye? No freeting, mother, nowt I was feared on. Ye heard a voice calling your name. I heard nowt that was dow but the hully-hoo in the old castle walls, answered the pretty girl. I heard nor said nowt that dow, but mickle that's conny and gladsome. I heard singing and laughing a long way off. I consated and I stopped a bit to listen. Then I walked on a step or two, and there, sure enough in the pie-mag field, under the castle walls, not 10 steps away, I sid a great company, silks and satins, and men with velvet coats with gold lace striped over them, and ladies with necklaces that would dazzle ye, and fans as big as griddles, and powdered footmen like what the shirra had behind his coach, only these was 10 times as grand. It was full moon last night, said the old woman. So bright 'twould blind ye to look at it, said the girl. Never an ill sight but the deil finds a light, quoth the old woman. There's a rinnin brook there, you were at this side and they at that. Did they try to make ye cross over? Agoy, didn't they? Nowt but civility and kindness though, but you mun let me tell it my own way. They were talking and laughing and eating and drinking out of long glasses and gold cups, seated on the grass, and music was playing and I keeking behind a bush at all the grand doings. And up they gets to dance, and I sees a tall feller I didna see afore. You mun step across and dance wi' a young lord that's fan in love with thee, and that's mysel'. And sure enow I keeked at him under my lashes, and a conny lad he is, to my taste, though he be dressed in black with sword and sash, velvet twice as fine as they sells in the shop at Golden Friars, and keek at me again from the corners of his eyen. And the same fella telt me he was mad in love with me, and his father was there and his sister, and they came all the way from Castine Castle to see me that night, and that's t'other side of Golden Friars. Come, lass, you know Mafflin, tell me true. What was he like? Was his face grimed with soot, a tall fella with wide shoulders, and looked like an ill thing, with black clothes amazed in rags? His face was long but weel faired, and darker nor a gypsy, and his clothes were black and grand and made of velvet, and he said he was the young lord himself, and he looked like it. That will be the same feller I sid at Deadman's Grike, said Malcark, with an anxious frown. Hoot, mudder, how could that be? Cried the lass, with a toss of her pretty head and a smile of scorn. But the fortune-teller made no answer, and the girl went on with her story. When they began to dance, continued Laura Silverbell, he urged me again, but I wouldna step o'er. 'Twas partly pride, 'cause I wasn't dressed fine enough, and partly contrariness or something, but Ga wouldna not a foot. No, but I more nor half wished it at the time. Will for thee thou dostna cross the brook. Hoity-toity, why not? Keep at hame after nightfall, and don't ye be walking by yourself by daylight, or any light long lonesome ways, till after you're baptized, said Malcark. I'm like to be married first. Tak care that marriage won't hang in the bell ropes, said Mother Cark. Leave me alane for that. The young lord said he was maist daft wi' love o' me. He wanted to give me a conny ring wi' a beautiful stone in it, but drat it, I was sick and awpy and wouldna take it, and he a young lord. Lord, indeed, are you daft or dreaming? Those fine folk, what were they? I'll tell ye, dobies and fairies, and if you don't do as you bid, they'll tak ye, and you'll never get out of their hands again while grass grows, said the old woman grimly. Odd wit it, replies the girl impatiently. Who's daft or dreaming noo? I'd ha' been dead wi' fear 'twas to any such thing. It couldna be. All was so lovesome and bonny and shaply. Weel, and what do you want o' me, lass? asked the old woman sharply. I want to know, here's to sixpence, what I sud do, said the young lass. 'Twould be a pity to lose such a marrow, eh? Say your prayers, lass, I can't help ye, said the old woman darkly. If ye go with the people, you'll never come back. You munna talk with them, nor eat with them, nor drink with them, nor take a pin's worth by way of gift for them. Mark weel what I say, or ye're lost. The girl looked down, plainly much vexed. The old woman stared at her with a mysterious frown steadily for a few seconds. Tell me, lass, and tell me true. Are ye in love with that lad? What for should I? Said the girl with a careless toss of her head and blushing up to her very temples. I see how it is, said the old woman with a groan, and repeated the words, sadly thinking, and walked out of the door a step or two and looked jealously round. The lass is witched, the lass is witched.
Did you see him since? Asked Mother Cark, returning. The girl was still embarrassed, and now she spoke in a lower tone and seemed subdued. I thought I seed him as I came here, walking beside me among the trees, but I can say it was only the trees themselves that looked like running one behind another as I walked on. I can tell thee nowt, lass, but what I tell ye afore, answered the old woman peremptorily. Get ye hame, and don't delay on the way, and say your prayers as ye ga, and let none but good thoughts come nigh ye, and put ne'er a foot outside the door staying again till ye ga be christened, and get that done a Sunday next. And with this charge, given with grisly earnestness, she saw her over the stile, and stood upon it watching her retreat, until the trees quite hid her and her path from view. The sky grew cloudy and thunderous, and the air darkened rapidly, as the girl, a little frightened by Mal Cark's view of the case, walked homeward by the lonely path among the trees. A black cat which had walked close by her, for these creatures sometimes take a ramble in search of their prey among the woods and thickets, crept from under the hollow of an oak, and was again with her. It seemed to her to grow bigger and bigger as the darkness deepened, and its green eyes glared as large as halfpennies in her affrighted vision as the thunder came booming along the heights from the Willowden road. She tried to drive it away, but it growled and hissed awfully, and set up its back as if it would spring at her, and finally it skipped up into a tree, where they grew thickest at each side of her path, and accompanied her high overhead, hopping from bough to bough as if meditating a pounce upon her shoulders. Her fancy being full of strange thoughts, she was frightened, and she fancied that it was haunting her steps and destined to undergo some hideous transformation the moment she ceased to guard her path with prayers. She was frightened for a while after she got home. The dark looks of Mother Cark were always before her eyes, and a secret dread prevented her passing the threshold of her home again that night. Next day it was different. She had got rid of the awe with which Mother Cark had inspired her. She could not get the tall, dark-featured lord in the black velvet dress out of her head. He had taken her fancy. She was growing to love him. She could think of nothing else. Bessie Hennock, a neighbour's daughter, came to see her that day, and proposed a walk towards the ruins of Haworth Castle to gather blaeberries. So off the two girls went together. In the thicket along the slopes near the ivied walls of Haworth Castle, the companions began to fill their baskets. Hours passed. The sun was sinking near the west, and Laura Silverbell had not come home. Over the hatch of the farmhouse door the maids leaned ever and anon with outstretched necks, watching for a sign of the girl's return, and wondering, as the shadows lengthened, what had become of her. At last, just as the rosy sunset gilding began to overspread the landscape, Bessie Hennock, weeping into her apron, made her appearance, without her companion. Her account of their adventures was curious. I will relate the substance of it more connectedly than her agitation would allow her to give it, and without the disguise of the rude Northumbrian dialect. The girl said that as they got along together among the brambles that grow beside the brook that bounds the Pymag field, she, on a sudden, saw a very tall, big-boned man, with an ill-favoured, smirched face, and dressed in worn and rusty black, standing at the other side of a little stream. She was frightened, and while looking at this dirty, wicked, starved figure, Laura Silverbell touched her, gazing at the same tall scarecrow, but with a countenance full of confusion and even rapture. She was peeping through the bush behind which she stood, and with a sigh she said, "Isna tha conny lad? Agoy, see his bonny velvet clothes, his sword and sash, that's a lord, I can tell ye, and weel I know who he follows, who he loves, and who he'll wed." Bessie Hennock thought her companion daft. "See how lovesome he looks, whispered Laura. Bessie looked again and saw him gazing at her companion with a malignant smile, and at the same time he beckoned her to approach. "Darragh ta, ga not near him, he'll wring thy neck," gasped Betty in fear, as she saw Laura step forward with a look of beautiful bashfulness and joy. She took the hand he stretched across the stream, more for love of the hand than any need of help, and in a moment was across and by his side, and his long arm about her waist. "Fares to weel, Bessie, I'm gain my ways," she called, leaning her head to his shoulder, "and tell good Father Lou I'm gain my ways to be happy, and maybe at long last I'll see him again." And with a farewell wave of her hand, she went away with her dismal partner. And Laura Silverbell was never more seen at home, or among the coppies and wickwoods, the bonny fields and bosky hollows by Dardale Moss. Bessie Hennock followed them for a time. She crossed the brook, and though they seemed to move slowly enough, she was obliged to run to keep them in view, and she all the time cried to her continually, come back, bonny Laurie," until, getting over a bank, she was met by a white-faced old man, and so frightened was she that she thought she fainted outright. At all events, she did not come to herself until the birds were singing their vespers in the amber light of sunset, and the day was over. No trace of the direction of the girl's flight was ever discovered. Weeks and months passed, and more than a year. At the end of that time, one of Malcark's goats died, as she suspected, by the envious practices of a rival witch who lived at the far end of Dardale Moss. All alone in her stone cabin, the old woman had prepared her charm to ascertain the author of her misfortune. The heart of the dead animal, stuck all over with pins, was burnt in the fire, the windows, doors, and every other aperture of the house being first carefully stopped. After the heart thus prepared with suitable incantations is consumed in the fire, the first person who comes to the door or passes by it is the offending magician. Mother Cark completed these lonely rites at dead of night. It was a dark night, with the glimmer of the stars only, and a melancholy night wind was soughing through the scattered woods that spread around. After a long and dead silence, there came a heavy thump at the door, and a deep voice called her by name. She was startled, for she expected no man's voice, and peeping from the window she saw in the dim light a coach and 4 horses, with gold-laced footmen, and coachman in wig and cocked hat, turned out as if for a state occasion. She unbarred the door, and a tall gentleman, dressed in black, waiting at the threshold, entreated her, as the only sage femme within reach, to come in the coach and attend Lady Lairdale, who was about to give birth to a baby, promising her handsome payment. Lady Lairdale, she had never heard of her. "How far away is it?" 12 miles on the old road to Golden Friars." Her avarice is roused, and she steps into the coach. The footman claps to the door, the glass jingles with the sound of a laugh. The tall, dark-faced gentleman in black is seated opposite. They are driving at a furious pace. They have turned out of the road into a narrower one, dark with thicker and loftier forest than she was accustomed to. She grows anxious, for she knows every road and bypath in the country round, and she has never seen this one. He encourages her. The moon has risen above the edge of the horizon, and she sees a noble old castle. Its summit of tower, watchtower, and battlement glimmers faintly in the moonlight. This is their destination. She feels on a sudden all but overpowered by sleep, but although she nods, she is quite conscious of the continued motion, which has become even rougher. She makes an effort and rouses herself. What has become of the coach, the castle, the servants? Nothing, but the strange forest remains the same. She is jolting along on a rude hurdle, seated on rushes, and a tall, big-boned man in rags sits in front, kicking with his heel the ill-favoured beast that pulls them along, every bone of which sticks out, and holding the halter which serves for reins. They stop at the door of a miserable building of loose stone, with a thatch so sunk and rotten that the roof tree and couples protrude in crooked corners, like the bones of the wretched horse, with enormous head and ears that drag them to the door. The long gaunt man gets down, his sinister face grimed like his hands. It was the same grimy giant who had accosted her on the lonely road near Deadman's Grike, but she feels that she must go through with it now, and she follows him into the house. 2 rushlights were burning in the large and miserable room, and on a coarse, ragged bed lay a woman groaning piteously. "That's Lady Lairdale," says the gaunt, dark man, who then began to stride up and down the room, rolling his head, stamping furiously, and thumping one hand on the palm of the other, and talking and laughing in the corners, where there was no one visible to hear or to answer. Old Mal Carke recognised in the faded, half-starved creature who lay on the bed, as dark now and grimy as the man, and looking as if she had never in her life washed hands or face, the once blithe and pretty Laura Lou. The hideous being who was her mate continued in the same odd fluctuations of fury, grief, and merriment, and whenever she uttered a groan he parodied it with another, as Mother Carke thought, in saturnine derision. In due time the poor woman's pains were over, and a daughter was born. Such an imp, with long pointed ears, flat nose, and enormous restless eyes and mouth. It instantly began to yell and talk in some unknown language, at the noise of which the father looked into the room, and told the sage femme that she should not go unrewarded. The sick woman seized the moment of his absence to say in the ear of Mal Carke, "If ye had not been at ill work tonight, he could not have fetched ye. Tak no more now than your rightful fee, or he'll keep ye here." At this moment he returned with a bag of gold and silver coins, which he emptied on the table and told her to help herself. She took 4 shillings, which was her primitive fee, neither more nor less, and all his urgency could not prevail with her to take a farthing more. He looked so terrible at her refusal that she rushed out of the house. He ran after her. "You'll take your money with you," he roared, snatching up the bag still half full and flung it after her. It lighted on her shoulder, and partly from the blow, partly from terror, she fell to the ground, and when she came to herself, it was morning, and she was lying across her own doorstone. It is said that she never more told fortune or practised spell, and though all that happened 60 years ago and more, Laura Silverbell, wise folk think, is still living, and will so continue till the day of doom among the fairies. By Violet Holt. The Coach. It was a lonely part of the country, far north, where the summer nights are pale and light and scant of shade. This summer night there was no moon, and yet it was not dark. For hours the flat, deprecating earth had lain prone under a storm of wind and rain. Its patient surface was drenched, blanched, smitten into blindness. The tumbled waters of the firth splashed on the edges of the plain, their wild commotion dwarfed by the noise of the wind-driven showers, whose gloomy drops tapped the waters into sullen acquiescence. 1/2 mile inland the road to the north was laid. Clear and straight it ran, with never a house or homestead to break it. Viscous with clay here, shining with quartz there, uncompromising, exact, like the lists of old, dressed for a tourney. Its sides were bare, scantily garnished with grass. This was nearly a hedgeless country. In places the undeviating line of it passed through a little coppice, or clump of gnarled, ill-conditioned, nameless trees. They seemed to lean forward vindictively on either side, snapping their horny fingers at each other, waving their cantankerous branches as the gusts took them, broke them, and whirled the fragments of their ruin far away and out of ken. Like a flapping, unruly kite which a child has allowed to pass beyond his control. The broad white surface of the road was not suffered to be blotted for a single moment. Nothing could rest for the play of the intriguing air currents, surging backwards and forwards, blind, stupid, and swelled with pride, till they had got completely out of hand and defied the archers of the middle sky. They staggered hither and thither like ineffectual giants. They buffeted all impartially. They instigated the hapless branches at their mercy to wild lashings of each other, to useless accesses of the spirit of self-destruction. Bending slavishly under the heavy gusts, each shabby blade of grass by the roadside rose again and was on the qui-vive after the rustling tyrant had passed. It was then, in the succeeding moments of comparative peace, when the directors of the passionate aerial revolt had managed to call their panting rabble off for the time, that great perpendicular sheets of rain, like stage films slung evenly from heavenly temples, descended and began moving continuously sideways, like a wall, across the level track. A sheet of whole water, blotting out the tangled borders of herbage that grew sparsely round the heaps of stones, with which the margin was set at intervals, placed there, ready for breaking. When the slab of rain had moved on again, the broad road, shining out sturdily with its embedded quartz and milky kneaded clay, lay clear once more. Calm, ordered, and tranquil in the midst of tumult and discord, it pursued its appointed course, edging off from its evenly bevelled sides the noisy moorland streams that had come jostling each other in their haste to reach it, only to be relegated, noisily complaining, to the swollen, unrecognisable gutter. At a certain point on the line of way, a tall, spare, respectable-looking man in a well-fitting grey frock coat stood waiting. The rain ran down the back of his coat collar and dripped off the rim of his tall hat. His attitude suggested some weary, foredone clerk waiting at the corner of the city street for the omnibus that was to carry him home to his slippered comfort and sober pipe of peace. He wore no muffler, but then it was summer, St. John's Eve. He leaned on an ivory-headed ebony stick, of which he seemed fond, and peered, not very eagerly, along the road, which now lay in dazzling, rain-washed clarity under the struggling moon. There was a lull in the storm. He had no luggage, no umbrella, yet his grey coat looked neat and his hat shiny. Far in the distance from the south, a black, clumsy object appeared, labouring slowly along. It was a coach of heavy and antique pattern. As soon as he had sighted it, the passenger's faint interest seemed diminished. With a bored air of fulfilment, he dropped his eyes and looked down disapprovingly at the clayey mud at his feet, although, indeed, the sticky substance did not appear to have marred the exquisite polish of his shoes. His palms settled composedly on the ivory knob of his trusty stick, as though it were the hand of an old friend. With all the signs of difficult going, but no noise of straining or grinding, the coach at last drew up in front of the expectant passenger. He looked up quietly and recognised it as the vehicle wherein it was appointed that he should travel in this unsuitable weather, for a stage or two maybe. All was correct. The coachman, grave, businesslike, headless as of usage, the horses long-tailed, black, conventional. The door opened noiselessly and the step was led down. The passenger shook his head as he delicately put his foot onto it, and observed for the benefit, doubtless, of the person or persons inside. "I see old Joe on the box in his official trim. Rather unnecessary, all this ceremony, I venture to think. A few yokels and old women to impress, if indeed anyone not positively obliged is abroad on a night like this. For form's sake, I suppose." He took his seat next the window, There were 4 occupants of the coach beside himself. They all nodded formally, but not unkindly. He returned their salutations with old-fashioned courtesy, though unacquainted seemingly with any of them. Sitting next to him was a woman, evidently of fashion. Her heavy and valuable furs were negligently cast on one side, to show a plastron covered with jewels. She wore at least 2 enamelled and jewel-encrusted watches pinned to her bosom, as a mark for thieves to covet. It was foolish of her, so at least thought the man in the grey frock coat. Her yellow wig was much awry. Her eyes were weak, strained and fearful, and she aided their vision with a diamond-beset pince-nez. Now and again she glanced over her left shoulder as if in some alarm, and at such times she always grasped her gold net reticule feverishly. She was obviously a rich woman in the world, a first-class train de luxe passenger. The woman opposite her belonged as unmistakably to the people. She was hard-featured, worn with a life of sordid toil and calculation, but withal stout and motherly, a figure to inspire the fullest confidence. She wore a black bonnet with strings, and black silk gloves heavily darned. Round her sunken white collar a golden gleam of watch-chain was now and then discernible. At the other end of the coach, squeezed up into the corner where the vacillating light of the lamp hung from the roof least penetrated, a neat, sharp-featured man nestled and hid, and his bowler hat was set unnecessarily far back, lending him an air of folly and congenital weakness which his long, cold, clever nose could not dissipate. He was white as old enamel, but the man whom the gentleman in the frock coat took to among his casual fellow travellers was the one sitting directly opposite him, a rough, hearty creature who alone of all the taciturn coachful seemed disposed to enter into a casual conversation, which might go some way to enliven the dreariness entailed by this somewhat old-fashioned mode of travelling. Gay talk might help to drown the dashing of the waters of the Firth lying close on the right hand of the section of road they were even now traversing, and the ugly roar of the wind and rain against the windows. This, by comparison, cheerful fellow was dressed like a working man, in a shabby suit of corduroys. He wore no collar, but a twisted red cotton handkerchief was wound tightly round his thick, squat neck. His little mean eyes, swinish but twinkling good-humouredly, stared enviously at the neat gentleman's stiff collar and the delicate grey tones of his suiting, crossing and uncrossing his creasy legs in the unusual effort of an attempt at conviviality. The man in corduroys addressed the man in the frock coat awkwardly enough, but still civilly. "Well, mate, they've chosen a rare rough night to shift us on. Orders from headquarters, I suppose. I've been here nigh on a year and never set eyes on my boss." "We used to call him God the Father," said the elder man slowly. "But whoever it is that orders our ways here, there is no earthly sense in questioning his arrangements. We can only fall in with them. As you admit, you are fairly new, and perhaps you do not as yet conceive fully of the silent impelling force that sways us. It is the same in the world we have left, only that there we were only concerned with the titles and standing of our boss, as you call him, and obeyed his laws not a whit. I must say I consider this particular system of soul transference that we have to submit to very unsettling and productive of restlessness amongst us. A mere survival and tiresome superstition to my mind. It has one merit. One sees something of the underworld, travelling about as we do, and meeting chance, perhaps kindred spirits on the road. One realises, too, that Hades is not quite as grey, shall I say, as it is painted. But perhaps, he added with a slight touch of class hauteur, you do not quite follow me. "Oh yes, master, I do," eagerly replied the fellow traveller to whom he chose to address his monologue. "Since I've been dead, I have learned the meaning of many things. I turn up my nose at nothing these days. I always neglected my schooling, But now I tell you I try to make up for lost time. From a rough sort of fellow that I was, with not an idea in my head beyond my beer and my prog, I have come to take my part in the whole of knowledge. It was all mine before, so to speak, but I didn't trouble to put my hand out for it. Didn't care, didn't listen to Miss that taught me, or to Parson either. He had some good ideas too, as I've come to know, though vice isn't vice exactly with us here, now, in a manner of speaking. If God Almighty made us, why did he make us even in parts bad? That's what I want to know, and I'll know that when I've been dead a bit longer. Why did he give me rotten teeth so that I couldn't chew properly and didn't care for my food and liked drink better? It's dirt and digestion makes drinking and devilry, I say. The smart woman interrupted him with a kind of languid eagerness, exclaiming, I must say, I agree with you. Since the pestle fell on my shoulder in that lonely villa at Monte, I have realized what the dreadful gambling fever may lead to. It had made those two who treated me so ill quite inhuman. They had become wild beasts. I ought never to have accepted their treacherous invitation to luncheon, never tempted them with my outrageous display of jewels. And look here, I was tarred with the same stick. I gambled too. She rummaged in her reticule and fished out a ticket for the rooms at Monte Carlo. I always call that the ticket for my execution, though my executioners were rather unnecessarily brutal. They will attain unto this place more easily than I did. Hardly any pain. The hand of the law is gentle, compared with the methods of... The man in the grey frock coat raised his finger warningly. No names, I beg. One of our conventions. Have a drop, said the calm motherly woman to the excited fine lady. Your wound is recent, isn't it? Yours was a very severe case. A bloody murder, I call it, if ever there was one, and clumsy at that. And you only passive, which is always so much harder, they say. I can't tell, for I was what you may call an active party. They don't seem to mind mixing, they that look after us here. They lump us all together, travelling, at any rate. Though when I think of what I was actually turned off for, well, the way I look at it, what I did was a positive benefit to society, and some sections of society knew it too, and would have liked to preserve my life. But what, madam, if I may ask, was your little difficulty? It is called, I believe, baby farming, she replied off-handedly, receiving her flask back from the smart woman and stowing it away in a capacious pocket. As she spoke, a shudder like a transitory ripple on a rain-swept stream passed over her hearers, with the exception of the thin man in the far corner, who preserved his serenity. Raising his sunken chin, he observed the last speaker with some slight show of interest. The man in grey apologized. Excuse us, madam, a remnant of old-world squeamishness uncontrollable by us for the moment, though perhaps, if you will, you might a little dissipate our preconceived notions of your profession by explaining clearly your point of view. Delighted, I'm sure, she answered. Funny, though, how seriously you all take it, even here. The feeling against my profession seems absurdly strong below, as well as above. I was hooted as I left the court, I recollect. It annoyed me then considerably. I thought that those that hooted had more need to be grateful to me if all was known and paid for. I saved their pockets for them and their lovely honour too. They knew they owed all that to me. For the rest, they did not care. They went on, bless 'em, raising up seed for me to mow down as soon as its head came above ground, and welcome. Sly dogs, no thanks from them. But those shivering, shrinking women that came to me, some of them hardly out of their teens, some of them so delicate they had no right to have a baby at all. Ah, if only I hadn't let myself take their money, it would have been a work of pure philanthropy. But I had to live then. Now that that tax has been taken off, one has time to think it out all round. But Lord, society, to cry shame on me for it. They might as well hang any other useful public servant, like dustmen, rat catchers, and such like ridders of pests. Good old Herod, that I used to hear about at school, knew what he was doing when he cleared off all those useless innocents. He was the first baby farmer, I guess. You take large ground, madam, said the man in the frock coat, a trifle huffily. And I have the right, said she, her large determined chin emerging from its rolls of fat in her eagerness. You men ought to know it, and you do well enough when you're honest. I was only the scapegoat and took on me the little sins of the race. It's an easy job enough what I did, but there's few have the stomach for it, even then. You couldn't call it dirty work either. You just stand by and leave 'em alone to gurn and bleat and squinny and die. No blood, eh? The man in the corner said suddenly. I like blood. What a fine night it has turned, said the man in the grey frock coat, raising the sash and putting his head out of the window. Something rather uncanny, eh, about that man, he remarked under his breath, half to himself, half to the man in brown corduroys. Take your head in, said the latter, almost affectionately, or you'll be catching cold and you've a nasty scar on your neck that I could see as you leaned forward, and which you oughtn't to go getting the cold into. Oh, that, said the other complacently, sitting down again, but averting his gaze carefully from the man in the corner, for whom he seemed to feel a repulsion, as marked as was his preference for his cheerful vis-à-vis. That's actually the scar of the blow that killed me. A fearful gash. He was a powerful man that dealt it. He got me, of course, from behind. I never even saw him. I was drafted off here at once. His hand had been so sure. He felt nervously in his pockets. I have a foulard somewhere, but I am apt to mislay it. You should do like me, have a good strong handkerchief, and knot it round your neck firm. I've got a mark of sorts on my neck too, but it isn't an open wound. Never was, the bluff man sniggered. It is sheer vanity with me, but I don't care to have it seen. Goes well all round, mine does. Done by a rope, eh? He paused and nodded slyly. For killing a toff. Nice old gentleman he seemed too, but I hadn't much time to look at him. Had to get to work. He was rudely interrupted by a screech from the baby farmer. Lord, she cried, do I see another conveyance coming on this lonely road? I do hope so. I'm one for seeing plenty of people. I always like a crowd, and I must tell you, this sort of humdrum jogging along was beginning to get on my nerves. They all jerked themselves round and peered through the glass panes behind them. The taciturn man alone reserved his attention. Sure enough, a dark object plainly outlined in the strong moonlight, which now lit up the heavens, where heavy masses of cloud had until now obscured its effulgence, was plainly visible. It blotted the ribbon of white that lay in front of them. Nearer and nearer it came. All heads were at the windows of the coach. Now it was seen to be a high-hung dog-cart of the most modern pattern, drawn by a smart little metal pony, and containing two slight young girls. The one that drove held the ribbons in hands that were covered with white dog-skin gloves, and which looked immense in the pallid moonshine. What an excitement, said the stout woman. We shall pass them, some members of one of the country families about here, I suppose. I hope, for all things considering, I'm not a bloodthirsty man, the man in corduroys muttered anxiously under his breath, that we're not a-going to give them a shock. Bound to when we meet them plumb like this. Horses can't abide the sight of us mostly, no more than they can those nasty motors when they first came in. And we're worse than motors. They seem to smell us out at once for what we are. If you do really think that pony is likely to swerve, said the man in the grey suit anxiously, would it be of any use our asking old Diggory to drive more slowly and humour them? Couldn't go no slower than we are, replied the man in corduroys. Besides, it's not the pace that kills. I'll bet you that pony's all of a sweat already. The dog-cart approached. The faces of the two young women were discernible. They were white, blanched with fear, or it may have been the effect of the strong moonlight. There was no doubt that they were disturbed, and that the girl who was driving fully realized the necessity of controlling the horse, whose nostrils were quivering, and on whose sides foam was already appearing in white swathes. "It won't pass us," said the man in the corner, speaking suddenly. He rubbed his hands slowly, one over the other. "There will be blood." "For goodness sake, stop gloating like that," said the stout woman. "It turns my stomach to hear you. Whatever can you have come from, I wonder? 'Tisn't manners." "I say, can't we hail them?" she inquired of the man in grey. "Or give them one big shout?" "They wouldn't be able to hear us," he replied, shaking his head sadly. "You must not forget that we are ghosts. We are not really here." "Aye, and that's what the beasts know," cried the man in corduroys. He jumped about. "That 'oss won't be able to stand it. The kid'll not be able to hold him in." "They're on us!" screamed the smart woman. "Oh my God, do we have to sit still and see it?" She covered her eyes with her hand. "Yes, missus, I reckon you have. And what's more, run away after like any shoffer that's killed his man and left him lying in the roadside. Old Diggory's got his orders." The snorting of the pony was now audible. The coach full of ghosts distinctly saw the lather of foam dropping from its jaws. They were able, some of them, to realise the agonised tension of one girl's hands, pulling for all she was worth, and the scared sideways twist of her forcedly inactive companion. Alone, the face of the yellow carriage lamp glared, immovable. Then it flew down and was extinguished. There was a crash, a convulsion, and the great road to the north lay clear again. The coach of death rolled on remorselessly, past a black heap that filled the ditch on one side. It lay quite still after that almost human leap and heave. The smart woman fainted, or appeared to do so. The baby farmer sat silent. "It's iniquitous," exclaimed the man in grey, turning round from the window, his eyes wet, "to leave them behind like that without a word of inquiry, when it's our conveyance has done all the mischief." He groaned and fidgeted. The man in corduroys tried to soothe him. "We ain't to blame, sir, don't you think it," he repeated. "As you said before to the lady, we aren't really here." "That is little consolation to a man of honour," the old man said sadly. "Still, as you say, we are but tools." He devoted himself to the smart woman, who revived a little under his civil ministrations. "After all," she said, "aren't we somehow or other all in the same boat? I shouldn't be surprised if those two nice girls didn't join us at the next stage. If they do, we'll make them tell us how they felt when they first saw the coach full of ghosts coming down on them. They're certainly dead, for they were both pitched into the ditch with the cart and horse on top of them. Did anybody see what became of the horse? No? Well, we must settle down to the dullness again, I'm afraid. Or suppose, to while away the time, we all started to tell each other the story of how we came to be here. A lively tale might cheer us all up after the accident." "Agreed, madam, heartily for my part," said the man in grey, "though my own story is very humdrum and not in the least amusing. You want, of course, an account of the particular accident that sent me here. Very well, but ladies first. Will not you begin, madame?" She tossed her head with an affected air. "My story, perhaps," she insinuated with modesty, "might not be very new to you. It was in all the papers so recently." "That will not affect me," he answered, "for if, as I presume, it was a murder case, I never read them." "I read yours then, missus, I expect," said the man in corduroys. "I generally get the wife to read them out to me, anything spicy. And yet the people that did it are not hanged yet, if indeed they ever are, poor souls. I am quite anxious," said the smart woman, "to see how it goes. If the pair are really sent here, I suppose I shall be running up against them some night or other, on one of these transference parties. It will be very interesting. But, she leaned across to the baby farmer, could we not persuade you to give us some of your nursery experiences, madam? There's not much story about the drowning of a litter of squalling puppies or whining kittens, said that lady shortly. We want something livelier, more personal, if I may say so. From a remark that gentleman in the corner let drop a while ago, I fancy his reminiscences would be quite worth hearing. As good as a shilling shocker. My story, replied the individual thus pointedly addressed, is impossible. Frankly, impossible. Indecent, do you mean? The smart woman's eyes shone. Oh, let us have it. You can veil it, can't you? Have you ever heard of mental degenerates? He asked her compassionately. I was one. I was called mad, a simple way of expressing it. I was a chemist. I dissected neatly enough too, like a regular butcher. They did quite right to exterminate me. His head dropped. He seemed disinclined to say more. Still, the smart woman persisted. But the details are purely medical, ma'am, not without a physiological interest, I may say, interesting to men of science pathologically. He named a daily paper much in vogue at that time, made a good deal of the strong sense of artistry, of contrast, the morbid warp inherent in the executant. His head sank again on his chest. I do believe, said the baby farmer, nudging the smart woman, that we shall find he's the man who killed his sweetheart, and then carefully tied her poor inside all into true lovers' knots, with sky-blue ribbon. Artist, indeed. They're quite common colours, blue and red. Disgusting! The delicate lady from Monte Carlo shuddered, and turning coldly away, joined in the petition proffered by the other ghost to the breezy man in corduroys to relate his experiences. Oh, I'll tell you how I came to join you and welcome, he said, rolling his huge neck about in its setting of red cotton. Well, to begin with, I was drunk. Equally, of course, I was hard up. My missus, she's married again, by the way, blast her, was always nagging me to do something for her and the kids. I did. Nations taking care of them now, along of what I did. Work she meant, but that was only by the way. I did choose to take on a job, though, on a rich man's estate, building some kind of folly, lots of glass and that, working away day and night by naphtha flares, you know. He was one of those men, you know the sort, that has more money than a man can properly spend, and feels quite sick about it and says so in interviews and so on, in the papers a working man reads. That's the mischief. He was always giving away chunks of money to charities and libraries, and that sort of useless lumber. But none of it ever seemed to come the way of those that were in real need of it. They said the money had got on his nerves and would not let him sleep o' nights, and that he was afraid by day and went about with a loaded stick, and I don't know what all. And he was looked after by detectives at one time, so the papers said. Again, the papers, putting things in people's heads, as it's their way. So one blessed evening I was very low, funds and all, and my missus and the kids hollering and complaining as they always do when luck's bad. Lord bless 'em, they never thought as they were citing their man to murder. Women never do think. And going out with their snivelling in my ears, I passed the station where he landed every evening after his day in town, and I happened to see him come out of the train and send away his motor that was awaiting for him all regular, and start out to walk home alone by a short cut across a little plantation there was, very thick and dark, just the place for a murder. Well, I told you I was half drunk. I raced home and got something to do it with, a meat chopper to be particular. The old man opposite put his hand nervously to the back of his neck. Aye, mister, it takes you just there, does it? You look a regular bundle of nerves, you do. Well, as I was saying, I went round by a short cut that I happened to know of, and got in front of him and hid in the hedge. 10 mortal minutes I waited for my man to come by. Lord, how my hand did tremble. I'd have knocked off for a 2pence. I was as nervous as a cat, but all the same it didn't prevent me from striking out for wife and children with a will when my chance came. I caught him behind with my chopper and he fell like a log. Never lifted a hand to defend himself. Hadn't got any grit. Ladies, I don't suppose I hurt him much, for he never even cried out when I struck or groaned when it was done. Then I looked him over, turned out his pockets and collared his watch and season ticket and seals and money. Money! Ha! I had been fairly done over that. Would you believe it of a rich fellow like him? He hadn't got more than the change of a sovereign on him. Shame! Ejaculated the taciturn man in the corner. I admit it was very hard on you, the man in grey observed kindly. Very hard, for I believe the retribution came all too quickly. You foolishly left your chopper about to identify you, and were apprehended at once by our excellent rural police. Yet the law is so dilatory that you lay in a jail a whole year before you were free to join your victim here. Right you are, mate. Yes, I swung for it, sure enough. Short and sweet it was I stood on the drop, but it still makes my poor old throat ache to think of it. He wriggled and twisted his neck in its ruddy cincture. Now, Governor, I'm done, and if you've no objection, we'd all like to hear how you came by that ugly gash of yours. It wasn't no rope did that. Common or garden murder, I'll be bound. Certainly, my man, it was murder, a murder most apropos. The circumstances were peculiar. I have often longed to get the ear of the jury who tried a man for relieving me of my light purse, an intolerably heavy life, and tell them, the whole hard-working, conscientious 12 of them, trying their best to bring in an honest verdict and avenge my wrongs, my own proper feelings, surely no negligible factor in the case. They could not guess, these ignorant living men, whose eyes had not yet been opened by death to a due sense of the proportions of things, that I bore the poor creature no malice, but instead was actually grateful for his skilful surgery that had severed the life cord that bored me. It isn't everyone would take it like that, remarked the smart woman. Yet that is more or less how I feel about these things myself. Only in my case it is impossible to speak of skilful surgery. I was disgracefully cut up. I couldn't possibly have worn a low dress again. Have you ever heard, said the man in grey thoughtfully, of the Greek story of the gold of Rhampsinitus, and the inviolable cellar he built to store it in? According to the modern system, my gold was hoarded in my brain, where fat assets and sordid securities bred and bred all day long. The laws that govern wealth are hard. You must give it, devise it. You must not allow it to be taken. But for my part I would have welcomed the 2 sons of the master builder who broke into the Greek king's treasure house. In the strong room of my brain it lodged. With one careless calculation, one stroke of a pen, I could make money, breed money, there, to madden me. I was lonely too. I had no wife to divide my responsibilities. She might even have enjoyed them, but I dared approach no woman in the way of love. I did not choose to be loved for my cheque-signing powers. I was not loved at all. I was hated. Unrighteous things were done in my name by the greedy husbandmen of my load of money. Then I was told that I went in danger of my life, and I condescended to take care of that, for a time. Only for a time. One dark winter evening, I forget what had happened during the day, what fresh instance of turpitude or greed had come before me. I was so revolted that I kicked away all the puling safeguards by which my agents guarded their best asset of all, and gave the rein to my instinct. I disregarded precautions of every sort, with the exception of my faithful loaded stick, and the carrying of that had come to be a mere matter of habit with me, and I walked home from the station alone and unattended, up to my big house and good dinner, which I hoped, nay, I almost knew, that I should not be alive to eat. And indeed, as luck would have it, on that night of all nights the trap was set for me. The appointed death dealer was waiting. He took me on at once. I got my desire. Kind, speedy, merciful, violent death. I never even saw the face of my deliverer. By George, softly swore the man in corduroys. This beats all. Are you sure you aren't kidding us? No, indeed. That is exactly how I felt about it. And if I had known of knowledge as I knew of instinct what was going to happen, I would have thought to realize some of my wealth before setting out to walk through that wood, and made it more worth the honest fellow's while. But as you are aware, a millionaire does not carry portable gold about with him, and my cheque-book which I had on me would, of course, be of no use to him. Alas, all the poor devil got for his pains was exactly 19 shillings and 11 pence. I had changed a sovereign at the bookstall to buy a paper, and out of habit had waited for the change. The man in corduroys was by this time in a considerable state of excitement. He had rent the red handkerchief fiercely from his neck, and now made as if to tear it across his knee. "Why, governor," he exclaimed passionately, "do you mean to say it was through you that I got this here?" He put both hands behind his head and interlocked them, "in return for giving you that there cut at the back of your neck. Well, how things do come about, to be sure." "Gently, gently, my man," the elder soothed him. "Don't be so melodramatic about a very ordinary coincidence. See, the ladies are quite upset. It doesn't do to allow oneself to get excited here. It's not in the rules. If I had made the little discovery you have done, I really don't think I would have made it public. This undue exhibition of emotion of yours strikes me as belonging to the vulgar world we have all left. But since you have allowed it to come out, and everyone is now aware of the peculiar relation in which we stand to each other, you must let me tender you my best thanks, as to the most skilful and firm operator, and believe me to be truly grateful to you for your services in the past." "Quite the old school," said the smart woman. "I must say, sir, I consider you the real gentleman," said the baby farmer. "I am a gentleman." "And a fairly accommodating one," said the rough man, wiping his brow where, however, no sweat was. "It isn't every man as would give thanks for being scragged." "Every man isn't a millionaire," said his victim calmly. The smart woman, leaning forward, tapped the old gentleman amiably with her jewelled pince-nez. "But we belong to the same world, I perceive," she said, "and I am quite able to understand your refined feeling. It is, as I said in my own case. Indeed, if those two good people who shall be nameless had only dealt with me a little more gently, I don't know that I should not forgive them absolutely. I shall at any rate be perfectly civil when I do meet them, only perhaps a little distant. But that Monte Carlo existence I was leading when they interrupted it was really becoming intolerable. No one who hasn't done it thoroughly can realize what it is. Glare, noise, glitter, fever, that heartless blue, laughing sea they talk of in the railway advertisements. The baby farmer, left out in this elegant discussion, obviously took no pleasure in it, but staring straight before her, muttered sulkily, "Côte d'Azur and Pentonville. There's some little difference, isn't there, between one life and the other? Yet I enjoyed my life, I did, and as for gratitude, I can't say as I see all those blessed infants are coming up to me and slobbering me for what I did for 'em. I may meet them, but they'll not notice me. It isn't in human nature. Their mother's thanks was all I got, and they thanked me beforehand in hard cash for what I was a-going to do. Lord, what's a rickety baby, more or less? I say, we're slowing up. Going to stop perhaps, and a good thing too." "Yes," said the man in the grey frock coat, still announcing his curt sentences to the unheeding listeners. "I am able to cordially thank the man who rid me with one clean scientific blow of my wretched life and all its tedious accessories. A skilled workman is worthy of his hire." "Mercy," muttered the baby farmer. "Is he never going to stop? If it was for nothing else, he ought to have got scragged for being a bore. But being fully wound up, though, in the excitement of arriving at the depot, no one was attending. The man in grey continued. Suicide, I had thought of, but abhorred, though on my soul I had nearly come to that, and then it was merely a question of courage. You spoke truly, sir. Mine was a thin, pusillanimous nature, as you said. You came by, a kind Samaritan, and sacrificed your own good life freely to rid me of my wretched one. I think I told you that when you were being tried, I followed urgently all the details of the trial, and made interest with the authorities here to allow me to appear to the judge in his sleep, say, and instill into his mind some inkling of the true state of my feelings towards you. I do not know, however, if you would have thanked me, for life may have been no sweeter to you than it was to me. You spoke of an uncongenial helpmate, I think. Still, one never knows. I might have been the means of procuring you some good years yet, in the full exercise of your undeniable vigour and remarkable decision of character. But it was apparently not to be. You followed me here after a long interval of waiting, and now we have met, face to face. The introduction on that dark night was worth nothing. I like your face. We shall probably never meet again. Their ways are dark and devious here, so I am the more glad of this opportunity of opening my mind to you on a delicate subject, perhaps, but one that has always been very near my heart. By the way, he lifted his stick with its shining ivory crown into view. Did you notice this? You read the papers, you said, and they told you it was heavily weighted and that I carried it always as a precaution. Well, on that eventful night for both of us, perhaps you were too hurried to notice, but I never used it. Accept it now, will you not, as a memento? I think, from sundry truly unearthly bumpings, that we seem to have come at last to our journey's end. I am right. The coachman has got down from his perch and taken his head under his arm. We part. Mesdames, I salute you. Again, sir, he addressed himself more particularly to the shamefaced man in corduroys. Farewell. Very pleased to have met you. One by one the passengers faded away into the distance. The polite old man paused in the semblance of an inn-yard where the coach had drawn up. A pale, proud woman's face shining up by the step had touched him. She was an intending passenger, and she was alone. She wore white dogskin gloves but no hat. Unusual, he fancied, in a woman of her class. On looking closer he saw that she had a hat, but that it hung disregarded over her shoulder by an elastic, and was much more battered and destroyed. He decided to speak to her. You are the lady we killed, I think, he asked gently. She acknowledged with a bow that it was so. We could none of us do anything, he apologized, or I hope you will believe. Certainly, sir, it was no fault of yours, or indeed of the company's, I am sure. The accident was inevitable, so she assured him, smiling faintly. He looked at her kindly. There was blood on the hair, he was able to convince himself. But Rory, our pony, never can pass things at the best of times. And the look of your conveyance was certainly rather unusual. And at that time of night we rarely meet anything at all on the Great North Road. We chose that time on purpose, my sister and I. We had been staying away for a week with friends, and we were going home. When we saw you coming, Lucy said, half in jest, she is older than I. Suppose that thing in front were the coach of death the foolish country people talk about. They say it travels this way once a year with its cargo of souls on St. John's Eve. I bade her not be superstitious, but I confess I thought the vehicle looked odd myself, and I did wonder how Rory would stand it. When it came nearer, I saw distinctly that the coachman was headless, and I laughingly told my sister so. She bade me not disturb her, for death coach or live coach she meant to do her best to get Rory past it. She failed. The man in grey looked nervously around. He was alone with the young lady in the dull inn yard. The headless coachman was preparing to ascend to the box seat again. "Where is your sister now?" he inquired. "She lies at the bottom of the ditch. Rory has galloped home. She fell on her head, but she is alive still. When they find her in the morning, she will be dead. I know that, for now I know all things. I am at peace. You need have no care for me. Let me at least put you into the coach," he begged, "and you will prefer the corner seat?" She took it. He went on. "It looks, however, as if you were going to have all the accommodation to yourself, for this stage at all events." He raised his hat. She bowed. "I am grieved that I cannot have the pleasure, that I cannot offer to accompany you, but I have my marching orders." He raised his hat again. The coach moved on out of the yard. Soon it was lost in the mists. The summer dawn was just breaking.
Little Zac. Not far from a smiling village, which scatters to the borders of the high road its white cottages, was seen a poor peasant woman lying in a ditch, under a sky of fire. By the side of this unfortunate creature there was an overturned basket, from which escaped fragments of dry wood gathered in the neighbouring forest. From time to time she raised herself with painful effort, and weepingly complained of her extreme misery. "Alas," said she, "must the good God forever remain without pity for us? We are the only ones in the village, my man and I, who have not a single day of respite from our indigence. Hunger, thirst, cold and fatigue succeed each other, and often all unite to overpower us. We had found in a corner of the garden several old pieces of gold. The robbers came and stole them. The lightning has consumed our cottage, the hail destroyed our poor harvest, and for a crown to our desolation, God afflicts us since 2 years with this abortion, who is my shame and the scorn of the village. At the last St. Lawrence Day, little Zac was, by my faith, 2 years and a half old, and he cannot yet stand upon his spider legs, and instead of talking as other children of his age, he meows like a cat. Added to this, the accursed monkey devours the allowance of a child of 8 years, and this appetite is no profit to him. What will become of us, good God, when this pestilence grows, and when he will eat 3 times as much without doing any more labour? Alas, alas, what a calamity it is to live thus. It would be 1,000 times better to die. And the poor woman began to groan again, so loudly and so long that she fell exhausted into a deep and heavy slumber. Now the little ugly fellow who thus troubled his unfortunate mother looked like the stump of an old knotty tree with dry and hanging roots. He was lying partly out of the basket on the grass. His head, sufficiently resembling a large-sized pumpkin, was attached to shoulders formed like a gourd, from which escaped 2 immeasurably long and crooked legs. To sum up all, this ignoble little creature looked like a forked radish. As for the features of his face, they were in proportion. A long nose, like a crane's bill, projected amid a forest of red and matted hair. 2 black and sparkling eyes buried in wrinkles made him resemble that strange vegetation called mandrake. The peasant woman of whom I spoke a short time ago had then fallen asleep, when Mademoiselle de Rosenschön, chapter lady in the neighbouring convent, passed near her on her return from a walk. The sight of this misery so powerfully moved her that she could not refrain from stopping, with a feeling of pity. She seated herself on the grass by the roadside, and drawing the peasant woman's ugly child upon her knees, began to caress him, to smooth his frizzled hair and part it in 2 bands over his shoulders. Little Zac tried at first to struggle, cry and bite.
But gradually Mademoiselle de Rosenschon's patience calmed his bad humour, and finally he slept as soundly as his mother. The young woman then put him back in the place from which she had taken him, and drawing from her pocket a flask of scented water, she sprinkled it upon the poor peasant woman and continued her walk. When the peasant woman awoke, a sweet moisture had softened her benumbed limbs, and an agreeable feeling circulated through her veins, as if she had just swallowed a full goblet of generous wine. "Kind Jesus!" exclaimed she, "what good that hour of sleep has done me! But the day is just ending. It is time to go home." Saying this, the good woman began to prepare her basket for her shoulders. But little Zac was no longer there. The ugly monkey was rolling among the thistles in the ditch. She had great difficulty in forcing him to get up and follow her, and they both regained, one dragging the other, the road to the village. In passing before the village pastor's house, they saw a pretty little boy, 3 years old, hair fine as silk, of golden colour, come bounding down the steps leading to the house, crying out joyously, "Good evening, Mother Liza, how do you do? But you have a very heavy load there. Rest yourself here at our door." At the same time, the pastor called his maid to order some refreshment for the peasant woman. The latter did not allow him to repeat so gracious an invitation, and depositing her basket full of dry wood on the stone bench, she was preparing herself for a most respectful courtesy, when the pastor said, caressing little Zac, "Ah, Dame Liza, what a pretty child you have there! Heaven softens your misery by one of its most precious gifts. The presence of so pretty a child is a blessing under the roof of the poor man." Thus discoursing, the holy man tried to take little Master Zac into his arms, but he began to yelp like a fox and nearly devoured the pastor's nose, whilst Dame Liza, stupefied at the language held by the pastor, exclaimed, clasping her hands, "Alas, sir, can you seriously say such things to an unfortunate woman like me? What crime have I committed towards heaven that it should afflict me with so frightful a creature?" "Ah, so, but my good woman, are you mad?" interrupted the pastor. "And is it not blaspheming Providence thus to despise its benefits? You must be, indeed, ungrateful or devoid of sense, not to admire and love this charming little boy." And the good pastor was about to lavish more caresses upon little Zac, who tried again to bite the end of his nose. Mother Liza, irritated by this insolence, tried to correct him, but the pastor's child began to say to his father, "You are so good, dear father, that all the children would like to pass their lives with you." "Now, do you hear, Mother Liza?" exclaimed the pastor. "Do you hear the pretty things that your little Zac is saying to me?" The good woman knew not which of the two, she or the pastor, had lost their mind. "Confide your son to me," said the latter. "I will make a famous man of him. I discover the most promising capacity in him. Poor as you are, his education would be impossible, and society would miss one of its finest ornaments. I will really take upon myself the care of his future." Liza was very much astonished at all this. "Indeed," said she hesitatingly. "Dear pastor, can it be that you will deign to rid me of this hideous mandrake, of this gift from Satan?" And the more the old woman talked, the more urgent became the pastor, redoubling his protestations of devotion and admiration for this marvellous little Zac, to such a point that the mother of this model of ugliness imagined that she was bewitched. The pastor, tired of her resistance, ended the matter by taking little Zac in his arms. He then entered the house, shut the door, and bolted it. The good woman remained several moments alone and rubbed her eyes to assure herself that she was not dreaming. Her last reflection was that God had taken pity on her, since he relieved her of so troublesome a charge.
and she returned to her cottage at the end of the village, congratulating herself upon not having to carry or drag little Master Zack. Now what I have just related to you, dear reader, and you, dear girl, does it not make you think that the personage called Mademoiselle Rosenschoen, or still better, Rosengrundschoen, hides something marvellous and strange? Have you not already said to yourself that if the hideous little Zack appeared to the eyes all brilliant with the sweetest charms of infancy, he owed it to the enchantments of some beneficent fairy? It would, nevertheless, not be impossible for this magnificent supposition to be without foundation. But to spare you the trouble of skipping several leaves of this narration, I am going to tell you immediately concerning the remarkable lady in question. Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen was tall. Her whole physiognomy was impressed with majestic severity. Her face, the features of which were of perfect regularity, seemed, when you fixed your eyes for a short time upon it, to grow dark and assume an aspect almost sinister, which was perhaps owing to a wrinkle between the eyebrows, and which added a harshness to her looks. But aside from this, Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen, inspired by the nobility of her bearing and the tranquillity of her manner, a confidence and respect of which her character rendered her equally worthy. I saw Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen but once. She had then reached the age which is called the second youth of woman. The inhabitants of the village in the neighbourhood of her convent said that they had never seen her look younger or older, and that time seemed to have no power over her. And though all were astonished at this phenomenon, it never came into the mind of anyone to suppose that she could be familiar with evil spirits, for she showered down benefits around her. For the rest, the gift of performing miracles was attributed to her. It was, for example, publicly known that it was only necessary for her to plant in the earth the most stunted slip, to make the most splendid rose tree, bearing 100-leaved roses that could be found in the country. It was related also that in her long solitary walks she had been heard conversing with invisible beings, whose voices answered her from among the bushes or from the bosom of the brooks. A hunter averred that he had seen her in the woods, surrounded by unknown birds that flew about her head and came and familiarly pecked at her. All these strange recitals drew upon Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen a great attention, when it was known that she had buried herself in a chapter of noble ladies. The Baron Protextatus de Monshine, protector of his community, which inhabited one of his estates, had given her a most respectful welcome, although there did not exist in the genealogical archives of the German nobility any trace of the family of Rosengrundschoen. In spite of his doubts on the right of admission to the chapter that the said lady could claim for want of parchments, he had received her on the sole condition that she should change the problematical nobility of the title of Rosengrundschoen for the name of Rosenschoen, which existed in the armorial register of the chapter, and which no one would dispute, since the last who bore that name had died many years before. Meanwhile, calumnious reports were not long in circulating through the village concerning the new canoness. The anecdote of her genealogy fabricated by the Baron Protextatus had found an echo, and evil tongues wagged in rivalry. The mother Anne, the wife of the bailiff, pretended that every time the canoness sneezed, the milk turned all through the village. The son of Michael the schoolmaster, having slipped into the convent cellar to steal potatoes, was caught there by the canoness, who smilingly threatened him with her finger. Since that time the unfortunate child's mouth had remained partly open as a punishment for his crime. The malicious villagers enlarging upon these tales did not stop at this. They reported to everybody that Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen had power to make the weather rainy, or fine sunshine, to draw down hail or direct the thunderbolt, and no one would have undertaken to deny the tale of a turkey keeper, who maintained that he had seen the canoness going through the air, astride on a broomstick in company with an enormous beetle emitting blue fire. These stories were so much and so well told that one fine day the whole village was in an uproar. Nothing less was proposed than to drag the sorceress from her convent and throw her into the water, or subject her to the trial by fire. Baron Protextatus allowed the storm to growl, saying to himself, "What matters it, after all, if a canoness without ancestry should be cut up by an enraged multitude? If it were a lady of Monshine, they would have for her, as for me, the profoundest respect." Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen, warned in time of the peril that threatened her, took refuge in the palace, from whence a messenger of the reigning prince departed in all haste, carrying to Baron Protextatus an order to have the authors of the attempt against Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen rigorously punished. The same order certified to all to whom these presents came, greeting, that there existed neither sorcerers, demons, nor enchantments, and that all those who for the future should allow themselves to trouble the canoness might expect an exemplary punishment. This last article was so well understood that the people of the village changed their note, and began to utter thereafter endless eulogiums on the virtues and the high nobility of Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen. What had happened at the palace? The prince and his ministers well knew that the canoness was in reality, in good faith and honour, the celebrated fairy Rosa Belverde. Here is the history of the fairy Rosa Belverde. The domain of Baron Protextatus de Monshine was a little country as pleasant to inhabit as the terrestrial paradise from which our first parents were dismissed. High mountains, balmy forests, flowery valleys, fresh springs, fertile meadows, orchards of luscious fruit, and in the midst of all this, palaces and cottages. Nothing was wanting. To crown this felicity, the country was governed by Prince Demetrius, who had the art to govern without making the yoke of power felt, so that under his reign everybody lived as contentedly as fishes do in the water. It was the El Dorado of all friends of independence, and it even happened that several fairies came there to work for the satisfaction of the amiable portion of the human species that inhabited this happy country. These good fairies would have liked to perpetuate the days of the virtuous Demetrius, but fatality decided differently. He died, and his son, Paphnutius, succeeded him. This young prince, who had attentively studied his father's politics, and who found his want of popularity very little to his taste, had no sooner attained the power than he busied himself with overturning everything, to place his servants and vile flatterers in the place of honest people, who had until then governed. He gave the post of Prime Minister to Andres, his personal servant, to reward him for having lent him 6 ducats one day, during a revel in which he, Paphnutius, was drunk and without money, at an inn situated outside the paternal territory. "My lord," exclaimed Andres on being invested with his office, "a new era is about to dawn upon your principality. From the day that your highness takes the reign of government, dates for this country the introduction of enlightenment." Paphnutius, with emotion, raised his minister, who had prostrated himself and pressed him in his arms, saying, "My dear Prime Minister, a short time ago I owed thee 10 ducats, but I shall soon owe thee my glory and the prosperity of my states. Of this principality I shall make a kingdom, and thou shalt aid me in my vast projects." The first wish of the new prince was
that a gigantic poster should be exhibited in all the streets about the palace, on all the roads, and in the villages throughout the country, informing his subjects that the introduction of enlightenment dated from his accession. But his minister respectfully observed to him that things could not go on in that manner. Then the prince, Paphnutius, drew his former servant into his cabinet, the door of which he carefully closed. He then ordered him to unfold his plan for the administration of the government. "My lord," said Andres, bowing reverently while speaking, "the effect of the poster that your highness proposes to publish might not be generally favourable. It will be necessary to sustain the government by certain measures which, although they seem rigorous, are neither more nor less wise and prudent. Before introducing enlightenment into this country, otherwise called before cutting down the useless woods, digging canals, planting potatoes, creating village schools, paving the roads and bordering them with elm trees, teaching the children to worship God and love their prince, establishing vaccination, it is necessary to begin by driving out of the territory all those people who are prejudiced against these things. It is necessary to banish the wits who speak ill of everything, and above all of acts of power, good or bad. It is also necessary to exile the fairies, who are established in this fine country, and who exercise a power over your subjects that yours cannot equal. Sooner or later you will be dethroned by these fairies, and turned into a crane, like a prince spoken of in 1001 Nights. "Ah, good heaven, minister, what do you tell me?" exclaimed the Prince Paphnutius, turning pale as a ghost. "What? There exist fairies in my estates? Fairies who could change me into a crane?" "My lord," continued the Prime Minister, "I have warned your highness of all these perils, in order that you might provide against them. Those beings, men or fairies, are the natural enemies of the progress of enlightenment. It is they who, taking advantage of your illustrious father, are the occasion of the country's incrustation with the darkest ignorance. Now, without seeking far for the proof of the measures that I propose, imagine to yourself, my gracious sovereign, that it may be sufficient to create a tariff of duties to contribute to the profit of your treasury. If there exists in this country people capable of riding through the air on broomsticks and throwing through windows or down chimneys into the houses of the citizens articles which have not paid for passing the frontier, I repeat with earnestness that the first act of your authority should be to drive out the intriguers and the fairies. The fairies above all, my lord, whose treasures we will seize before sending them off like vagabonds to the country of the 1001 Nights." "But," interrupted Prince Paphnutius, "if my people habituated to living with these fairies should rebel in their favour?" "My lord," replied the minister, "the great art of politics consists in not forcing things. Thus, we will only put the intriguers and fairies out successively and with great caution, so that we keep 2 or 3 of the best fairies. We will try to find severe husbands for them, and they will keep them straight. As for all the articles seized, such as enchanted swans, winged horses, jewellery, you can ornament your palace with them." Paphnutius could not sufficiently admire the genius of his prime minister, and on the morrow all the measures agreed upon were executed with rigorous zeal by the agents of the new government. The fairy Rosa Belverde was the only one who learned this revolution in time to hide in a safe place her magic wands, her fire horses, and her fantastic treasures. The prince and his minister were very much irritated to learn that the fairies, on receiving orders to move, with the exception only of Rosa Belverde, had manifested the most contemptuous carelessness and the most singular joy. "Perhaps," said Paphnutius to himself, "the country of 1001 Nights is a finer region than my own,
and the fairies laugh at me for a fool, who knows not how to keep his own riches." The historian of the kingdom was immediately called, and received an order to make a learned report on the situation of the country of 1,001 nights. To please the prince and obey the prime minister, he wrote that Chinistan, or the kingdom of the fairies, was the wildest, the most uncultivated, the most desolate under the heavens, that enlightenment was not known there, neither was the science of paved roads or vaccine. The Prince Paphnutius was satisfied with this information and courageously continued his work of renovation. When the flowery arbour in which Rosabelle Verde lived had been levelled to the ground, and when Paphnutius had with his own hands inoculated with vaccine the stupidest rustics in the country, the fairy watched for him in a path through which he was to pass on entering his palace with his prime minister. He found her so beautiful that he begged her to remain in his estates, and to accept a place in the chapter of noble ladies residing in the vicinity of the palace, where she should be allowed to live according to her fancy, without being called upon in any manner to assist in the enlightenment of things. The malicious fairy accepted, and we shall soon see what trick she invented to avenge the proscription of her magic palace, of her flying horses, and her 100-leaf rose trees. We read in one of the letters that the celebrated traveller Ptolemaeus Philadelphus addressed to his friend Rufin the following anecdote. "Thou knowest, my very dear friend, that I fear nothing so much as the ardour of the sun, and to avoid it during my journey I turn night into day. Now it once happened that the driver of my chariot lost his way on account of the darkness, and carried me along an unknown way over ruts that shook me up like a bag of nuts, until a frightful overturn put an end to this infernal course, whose end I had not dared to reflect upon. This fall awoke me from a lethargic slumber. The night had long since disappeared. The sun, more ardent than the day before, darted its rays of fire directly upon my head, and, at a little distance from my broken vehicle, I perceived the entrance to a large city. The clumsy driver, who had been the cause of my misfortune, lamented unceasingly for himself, without seeming to care much for the embarrassing position in which he had placed me. In spite of my anger, I remembered that wise men ought never to exceed the bounds of moderation, and I contented myself with observing to this lubber that the illustrious Ptolemaeus Philadelphus, whose posterior was seriously compromised, was worthy of more attention than a damaged chariot. This mercurial, joined to the natural ascendancy that I possess over men, accomplished marvels. The driver hushed up his complaints to come to my assistance. I discovered with eminent satisfaction that my person had received no serious injury, and I limpingly entered the city, followed at a distance of several paces by my stupid charioteer, dragging his damaged equipage after him. I was on the point of entering the first gate when I saw coming towards me a crowd of people, so strangely dressed that I thought for a moment that I was dreaming. These personages were equipped in wide pantaloons, cut in the oriental fashion, and over which they wore a kind of child's frock, yellow or black. Their hair, badly cared for, flowed in tangled masses upon their shoulders, and they wore for covering to the head a kind of little cap of unheard-of shape. Many had the neck bare, others wore white bands around it. Although all these people appeared to be youthful, their voices were hoarse and harsh, their movements heavy and awkward. Through the opening in the back of their jackets appeared long twisted tubes, covered with tufts of green woolen cloth. Others held this tube in their hands and garnished it with a kind of little pan, from which they breathed little clouds of white smoke of a nauseous smell. A certain number of them brandished naked swords, as if they were going to war. Others had leathern bags upon their backs, or were imprisoned in a kind of tin vase, buckled about their bodies. This unaccustomed sight so powerfully awakened my curiosity that I stopped by the roadside to see these individuals pass.
but they gathered around me with loud laughter, calling me a Philistine. Now I ask you, dear reader, could a civilized being receive a more contemptuous insult than the name of that people exterminated by the jawbone of an ass in the hands of Samson? I was able, however, to contain myself and answer with dignity that I would apply to the tribunals of the country for justice against the offence offered me. But at these words this mob of insolent fellows began to whisper together. Then those who had not put into operation their tubes drew them from their pockets, and applying fire to the pans, enveloped me in a minute with clouds of nauseous smoke, addressing me through each puff that came from their mouths with the most disagreeable allusions to a grave and distinguished man like myself. I was only able to answer them by gestures of contempt. Finally, tired of the war, they went off, leaving me stupefied at their proceedings, which I had very little reason to expect. My coachman, who had seen all with a surprise equal to my own, said to me, whilst wringing his hands more piteously than ever, "Ah, my dear sir, if you value your bones, take care how you enter a city inhabited by such beings, for certainly you would be given up to wild beasts or killed." I did not give him time to repeat this, but hastened on my way back to the next village. I am there, and it is in a chamber without furniture and without fire that I write to thee, my dear Rufin. My discomfort is extreme, but it will not be without results to science. I am actively busying myself in studying the manners, the history of the people among whom I have fallen, as into a snare, and I will make thee acquainted as soon as possible with all my discoveries. This famous letter may show you, my worthy readers, that a man may be very learned and be ignorant of the commonest things. Thus, Ptolemaeus Philadelphus had travelled much, and he did not know what students were, and he had not recognized the village of Hochjacobsheim, situated, as all the universe knows, near the glorious University of Carepes. He had been frightened by a band of jovial students who were playing truant. What would then have happened to poor Ptolemaeus Philadelphus if he had arrived 1 hour sooner at Carepes, and chance had taken him to the house of Professor Mosh Turpin at a time when 100 students came out from his lecture with unrestrained hurrahs? Certainly the celebrated Telemouse would have lost his wits. Mosh Turpin professed natural history. That is to say, he clearly explained to his disciples that when it is fine weather, it neither rains nor thunders, that the sun gives light by day and the moon by night. This learned man had collected his theories into a little book, which each newcomer was expected to provide himself with. He owed his immense reputation to the clearness with which he had demonstrated that night is especially occasioned by the absence of light. This trait of genius and the amusing experiments which he performed in his lessons to the ladies had given him a very lucrative business. Now, whilst Ptolemaeus Philadelphus is writing to his friend Rufin, let us transport ourselves to the house of Mosh Turpin at the time when the students came out that day. Do you see, dear reader, that fine young man, 20 or 25 years old, comely and graceful, quick black eyes, pale forehead, radiant with the light of a keen and brilliant mind? His costume is faithful to the ancient mode of Germany. A white and finely embroidered collar surrounds his face. His head is covered with a velvet cap, from which escapes floods of chestnut hair that curls with coquettish grace. His whole person is impressed with exquisite distinction and simple poetry. This young man is Balthasar, sprung from good and honest citizens. He is one of the most serious students at the university. On coming from the lectures of Mosh Turpin, instead of going to the fencing hall or the alehouse, he goes out of the city and turns his step towards a charming wood which enlivens the environs. He will not be there alone. Here comes Fabian, his best friend, the liveliest student at Carepes, as Balthasar is the most reflective. He hastens, he joins his comrade, Come now, said he to him, wilt thou continue the same eternally with thy funereal look and endless promenades in the desert? Come, come, and have a bout with me, and if thou wishest, after all, I will resignedly share thy sleepy pilgrimage. No, said Balthazar, without being moved by this flux of words and the gestures which accompanied it. No, my dear Fabian, I cannot resolve to kill time in these noisy places to which thou wouldst lead me. My mind is elsewhere. I need calmness and solitude. Leave me. Zounds, replied Fabian, I will not leave thee alone with thy thoughts. We will not go to the fencing gallery, but allow me to try and amuse thee, for thy face frightens me. And taking Balthazar's arm, he rapidly led him toward the wood, but without being able to draw a single word from him. Balthazar was evidently preoccupied and discontented. He made no answer to the loquacity of his friend, and his look seemed wandering. When they had reached the middle of the wood, Balthazar threw himself upon a mossy bank, enamelled with flowers, and drawing his comrade toward him, "Is it not," said he, "pleasant here? And how many mysterious felicities solitude hides, which are entrancing to the soul? Dost thou now understand, dear Fabian, why I prefer the solitude of these woods to the society of the roisterers of the university?" "By my faith," replied Fabian, "I am as fond of contemplation and meditation as anyone, but there is a time for everything, and for the studies of nature. Mosh Turpin's lessons are enough for me." "Fie!" exclaimed Balthazar. "Can you speak of nature and the prosiness of Mosh Turpin at the same time? When I hear him discourse after his manner on the mysteries that surround us, I am seized with strange horror for his profanations. His physical experiments seem to me a mockery of divine power, and his systems are revolting to my interior sentiments, as if someone blasphemed before me. That is the secret of my morose countenance and my mournful reveries, that you unceasingly reproach me with. It is only here that I regain possession of myself, and that I escape from the miseries of my imagination by burying myself in an ecstasy produced upon me by the works of God. Here I converse with all that surrounds me. Every object seems to be endowed with a language to answer me. Bravo, my fine hero of sublime sadness! But if it is true that the narrations of Dr. Mosh Turpin so copiously tire thee, tell me then, how is it that thou art present at all of his lectures?" "Alas," said Balthazar, "an irresistible power leads me back there every day. It is a fatality which I cannot shake off, and which is killing me." "Very well, here comes mysticism," retorted Fabian with a burst of Homeric laughter. "But I, who am less cloudy, I guess clearly that fatality has taken, to fascinate thee, the blue eyes of Candida. The fact is, that Mosh Turpin's daughter is worthy enough to turn the heads of the professor's best disciples. Love is an eminently respectable weakness, but nevertheless, believe me." As he was saying these words, the gallop of a horse at full speed attracted the attention of the two friends towards a path which crossed the wood. "The cursed beast has run away and thrown his rider in the road," and he ran towards the Bucephalus to try and stop him. But as he approached, the two friends distinguished a pair of big boots dangling in the stirrups, and something black, but very low down, was moving in the saddle. At the moment the horse passed, he made so violent a bound that the two big boots were thrown at Fabian's head, and he, having stooped to avoid the blow, saw rolling between his legs the black and formless thing which just before had been agitating itself in the saddle. The horse stopped short and began to smell the object that he had just rid himself of. It was a human head, fastened between two lumps of shoulders forming a ridge, and from which projected without bust two long spider-like legs. To give you another portrait of this grotesque individual, imagine to yourself an apple planted upon a fork. Fabian was near dying with laughter, but the little abortion pulled his velvet cap down over his eyes, after brushing off the sand from whence he had picked it, and in a shrill, falsetto, threatening voice, asked if he was on the road to Carasoyn. "Yes, sir," said Balthazar unmovedly, presenting to the dwarf his 2 big boots, and as he tried in vain to put them on, Balthazar took him up under his arm and gravely placed him in his leathern cases. "Thanks, sir," said the shrimp, placing his hand upon his hip, and he tried to approach the horse, to gather the reins and replace himself in the saddle. But it was still necessary for the complacent Balthazar to give him a lift. But the little man took too much of a spring, and came very near falling down on the other side of the horse. At the sight of this mishap, Fabian laughed again. The dwarf, having fastened himself securely to the mane of his horse, turned towards him and said, "My dear sir, if you are not cowardly as well as insolent, you will meet me tomorrow morning at Carasoyn, for I am, mark it well, a student at the university, and you are nothing but a poor fox." "Huzzah! What a metamora!" exclaimed Fabian, whilst the horse bore off again at full gallop, his petty rider. "By my faith," said Balthazar, "there is too much cruelty in thus laughing at a poor devil, because he is badly formed by nature, and if this abortion should lodge a ball in your head tomorrow, you would be seriously caught." "God forgive me," replied Fabian, "but I should laugh at him on my deathbed, and so I must run to the city to witness the dismounting of this microscopic Don Quixote." And without waiting for his friend's reply, Fabian disappeared in the direction of the city. Balthazar remained alone, and plunged into the thickest of the wood, reflecting on the charms of Mademoiselle Candida, and the annoyance of having the most secret and holy sentiments of his heart exposed to the heedlessness of his college companion. By degrees, the exaltation of his thoughts took such a bound that, breathless beside himself, fearing at every step to read irony in the faces least known, he regained with precipitate steps the road to Carasoyn. On arriving in the square, he heard a voice cry out, "Ho! Master Balthazar! Master Balthazar!" He raised his eyes and stood fixed to the pavement, without being able to utter a word. It was Mosh Turpin himself, arm in arm with his daughter, Candida. The young lady saluted the student with easy grace. "I will lay a wager," said the professor, "yes, I am sure, dear Master Balthazar, that you have just been botanizing in the little wood, turning over in your mind my morning lecture. Indeed, Master Balthazar, you are one of the most zealous and assiduous of my scholars. That does you honour, and I sincerely congratulate you upon it. I should be pleased to become more intimately acquainted with you. But stop! I have a little party at my house tomorrow night. Candida will serve us with tea, and if you will give me the pleasure of your company, we can converse more freely. Good evening, dear Master Balthazar, until we see you again soon." The professor was already far away with the adorable Candida, but our friend Balthazar still listened, and thought that he still heard those delicious words, which were about to draw him nearer to his beloved. "Good evening, dear Master Balthazar, until we see you again soon." He was drunk with joy.
When Fabian came out of the wood, he perceived the hunchback at a distance, with a fine-looking man who had joined him, pass at full gallop the gates of Carasoyn. "Zounds," said he to himself, "that nutcracker has travelled fast, but I shall arrive soon enough to see him dismount at the door of the flying horse," and he quickened his pace. On entering the city, he expected to see a laugh on the face of every person he should meet in the street which leads to the inn called the Flying Horse. As it was not so, our student stopped several of his comrades to relate to them what had just happened to him, but they told him, to his great surprise, that 2 persons had indeed just come at full gallop and stopped at the inn of the Flying Horse. but that they were two men of distinguished appearance, one of them very small in size, it was true, but of exquisite form, and wearing the most magnificent head of hair that could possibly be seen. He was, besides, a horseman of considerable skill, and he had managed his courser with indescribable elegance. Fabian was quite disturbed, not knowing but that he might be the victim of sorcery. When Balthazar came towards him, "What?" exclaimed Fabian. "Have all the students of Carapace lost their wits, so far as to take for an accomplished horseman that little deformed fellow that we saw rolling in the sand a short time ago?" "My friend," said Balthazar, "that only proves that minds less filled with ridicule than your own may have consideration for one whom nature has thus hardly used, but who is not responsible for the deformity of his organs." "But that is not the question," replied Fabian. "Aside from all the commiseration, would you be good enough to explain to me how a dwarf 3 feet high can appear an Adonis in the eyes of a whole population of students?" Balthazar agreed that such a prodigy was difficult to believe, but other students who were listening to them energetically protested that the little gentleman was in miniature a masterpiece of good looks. The repeated denials of Fabian and Balthazar aroused the suspicion that they were intoxicated. Towards evening, as the two students were entering their commons, Balthazar allowed the secret of the invitation that he had received from Professor Mosh Turpin to escape him. "Oh, too happy mortal!" exclaimed Fabian. "Hast thou not a better chance than a sighing hermit? Thou art, then, about to see Candida, the beautiful, the adorable Candida. Thou wilt speak to her, breathe the perfume of her sweet breath. Oh, Don Juan!" Balthazar, offended by the levity of his friend, suddenly turned away, then returning as if he felt remorse for his anger. "In fact," said he to him, "it may be that my love for Candida makes me appear like a fool, but the truth is that this love absorbs my whole soul, and I should prefer to die 1,000 deaths rather than renounce it. So, my good Fabian, if thou hast the least veritable affection for me, I beg thee, avoid uttering the name of Candida before me, if thou dost not wish me to become mad." "Art thou not taking the thing a little tragically?" said Fabian. "Thy poor head is then really affected? For the rest, my friend, God preserve me from voluntarily causing thee the least uneasiness. I will speak no more of Candida in thy presence. Only allow me to express the trouble that I feel at seeing thee governed by so senseless a passion. Candida is a charming girl, but her lively character would never ally itself to that of a grave and sombre man, such as I have always known thee. When thou hast become a little more acquainted with her, and taken time to study her, thou wilt suffer extremely from this discord of your natures, which will place an insurmountable barrier between you. To resume, my dear fellow, I have received an invitation for tomorrow of the same description as thine. We shall see each other again at Mosh Turpin's house, and if I can be useful in thy love affair, I am at thy service." Thereupon the two friends separated, after having cordially shaken hands. Candida was a beautiful girl, with lips a little prominent, but blooming like roses, and irresistible eyes. Her hair, fine and abundant, was neither dark nor light. She arranged it in tresses of coquettish beauty. Her waist was slender and graceful. Her hand and foot were of irreproachable dimensions. She had read the prettiest of fashionable novels, played very well on the harpsichord, and danced after the French fashion with German grace. It would not have been possible to find in this piquant person much fault. I do not even know whether the opinion would have been hazarded that she laced her corsets too tightly, that she had too masculine a voice, or that she consumed too many biscuits with her tea. To sum up all, Candida was a veritable heart-snatcher. She laughed heartily at the slightest things. This revealed a good, natural disposition. She never studied to give utterance to languishing sighs or cast assassinating glances. She was radiant with frankness and innocence. But all these qualities of a good girl, could they form the happiness of the romantic Balthazar? We shall see if the prosy Fabian had truly guessed the incompatibilities which must, according to his idea, forever separate these two beings. Balthazar passed the whole night preceding Mosh Turpin's tea party in composing in verse a declaration to Candida. Then, when it was time to go, he dressed himself in the most careful manner, yet his friend lacked the courage to rally him. Balthazar's heart palpitated with pleasure when he entered the house of Professor Mosh Turpin. Candida came towards him with a smile upon her lips. She was dressed in a national German costume and was charming to the sight. The student was near falling backwards when, with her own white hands, she came to offer him a cup of tea, adding, "Dear Master Balthazar, here is wine and maraschino, biscuits and sweetbread. Please accept what you like best." Balthazar, his eyes fixed upon her with an undefinable expression of love and happiness, forgot the wine and the maraschino, the biscuit, and even the famous sweetbread. He sought, without finding any, words strong enough to manifest to the beautiful girl the excess of his rapture. At this moment a professor of aesthetics appeared, a man of gigantic stature, who seized our lover in so abrupt a manner that he made him turn about like a top, and spilled half of his cup of tea on the floor of the drawing-room, crying out to him in the voice of a stentor, "Come, then, my worthy Lucas Cranach, don't swallow that bad decoction which is only good to destroy the most vigorous constitution in all Germany. Come rather into the neighbouring room, where our excellent friend, Mosh Turpin, has a sideboard on which figure advantageously a dozen bottles of Rhine wine, worthy of a throat like yours." And before the student could have time to answer him, he drew and nearly carried him into the dining-room. As they entered, they saw Mosh Turpin make his appearance, holding by the hand a singular little man, saying, "Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you a young man endowed with the rarest qualities, and who merits your kindest reception. It is Lord Cinarbray, quite recently arrived in this city for the purpose of studying law at the university." At the first sight, Balthazar and Fabian recognized the miserable abortion, who had so much amused them by his equestrian feats. "Now then," said Fabian to his friend, "shall I go and provoke this hideous mandrake to fight with a needle? I don't know any other arms that will suit this little monster." "But for heaven's sake," answered Balthazar, "will you never give up persecuting this poor dwarf, who only asks to live in peace? The qualities that distinguish him, and of which our professor is convinced, can they not find grace in your eyes? And is it not well to give thanks to nature, which has granted him the gift of intelligence in place of physical beauty, which she has so unfortunately refused him?" Saying these words, he took several steps towards Cinarbray, and said to him, with a peculiarly benevolent accent, "I am very glad, dear sir, that your fall from your horse did you no serious injury." But Cinarbray drew himself up by standing on his toes, and throwing back his head and leaning on a golden-headed cane that he held in his hand, cried out in a sharp, nasal voice, "I do not know of what you mean to speak. Do I look like a man that could fall from a horse? Know, my dear friend, once for all, that I never fall, that I have recently made one of the most brilliant campaigns in the capacity of a volunteer in a regiment of cavalry, and that I was the best rider in the regiment." Cinarbray wished to confirm this affirmation by trying to vault, but his cane got between his legs and he rolled like a ball at Balthazar's feet. The honest student stooped to raise him, but he had the misfortune to strike his head rather rudely, and the dwarf uttered so sharp a cry that the whole room started. The spectators trembled with fear, and the ladies ran away. Balthazar was angrily questioned as to why he had given utterance to so disagreeable a sound. "Indeed," said Mosh Turpin, "I took you, dear Master Balthazar, for a very gallant gentleman, but you will allow me nevertheless to observe you, that such conduct cannot pass for a respectable jest. You have undoubtedly tried to imitate the cry of an enraged cat." At the word cat, a fat lady became ill, and 2 or 3 men escaped from the room in a singularly disconcerted manner. Mademoiselle Candida, who had poured a whole flask of vinegar on the head of the fainting lady, said angrily to Balthazar, "I cannot understand, Master Balthazar, how you could utter in a reunion of such good society so horrible a screeching." The poor student entirely lost his self-possession. This astonishing scene gave him a vertigo, and he knew not how to excuse himself by proving to the guests that Lord Cinnabre was the sole author of the unpleasant noise that had been attributed to him. Professor Mosh Turpin had pity upon his embarrassment. He took him by the hand and said to him, "Dear Master Balthazar, do not thus trouble yourself about so little a matter. The jest was not well chosen, but we are very indulgent, for indeed you imitated the cat in a very funny manner. Just now you danced on your paws like a fine tomcat on the housetop. I am very fond, I assure you, of amusing gymnastic feats, only the time was not very well chosen to offer this specimen of your progress." "But I again affirm," exclaimed Balthazar, "that I have not moved." "Oh, perfect! Delicious!" continued Mosh Turpin. "You have a most grotesque self-possession. You are too diverting, young man." Mademoiselle Candida came to beg her father not to torment any more the self-esteem of the good Master Balthazar. The student believed himself upon burning coals. The commiseration of Candida for a fault of which he was innocent caused him excessive pain. "Good heavens," said the young girl, "can it be that people are so weakly organized as to be afraid of the mewing of a cat?" There was in her look, while speaking this, so tender an expression that Balthazar seized her hand and covered it with kisses. Meanwhile quiet was restored. The fainting lady, seated at the tea-table, consoled herself by an ample consumption of wine and biscuits, and the 2 or 3 men who had fled from the room came slyly back and slipped into their places at a card-table. Balthazar, Fabian, and the Professor of Aesthetics paid their court to several pretty ladies. Lord Cinnabre, who had regained his feet, climbed upon the sofa between 2 ladies, to whom he addressed the most extravagant compliments. Whilst the company was thus occupied in various manners, Balthazar thought that the time was favourable to approach Candida and recite to her advantageously the Anacreontic elegy of the loves of the nightingale and the rose, which he had expressly composed for her.
Mademoiselle Candida hastened to claim the attention of the society
to the reading of a work which flattered her girlish vanity by its delicate intention. Balthazar drew the manuscript from his pocket and commenced in a modest voice the reading of his poem. As he went on, his soul, warmed by the fire of his own poetry, gave so brilliant an accent to the verses that the auditory, the ladies especially, frequently interrupted him by bravos and well-deserved applause. When he had finished, everyone praised the literary beauties of the fable which they had just heard. "Oh, it is charming! It is divine! 1,000 thanks to you, dear Lord Cinnabre, for the pleasure that you have procured us." "Zounds!" exclaimed Balthazar. "We are mad! You or myself!" But he talked without being listened to. The women and men, without paying the least attention to him, clustered around Cinnabre, who sat swelling on the sofa, receiving the general congratulations. The Professor of Aesthetics, going beyond this admiration, raised the little dwarf and carried him around the room, in spite of his struggles, reproaching him with his excessive modesty. Mosh Turpin himself, quitting the card-table, loaded him with such serious politeness that the wretch could not contain his joy. "By heaven, ladies," exclaimed the Professor of Aesthetics, "I vote that, as a prize to the brilliant genius of Master Cinnabre, that you, each one of you, give him a kiss." Cinnabre cautiously slipped from the sofa and went around the circle of ladies. Candida herself deposited a big kiss upon his ugly cheeks. At the sight of this, Balthazar, taken with a fit of madness, exclaimed with everybody, "O Cinnabre, divine genius! Yes, you are the author of that magnificent poem. You are worthy of the caresses of the celestial Candida. And I am nothing but a goose." Then dragging his friend Fabian into the neighbouring room, he said, looking upon him with a fixed and glassy eye, "Do me the favour to tell me, on thy honour, if I am in reality the student Balthazar, and if thou art in flesh and bone my comrade Fabian, if we are in the devil's house, or in Professor Mosh Turpin's mansion, if we dream, or if we have become mad. Strike me with your fist, pinch my nose, scratch my face, and try to break the charm that has bewitched us." Fabian looked upon his friend with an air of great pity. "My poor Balthazar," said he to him, "it is jealousy which makes you wander in this manner. Do you not see that nature has granted this poor dwarf all the treasures of intelligence, in exchange for the physical advantages of which she has deprived him by a cruel caprice? He has made admirable verses, and I maintain that on this account he deserves a sweet kiss from Candida." "Fabian, Fabian," howled Balthazar, "dost thou know what thou art saying?" "I know," replied the student, "that Cinnabre has just recited a delicious piece of poetry to us. I see that thou hast the meanness to be envious of it, and I pity thee. As for the rest, I freely confess that the mind is much superior to beauty of person. For just now Cinnabre, in saying his verses, was illuminated with a divine ray. Let us recognize in him, thou and I, the material for a sublime poet." "Oh, this is infamy, a derision, but I will strangle this miserable abortion alive," cried Balthazar. "Softly, my dear fellow," replied Fabian, "bridle thy jealousy, it will do thee wrong, and let us go back to the company which is loud, I know not why, in its frantic acclamations." Balthazar followed his comrade, staggering like an intoxicated man. They found Professor Mosh Turpin standing in the midst of the assembly, and still holding in his hands the instruments that served for one of his most curious philosophical experiments. But he was pale and appeared nearly suffocated with surprise and anger. The whole company gathered around Cinnabre, who, leaning on his little golden-headed cane, received proudly the renewed congratulations of everybody on his pretended amusing experiments. Finally, Mosh Turpin, beside himself, began to cry out louder than the rest, "It is charming! It is admirable, dear Master Cinnabre! You are a universal man, a finished poet, a philosopher such has never been seen." There was present that evening at the party a young prince named Gregor, who was studying at the University of Carasoyn. He was one of the most elegant gentlemen to be seen. This young man was one of the most enthusiastic around Cinnabre, and the glances of all the ladies, instead of being fixed upon the prince, were levelled at this diabolical abortion, who unceasingly danced about like the elastic atoms invented by Descartes. Professor Mosh Turpin approached Balthazar. "Well, my dear friend," said he to him, "what do you think of my favourite scholar, of this famous Cinnabre, whose glory must reflect upon me?" That fellow was mysteriously educated by a village pastor, who recommended him to me without wishing to answer any of my questions. Now, do you see, I hold it as certain that Cinnabre is at least a descendant of a prince or a fairy, and that he is called to the highest destiny. That pupil will do me some day infinite honour." As he spoke thus, a servant came to announce that supper was served. Cinnabre sprang skippingly towards Candida, who gave him her hand to pass into the festive hall. The unfortunate Balthazar had not the strength to see more. He fled from Mosh Turpin's house like a desperate man, and ran all night through the rain, which fell in torrents. The despairing lover of Candida was stretched out on a rock, whose projection partly covered the bed of a furious torrent. Black clouds passed swiftly by in the distant sky. The noise of the water, loaded with foam, was mixed with the howling of the autumn wind, and the night birds, circling about in the space with mournful cries, pursued each other like infernal game. Amid this frightful tumult of nature in convulsion, Balthazar wept over his fatal destiny, and his eyes, fascinated by a raging fever, seemed to see the spirits of the abyss rise from its bosom to seize him in their humid arms and drag him into the waves. Then suddenly the gay winding of the hunting horn burst upon his ear. His courage was reanimated, and hope again found place in his soul. "No!" exclaimed he, standing up and casting his flashing eyes about him. "No! Fate has not yet crushed me. I will break the fatal charm which opposes my happiness. Do I not feel within myself all that is necessary to merit and obtain the love of Candida? What to me are the sorceries employed by this miserable little dwarf to attract towards himself the regards of that beautiful person? Were he the most accursed magician that ever left the bowels of the earth, I would triumph over the ridiculous Cinnabre. I will crush like an earthworm that miserable mandrake." And immediately gathering again all his strength, the student Balthazar descended from the rock and returned to Carapace. In following an avenue bordered by large trees, he perceived a travelling carriage, from which a person saluted him in a friendly manner by shaking a white handkerchief. It was Vincenzo Spioccia, a celebrated violin player, who had given him lessons for more than 2 years. The meeting between Balthazar and the artist was very cordial. "What, dear Master Spioccia," said the student, "are you leaving Carapace? Would you deprive of the enjoyment of your talent a city which loves you and honours you as much as any of the great masters that ever existed?" "Zounds!" exclaimed the artist. "You were not present at the concert that I gave yesterday?" "Oh, no, assuredly not, for you would have protected me against the infamous conspiracy organised to drive me to despair. Figure to yourself that I was playing the most difficult concerto of Viotti. You know that this piece is my triumph everywhere, and that it is listened to each time with fresh enthusiasm. Well, can you believe that at the moment when replacing my violin under my arm, I was about to bow to the company and receive their applause, all the spectators spontaneously arose to go and thank, with demonstrations of frenzied admiration, that accursed Cinnabre, who has been met with for several days in all the drawing-rooms. And what is this Cinnabre? A dwarf, an abortion, uglier than a monkey. And if you had seen him, twisting himself about and making the most ignoble grimaces to give himself the air of disdainful modesty. Ah, if you had heard him squeal out in his shrillest voice, He, my worthy gentlemen, my beautiful ladies, what you have just heard is nothing. I play sometimes 1,000 times better, and I have not stolen, they say, the reputation of the best violinist that has ever been met with in the 4 quarters of the globe. Finally, my brave Master Balthazar, I was drunk with anger, and I was about to squeeze this worm between my 4 fingers and thumb until he died, when critics, furious to see the bad treatment that I was preparing for their idol, threw themselves upon me like enraged demons and threw me out of the room, whilst Cinnabre cried out, Aid me, my worthy gentlemen, my dear ladies. Do not allow the divine Vincenzo Spioccia to be assassinated. Ah, Master Balthazar, if you meet this rogue Cinnabre, tell him that if ever he falls into my hands, I will shove him into one of the holes of my bass viol, or I will let him rot in a violin box. Farewell, farewell, good health to you, and do not forget my lessons. On finishing this monologue in a ringing voice, but broken from emotion, the celebrated Vincenzo Spioccia threw himself back in his carriage, and drove off at a gallop. As Balthazar, quite bewildered by the surprise that he had just felt, was about to continue his walk, he saw passing near him at full speed a young man whom he thought he recognized for one of his best friends. This young man was in frightful disorder. Balthazar, fearing that something unfortunate had happened to him, followed him and joined him at the entrance of a little wood, where the unfortunate man, having leaned against a tree, was about to blow out his brains. Balthazar, arriving in time to oppose this desperate project, seized him in his arms, took away his pistol, threw it far away, and said to him, "What, my dear Pulcher, hast thou then lost all thy friends in the world, so as to decide thee upon committing against thyself in irreparable crime? What then has happened so unfortunate that thou canst not regain courage and open thy soul to hope?" "Alas, my friend," said the young man, "thou knowest that since my admission to the grade of referendary, I directed all my wishes towards the office of private secretary, which is vacant at this time, near the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I had passed the preliminary examinations, and the success of my trials, filling me with joy, seemed to promise to the dearest of my wishes a prompt realization. This morning was to commence the oral exercise which was to end the course. On entering the session room I found a misshapen dwarf, a hideous monkey seated on one of the benches. The counsellor of the legation, charged with the care of the last examination, approached me with a smile upon his lips, and announced that Master Cinnabre had placed himself in the ranks to dispute for the place that I was ambitious of gaining. He then added in a low voice, "Fear nothing from such a rival, dear Master Pulcher. Success, which has been faithful to you until now, will not fail you in this decisive trial." The session was opened a moment after. Cinnabre only croaked and yelped in the most comical manner. He fell 2 or 3 times from his seat, gesticulating like a puppet. I laughed in my sleeve like one of the blessed. I was sure of victory. But what was my surprise when, after a series of questions, I saw the counsellor rise with a pleased look and go straight to Cinnabre, saying to him with a pressure of the hand, "Perfect! Admirable! You are indeed, sir, the most distinguished mind, the most capable head, the most universal man in the palace." Then turning towards me, he added, "My poor Master Pulcher, I am confused, annoyed by your ignorance and the unsuitableness of the gestures and movements with which you have sustained the thesis. You fell several times from your chair, and Master Cinnabre was so complacent as to raise you with his own hands. When you solicit so important an office, you should at least present yourself fasting, and in a sober and decent manner. Farewell, Master Referendary. I hope that another time you will be more fortunate and wiser." I thought that I had fallen from an elevation. I was stunned, stupefied, annihilated. I ran to the minister's house, but he received me very coldly, and informed me that the office of private secretary was due to and conferred upon Cinnabre. "Dost thou understand now, Balthazar, why I was about to get rid of so deplorable a life as mine has become?" "Well then," exclaimed Balthazar, "the further I go, the more I understand that the devil is mixed up with all that surrounds us." He briefly related his own adventures to his friend, also the anecdote of Vincenzo Spioccia. "That miserable abortion," said he finally, "is protected by I know not what infernal power. We must form a league against him, and were he stronger than an army, we must drive him from the country, or wring his neck. The Prince Paphnutius, who has introduced enlightenment into his dominions, ought to have commenced by banishing from it the manufacturers of sorceries. And since I am forced to believe in the devil, I must have the last word in all this, should I be obliged to wrestle face to face with Satan himself." Balthazar, electrified, would have added many other things, if the sound of a delicious music had not suddenly been heard behind the coppice. The 2 friends listened, whilst advancing to the borders of a path, which cut the little wood into 2 equal parts. A strange sight then appeared, which held them immovable and voiceless. They saw rolling along the path a chariot of unknown form, surmounted by a personage in Chinese costume. The chariot was made with double shell formed of rock crystal, with sparkling wheels, the movement of which on the gravelly road produced the marvellous music of which the 2 young men had heard the sweet and penetrating accords. 2 white unicorns drew this equipage, which had for a coachman a silver pheasant, holding in his beak golden reins. A large beetle perched behind the chariot agitated his variegated wings to refresh the person seated in the carriage. On passing before Balthazar and Pulcher, this person made a friendly bow. At the same time, from the carbuncle which served him as a head to his ivory cane, sprang a ray which penetrated, with the rapidity of lightning, the breast of Balthazar, and filled him with a secret flame. When this singular vision had disappeared in the distance, Balthazar threw himself upon his friend's neck, crying out, "We are saved! It is the venerable unknown that we have just met, who will dissolve the enchantments of Cinabre." The Minister of Foreign Relations, to whom the dwarf Cinabre became the first private secretary, was a branch of the remarkable family of Protextatus de Monshine, of whom we have already spoken. He bore the same name as his ancestor. He was a man of elegant and polished manners, and who took the trouble sometimes to do his work with his own hands, above all when the rain did not allow him to ride out in an open carriage. Prince Barsanuph, who had succeeded Paphnutius, showed the greatest regard for him, for his minister never allowed him to have the least embarrassment in governing his subjects, and more than this, he played ninepins with him, always yielding the best chances to his gracious master. Now it happened one day that the minister Protextatus had invited the Prince Barsanuph to breakfast with him on Leipzig larks, washed down with numerous little glasses of Danzig brandy. On arriving at the house of his amphitryon, the prince found among the invited guests little Cinabre, who, standing by, leaning on his little cane, began to look at him with very impertinent curiosity. Then suddenly, advancing towards the table, he drew from the dish with his fingers a lark, and stuck it into his mouth whole. The prince, far from taking offence at this incivility, smiled upon Cinabre, and asked his minister who that little charming man was that he thus saw for the first time. "Is it not," said he, "the author of the well-written reports that you have handed me every morning for several days?" "It is the same indeed, my lord," said the minister. "I congratulate myself greatly on the good fortune which has procured me so perfect a secretary. His name is Cinabre, and I ask permission of your highness to particularly recommend him to your gracious goodness. He has been in my service a very few days only, and it is for that reason," interrupted a handsome young referendary, "that your excellence would allow me to acquaint your highness with the fact that I am the author of the reports that have obtained your approbation." "What does this mean?" frowning and casting an angry look towards the referendary. "Did you ever know how to hold a pen? And then, what does this mean, if you please, this fashion of awkwardly chewing your larks and spluttering all over my white breeches? Is not that sufficient proof of your diplomatic incapacity? Do me the favour to return home and never appear again before me, except with a cake of cleansing soap. That is the only means of obtaining any right to my indulgence." The reader must be speedily informed that Cinabre, in devouring his larks, had come and seated himself by the side of Prince Barsanuph, and that he was the author of the spot of butter impressed upon the breeches of the sovereign. The poor referendary changed countenance, and asked himself if the prince had become mad, whilst the latter, turning towards Cinabre, said to him with emphatic goodwill, "Men like you, Master Cinabre, are the fortune of a state, and merit the highest honours, in consequence of which I elevate you from this day to the office of special and privy counsellor of my highness." "I am infinitely obliged," began to cry out the dwarf,
who came near being strangled by swallowing the carcass of a lark. Then wiping his greasy mouth with his long, dirty claws, he added, "I will perform the functions of that high office with a capacity that will astonish you." "I do not in the least doubt it," replied Barsenuff. "That noble confidence in yourself is the surest guarantee for the services that you will render me." Thereupon His Highness had his last glass of Danzig brandy poured out for him by his Prime Minister, after which the whole society arose and enlarged upon the eulogiums of which the new special counsellor had just been the object. That same day Fabian met his friend Balthazar, whose face expressed the most expansive joy. "Devil," said he to him, "it appears that you are having golden dreams. The misfortune is that I must awaken thee." "What is the matter?" asked Balthazar. "Be calm, my dear fellow, be cool. Remember that there is not a single misfortune that a little philosophy will not aid us to support. Candida." "Candida?" cried Balthazar, growing pale. "Be calm," replied Fabian. "Imagine to thyself that the little Cinabre, since his promotion to the post of special counsellor, has fallen in love with Candida, that Candida dotes upon him, that they are betrothed, and that the marriage is on the point of being consummated." Balthazar listened to this confidence with an apparent want of emotion that strangely surprised his friend. "Thou dost not then love Mosh Turpin's daughter?" said Fabian. "I love her more than ever," answered Balthazar with emotion. "I know that she loves me also, that an odious sorcery turns everybody's head, but that I shall immediately have the means of triumphing over all the obstacles that oppose my happiness. That is why I am not uneasy concerning the projects of Cinabre, and the fears that thy friendship expresses on my account." He revealed at the same time to his friend the meeting with the man of the crystal chariot, and the magical effect produced by the ray from the carbuncle, which served as a head to his ivory cane. "Now," continued he, "I have acquired the certainty that this dwarf Cinabre is nothing but a miserable little gnome that sooner or later we shall know about." "Well done," interrupted Fabian. "Thy head is assuredly turning. What art thou saying about gnomes, magical effects, and other ridiculous stuff? I, who thought thee a strong mind, begin to lose good part of my admiration for thee. How is it that thou dost not know that the man of the crystal chariot is no other than Dr. Prosper Alpinus, whose country house is situated 2 gunshots from the city? There are circulated many singular reports concerning him. There are people who even affirm that this excellent man has commerce with the invisible world. But they are not wise men like thee and me, who would dare to give credence to the credulous prejudices of the vulgar. The inventions of Dr. Alpinus alone compose his magic. He luxuriously rides in a chariot of such singular construction that the good wives imagine, on seeing it pass, that we have returned to fairy times. This is, nevertheless, only original. The body has the form of a half-open shell. It is of steel plated with silver. In the mechanism is placed a musical movement, which is acted upon by the rotation. The famous silver pheasant that dazzled thee is a little lackey, muffled up in plumes and painted feathers, and the wings of the beetle that you thought you saw are only the reflection of the pigeon-throat-coloured parasol which shelters the Honourable Alpinus. As for the marvellous carbuncle whose reflection dazzled thy eyes, it is the most remarkable object of his whole collection. It is pretended that, on fixing the eyes upon the centre of this rare jewel, there is seen to spring out from it, as from a concave mirror, the image of the person who at the time occupies your thoughts." "Indeed!" exclaimed Balthazar. "Oh yes, but it is only a report," said Fabian. "Educated people are not to be caught by such nonsense." "Nonsense as much as thou wilt," replied Balthazar, "but certainly I am not wanting more than anyone in good sense and reason. A crystal shell is not of steel plated with silver. A pheasant is very little like a lackey. A street organ is essentially different from a harmonica,
and I have never seen a parasol which could be mistaken for a beetle. Thus, I affirm, and I maintain, that the person I met was not Dr. Prosper Alpinus, or that the aforesaid doctor is a sorcerer." "Obstinate fellow," replied Fabian, "come and convince thyself with thy own eyes. I will immediately conduct thee to the house of Dr. Alpinus." He immediately took Balthasar by the arm and dragged him to the gate of the park which surrounded the learned man's house. "How shall we gain admission?" said Balthasar. "You must do as common people do and knock," answered Fabian, raising and dropping the copper knocker attached to the lock. A subterranean grumbling was soon heard, which resembled the sound of thunder among distant mountains. The gate opened of itself as if by enchantment, and the two friends advanced through a broad avenue which led to the house. Balthasar expatiated on the beauty of the trees, with emerald foliage which ornamented this part of the park. Fabian was near walking over two enormous frogs that followed him from the entrance, jumping along by his side. "Fine property this," exclaimed he, "where such vermin as this is tolerated." And at the same time he stooped to pick up a stone and throw it at the frogs, but they both jumped into the bushes, and from thence looked at him with strangely expressive eyes. He threw a stone, but the frog immediately became an old woman, bending over the border of the avenue, and who said to him, "May misfortune happen to thee who comest with ill treatment for poor people, reduced to the necessity of working like negroes to earn a little bread." The other frog was transformed into a little old man with red and angry eyes, who began to break off the decayed portions of the hedge. Balthasar was afraid and made his friend hasten along. On arriving at the lawn before the entrance to the house, they found there the two white unicorns, who were feeding at large to the sound of a delicious music. "Well, what did I tell thee?" exclaimed Balthasar. "Dost thou see and hear now?" "I only see," said the student, "two little white horses put out to grass, and the noise that we hear is nothing but the phenomenon known under the name of the Aeolian harp." The house of Alpinus was of slight construction and of exquisite elegance. It was only 1 story high. Balthasar pulled the bell. The door opened, and a bird of the size of an ostrich with golden plumage came forward as the porter of the habitation. "Good," exclaimed Fabian, "here is a singular servant," and seizing the ostrich by the bunch of down that hung from his beak, he added, "Go quickly, my bird friend, and announce us to thy illustrious master." The bird answered by a most menacing scream, and bit the lively student on the finger, causing him to cry out with pain. He would undoubtedly have fought with this enemy if the door of an inner apartment had not been opened. A little bit of a thin man, dry and pale, wearing a black velvet cap, from which escaped a profusion of long hair, and clothed in an oriental robe of deep yellow, with red boots trimmed with ermine, advanced towards the two friends. This was Dr. Alpinus. Great good nature was exhibited in every feature, but on looking at him closely and attentively, his face appeared transparent, like a glass cage, in the centre of which was seen another and a smaller figure, which looked out of his eyes, as though they were windows. "Dear gentlemen," said he to them in a sweet and plaintive voice, "I saw you coming, and besides, I knew beforehand that Master Balthasar would pay me a visit. Take the trouble to follow me." At these words, Prosper Alpinus, walking before, conducted them into a kind of observatory, hung with sky-blue draperies. The light came into it from a dome-like roof. In the middle of it was placed a white marble table, supported upon the back of a sphinx. There was no other furniture. "What can I now do to serve you?" asked the doctor. Balthasar spoke and related the disturbance which had been caused in Carapes by the arrival of the dwarfs in Arbray. He ended by saying that, according to his own private conviction, Prosper Alpinus alone in the world had power to dispel this accursed enchantment. The doctor reflected for several minutes. He then answered Balthazar in a grave and almost indistinct tone of voice. I know, as well as you, that there is, in these adventures, something mysterious. But it is necessary, before all, to discover the hidden power which governs this intrigue. I am persuaded that your little Cinnabre is nothing but a mandrake. Besides, I can assure myself of it immediately. The doctor placed his hands upon a silk cord, which moved some hidden springs. A drapery was drawn aside, exposing to view a library filled with folios bound in red. A cedar step-ladder descended from the ceiling to the floor. Prosper Alpinus ascended to the highest shelf and took down a volume, which he brought and laid upon the table. This book, said he to the student, treats of mandrakes or vegetable men. All that exist are represented in pictures that we are about to look over. If we find there the figure of your Cinnabre, he will immediately fall into my power. When the volume was opened, they saw a great number of images representing a multitude of little dwarfs, of every kind and form. As soon as the doctor touched one of them, he became endowed with life, sprang out of the book, and began to caper about on the marble table, making a noise like a humming top, until the doctor, seizing him by the head, placed him on the leaf of the volume, where he immediately flattened out again like a coloured engraving. All the plates in the book were passed in review, without enabling Balthazar to recognize Cinnabre. That is singular, said Alpinus, but let us see. Perhaps Cinnabre belongs to the family of gnomes. He ascended the cedar steps again and took down another volume, which he opened like the former on the marble table. The plates in this book represented monsters with brown or black hair and with the most hideous countenances. Each one of these, touched by the doctor, uttered a noisy cluck, came out of the leaf, crawling about like a caterpillar, and tumbling about on the marble table, whimpered loudly until Prosper Alpinus put him back into the book again. Cinnabre was not among these gnomes. That is very strange, said Alpinus, but let us try again. And he began to meditate. Now whilst he was thus dreaming, voices were heard singing in chorus, after a very sweet and agreeable fashion. Master Prosper, said Fabian, you have marvellous music here. The doctor did not answer. He looked fixedly upon Balthazar, and with his arms extended towards him, shaking his fingers from time to time as if to throw off drops of invisible fluid. He then took the student's hands in his, saying to him with interested gravity, Follow me, my young friend. I am going to try an experiment, for the success of which I shall absolutely need your assistance. Come. The two students followed the doctor through several rooms, inhabited by singular animals, who were occupied in reading, writing, painting, and dancing. Further on, a double door opened before them, and they found themselves before a thick cloud, behind which Alpinus disappeared. The cloud soon burst asunder with a crash. Balthazar and Fabian first saw an oval room filled with transparent vapour. By degrees, the walls of the room melted into a strange distance, and in their place appeared woods and fields, balmy with unknown perfumes. Prosper Alpinus appeared in the midst of this landscape, clothed in white like an Indian priest. He placed in the middle of the room a crystal mirror of spherical form, and after having covered it with a veil, he called Balthazar. Young man, said he to him, place yourself before this mirror and concentrate all your thoughts upon Candida. Energetically wish her to appear in this place immediately. Balthazar called to Candida from his heart, filled with boundless love, whilst Prosper Alpinus described magnetic circles around his head. This operation had hardly lasted 2 seconds, when Balthazar saw a bluish vapour condensing upon the surface of the mirror, which gradually assumed the features of Candida, adorned with all their natural charms. But this ravishing sight had hardly presented itself to the eyes of the amorous Balthazar, when the ignoble face of Cinnabre showed itself near that of Candida. They were kissing each other. At the sight of this, Balthazar, furious, was nigh bursting, when Prosper Alpinus seized him by the shoulders with extreme violence and placed his magic cane in his hand, saying in a whisper, "Strike, strike your enemy Cinnabre forcibly, but without stirring from the place where you stand." The student took the cane, and striking with all his might, he saw Cinnabre fall and roll on the ground. Animated by this success, he made a step forward to give him a finishing blow, but the vision suddenly vanished. "Stop, imprudent man, stop!" cried out the doctor to him. "If you break that mirror, it would be all over with us. Let us go out from this place. A stay of several seconds longer might be fatal to us." They all three precipitately left the room. "I am now sure," continued Alpinus, when they returned to the blue chamber, "that Cinnabre is neither a mandrake nor a gnome. He is simply an ordinary dwarf, but protected and put into operation by a hidden power which I cannot yet discover. But come and see me again, dear Balthazar. Until then, I will think of the surest means of bringing this adventure to a conclusion." When the two friends had taken leave of Dr. Alpinus, who left them at the door of his apartment, Fabian could not refrain from playing another trick upon the bird porter. But this time, as at first, the golden-plumed ostrich gave another and angrier scream, and bit the inconsiderate student's finger again, who fled as fast as his legs would carry him, swearing desperately. The two frogs of the avenue reconducted the visitors to the park gate, which closed itself again behind them with a subdued creak. "Ah, so, but, my dear friend," exclaimed Balthazar, who had been forced into a run to rejoin Fabian, "what singular coat hast thou thought of wearing today, with tails disproportionately long and such short sleeves?" Fabian looked at himself, and was not a little surprised at his strange appearance. His shortened sleeves only reached to his elbows, whilst the tails of his coat were so long as to drag on the ground behind him. He hastened to draw down the sleeves and pull up on the shoulders, imagining that the evil was thus repaired. But at the gates of the city, the sleeves became still shorter, and the tails grew longer very fast, so that all the little blackguards in the street began to hoot at him and jump upon the tail of his coat. Poor Fabian thought himself bewitched. He made vain efforts to gather up the infernal tail, which still increased. Finally, quite confused by the noise by which he was escorted, he threw himself into the first house, the door of which he found open. As soon as he had entered, his coat returned to its ordinary proportions. He found in this house the referendary, Pulcher, who drew him aside and said to him mysteriously, "How darest thou show thyself in the streets of Carapes, when the university officers are on thy track, with an order for thy arrest?" "Well, what have I done?" exclaimed Balthazar. "How canst thou ask me such a question?" replied Pulcher. "Hast thou so soon forgotten that thou didst force open Professor Mosh Turpin's house, and assailed the accursed Cinnabre in the very arms of his future wife, and so severely that the physicians do not really know whether he will recover or not?" "What are you telling me?" interrupted Balthazar. "I have been out of the city since morning." "Go along," replied Master Pulcher. "Show astonishment to others. Among friends we know too well what to depend on. Just now, the ridiculous equipment of Fabian was the reason that no one took notice of your presence. But now, if you wish to avoid being imprisoned, I advise you to move off without drum or trumpet. Give me your key, so that I may go this evening and pack up your things. But first I will take you to Hochjacobsheim and put you in a safe place." Poor Balthazar mechanically allowed himself to be dragged along like a stupefied man. During all this time, the Professor Mosh Turpin calculated the magnificent advantages of the union of his daughter with the Privy Councillor Cinnabre. Whatever little attractions there may be in his appearance, said he to himself, he is not the least desirable as a son-in-law. And it decidedly appears that Candida would die of grief if this Chinese dwarf were refused her as a husband. As for the rest, what matters the appearance? Cinnabre is the prince's favourite, and heaven only knows to what high honours this favour may lead him. Anyone in my place would be jealous of such a match for his daughter. And Marsh Turpin was right. Candida was in the highest degree in love with her Cinnabre. Nothing could be more curious than to hear her boast of the perfections of her betrothed. The referendary Pulcher laughed in his sleeve more heartily than all others, and in concert with the young secretary Adrian, who had regained the favour of Prince Barsenuff, by bringing him a cake of grease-extracting soap to clean his breeches, he resolved to attach himself day and night to the least movements of Cinnabre, in order to seize the first opportunity to lay a snare for him, in which he would have a chance to break his neck. Cinnabre had obtained of the prince the enjoyment of a superb country house in the neighbourhood of the palace. In the middle of the garden which surrounded this habitation was a parterre filled with 100-leaf rose trees. Every 9 days Cinnabre arose at daybreak, went alone into the garden, and disappeared among the thick branches of the rose trees. Pulcher and Adrian, who were watching him, scaled the garden wall the night before one of the days that Cinnabre was to visit it. Hidden behind a hawthorn hedge, they saw the dwarf reach the lawn before the parterre. At the same time, the perfume of roses became more penetratingly soft. A mild breeze agitated the foliage, sparkling with morning dew, and a beautiful veiled woman descended on a golden cloud into the midst of the rose trees. She took Cinnabre into her lap, caressed him, and began to comb with a golden comb the thick hair of the little monster, who seemed to take a very sensual pleasure in this operation. When Cinnabre's toilet was finished, and the fairy, for it was one, had parted the hair on each side of his head, Pulcher and Adrian remarked a flame-coloured line which sparkled on the top of the little man's head. The fairy took leave of him in a very tender manner, and said to him, "Dear child, be good and prudent, so that fortune may remain faithful to thee." "Farewell, little mother," answered Cinnabre, and the fairy, remounting upon her golden cloud, disappeared in the air. Pulcher and Adrian remained long silent and stupefied. But the first care of the referendary was to write to Balthazar, to tell him of the discovery which he had made, and promised him to redouble his watchfulness. Meanwhile, the accursed Cinnabre had perceived his two enemies flying through the avenues of the garden after the departure of the fairy. Trembling with fear that what had passed might be divulged, he had an attack of fever and was carried to bed. Prince Barsenuff, informed of the sudden indisposition of his special counsellor, sent his physician to him. "Master counsellor," said the physician, feeling his pulse, "your watchfulness in the service of the state is using up your health in a frightful manner. Your head is hot. You will have an inflammation of the brain, and—" "What is that you say, Quack?" exclaimed in his hoarse nasal voice the favourite of my Lord Barsenuff. "Go to the devil, Quack. I will not be sick. I am in better health than thou, and I will get up and go to the council, which is held today at the minister's house." The poor physician, completely frightened, received a good cuff in addition to this speech, and fled to the prince, who impatiently waited for the bulletin of health of his dear Cinnabre. Barsenuff laughed heartily at the cuff, and exclaimed, "My special counsellor is an incomparable man. I defy you to find in the whole of Europe a functionary more zealous for the public interests." When Cinnabre entered the council chamber, the minister, Protextatus, congratulated him warmly on his indefatigable activity, and begged him to read to the prince a protocol, which he said he had drawn up for an important negotiation between the Principality of Barsenath and the court of Cakatuk. "This memorial is my own," said the minister, "and I will give notice of that fact to his lordship, but your oratorical delivery will add enormous value to it." Now the pretended work of His Excellency Protextatus was nothing but a plagiarism. The true author of this composition was the poor secretary, Adrian. Cinabre took the paper and went to the palace with the minister. But he had hardly commenced his reading when he began to stammer in a manner to render it entirely unintelligible. Nevertheless, the prince appeared to be delighted, and incessantly repeated, "It is perfect, that is finished diplomacy, it is inimitable." Then advancing towards Cinabre, he raised him in his arms and pressed him to his heart, near where shone the grand decoration of the green-spotted tiger, and he untiringly eulogized emphatically the political and other talents of Cinabre. "My dear friend," said he to him after this, giving the most solemn intonation to his voice, "I make you my prime minister, and I wish all my subjects to honour you equally with myself. As for you," added he, turning towards His Excellency Protextatus, "for you, Sir Baron, I beg you will retire to your estate. You are used up, very much so." The disgraced minister, in great wrath, throwing a furious glance towards his successor, who saw him depart with a most disdainful air, his head erect, and his body thrown back, was leaning on his little cane surmounted by a raven's beak. Meanwhile, Prince Barsenath, continuing the investiture of his great dignitary, ordered his valet to bring the insignia of the decoration of the green-spotted tiger, and covered Cinabre with it, who this time appeared more ridiculous than he had ever been before. As the ministerial ugliness was so deformed that it was impossible to hang upon him in a decent manner the plate and cord of the eminent order which was conferred upon him, they called in a costumer from the theatre to invent some expedient. This tailor, whose name was Keyes, and who was distinguished by remarkable intelligence in the functions of his office, very judiciously decided to sew upon the back and chest of the minister a score of jewelled buttons, to which the insignia of the green-spotted tiger could be perfectly adapted. The prince immediately invented on his part several degrees of the order. He declared, and had it recorded, that there should be for the future knights of 2, 3, 4, and 5 buttons, and so on. The minister alone had the right to wear 20, rendered necessary by his deformity, but thus turned into a privilege. The tailor Keyes received the decoration of 2 buttons, and the prince added to this favour that of making him Grand Master of his wardrobe. Now, whilst these trifling actions were taking place, Dr. Prosper Alpinus, leaning on the margin of his window, cast a long and melancholy look through his garden. He had spent a night in casting the horoscope of Balthazar, and this operation had revealed to him certain particulars concerning Cinabre. As he was thinking of this, and above all of the flame-coloured line noticed by Pulcher and Adrian, and of which Balthazar had spoken to him, he heard a carriage stop at the park gate. It was Mademoiselle Rosenschoen who came to pay him a visit. She was dressed in black and wore a long veil. Seized with strange inquietude at the sight of her, Prosper Alpinus took his cane and directed on the canoness the diamond-like reflections of the carbuncle. Immediately, through the disguise of the fairy, he recognized the white and transparent tunic, the variegated blue wings, and crown of roses, which formed the mysterious attributes of the seductive Rosa Belverde. Not less tricky than his visitor, The doctor gave her a most gracious welcome, and offered her a cup of coffee, which she accepted. But when the coffee pot was upon the table, and Alpinus wished to fill the cups, he in vain tried to pour it out. The coffee ran, but the cups remained empty. "Oh, oh," said he, "can it be that my coffee is worthless? Would you, my dear lady, take the trouble to serve yourself?" "Willingly," said the canoness, and she took the coffee pot, but this time the liquid did not run at all, whilst the cups filled so quickly that the coffee ran over in the twinkling of an eye, and Mademoiselle de Rosenschon's dress was drenched with coffee. This was prodigy against prodigy. As soon as the canoness placed the coffee pot upon the table, the coffee all disappeared, without leaving the slightest trace, and the cups appeared perfectly dry. Prosper Alpinus and the fairy looked at each other for a moment, with an air of defiance. Finally, the latter spoke. "Doctor," said she, "when I arrived you were reading, I think, a very interesting book." "Yes, beautiful lady," replied Alpinus, "that volume contains truly surprising things." Saying these words, he tried to open the volume, but the leaves immediately shut together again, with a clip-clap, clip-clap. "Hold!" exclaimed the doctor. "That is singular. Could you not, my dear lady, open this volume yourself?" The fairy took it and opened it without effort, but the leaves immediately detached themselves and flew about the room, growing to monstrous dimensions. The fairy now started back in a fright. The doctor smiled, noisily shut the volume, and all the flying leaves disappeared. "Come, my dear lady," continued Alpinus, "let us lay aside these little allurements of our wisdom, and let us pass, if such is your pleasure, to more important experiments." "No," exclaimed the fairy, "I wish to go." "Ho, ho," said the mischievous doctor, "that may depend a little upon my good will, for it is time for me to announce that you are in my power." "Indeed," said Mademoiselle de Rosenschon with an accent of ironical anger. "Do you think so?" And at these words her black dress extended like the wings of a bat, and she began to fly about near the ceiling. Prosper Alpinus immediately took the form of a big kite and pursued the bat. The latter, exhausted by fatigue, fell to the ground and changed into a mouse. The kite immediately became a grey cat, who gave chase to the mouse. The mouse changed into a hummingbird to escape from the cat, but immediately a myriad of strange birds and dangerous insects filled the room, and a net with golden meshes extended itself before the window to deprive the hummingbird of all chance of flight. Then the fairy Rosabelle Verde took her natural form, and appeared in all the brilliancy of her beauty to the dazzled eyes of the wise Alpinus, who started up before her armed with his carbuncle cane. Rosabelle Verde advanced towards the magician, but this sudden movement caused her golden comb to drop and break on the floor. "Oh, misfortune, misfortune!" exclaimed she. And thus the charm vanished. There remained only the canoness and the Dr. Prosper, quietly seated opposite each other at table, with china cups before them, in which sparkled the smoking and perfumed mocha. "By my faith," said Alpinus, "this coffee is divine. I am only sorry that your beautiful gold comb was broken on this floor." "Oh, I'm quite resigned to it," answered the fairy. "After all, it was my own fault, for I ought to have remarked that the squares of this floor are stones marked with magical signs. We have both signalized our science, and we are of nearly equal force. But how does it happen, dear doctor, that we have only become acquainted today?" "It is," replied Prosper Alpinus, "because at the time that you were one of the most bewitching fairies of Dischinistan, I was then myself nothing but a poor student in the deepest pyramid of Egypt. under the ferule of old Zoroaster, the most famous magician that the world has ever produced. It was during the reign of Prince Demetrius that I came to establish myself in this country." "What then?" replied the canoness. "You were not exiled at the glorious ascension of Prince Paphnutius, who created light in the bosom of his states?" "No," said Alpinus, "for I showed myself one of the most zealous partisans of the new system. I proved by learned treatises that it ought neither to rain nor thunder except by the supreme will of the reigning prince, and that it was to the especial protection of the nobility that we should render thanks for the ripening of the harvests, since they pass the time in deliberating in their palaces that the labourers waste in planting their fields. The Prince Paphnutius, out of gratitude, created for me the office of Inspector General of Civilization. I have done in this position all the good in my power, and I am very happy to tell you that you owe to my interest the notice that you received of the crusade of the police against the fairies. You owe thanks to me that you live tranquilly in the midst of the progress of enlightenment. But hold, my dear canoness, look through this window at the splendid avenues of that park, peopled by benevolent spirits subject to my rule. It has required some skill, I assure you, to keep off the spies and foresters of the crown. At present, I lead a peaceful existence. Prince Barsanuph cares but little about the fairies. All around him act their own pleasure, and no one is disturbed, provided he pays his taxes." "But," interrupted the canoness, "how can you, dear doctor, filled with kindness as you are, persecute with such animosity my poor friend Cinabre?" "It is to repair your want of consideration, which has lavished gifts upon an unworthy object. Your Cinabre will never be anything but an ugly dwarf, and since your golden comb is broken, he falls into my power forever." "Pity, pity for him, doctor," exclaimed the canoness supplicatingly. "What do you ask of me?" said Prosper Alpinus. "Do you wish to see a sample of the exploits of your friend? Take this and read." And he held out a parchment on which was traced the horoscope of Balthazar. When the fairy had read this work, she was obliged to acknowledge the error that she had committed. "You must really," said she, "yield to the power of destiny. Poor Cinabre." "Yes," replied Alpinus, "his destiny must be fulfilled, but he has still the chance of acquiring and possessing, for a short time, honours and dignities. I grant him this favour out of regard for you, whom I should not wish to disoblige." "Oh, you are an admirable man," said the fairy. "Keep me still in your friendship." "You can always count upon it," said Alpinus, "and come whenever you please to taste of my mocha that you found so delicious." The doctor accompanied the fairy canoness to the park gate, and along the road the invisible inhabitants of these bowers gave utterance to a melodious concert. Before taking leave of her, Alpinus begged the beautiful visitor to make use of his crystal shell for her return, which was stationed at the gate, and to which were harnessed the 2 white unicorns, with the great beetle who spread behind the shell his azure wings, and the silver pheasant who held in his beak the golden reins. The fairy, charmed by the gallantry of the old doctor, smiled upon him, on leaving, most bewitchingly. Balthazar, concealed in a garret at the village of Hochjacobsheim, received from the referendary Pulcher the following letter. "My dear Balthazar, all goes on worse and worse. Our enemy Cinabre has become Minister of Foreign Relations, and he has received the highest decoration of the green-spotted tiger. Professor Mosh Turpin, already drunk with joy, has been named by his future son-in-law Director General of all the natural phenomena of the Principality. It is a sinecure of the most obese character, He is charged by the government with the writing of a folio treatise on the important question of knowing the reason of the difference between the taste of water and the taste of wine, and why they produce such contrary effects. He has been authorized to make experiments in the prince's cellar. He has already exhausted in his studies 1/2 ton of Rhine wine, and I know not how many baskets of champagne. He is now occupied in the analysis of a cast of Alicante. The new minister has not forgotten the blow that you gave him at Mosh Turpin's house. He has sworn to have startling vengeance. You would not be safe in Carapies. He has a cruel spite against me for having surprised him when the veiled lady was making his toilette in the middle of a rose bush, and whilst he remains in power, I shall not have the most trifling office. For the rest, my evil star causes me to meet him everywhere. Lately, the infernal dwarf, clothed in all the insignia of his dignity, visited, at the hour when the public is admitted, the Museum of Natural History in our city. On arriving before the glass case in which are placed the stuffed monkeys, a stranger perceived him leaning on his cane. "Oh," exclaimed he, "what a charming living specimen! Where does he come from, if you please, keeper?" At these words, the guardian of the curiosities placed his hand upon the shoulder of Cinabre and gravely answered, "Indeed, sir, it is a very rare animal, and will figure very advantageously after its death in that case. This species of monkey is called the Mycetes beelzebub. It is the Simia beelzebub linnae, Niger barbatus podis cordace apice crunius." "Sir, sir," exclaimed Cinabre, exasperated, "you have lied, and I will have you soundly chastised, to teach you what it is, not to recognize the minister Cinabre." I was not far distant from this conversation. This comic scene excited my laughter. The minister turned towards me and gave me a furious look. But he in vain protested. The stranger did not the less persist in his cool admiration, and tried to feed Cinabre with nuts that he prepared with the utmost care. The minister could bear it no longer. He was seized with a nervous attack, and was carried away in his carriage. This is the first misfortune that has happened to this accursed mandrake. That gave me a little hope. God does not always abandon honest people like us. Courage, then, and patience. I have heard that Cinabre came back from his morning visit to the rose bush, very much disconcerted. Perhaps the lady who protects him did not make her appearance. For your favourite's hair is in very great disorder, and the prince has said to him, "My dear friend, you neglect your magnificent hair. I will send my hairdresser to you." To which Cinabre very insolently answered, "If that scoundrel appears before my eyes, I will have him thrown out of the window." The prince stared. "Farewell, my dear Balthazar. Hide thyself carefully. All the ferrets of the police are on thy track." Poor Balthazar was in despair. He wandered about the fields and woods, wringing his hands and mourning. He accused Alpinus of having mocked and bewitched him. Whilst he was uttering to the winds the broken phrases of his monologue, the night gradually came on, and a leaden tint loaded with obscure grey the distant horizon. Suddenly the sun, before disappearing, pierced the cloudy veil, and coloured with a brilliant light the tops of the trees and the foliage of the bushes. The insects began to hum as at daybreak. The perfume of the flowers became penetrating. A celestial harmony gradually filled all space. The light became fixed for a moment like an aurora borealis, from the middle of which Dr. Prosper Alpinus descended towards Balthazar, mounted upon an insect sparkling with 1,000 magical reflections, and like a butterfly with wings coloured by all the tints and shades of the prism. "Young man, why dost thou accuse me of having done thee evil, at the very moment when I am labouring to deliver up thy enemy to thee? I am not offended at thy complaints, for I know how unjust and impatient love makes thee. I pardon thee, and I have come to protect thee. Learn that Cinabre is a dwarf, brought into the world by a poor peasant woman, His true name is Little Zac. He only assumed that of Cinabre from foolish vanity. Learn also that the Canoness of Rosenshowen, who is nothing less than the celebrated fairy Rosa Belverde, having met this miserable dwarf in one of her solitary walks, took pity upon his destiny and thought that she would grant him a singular gift, the effects of which might console him for being deprived of natural qualities from his birth. This gift consisted in causing to be attributed to him all that another thought, said, or did in his presence. He was, besides, in all societies of people, remarkable for their physical beauty, their intelligence, or the superiority of their minds, to pass immediately before the eyes of all as the handsomest, the most intelligent, the wittiest. This singular charm was conferred upon a tress formed of 3 flame-coloured hairs upon the top of Little Zac's head. The least touch was to be painful and fatal to him. For that reason, the fairy ornamented his head with a profusion of thick and silky hair, which she herself was to take the trouble to come and comb every 9 days, with a magical golden comb, the usage of which would drive away all evil directed against her little pet. But now the comb is broken. Little Zac is delivered up without defence to all the attacks of those whom he has injured, and it is only necessary to complete the breaking of the charm to pluck from the head of the minister Cinabre the 3 flame-coloured hairs. It is to thee, dear Balthazar, that the honour of this enterprise is reserved. It requires only a little courage, strength, and tact. Take this crystal lens, go to Cinabre. As soon as thou meetest him, cast through this lens an attentive look upon his hair, and thou wilt see the tress of flame-coloured hair immediately rise. Seize unhesitatingly the dwarf, and pluck out his talisman, which thou wilt burn at once, either in a candle or by throwing it into the nearest fire. "O wise and venerable doctor," exclaimed Balthazar, "how little am I worthy of your counsel and assistance! Thanks be given to you, O you by whom all my troubles are to be ended, through whom is to be given me a whole future of divine felicity." "That is well," said Alpinus. "Thy gratitude pleases me, and thy pure and sincere heart was worthy of what I have done for thee. I may appear to thee at this moment like one of those strange personages that fill the grandmother's storybooks, but the result will soon prove to thee that nature is full of mysteries which are only revealed to privileged beings. It now remains for me to confide to thee the secret of the future that I reserve for thee. I am tired of vegetating in this country, and I am in haste to return to the fairy kingdom, where a peri of marvellous beauty awaits me, to render me youthful and marry me. I am about to leave all that I possess here, but it is thee whom I wish to constitute the legitimate inheritor of my goods. I will go to Carapes tomorrow, and have a deed of gift drawn up, in which I will name thee my nephew. As soon as thou hast broken the charm that bewitches Cinabre and Candida, present thyself to Dr. Mosh Turpin with the confidence assured by a good property, and he will be too happy to give thee his daughter in marriage. I wish thee then to fix thyself with Candida in my country house. You will both there enjoy unchangeable happiness." On finishing this speech, Dr. Prosper Alpinus whistled thrice. His insect, saddled and bridled, immediately came to him, and at the moment of starting, Alpinus drew a little shell box from his pocket, and gave it to Balthazar, saying, "Keep this box carefully, with the crystal lens that I give thee. It contains what will relieve thee of all thy embarrassments." Balthazar returned to take leave of his Hochjacobsheim garret, and joyfully hasten the preparations for his expedition against Cinabre. Balthazar entered Carapes at daybreak and ran to his friend Fabian's house. He knocked at the door. A feeble and plaintive voice answered, "Come in." Poor Fabian was in bed, pale and weak, Death was in all his features. "For heaven's sake!" exclaimed Balthazar. "What has happened to thee?" "Alas!" murmured Fabian with stifled sobs, "I am a lost man. Alpinus is a vile magician to whom I owe my total ruin." "Ho, ho!" said Balthazar, smiling in spite of himself. "We have then changed our manner of thinking. When was the time that you did not believe in this nonsense?" "I believe in everything now," replied Fabian. "Gnomes, hobgoblins, the king of the rats, vegetable men, I think them all real, and I am rudely punished for my doubt. Thou rememberest the laugh to which the tail of my coat exposed me on returning the other day from the house of Alpinus? Well, look!" Balthazar saw the walls of his room draped in an infinity of coats, of every form and colour. "Figure to thyself," continued Fabian, "that I have had this multitude of vestments, with the hope of seeing the mystification of which this accursed doctor has made me the victim cease. Well, I can put on no kind of coat, without seeing the sleeves grow shorter whilst the tails lengthen to at least 6 ells. The whole art of the best tailors is impotent against the sorcery that oppresses me. I am laughed at wherever I show myself, and, to crown my disgrace, the theologians wish to try me as a heretic, or one possessed, thus pointed out by divine justice, they say, to their zealous vengeance. If the Inquisition still existed, I should be roasted like a witch. Oh God, what will become of me? The rector of the university has given me notice that if I did not present myself before him with a suitable and decent coat in 8 days, I should be driven from the class. Today is the 8th day. Oh, unfortunate that I am! Oh, accursed Prosper Alpinus! "Do not blaspheme against the worthiest and best of men," interrupted Balthazar. "If he has punished you a little for your roguery the other day, he has too good a heart to allow any serious evil to afflict thee. Dr. Prosper Alpinus is actually my beloved uncle, to whom I am this day indebted for the possession of a delicious country house. And here, comrade, here is an infallible remedy against all the embarrassments of position that are to be met with in the course of a lifetime." And Balthazar presented the shell box to the disconsolate Fabian. "Well, what shall I do with this bauble?" asked Fabian. "What connection can exist between this shell box and the sleeves or the tails of a coat?" "Take it," replied Balthazar. "Open the box, and we shall know what it contains." Fabian opened the box, and took out of it a black coat which grew and was developed to the exact size and proportions to fit the student. The joy of the two friends was as great as their surprise. The name of Prosper Alpinus was loaded with blessings. Fabian immediately ran to the house of the rector of the university, and on his return, Balthazar told him the plan that had been drawn out by Alpinus to overthrow Cinabre and displace him from his usurped station, and to reconquer the beautiful, the adorable Candida. Thus conversing, Balthazar, who was looking into the street, saw the referendary Pulcher passing. He called to him, and beckoned him to come in, but hardly had Pulcher heard in his turn the narrative with which Balthazar had regaled Fabian, when he piteously exclaimed, "All that is very fine, but it is too late, for this very day the marriage of Cinabre with Mosh Turpin's daughter is to take place. There will be a magnificent ball at the house of our professor, at which the prince himself will deign to appear." "Very well," exclaimed Balthazar. "It is then today, and immediately in Mosh Turpin's house, that we will clap our hands upon Cinabre. There will be no lack of chandeliers full of wax candles, with which to burn the flame-coloured tress, which is the power of this odious little creature." Several hours from that time, in the middle of the splendidly lighted saloon of Professor Mosh Turpin, sparkled the little Cinabre, by the light of 100 wax candles. The minister wore a red coat, embroidered with gold at every seam. He had his sword by his side, a plumed hat under his arm, and bore himself with an arrogance that everybody admired, out of respect for the insignia of the green-spotted tiger. whose ample decorations muffled him up in the most grotesque manners. Near him, Candida, more beautiful than ever, was dressed in her bride costume. Cinabre from time to time pressed her hand and hideously grinned, to which she answered by an angelic smile. It was a horrible sight to see, and the enchantment must have been very complete, when no one perceived the infamous fascination exercised by Cinabre over the numerous company that crowded the saloon. All eyes were fixed upon the accursed dwarf and Candida. No one appeared to pay attention to the presence of Prince Barsenaf, who had just entered. At the moment when the exchange was to be accomplished between these betrothed lovers of marriage rings, presented by Mosh Turpin on a silver salver, a quick movement agitated the numerous guests. The door of the room was burst open with a crash. Balthasar, accompanied by Pulcher and Fabian, advanced with a firm step, clenched hands and a high and menacing look. A violent disturbance welcomed them. An outcry was raised from all parts of the room, and Prince Barsenaf, thinking that it was a political riot, opened his mouth to give an order for the arrest of the three young men, when, quicker than lightning, Balthasar directed the crystal lens upon Cinabre. The dwarf uttered a cry under the influence of the magical gem, as if he had received an electrical shock. Candida fainted with fright and emotion at the sight of Balthasar. The spectators, struck with stupor, remained with fixed eyes and open mouths. Balthasar, without being disturbed, saw the tress of 3 flame-coloured hairs, sprang upon Cinabre, threw him down, and in spite of his scratches and struggles, assisted by Pulcher and Fabian, plucked out the talisman of the fairy, Rosa Belverde, and threw it into the fire. At that instant an explosion was heard. The house was shaken to its foundation, and the spectators of this scene awoke, as if from a long nightmare. Meanwhile the minister Cinabre, bursting with anger, cries, swears and storms with all the force of his little lungs. He orders the arrest of the disturbers of the feast, who so insolently retard the celebration of his marriage. But now the enchantment has ceased. They look at him, and they ask what the meaning is of this ignoble dwarf disguised as a minister. He is surrounded. He is thrown from hand to hand like a tennis ball. He loses, whilst thus tossed, his hat, his sword, and his dancing shoes. He even has irreverently plucked from him the insignia of the green-spotted tiger, with its 20 diamond buttons. "Prince Barsenaf," howled Cinabre, "come to the assistance of your favourite minister." The prince was confused, and tried to reach the door and take to flight. Mosh Turpin stood in his way. His Highness seized the poor professor by the throat. "Miserable man," said he to him, "how dare you make your prince a witness of such a disgusting parade? What? You invite me to be present at the marriage of your daughter with my minister Cinabre, and in the place of my minister I find here a most disgusting dwarf. You deserve to be tried for high treason, or rather, I ought to have you confined for the remainder of your days in a madhouse. I remove you from your office of Director General of Phenomena in my principality, and I forbid your presence hereafter at my table. To the devil with you." Thereupon Barsenaf left the room in great anger. Mosh Turpin, furious at the loss of his sinecure, seized upon Cinabre and was about to throw him out of the window. But the director of the museum threw himself before him, crying out, "Sir, Master Professor, what are you doing? Do not destroy so precious a national property. You hold in your hands the Mycetes Beelzebub, Simia Beelzebub Linnae, who has escaped from the menagerie of living monkeys." A rude burst of laughter welcomed this claim of the director. But hardly had Mosh Turpin given up Cinabre when he exclaimed, shaking him from him to the ground like mischievous vermin, "Fie, fie, that is not the Simia Beelzebub, it is a dirty, ignoble mandrake." The bursts of laughter recommenced with the ill treatment. Poor little Zac had great difficulty in reaching the door and staircase. None of the servants recognised him. Whilst this burlesque drama was taking place in the parlour, Balthazar had hastened to the neighbouring room, where Candida had been carried in a fainting condition. He threw himself on his knees beside her, covering her hands with tears and kisses, and calling her by the tenderest names. Finally she opened her eyes, recognised her former lover, and gave him caress for caress. When she had recovered from the too powerful emotion she had felt, she related to Balthazar how one day it had seemed to her suddenly that she had fallen into the power of an evil demon, who had taken possession of her heart and subjected it to a frightful error by taking, to seduce her, the features even of Balthazar. That is what had happened to her. The talisman of the fairy Rosa Belverde had made the little Cinnabre appear to her eyes, clothed in the resemblance of Balthazar. As they were exchanging the most ardent vows, Mosh Turpin entered the room giving signs of the most violent despair. "No," he exclaimed. "No," exclaimed he, "I shall not survive it. What? To see myself deprived of so high and important an office? I, driven from the wine cellars of the prince, deprived of all hope of ever obtaining entrance into the order of the green-spotted tiger, with 3 or 5 gold buttons. Alas, alas, all is then ended, lost, destroyed. And what will the illustrious Minister Cinnabre say when he knows that I have taken him for the ugliest monkey that has ever been seen in the fairs throughout Germany?" "But, my dear sir, remember," repeated the guests, "remember that the Minister Cinnabre no longer exists. We have been bewitched for some time by the malicious Rosa Belverde." Mosh Turpin rubbed his eyes, sneezed, coughed, and looked with his big eyes over the heads of those about him. Then a feverish glow coloured the centre of his cheeks, whilst listening to the marvels that the student Balthazar related concerning Dr. Alpinus. "Yes, certainly," exclaimed he, "I feel it beyond a doubt. I was the dupe of an infamous deviltry. But thanks to thee, Prosper Alpinus, come to me, descend from the ethereal regions on thine azure firefly, and bring me a butterfly, saddled and bridled. I will follow thee fearlessly through the air. I will go and have my hair curled by the pretty fairy, Rosa Belverde, and I will then become minister, king, emperor, huzzah!" And the poor man began to dance about, in such a frenzy that it was thought they should see him grow mad. After several minutes passed in these extravagancies, he fell, exhausted, upon a seat. Then Balthazar and Candida took each other by the hand, and approached him to speak of their love, and ask his blessing, whilst kneeling. They both spoke with such elegance that Mosh Turpin could not restrain his tears. "Yes, my children," said he to them, "love each other, marry each other, have many children, and die of hunger altogether, for I will not give you a groschen." "As for dying of hunger," answered Balthazar smilingly, "we can do without that. My gracious uncle Prosper Alpinus has had the goodness to provide for our kitchen." "So be it," replied Mosh Turpin stammeringly. "I consent to look at the resources of thy larder tomorrow, but if thou dost not wish to see my head burst, let me go to bed immediately." And he felt his way to bed. The carriage of the Minister of Foreign Relations awaited him all night before the house of Mosh Turpin. A storm had come on, the rain had fallen in torrents, but the faithful footman of His Excellency, nailed to his post like a soldier in a breach, still waited. When the last lights were extinguished, not seeing his dear master come, he thought that His Excellency might have gone back to his hotel in another carriage. He went back and called the valet de chambre. "His Excellency," said the valet, "came in at nightfall and is sleeping." "Is sleeping?" said the footman. "But in what condition is he?" "Ah, that must be the devil's own secret,
There are things like that which ought never to be told to living soul. Yesterday at nightfall, rolled up in my cloak, I was about slipping into the wine shop to play at backgammon. I was descending the staircase. I saw something stir, and then roll between my legs, that mewed like an enraged cat, then grunted. Ah, good heaven! If His Excellency knew it, I should be discharged and ruined. Something that grunted. Yes, alas! Yes, like His Excellency, when the roast meat is burnt, or when he is too much burdened with affairs of state. The footman trembled. The valet de chambre made a sign to impose silence, and continued thus. Yes, yes, it was, I am sure of it, His Excellency in person, who passed between my legs and the side of the staircase. A moment afterwards I heard him tumble about chairs and tables, and open and shut with great violence the door that led to his bedchamber. I did not dare to follow into so private a place. Nevertheless, 2 hours afterwards, uneasiness, and I know not what instinct urging me, I overcame my natural timidity so far as to go and listen at the door. The minister snored in his bed, as he is in the habit of doing, when his brain labours in the most important affairs of state. I very naturally concluded from that some serious political event was about to take place, and if you will listen to me, we will go and post ourselves at the door of the chamber in which His Excellency is reposing, so as to be near him as soon as he shall be pleased to awake. The 2 servants put this honest project into execution. Cinabre slept, whistling like the barrel of an organ. They listened to him with profound respect, saying to each other in a whisper, "Indeed, our master is one of the greatest statesmen that ever lived." As soon as the following day broke, a great noise disturbed the quiet of the hotel. An old peasant woman, very meanly dressed, had addressed herself to the porter to ask immediate admittance into the presence of her dear little Zac. The porter had replied in a tone which admitted no reply, "This is the hotel occupied by the great and powerful minister, Cinabre, commander of the Order of the Green-Spotted Tiger, with 20 diamond buttons, and no one here knows, among the servants, any person of the name of little Zac." At these words the peasant woman exclaimed with the greatest joy that the minister Cinabre was the same little Zac that she took the liberty of claiming. At the cries of the woman and the oaths of the porter, who wished to oppose her entrance, all the inhabitants of the hotel hastened to the scene of action, and the disturbance increased every minute. When the valet de chambre came down to drive away the people who disturbed the slumber that His Excellency needed so much, they had just driven away the poor woman, treating her as if she was mad. But she seated herself on a stone bench in front of the minister's hotel and began to weep bitterly. The passers-by were not long in crowding around her, and all were astonished to hear her relate that the minister Cinabre, favourite of the prince and first dignitary of state, was no other than her own legitimate son. The spectators took her for a mad woman, as the servants at the hotel had done. Meanwhile she kept her eyes fixed upon the windows that looked out upon the street. Suddenly she arose, clapped her hands together, and exclaimed, bursting with laughter, "But there he is! There he is! Did I not tell you that my cherished little one, my only son, my beloved little Zac was here? Good morning, lovely child! Wilt thou not recognize the mother who nourished thee?" The spectators were not a little surprised to see a little dwarf, striped with the insignia of the green-spotted tiger, moving and dancing about at a window on a level with the floor, and all began to cry out, "Hold! That is little Zac! Ho, little Zac! Ho, the mandrake!" The serving people came out to join the gathered crowd, and the clamour they raised was not a bad imitation of a revolution. "Good heaven!" exclaimed the valet de chambre.
What hideous little monster just appeared at the bedchamber window of His Excellency? What does that mean? How did that ugly dwarf get into the hotel? He ran, leaping 4 stairs at a time. He arrives, but the minister's door is locked on the inside. He knocks. Nobody answers. What is he to do in this extremity? Meanwhile, the crowd increases in the street. The appearance of the dwarf on the balcony of the minister was talked of throughout the neighbourhood. Simple curiosity ended by degenerating into a riot. The court and apartments of the hotel were invaded in the twinkling of an eye. The faithful valet de chambre, not being able to allay the storm, would have sacrificed himself to save his master. He knocked vigorously at the room door. He broke it open to save Cinabre in spite of the perils that surrounded him. No, Cinabre. He ran through the rooms of the hotel. He called out. He supplicated. No voice answered his entreaties. What then had become of Cinabre? Whilst waiting for him to be found, the tumult had been gradually stilled. Nothing was heard from without, but the ringing and imposing voice of a woman, scolding the rabble, and by force and energy succeeding in sending each one to his home, like schoolboys caught in mischief. The valet de chambre, who still sought Cinabre with admirable perseverance, finally discovered 2 long, slight, and meagre legs projecting from a silver vase. "Sky!" exclaimed he with deplorable lamentations. "Do not those legs belong to my honoured master? Alas, Excellency, what are you doing there?" Cinabre did not answer. The valet hastened to assist him, but it was too late. The favourite minister of Prince Barsenuff had ceased to live. At the cries of the disconsolate valet, all the people in the house went up into the bedchamber. Cinabre, properly disposed, was laid upon his bed and covered up. At this moment appeared Mademoiselle Rosenschoen, the fairy canoness. Behind her came the mother of little Zac, old Liza. A sad spectacle was presented to their wondering eyes. Death seemed to have effaced the ugliness of Cinabre. His face was pale, but a slight smile hovered upon his lips, and his brown hair flowed about his head in wavy curls. The fairy canoness passed her hand softly over his head. A line of fire sparkled under her finger, like phosphorus. "Alas," said she with a deep sigh, "the learned Prosper Alpinus prophesied well. Fatality has had its course, and poor Cinabre has sorrowfully expiated his ridiculous greatness." The mother of little Zac would no longer recognize him in this pitiful state. Only when the fairy had affirmed to her that the little body extended on the bed was really all that remained of Cinabre, she had a fit of covetousness, and walking about the chamber of death, her eyes sparkling with avidity, she began to say, "I ought then to inherit immediately all these fine things that belong to my son?" "No," replied Mademoiselle de Rosenschoen, "all is ended. Your destiny was not to become rich. You must console yourself and leave." "But," continued the old peasant woman, "let me at least carry off in my bag the body of my son. The pastor of our village has in his cabinet many singular animals. He will have little Zac properly stuffed, and I will place him in my room with that broad green ribbon and that sparkling plate which covers his chest." "That cannot be," interrupted the fairy. "Go from here, my good woman, and wait for me in the courtyard. I will soon join you, and I will leave you at parting, a sure means of providing yourself against misery for the remainder of your days." When old Liza had obeyed this injunction, the fairy approached the bed upon which Cinabre was laid. "Poor little Zac," said she in a low voice, "nature has shown herself unjust towards thee.
for thou didst not deserve more than another to be brought into this world, stupid and ugly as I found thee. I gave thee a precious gift. I inconsiderately thought that, provided by my enchantments with the faculty of being taken for the handsomest, the most intelligent and witty of men, thou wouldst apply thyself to justify this favour, by trying to deserve it by labour. But thy narrow mind did not understand the duties imposed upon thee by my protection. Thou couldst only descend to the bottom of the scale of beings by all the acts of thy life. Thy ignoble death is the fatal expiation. Would that I could resuscitate thee in the form of some graceful insect, some wandering mouse or greedy and playful squirrel. I should like still to protect thee, but thou art subject to the power of the severe Alpinus, and there is no means of bringing thee back to life. Farewell then, little Zac. Farewell, Cinabre. May earth rest lightly on thee. On ending this funeral oration, the fairy Rosa Belverde disappeared like a dream. Now, after a few moments after her departure, Prince Barsenuf, notified of the death of his minister, came pale and trembling, followed by 7 chamberlains, more pale and trembling than himself. He looked at the little body and said sobbingly, "Oh, Cinabre!" The 7 chamberlains repeated in a single voice, "Oh, Cinabre!" Everybody wept. The prince asked his physician how Cinabre could have died so suddenly. "My lord," gravely answered the remedy-giver, "His Excellency owes his death to the cessation of the faculty of respiration. This accident is the result of suffocation, produced by the element into which your illustrious minister allowed himself to fall. But the prime cause of his death is the order of the green-spotted tiger, with 20 diamond buttons." "How?" exclaimed Barsenuf, measuring the physician with a look in which anger was fulminating. "Yes, my lord, I repeat it," continued the physician. "The plate of the order has affected the chest, and the strain of the ribbon, produced by the 20 buttons, has injured the vertebral column. The vital organs, thus attacked, have been subjected to inflammation, which has reacted upon the brain. He has had a sudden fever, accompanied by unequivocal symptoms of alienation, since the gracious minister, losing his head, lost his equilibrium to such a point as to voluntarily precipitate himself, or fall by irreparable misfortune, into that silver vase which your highness had given him as a mark of your high satisfaction." "Physician," said the prince, "you are an accursed babbler. Congratulate yourself that I do not deign to understand the unbecomingness of your language. As for you, gentlemen," added he, turning towards the 7 chamberlains, "it is to you that I confide the care of ordering the obsequies of my minister. Let us give a few tears to his sad fate, and let us go to dinner, if you please, for I am dying of hunger." At these words the prince gave utterance to several groans and covered his face with his pocket-handkerchief. The chamberlains chorused the sobs, and also drew out their handkerchiefs. Then they left in order not to give their respective dinners time to cool. Before the door of the hotel they met old Liza, who bore upon a flat basket a bunch of golden yellow onions of extraordinary size. "Good prince," said she to his highness, "buy my onions, they are my support. Honey is not sweeter than my onions." Barsenuf admired Liza's onions. "Chamberlains," said he to the gentleman that escorted him, "lend me a knife, for I have an outrageous desire to taste the flesh of that vegetable." "Oh, gentlemen, that is a delicious dish," continued he, his eyes sparkling with pleasure. "It seems to me, whilst munching this good woman's onions, that I see the ghost of my faithful Cinabre rise from the tomb to say to me, 'Dear prince, buy and eat these onions. The safety of the state depends upon your appetite.'"
Old Liza immediately received an order for the general furnishing of onions for consumption in the palace. The prince added to this a gratuity of several pieces of gold. Thus was accomplished the promise that the fairy Rosa Belverde had made to the mother of little Zac. The poor peasant woman saw herself sheltered from misery for the remainder of her days. The interment of the defunct minister took place with a splendid pomp worthy of his rank. The prince led the mourners, and the members of the Order of the Green-Spotted Tiger followed the procession in full uniform. All the bells were set in motion, and as there was no cannon in the country, the commencement and close of the ceremony was announced by the explosion of 2 pieces of firework. The people wept that day, and everybody agreed in saying that the prince and the state had met with an irreparable loss. This, dear readers, and you, my beautiful ladies, this is the time for mutual separation. At this thought alone, the author of these tales feels moved to deep sadness. He would had many other things worthy of remembrance without doubt to relate to you, concerning the adventures of the minister Cinnabre, for it is in his eyes the drollest story that he has ever kept in his memory. If nevertheless he excuses himself from going on, it is that he fears, before all, exhausting the patience or the goodwill of those who hold this book in hand. Nothing is more disagreeable than to trace the words, "last chapter," so that before writing it, the author earnestly begs you not to judge too severely the capricious wanderings of his imagination. If at times you have smiled, or if you have been strongly moved, the end which he had in view has been realized. The story which closes this book might well have ended at the death of the little Cinnabre. But is it not 1,000 times more agreeable to terminate it by a happy marriage? Let us return back then toward our friend Balthazar and his betrothed, the pretty Candida. The Professor Mosh Turpin, whom the deep study of the mysteries of nature must have prepared against all surprise, could not recover from his stupor in thinking of the strange events which had brought him into disgrace with Prince Barnesuf, and his deprivation of the sublime office of Director General of Phenomena. His imagination was so disturbed by it that at times he seriously doubted his own existence. He was at first singularly astonished when the student Balthazar presented as his uncle Dr. Prosper Alpinus, who verbally confirmed before him the deed of gift that he had signed of his domain. Balthazar, become rich, appeared to him a young man endowed with the most brilliant qualities, and he put no bounds to his esteem when he found himself led by his future son-in-law, on visiting the country house of Alpinus, into the cellar filled with the most exquisite wines, the enjoyment of which was assured to him by Balthazar, for continuing his experiments on the contrary properties of wine and water. The union of Balthazar and Candida was immediately fixed for an early day. All those who obtained the favour of being invited to it admired the extreme beauty of Mosh Turpin's daughter. The fairy, Rosa Belverde, who assisted in the costume of a canoness, had herself dressed the bride, whose most seductive ornament was a crown of 100-leaf roses. Dr. Prosper Alpinus illustrated this family festival by the most delicious marvels of his art. Never had the bowers in his park resounded with more harmonious concerts. When night came, trains of magic fire were lighted above the great trees. Myriads of luminous insects sparkled amid the foliage like movable stars. And the perfume of the earth, enamelled with flowery meadows, filled the air with balmy breezes. Balthazar, Candida, and their friends acknowledged the power of Alpinus. Mosh Turpin, who had become nobly exhilarated, laughed, wept, sung, danced about. Suddenly a sound of bells vibrated in the air. A butterfly, transparent as flame, came and lit on the shoulder of Prosper Alpinus. Prosper Alpinus arose. "Dear Balthazar, and you, good Candida, my friends," said he in a grave voice, whose accent penetrated all hearts with a soft melancholy. "This is the moment for us to separate forever." He approached the new couple and murmured several words in their ears. Balthazar and Candida threw themselves into his arms and wept. The crystal shell, drawn by 2 white unicorns and driven by the silver pheasant, slowly descended from the sky on an azure cloud. "Farewell, farewell," exclaimed Prosper Alpinus, seating himself in the marvellous chariot, which gradually arose and was lost high up in the air like a shooting star. Balthazar and Candida lived happy days together in the bosom of peaceful obscurity. Solitude with love is a divine gift. Faithful love triumphs over misfortune and death. And what is death to him who is awaited by another soul beyond this life? For him, the tomb is the cradle of heaven. End of chapter 19. Recording by Sandra Cullen. www.dreamandworksmart.com. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.